Yeah, I mean, I'm a Bronco. I'm a Bronco. I'm a Buckeye and I'm a Bronco. I wasn't drafted here, but I do firmly believe that I'm a Bronco and love everyone here. I even love you guys. And sometimes that's hard because as I can recall at the beginning of like in the summer, you guys were you were predicting like 700 yards for me rushing throughout the whole year. I got that in 10 weeks.
What are the things about this organization that make you want to stay here?
Yeah, so it starts with the ownership. They get us everything that we need to be successful here. And it starts with like the hyperbaric chamber. Like I was able to get back on the practice field 2.5 months, right? Where'd he go? He left. But I think he said 2.5 months. And it's because they gave me everything I needed. Like there was things I would ask Mr. Penner and he would get it to us. He would get it to me. And then like my man, Coach Sean Payton, I love him to death. Like he's one of my favorite coaches ever. I was part of the defense, like, because they wanted me here. Coach VJ wanted me here. The defense wanted me here, probably more than the offense. And so it's just been a great time here in my short time. And I think that I'll be here. Hopefully I will. And I think I'm a Bronco for life, so yeah.
Is J.K. Dobbins yesterday as a whole bunch of the Broncos players doing some exit media stuff before heading out to the offseason. Again, in a season that the more you sort of remove yourself from Sunday, it's like disappointing finish, but overall, a pretty remarkable season given where you thought they should be. You know, we were talking about competing for an AFC West division title and winning a playoff game. And all of that took place. But when you put in the added factor of being the one seed and that means your one win took you to the championship game, just a really, really exciting and cool overall season. What to do from here is the main question. Staying where the Broncos got to, getting to another AFC title game next year is going to be extremely difficult. First of all, you're going to have that number one seeded schedule that's coming towards next year. So every division's best team is going to be your opponent. You're going to have the added pressure of building on what has already been an impossibly high level of success, where you finished the year 15-4, essentially. Doesn't get much better than that. Not to mention, it's just really hard when the way that you won football games was executing late and winning close. To me, the goal next year needs to be you need to have a handful of games that you win comfortably. Because I just think it's too hard to be the team that wins one possession games repeatedly without ever faltering. And I'll give you a prime example. I yelled all last year, even through the Super Bowl, about the Kansas City Chiefs and the way that they were winning and being like, dude, it's just like you have to have a horseshoe so far up your rectum that you finish one score games the way that they did. It just felt like, what's going on here? How does this continue to happen? And the Broncos had that treatment this year. One score football games were theirs. And it happened almost every single week. It's not going to be, in all likelihood, the same sort of results next year if you play this same type of style, which to me says one thing. Where can you get better immediately? That is finding weapons. And I'm not the only one who said it. I heard Garrett Bowles in one of his interviews yesterday saying the exact same thing. Listen.
People want to come to Denver. I mean, I'll be shocked to see how many free agencies want to come here. We got a young team. We got a quarterback. We got the best O-line in football. I don't care what anyone says we do. That's just reality. Numbers don't lie. Stats don't lie. You guys can look that up. That's just reality. When you have a dominant O-line and a dominant defensive line, people want to come here. When you got a phenomenal quarterback in Bo, people don't give him the credit what he had. The season that he had, it was phenomenal. I mean, second quarterback in NFL history to take our team to the AFC Championship game. We had 2 quarterbacks, in that same draft class that did that. Just speaks volumes of what that draft class did. We have one of those quarterbacks. We have a great running back room. We got great receivers. Obviously, we need some key players to come in and do what they need to do by, getting points on the scoreboard. We got a phenomenal defense. We have everything we need. We just need a couple more playmakers, and the sky's the limit for this team.
I think that's actually a pretty perfect assessment from Garrett Bowles. A little bit hyperbolic on a couple of those things, maybe. The offensive line has been really tough to judge because every stat and metric will tell you that they've done a good job, and I think a lot of that has to do with the elusiveness of Bo Nix in the pocket. But bottom line is, they need at least, as he said, a couple of more playmakers. That's what's necessary. They didn't, in my mind, have the requisite players to take them to a place to where, even if they won on Sunday, okay, you would have gotten to the Super Bowl. I'd have a strong feeling that that game would get away from you, from what Seattle can bring to the table. Because they got them kind of everywhere. It was one of the things in the offseason. It's funny when you think about the Seahawks. Yes, they have JSN, who is the best receiver in football this year.
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
And I don't think it's particularly close. But they also have Kenneth Walker out of the backfield. And they have, one guy was a name I mentioned a lot in the offseason as far as a veteran steady presence. It's not like he lit up the stat sheet this year, but he's reliable, and that's Cooper Kupp. You need to get, I think, 2 incredibly dynamic playmakers in here. One through the passing game, one in the backfield.
When you mentioned the Seahawks, part of what made that attack so lethal is they had 2 running backs. They had Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, so you couldn't contain one, and both those guys could just break off a run for like 10 yards on 3rd and long.
I think the Broncos had that in mind when they signed Dobbins, and then they went out and they drafted R.J. Harvey. And look, Dobbins, we opened the show with his clip of him saying he wanted to be a Bronco for life. I'm cool with Dobbins staying here. I think he's an effective running back, but he's not reliable from just a health standpoint. He never has been in his career, and it sucks. I hate it for guys like that, but that's the truth. So if you do bring him back, you still need another. Like, you need another guy that is wholly and totally reliable. By the way, Sean Payton seems to use 3 backs anyway. Like, Tyler Bidet got a lot of run all year long. Whether Dobbins was healthy or not, he was always, in some sort of packages. I think you can do that exact same thing, bring in another running back and see what happens. The free agent market for running backs is filled with some names. I'm always a little bit leery about signing a free agent running back because a lot of times those guys got a lot of miles on the odometer. And from both a health and skill set standpoint, you don't know how much longer it's going to last. That's why drafting running backs is kind of foolproof. But they need some sort of playmaker in that backfield. And I don't think this is arguable anymore. They need one at wide receiver. I mean, Mims is a dynamic playmaker that, for whatever reason, they refuse to use until they absolutely have to, which has never made sense since he's been on this roster. But you need to do whatever it takes to give Bo Nix a certified weapon next year in the pass game. I think Sutton's a good wide receiver. I think that he is really good at high pointing a ball and making a play. He had a bad last couple of games, couple of drops, but he's typically sure-handed. You need to put somebody opposite of him that's going to put the fear of God in somebody. You have to. I mean, it's almost a necessity now in this league. You have a few teams that can kind of skirt those examples, but you look at the teams that were sort of in the playoffs or in contention, everybody seemed to have someone. You have to be able to find weapons in the pass game, especially when you're trying to figure out what your running game is going to be. Too many times this year just felt like it was Bo Nix, go out and make a play for us. And I think that's way too much pressure on him. Way too much. So I think that's what the offseason has to be. You need to find a way to bring, I think, 2 dynamic playmakers to both the pass and run game this offseason. If you do that, combine that with your defense in another year of seasoning for Bo Nix, I think this can be one of those things where you're a contender like for the foreseeable future. So 303-504-0925. A lot more to talk about with this as we move along today. I know that we got teams back in action. When you really start to think about where the Nuggets have been without Nikola Jokic being in the lineup and how they are still in the standings hanging around to the point to where they're tied for second in the West with San Antonio. And Jokic has been ruled out tonight, but it feels like he's pretty close to returning. Think about if you come back, you're tied with the Spurs, second place in the Western Conference, and then you bring Joker back. Because right now you're living in sort of the same reality we've been in for the last month plus. You're going to be without 4 starters. 4 of them, again, because of the tweaked hamstring of Aaron Gordon. You're going to be without him, Joker, Christian Brown, Cam Johnson. Again, 4 of your starting 5. Now, we'll see if that's still the starting 5 when everyone's healthy, because I don't know what they're going to do with Payton Watson. But the fact that you're still there in second place in the Western Conference, you're 7-3 in your last 10 games, it is the most unfathomable sequence that has played out for Nuggets basketball over an extended stretch in a long, long time.
Well, Brett, you said where the Nuggets have been without Jokic. I can tell you exactly where they've been. Memphis, Tennessee.
Well,
for like an entire week. Do we have confirmation that the Nuggets ever made it back? Are we sure?
I saw Katie tweeted out yesterday that they were still there. I want to see what time that was at.
Well, and I think she said the problem was that the plane that they were supposed to take back here had been on the tarmac in Memphis for 2 days or something like that. So it was just sitting still throughout the ice storm. So the plane got frozen. So when they got on the plane, they had to unfreeze the plane first before they could even consider taking off.
That is the worst, by the way. So I've had a couple of pretty rowdy delays. I was in Cancun once where there was a hurricane that was not close, but it was in close enough proximity that it just put down torrential rainfall, and messed up a whole bunch of different flights. It's at the airport for like 10 hours. That's miserable. They've been there for days just trying to get out. So she said Nuggets travel day from Memphis. Delayed to the airport. Arrived around 2 p.m. Plane was parked for 48 hours of the storm. So it was frozen all around into the ground. De-icing took close to 2 hours. They took off at 5:48 p.m. They landed in Denver at 7, and they have to play 24 hours after that. So it sounds like they're back. But
yeah,
goodness.
with rain.
No, that wasn't rain. Well, kind of rain.
Let's do drills that said it won't rain.
It was ice, baby. Doom. 303-504-0925. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword coming your way in just a couple of minutes as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Text WINGS in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Enter for your chance to see the Avs and Red Wings next Monday. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays are your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com, but the keyword is WINGS. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So, one thing I wanted to mention, by the way, as we get more and more removed from the weekend, and I understand that some tempers were hot, it's still...
No.
How do I put this? And I don't know how you guys felt about it, but just given the situation of backup quarterback, and I know that the Broncos were on the doorstep of another Super Bowl appearance. And so that muddies the waters on this. The pain that was felt after the game, it didn't feel like you would imagine it typically would. At least that's the vibe I got from people. Like, I remember, Nelly, wasn't your first day the Monday after both the Avs and Nuggets lost Game 7s, right? Was that your first day on this show?
Yeah, well, Friday night was Game 6 versus the Dallas Stars. Matt Duchene gets the game winner in double overtime. That was Friday night. Sunday night was the Nuggets blowing a 20-point lead to the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 7 at home. And then Monday morning was my first day on the morning show.
It was just that was pain. I think there was a sense of sort of inevitability. And maybe not then. You know, you just needed 2 good games out of a guy like Stidham, but he's a backup, and that's what backups look like.
Pain.
It just didn't feel like as hurtful as it usually would for losing the AFC Championship game. But in the middle of that, there was a lot of daggers that were thrown in the direction of Sean Payton. It's something that Sean Payton's going to live with, I think, for the rest of his life. He seems like a stewer, and he's going to stew on that 4th down call for a long, long time. But when you go back and you look at that game, the proper decision, very obviously, was to take a field goal, especially with hindsight. And my beef with it is, if there was like an analytical football basis for going for it on 4th down, then okay. I think it was just driven by he wanted to prove to everybody that this offense was going to be okay, even without his starting quarterback, because he is such a genius at X, Y, and Z. That was my problem with it. It felt just ego and not something that was driven behind a football sort of reasoning. But even with that, the honest assessment of that game, you didn't lose because Sean Payton didn't kick the field goal. It was, I would say, a factor. You lost because Stidham wasn't very good. Right? I mean, that's the reason. Stidham turned the ball over in the one place that you couldn't. Backed up on the doorstep of your own goal line. And that resulted in a 12-yard touchdown drive. The only touchdown the Patriots scored the entire day. Couldn't get anything going past that 4th down. Again, never crossed the 30-yard line of the Patriots after that 4th down call. Couldn't make a consistent throw. Then the weather came in. Then a whole bunch of other stuff happened. Like, you lost because your backup quarterback was in the game. And that's what sucks. And so a lot of the Sean Payton hate that has taken place over the last few days. Like, I understand it, but he has clearly done a fantastic job here. And I think a lot of people are not seeing the forest through the trees, the tree being the fourth down call. Like, whatever you want to say about Sean Payton and whatever personal feelings you have towards him, because I know he is a lightning rod. I don't personally like the way that he goes about, the way he speaks, I suppose. And it's not because he's...
Come on. No.
It's not because he's mean to the media or something. I don't care about that kind of stuff. I just think that when you carry yourself in a very arrogant manner, it sets you up for when stuff like that fourth down call doesn't go your way. It's very, very easy to get after somebody.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Think about if Cignetti lost. Let's say you get to that even the national title game, and who they play again? Miami. And let's say they lost Miami 30-10 in that game. You don't think that they're playing that on a loop on every single radio and TV show across America? So you're just setting yourself up for it. But whatever you think of him personality-wise, whatever you think about him, the aggressiveness or whatever, the players love him and they fight. And a texter says, Brett, you're completely missing Sean's horrid play calling. Like, here's what I don't know. I'm also not a huge fan of some of the things he goes back to in his playbook over and over again. I don't like the bubble screen stuff. But, like, can I argue, even if it's devil's advocate, okay? Let me argue on behalf of Sean Payton and why he's making the play calls that he's making right now. If you truly believe Sean's a bad play caller, then how the hell did you have that much success? Or how has he had that much success throughout his career? And you could say, well, he had Drew Brees. Okay. Still good enough play calling to make it the best offense in the league, or one of them. And I'll make this argument for him because I think we've witnessed this play out in real time. He has done a really bad job of sticking with the run here in Denver. Until what? The first 10 games of this season where it felt like you had a legitimate running back in J.K. Dobbins, and they ran the ball a lot to the tune of, during that time, a top 5 rushing attack in the league by yardage. I think still a lot of this might have to do with trusting his personnel. Like, why did they throw the bubble screens in the AFC Championship game? Because he didn't trust Jarrett Stidham. And he didn't have a run game. Now, that's where this stuff needs to change. They made heavy investments. You can see them. They've been working from the big boys out on this team. That's what him and George Payton have done since they've been together. The first year was all about getting Mike McGlinchey and Ben Powers and Zach Allen and all these guys up front to make sure they're viable there. Once they got that checklist off, then it became about fortifying the defense, a thing that was already good in making it better and finding a franchise quarterback. Well, you went out, you got Bo Nix. And then you find guys like Hufanga, and you bring in Greenlaw, and you bring in some extra pieces like Malcolm Roach and all these different guys to really keep that defense together and stingy. And then the next step was, once you find these all-pro players that you have, guys like Nick Benito and Pat Surtain and Zach Allen and everybody else, locking them down to long-term contracts. To the point where the only guy we're really discussing that is a question mark long-term seems to be JFM. He's like the only guy not under a contract yet, and maybe he will be. But this offseason has to be about the offense. And if you do a focus on the offense this offseason, finding some playmakers, and it still kind of looks this way, then we can start to have some questions. But just from a straight-up talent perspective, guys, where does the offense rank? This is what I've been talking about for a long time. It's hard to make an assessment of Sean Payton, the play caller, and who Bo Nix is entirely as a quarterback, when I just don't feel like you got a whole bunch of really talented guys. Let me just give you, I'll keep going to the NFC Championship game. Is there a running back on your roster that when both of those teams, the Rams and the Seahawks, are healthy, would play for them? Because Kyron Williams and Blake Corum is a pretty good duo. So is Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. Probably not. Wide receiver-wise, Cortland Sutton would rank where if you put the list of the Seahawks and Rams wide receivers all together? I mean, at best, it's fourth. It's Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and JSN. That's your top three. And then you can start to parse through, is he better than Cooper Kupp? That's the next place you get to. I think there's a lack of talent offensively that makes it very, very difficult to get anything consistently going, and that's why the focus needs to be there. But if you talk about squeezing the last drop of juice out of that thing, I think they've done a decent enough job. That's just me. Reminder to you guys, the keyword for this hour to see the Avs and the Red Wings on Monday is wings. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. By the way, speaking of the Seahawks, Sam Darnold, I think the Seahawks are going to roll in the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold's probably going to finish with one of the more incredible redemption stories that sport's seen, especially at that position. God, man. I know everybody's kind of gone back to this. You go to the 2018 quarterback class, and that was Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Lamar Jackson, and who am I missing? Josh Allen. For him to be the first one that could hoist the Lombardi is pretty crazy. But think about what his career was since he left New York. And I know that New York does terrible things to people, and quarterbacks like Geno Smith's another example of a guy who left, waited a couple years, and then found some solid footing where he was a starting quarterback in this league. But Sam Darnold went from the Jets, then he went over to Carolina, then he went to San Francisco, then he went to Minnesota last year, and now Seattle. He's played for 4 different teams in the last 4 years, 5 different teams throughout the course of his career. And in the last 2 seasons, he totaled up, 14 wins last year in Minnesota, and the Seahawks won another 14 plus another 2. He's 30 wins, possibly 31 over the last 2 years. I have been a skeptic of Sam Darnold because I don't understand how a guy could play for 5 different teams and every single one of them is no thank you. And then he finds himself in a position to win a Super Bowl. But this is a classic example of why situation and fit matters. Oh, textures, thank you. I forgot about Josh Rosen was in that draft class as well. But situation and fit matters. And it does for every sport in every position. Some guys are just better suited to play under a certain system and scheme. Now, for Darnold to have this level of success, because I do think he's a good quarterback. But to play this well, he's been on the last 2 years teams that have like a lot surrounding him, which again is necessary. This is what I'm talking about with Denver. But in Minnesota, it was Justin Jefferson and it was Aaron Jones and TJ Hawkinson and Jordan Addison and a really good defense. Pretty good combination. He gets to Seattle, and it's JSN and Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet and Rashid Shaheed and Cooper Kupp and all these different guys, along with a stellar and amazing defense. The Broncos have the makeup of all of that kind of stuff, except for a couple of big-time playmakers, and that's it. And I'm not saying this to take it away from Sam Darnold. Like, I remember all those years of me watching the Lions and Matthew Stafford losing football games for him, and everybody said he stinks because he can't win. And I go, I'm telling you, I don't think it's his fault. Solely. If you're a quarterback, you have some hand in the losing. But there's a lot of other things that were just really difficult to overcome. And I always thought if he left, he would win a Super Bowl somewhere. And he did so immediately. Damn near won a second one. Or was about to win a second one. Because situation and fit matter. That's it. And for a guy like Sam Darnold, like, I can't imagine what it would be like being a Vikings fan right now. You had this guy last year. He won you 14 football games. You were this close to being the 1 seed in the NFC last year with him. You say bye-bye, have fun in Seattle. We're going with the young kid, J.J. McCarthy, who, first of all, had trouble staying healthy. Second of all, looked terrible. And then you witnessed the guy you just had lead his new team to another 14-win season in the Super Bowl.
You know what I feel even worse for? Some people have dug up the tweet from the New York Jets when they shared that Sam Darnold was sent to the Panthers.
Yeah.
So many people were going, oh, Sam, so sorry you had to play for this trash organization. They were all on his side. They said, basically, the Jets ruined you.
Jets fans said that?
Jets fans were replying and go, hey, our trash organization ruined you, Sam. Good luck wherever you go. Sorry about that. And that has proven to be absolutely true.
That kind of reminds me of, look, it didn't work here, but I think Buffalo fans were doing that with Casey Middlestat when the Avs traded for him too. Or you look under the replies, and it was just a whole bunch of guys being like, hey, God bless you. Get the hell out of here. We wish you the best. This team stinks. It's not your fault. Like, they're all Robin Williams from why am I blanking on the movie?
Goodwill
Hunting. Jesus.
Not you too.
It's not your fault.
Don't you with me.
Yeah. I mean, Buffalo Sabres fans, New York Jets fans have that same thing. It's not your fault. Go have fun somewhere else. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is wings. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere, by the way, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back after this. See, I don't even want to be this guy, but I feel like I'm being forced into this corner. Like you guys are painting. I know that there are times in life I feel like I'm the only person that can think rationally about something. Because people, they're so wildly flying off the handle in one direction or the other. And I'm like, does nobody recognize the middle ground here? And this is just life.
No.
Sports is like this. Politics, certainly. Like, can you really not see, like, something down the middle of what this crazy person and this crazy person has to say? And so, whenever I hear stuff like this, and this is how I feel like with Sean Payton, like, I feel like there's a lot of people that are going after a coach who has taken a team that did not make the playoffs in a decade and turned them into 3 points away from a Super Bowl appearance with a backup quarterback. And they look at that and they go, bum. And I'm just like, what? It's not that. Okay, he wasn't perfect. Cool. But a texture says, for all of Sean Payton's offensive prowess, how many Super Bowls did he win? 1. All right. You want to play that game? Hey, Nelly, for all Sean McVay's offensive prowess, how many Super Bowls did he win? 1.
Yeah, and he also coached in the worst Super Bowl of all time. That 13-3 was it? Just sleeper against the Patriots.
Yeah, Jared Goff. You only got like 7 points in that game. Oh, this genius that everybody says, Kyle Shanahan. Oh, and his offense. Oh, it doesn't matter who's in the lineup for him. They always produce. How many Super Bowls he got? That bum.
Hey, if you want to talk about how many leads he's had in a Super Bowl. That's let's see. He had a good one with the Falcons, and then he had 2 big leads with the Niners.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like, if I asked that guy, you think Kyle Shanahan's a good offensive mind? He'd be like, well, hell yeah. And I'd be like, oh, well, how many Super Bowls? See how stupid that is? How dumb that is? Oh, Tony Dungy had Peyton Manning for years, only 1 Super Bowl. What an idiot. It's that stupid wins thing that people always do. And I'm just like, you can't be such a basic B about your wins and your losses and not take context into it.
Oh, okay.
Goodness. Sean Payton's a good coach. I'll tell you what. How about this? You know what, Nelly? They sold me. Let's get rid of Sean Payton and hire somebody else again because that went so well, whether it was Hackett or Fangio or Vance Joseph as a head coach, or whoever. No, you're right. Let's just do that. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, be reasonable. Take things holistically. The season's over. You can do that now. Did Sean Payton make a mistake or 2 or 3 in that AFC Championship game? Yeah. He did. Does his offense need to be better moving forward? Yes, it does. Do I think that you have one of the better situations as far as a coach in the league? Uh-huh. I mean, think about it this way. How many guys would you trade Sean Payton for straight up right now? Guys you would rather have running this franchise at this moment? Because my answer might be none, and I'm being serious. I don't know how many coaches could have done what he's done, given the situation you were under. Russell Wilson contract hanging over your head, taking the risk of finding a quarterback in Bo Nix or drafting the quarterback in Bo Nix, and having that work out to 2 straight playoff appearances. Taking an offense that I don't think is all that talented and making them good enough for a 14-win season? I don't get it. And here's what's funny. If the Broncos hit 2 kicks, right? 2 kicks, and they win 13-10, Sean Payton is not getting nearly the same amount of grief for any of the calls that he made in that game. You're talking about how the hell did he just take a backup quarterback to the Super Bowl? after winning the AFC Championship game. And you know what the other narrative is now, Nelly? Well, maybe Drake May's a fraud because this is what we do in sports. But now Drake May, despite his miserable game, is going to the Super Bowl, and nobody feels strongly enough to say it now. I don't know. You're looking for perfection. Not going to be there. But if you think anything other than Sean Payton's a damn good football coach, I think you're nuts. You can think some other things, by the way. You can think that he's a little bit of an ass. That's fine.
What's the question?
By the way, which Dobbins cut? Can you play it for me, Nelly? I know I got him in front of me, but which one is him talking about Sean Payton? Because this is almost to a man in this locker room.
So it starts with the ownership. They get us everything that we need to be successful here. It starts with like the hyperbaric chamber. Like I was able to get back on the practice field 2.5 months. It's because they gave me everything I needed. Like there was things I would ask Mr. Penner and he would get it to us. He would get it to me. Then like my man, Coach Sean Payton, I love him to death. He's one of my favorite coaches ever. It's been a great process with everyone here. And then the O-line and just like everybody, the brothers, like defense. I even felt like I was part of the defense, like because they wanted me here. Coach VJ wanted me here. The defense wanted me here, probably more than the offense. It's just been a great time here in my short time, and I think that I'll be here. Hopefully I will, and I think I'm a Bronco for life.
I think that everybody I've heard talk about Sean Payton in that locker room says that same thing. All of them. And Texter says he's an offensive savant, quote, good enough, shouldn't be good enough. He's a winner. That's good enough. Again, what you're looking for is like, you want this team to look the way that the Rams and Seahawks did. Great defense and great offense. Remind yourself what this team looked like 2 years ago. Like, I really don't think it's reasonable to ask for this high-flying offense in the span of a couple of years when you had so much you had to fix and you were under such cap restraints and you didn't have draft picks for years. Years. Because of the Russell Wilson and Sean Payton trades. This is where I'm going to start to judge it. If you can't find some sort of playmaking ability on offense next year that comes with a lot more consistency, then we can start to have some discussions about this. But I honestly, I don't get the way that some of these people talk about Sean Payton. It's crazy. So, a lot more to get to with this. 303-504-0925. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, so pay attention to those keywords on the 20s every hour, all day, every show. The Nuggets are back at it tonight against the best team in the East. Tune in for pregame. Nuggets Pistons at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law with tip-off just after 7 o'clock. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Gotta love that Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup at the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway apps. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Bronco. I'm a Bronco. I'm a Buckeye and I'm a Bronco. I wasn't drafted here, but I do firmly believe that I'm a Bronco. So it starts with the ownership. They get us everything that we need to be successful here. It starts with like the hyperbaric chamber. Like I was able to get back on the practice field 2.5 months. It's because they gave me everything I needed. Like there was things I would ask Mr. Penner and he would get it to us. He would get it to me. Then like my man, Coach Sean Payton, I love him to death. He's one of my favorite coaches ever. It's been a great process with everyone. It's just been a great time here in my short time, and I think that I'll be here. Hopefully I will, and I think I'm a Bronco for life.
J.K. Dobbins yesterday, as everybody is kind of doing the exit interviews on the way to the off season.
Holy crap. If you needed a recruiting video for other free agents to be that are shopping around for a team, like come to Denver, come to the Broncos, just re-cue J.K. Dobbins right there about what he gets here that he hasn't gotten elsewhere.
I'm being serious. Like, you ask any one of these guys on the way out, because Garrett Bowles had an answer like that too that we'll get to in a bit. But they are so happy to be here in a way that it hasn't been in a long, long time.
Hey, man, the culture of a workplace where if you can go in and you're confident that they're in it for your best interest.
Yeah.
Because what a lot of these people in business, look at who am I to say this? I don't run a business.
Mm-hmm.
But the cheat code is pretty simple. If you can make your employees feel invested in the process and in the goal, if the employee has something to gain,
right?
Not just money, not just financial gain, but something to gain in the process. Do you know how much better your company, your business will be?
For sure. When it's not like you need to have some sort of ownership stake within it, but it's like everybody's kind of on the same page and wants to help each other. It's a pretty powerful thing. And J.K. Dobbins, for whatever you think of J.K., and I think he's an effective running back, I have my own sort of questions on what you do with him moving forward, and it's just because of health, and it feels like that's been his entire career.
Well, let's be honest. You can't put all your chips on J.K. Dobbins because of his health history. You have to have options.
I would have
no offense.
I would have no problem in bringing him back, but you need to bring him back along with somebody else.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, R.J. Harvey's coming back. He's not going anywhere. After that,
I still think you can't be in a position where it's Tyler Bidet after that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, after that, then it's up in the air. You have to get. It sounds like we're headed to the same goal here today. The number one goal for me, I said it after the loss, is to reconfigure a run game. A legitimate run game that you can lean on when you need it desperately.
For me, it's twofold. And we'll start here because this is now the off-season show. They have spent...
Before you go there, NFL Network replayed the AFC Championship game last night.
Yeah.
There was nothing else on television that I was interested in.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched the AFC Championship game. Because I was at the game and I didn't get a full glimpse of the television.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, were there plays that
I know.
The very first play, and I hate to relive this, and I apologize,
No,
Brett.
good.
I apologize.
You're good.
They shank a punt. You don't even know where the hell it goes out of bounds because you cannot see the yard markers.
You could when I was watching on TV, Vic, they just had the end zone cam behind the punter.
Yeah.
Didn't know where it went, but I saw it come off his foot, and I was like, shanked. I don't know where it is. It's terrible.
You haven't been able to do jack squat in the second half, but here you go. They shank a punt. You have it at the 33. You're already in field goal range, technically.
Yep.
You're already in field goal range. You're already tying the game. And the very first play after the shank punt is a run by R.J. Harvey where the entire right side of the offensive line gets blown up.
Mm-hmm.
The center gets blown up. The right guard gets blown up. Everybody blown up.
Yeah.
And it's a loss of 4 on the first play after the punt. And they barely get any progress to put him in field goal range. Because in those conditions, that was a long field goal. in those conditions.
Yes. I mean, it ended up being, because that was the blocked one, right?
Yes. Was it a 45-yarder?
Yeah, 45.
Okay. That needed to be a 35-yarder. Minimum.
Yeah, you had to find a way to move forward.
Just one first down there. One first down after getting the ball at the 33-yard line, and you tie the game, and you can't run the ball.
Well, and here becomes kind of what we're discussing. And I'm not the only one who thinks this. One of the Broncos offensive linemen said the same thing. We'll get to it in a second. There is just a very stark contrast between some of the teams, like especially when you watch the NFC Championship game, the amount of different things they could have gone to. And since Sean Payton got here, him and George Payton have had a very distinct plan on how to build the team. I think it's clear, Vic. Year one was what? We're going to fortify the trenches. They went out, they signed McGlinchey and Ben Powers and Zach Allen. They got their defensive line and offensive line all put together.
As it should be.
Year two was got to find a quarterback. Mm-hmm. So that was Bo Nix, along with fortifying the defense. So you get Hufanga and you get Dre Greenlaw and you bring in guys like Malcolm Roach and you do all that. This year has to be about offense and about playmakers. It has to. And you said in the run game, absolutely. You need one in the pass game too. You have to, because I like Cortland Sutton. I think he's a good wideout. He's a good high point guy. Had a bad last couple of games, but I need somebody that puts the fear of God.
You need somebody.
In a defense.
You need somebody who you can lean on, even if they decide to shade to cover him, even if they double him.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think they did in Seattle? Well, I mean, what do you think happened in those situations? What do you think? Anybody who plays against Puka Nacua, what do they do?
Every defensive coordinator, well, both defensive coordinators in that NFC Championship game said two things. We got to stop JSN or we got to stop Puka Nacua, and nobody could.
Nobody could.
Because they're too good.
Exactly. Now, it takes, listen, man, we were all over the place this morning, but I apologize because my head's been all over the place. I am reading some posts from people that actually suggest, because Tyler Polumbus mentioned it yesterday, there are people out there among us in Broncos country, listeners even, who are suggesting somehow, some way that Sean Payton has failed at his job.
Oh,
and I need to stop.
Can you save it? Because I spent 20 minutes on this already.
I will.
We need full time.
I need you people to stick around for when we get back to this. Because if you believe that, you are, and I hate to use this, I say this with all due respect, you're clueless.
Yeah. I spent 20 minutes in the appetizer doing the same thing.
Yeah, you are clueless. And I want you to stick around to hear me tell you how clueless you are.
In the meantime, here's somebody that agrees with us in our assessment of the offense. It is Garrett Bowles.
People want to come to Denver. I mean, I'll be shocked to see how many free agencies want to come here. We got a young team. We got a quarterback. We got the best O-line in football. I don't care what anyone says we do. That's just reality. Numbers don't lie. Stats don't lie. You guys can look that up. That's just reality. When you have a dominant O-line and a dominant defensive line.
Stop. Just stop real quick. You got to be able to run the ball before you say that.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with Garrett. I love you. But you cannot run the ball.
Yeah, I have my own questions about the offensive line. Like, they're good.
A dominant O-line is one that can run the ball.
There's also, I think, they're number one in all these pass blocking grades, according to PFF. I think a lot of that has to do with Bo Nix being pretty elusive in the pocket.
Yeah, stats.
Yeah.
I don't care about stats. I care about having the ball on the 33-yard line in an AFC Championship game, and I don't care if it's a backup quarterback.
And moving people backwards.
And moving the line of scrimmage.
Yes. I agree.
They can't do that. They haven't done it all year. And I invite an offensive lineman to tell me, well, the reason is, please, if you think it's coaching, let me know. If you think it's play selection, let me know. But all I can tell you is what I see, Brett. And what I see is a 4-yard loss on 1st and 10 when you have the ball at the 33-yard line. Yeah. That's what I see.
Continue from there, Nelly.
We got the best O-line in football. I don't care what anyone says, we do. That's just reality. Numbers don't lie, stats don't lie. You guys can look that up. That's just reality. When you have a dominant O-line and a dominant defensive line, people want to come here. When you got a phenomenal quarterback in Bo, people don't give him the credit what he had the season that he had it. We have a great running back room. We got great receivers. Obviously, we need some key players to come in and do what they need to do by getting points on the scoreboard. We got a phenomenal defense. We have everything we need. We just need a couple more playmakers, and the sky's the limit for this team.
Right there, that last part. We just need a couple more playmakers, and sky's the limit for this team. I actually think he's correct on that. I think he's right. Like, if you just get a couple of more guys, I'm thinking one in the pass game, one in the run game, I think it would make a world of difference for this offense. It got way too reliant on Bo Nix making plays by himself late in that season.
And he may have masked a lot of those inefficiencies.
I think he did.
And those inadequacies. I think he masked a lot of that, and we come to find out he did. He did. Because having a quarterback who can use his wheels, even in choppy situations, really helps you. I would start with the run game. You seem to think a passing game is necessary. You have to have a receiver. I don't disagree with you. But the number one need this offseason, and it's been the number one need all season, to be honest with you. I know J.K. Dobbins made him look good. He did. Yeah. He made him look good. But J.K. Dobbins gets hurt a lot. So you better make sure you have a candidate who can fill that void.
Well, and look, I know like the free agency pool is not the sexiest thing for running back to go up and find one of those guys because there's usually a reason for it. The miles on those tires, they pick up a lot quicker than other positions. I do think there's going to be a couple of guys available that if you just want insurance policies, let's be honest, Vic, let's say they bring back J.K. Dobbins, they have R.J. Harvey, and then they sign somebody like a David Montgomery or something like that in free agency. Payton runs three backs. He uses three running backs all the time, and it doesn't really matter who it could be Jaleel, it could be Tyler Bidet. Like, he'll run three different guys out there. But it would also provide a hell of a lot of insurance for J.K. Dobbins, who I think is a good back, who's just injured a lot. Like, if J.K. Dobbins was healthy, I think he's probably seen as one of the better backs in the league. Not the best, but one of the better ones.
Well, here's the deal. If J.K. Dobbins and Bo Nix are healthy, the Denver Broncos are preparing for a Super Bowl right now.
If Dobbins and who'd you? Oh,
and Bo Nix.
Yeah, obviously.
They're preparing for a Super Bowl. But this is football. And them's are the breaks. And teams are going to have injuries. And some you can overcome, some you can't. You can overcome a backup receiver. You can overcome a backup tackle. Mm-hmm. You can overcome those. Try overcoming a lost quarterback.
Yeah,
who started every game, who left after the last play of a divisional playoff game. Try that.
I know that Kyle Shanahan gets a lot of credit for being able to just make kind of anybody work who's under center, but we're talking the AFC Championship game. It's a little bit different story than a game in October. A little bit different.
Did you see by chance yesterday? I talked about it on this show. Chase Daniel, who I know knows Sean Payton very well, played for him.
Yeah.
He broke down a play, the fumble play, and broke it down pretty accurate. Another social media video saying he was wrong, that it was not the fault of the running back there. But he never explained why he was wrong, where he was wrong, who told him he was wrong. Now, what do you think happened? Let me ask you, what do you think happened there?
Sean probably saw it.
100%.
Yeah.
And told him no. But who made the mistake if that's the case? Because you saw the play. We all did, right? It looked like it was set up for a screen, and Bidet could not find the angle. He could not hit the right angle to get out there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, because if he gets out there, and I've detailed it on my Twitter feed, he's got 30 yards of green in front of him. It's a 30-yard gain minimum.
Mm-hmm.
30-yard gain. And could not escape the pocket because he was caught in the wash. So if it's not his fault, whose is it?
Is it just Stidham's for not just taking the sack?
But I'm talking about the play falling apart. Taking the sack is also, yes, he should have thrown it away, taken the sack.
Couldn't you just say, though, Vic, that the defense made a good play, that they just 100%. Dominated?
But the defense made a good play because somebody on the offense made a mistake. Yeah, the defense made a good play because they got to Stidham. But if Bidet gets out there, then the defense looks stupid. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that would be on if it's not on him. And he didn't say it though?
No, he didn't say
he just said I was wrong.
He just said I was wrong. To which that's not good enough for me. If somebody told you seriously, if somebody told you you're wrong, well tell us why you're wrong.
Right.
Where is this wrong?
Yeah, it's strange. I don't know. Moser will join us shortly. He's trying to get to the rink right now. I guess it's a mess over in Canada.
Is he in Ottawa? Where are they?
Yes,
Toronto?
Ottawa.
Well, dude, they use the metric system. They don't. Clearly, there's some
issues. Man, I was kind of following the traveling adventures of Katie Wingy yesterday and how the Nuggets, what they needed to do to get back. So we can detail that in a second. But I want to get to the Sean Payton stuff that you're talking about because you're so right about this. And keep in mind, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Another keyword coming your way next.
Guys, I've talked to you for some time now about my low testosterone situation, right? Well, I got it fixed at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And the cool part is, with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic this year, they're also helping you go further with 4 targeted body composition plans. And it features the GH peptides and all kinds of super cool stuff designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. That's what they do. And when you combine the low T treatments with the body composition programs, a lot of guys, they're going to notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, more and more and more. So if it feels like that's something you could use, do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. And then schedule a consult. And they're going to go over everything with you. Maybe you don't even need low T treatment, but you want to get into the body composition side of things. You can do that as well. But either way, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you to improve you. Don't wait. There's no need to wait. Most men wait a year or longer. You don't have to do that. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, it's another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and it's time for another keyword. Every hour on the 20s, the keyword for this hour is Bob. Like the name Bob.
Are you anti-Italian again today? I mean, because I've noticed.
What have I done?
Well, you use a derogatory term for Italians is the keyword.
Well, I don't make the keywords. I'm Ron Burgundy.
Oh, really?
I'm Ron Burgundy. I just read them.
Well, somebody at this outfit is anti-Italian, clearly.
Wait, is that really an Italian slur?
Bob, B-O-B.
He didn't say Bob.
I said Bob.
I thought you said mob.
No, Bob.
Oh, okay.
I said the name Bob.
Oh, I thought you said mob. Oh, we're good. Yeah.
I was like, I'm very confused on how that is. Anyway.
Hey, get this dirty Bob out of here. Forget about it. Oh.
Could have been. Bob in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 gets you a chance to win tickets to the Avs and the Red Wings on Monday. Also, check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizzas, just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. But the keyword is Bob. So, I saw the same thing you did, Vic, and I'm like, there's so much in life that I feel like I'm down the middle on, and there's just people on polar opposite sides screaming. And Sean Payton feels like another example.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can understand. I think we all acknowledge Sean Payton can seem unpalatable at times.
Well, he's easy to blame because of his demeanor.
Well, Nelly just played Kurt Signetti.
No.
Give me Kurt Signetti.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
If they lose 30-10 to Miami in the national championship game, then that becomes yes. And
hey,
so
Google this.
When he's got the personality that he does, and then he messes up as he did by not taking the points, it makes it easy. But when you think about where the team was when he got here to where they are now, being 3 points, well, I guess whatever, 3 points away from tying, but a touchdown away from going to the Super Bowl with the backup quarterback. I don't know if you're looking at the forest through the trees, how any conclusion you can come to is anything other than he's done a phenomenal job.
Here is the dilemma that I think Broncos fans trying to wrap their heads around this. You need an arrogant coach to get more arrogance, infuse more arrogance into your team that was dead.
I think so.
Okay, so that's healthy. You need someone that's somewhat condescending at times, that speaks out of pocket at times.
Yeah.
That can fulfill inspiration at times. You need that. Now, does it get you in trouble? Yeah. Does the ego get the best of you on 4th and 1 when you should take the field goal? Yeah. But by and large, without that ego, without that mindset, the Broncos are nowhere near where they are right now. And I don't want to. I just, it amazes me again. I agree with Tyler Polumbus, who tweeted out something very simple. He said, "Listen, so many people are trying to run Sean Payton out of town, and he doesn't get it." And I said the same thing. He helped resuscitate a franchise that for 10 years could do nothing right. And he did it quickly. He did it with the highest salary going to a quarterback who doesn't play for a team. He did it. However way you want to say it, he did it. And for people to suggest that he's not the right coach, you guys are crazy. Can he do some things differently? Of course.
Yeah. It's funny you said resuscitate the team. But it was more than that. He didn't just take a team that wasn't, like Dion resuscitated the football program in CU. They became relevant when they previously weren't.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
But they didn't have the success from a wins-losses standpoint to go along with it. Mm-hmm. He's done that in like 2 short years with a quarterback that everybody thought that they were crazy for taking at 12th overall. He was a 6th quarterback off the board. Within 2 years, he had that team in the AFC Championship game. They made back-to-back playoff appearances. But I know what the issue is here. The winning wasn't enough for a lot of Broncos fans, and a lot of times in football, it's like this too. Look at the Eagles, by the way, Vic. I think it's a pretty good example. Are Eagles fans happy with their football team? They just won a Super Bowl a year ago. But their offense stunk.
Mm-hmm.
They won games, but their offense stunk. And a lot of fans just can't accept that.
Listen to me. take it from those of us in this side of the business. Most people on this side of the business do not like Sean Payton. Why?
Because he's not very
Kind.
cordial.
Yeah. So if people on this side, and I'm one of those people who think you're crazy, he's the best thing to ever happen to this team. I can look past that stuff. I don't need a coach to be nice to me. I don't care about someone who's nice to me. I don't care if he likes me. I don't care.
Evan.
Yeah, I don't need a friend. I'm not going to hold his hand when times are tough. I'm not going to pick up a phone and call him when I need. I don't care. Can you coach? Someone writes in on the text line, I think most of the credit should go to ownership and George Payton. Those folks should not be without credit. George Payton has done a lot of great moves. And the ownership, without them, you don't have this opportunity. But let me tell you right now, you can have the greatest owner in the world. If you don't hire the right coach, you ain't going anywhere.
No.
You ain't going anywhere.
And I also think wrong. I mean, yes, ownership is a very important aspect to all of this. Very important. But I mean, if you're not going to give Sean Payton credit for this, then what are we doing? What's the point of a head coach to you then?
Jeff writes in, there's a difference between nice and respectful. He's neither. I don't care. Honestly, I mean this. Do I wish he were nicer at times? Do I snicker with my fellow media brethren?
He would make his life easier.
Yeah, it would make his life easier.
Yes.
Do we always say, gosh, what a jerk thing to say? Do we say, yeah. But at the end of the day, none of that matters. It really doesn't.
Here's where I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, especially on offense. I don't think they've made the investments in the offensive side yet like he would like to because they had other pressing needs. Well, I think I was proven right on one thing, Vic, about his lack of commitment to the run game. I do think it's been proven it's about personnel because he ran the ball with J.K. Dobbins, and the second he left, it disappeared again. I think a lot of this is personnel stuff.
You know what he did when he first got this job? He did exactly what you claimed he should do. He took a job in the AFC West where he was facing a couple pass-happy quarterbacks, one of which was a perennial Super Bowl quarterback.
Yeah.
You build your defense first.
That's how you differentiate
exactly
yourself.
Right.
You aren't going to be better than Mahomes.
So he decided to do what we're talking. It's why his offense has lacked. It's why we're talking about this offseason focus on the offense. It's why we're here saying you need this, you need that weapon, because they spent their money, their time, their resources, their diligence on the defensive side of the football for that reason. And without that defense, Broncos fans, they're not in the position they're in right now. They're not in the AFC Championship game. They're not.
By the way, it's a total credit. Do you know how hard it has to be? And I don't know how many coaches would do this. When you have an expertise and you were the leader of a football team, you can do whatever you want. He's got carte blanche within that organization.
He could have said, screw it, I'm going to be a mad scientist and be all offense here.
You could have taken every draft
100%.
pick, every single cent of free agency and been like, watch what I can do with this
exactly.
offense.
Hey, VJ, screw off. I'm spending all this money on, give me a split end who can do some funny things. I don't care.
Split end.
Whatever. I don't care if you need Zach Allen in the trenches.
Exactly.
I'm using that money elsewhere.
It's a credit to him for being like, I recognize what's best for the team. And now, I think in year 3, you're going to have to see some real improvement on offense from a consistency standpoint. Like, here's my fear, Vic, heading into next season, if things are kind of like status quo, if the team is largely the same. And look, they will be, and that's a good thing, having consistency and not a lot of roster turnover. If you really think about it, which guys are left to sign contracts to that you need? JFM is like the only one, right? And that depends on if you want to do it or not. The fear that I have is the way that you won this year is going to be really hard to replicate next year. It's the same thing that happened with Kansas City. Kansas City's record in one-score games last year, late-game heroics, was amazing.
Yeah.
This year didn't work out the same because it's really hard to do that 2 years in a row.
I think people, and listen, tell me if you're one of these people. I think you're confusing nice with effective. People want both. They want a nice guy who's effective. A real, easygoing, Gary Kubiak. Gary Kubiak was just a good dude, right? Took a lot to rile him up.
Yeah.
He never talked down to anybody. He was never condescending toward anybody in the media. He would answer questions respectfully, and he won a Super Bowl. Okay? Fine. Not everybody's like that. Not everybody's built that way. This guy's not that. But I'm here to tell you, the sooner you get over that bothering you, the better. It doesn't bother me that he's mean to Luka. It doesn't bother me that he's mean to me or you. It doesn't bother me.
The thing that confuses me is it doesn't matter what people on the outside think of him. Did you guys hear what the players inside the locker room think of him?
Did you hear what J.K. Dobbins said of him? Did you hear? I mean, the players love him because I think he understands he goes to bat for them. They get that. And that's all you really need.
Yeah.
Listen, we all have misconceptions, misperceptions. At the end of the day, though, man, do you get the job done or not? How many coaches could have waltzed in here, got rid of a quarterback who you owe a lot of money to, undertaken that ridiculous cap hit, that dead money, drafted a quarterback of your choice, turned around, and in year number 3, led that team to a number 1 seed in an AFC title game? Did you fall short? Hell yeah. Did it hurt? Hell yeah. Did he make the wrong decision on 4th and 1? Hell yeah. All of that can be true. But I could probably count on 3 fingers the amount of coaches who could pull that off. And just by pulling that off, the fact that some of you think that he's not the right guy, you're insane.
By the way, reminder, the keyword for this hour is Bob. B-O-B. So text that first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Nelly, the first time he said it, everybody on the text line agrees with me. You said mob.
I think they might have said mob because you said mob.
No. We're going to go back. Forensics team.
Now, this is another like Dom Perignon where my D's sound like T's.
You said mob.
I didn't.
That was an anti-Italian directive launched at me.
It was Bob. But, Nelly, you got JK queued up. Let's listen to this again.
Then, like, my man, Coach Sean Payton, I love him to death. Like, he's one of my favorite coaches ever.
You tell me, by the way. I asked this question out loud.
Mm-hmm.
How many head coaches in the league, if you could trade straight up, 1 for 1, would you trade Sean Payton for?
Kyle Shanahan, maybe. Sean McVay.
I don't even know if I do it.
I mean, it depends. Everybody's different, but those are the coaches in his class. Those are the coaches.
Well, this is what's funny. Somebody said this is in the appetizer. If he's such an offensive genius, then why does he only have 1 Super Bowl? And I was like, I don't know. Do you think Kyle Shanahan's a good offensive mind? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have any.
There's a lot of great
McVay's
coaches that
only
don't
got
have
1.
any.
Tony Dungy had 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of great coaches that don't have Super Bowls. There's a lot riding on that. Has he lost big games? Yeah, he has. He's been close. He's now 1-3 in championship games. Did you know that? He's 1-3 in championship games.
Well, one of them was that ridiculous Rams game.
Yes.
With the pass interference.
Yes. Yeah. But he's gotten there. He understands how to build a winning culture. He does. Somebody on the text line, 4315, Vic, it should bother you that Sean P. paid people to hurt people. I think he's referring to Bountygate in New Orleans.
Yeah. What was that guy's name? Greg Williams? Something Williams?
Yeah, 2 G's.
Yeah. 3 G's.
7 G's.
Yeah.
Now, was that cool? No. Was it on my watch here? No. Did he pay a price? Did he pay a penalty for that? Yeah. He got suspended, correct? An entire
for
season?
A year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to spend your time hiring altar boys and just altar boys, good luck.
Yeah, no kidding.
Good luck winning. Let me tell you something. Do you think that's a roster of altar boys? Do you think there are players on the team who are suspicious in nature?
I think you have 70 guys on a roster. You're going to have a couple of them that, aren't the greatest people, would be my guess.
I mean, look at our outfit.
Just like
here.
your business.
Yeah, look at our station. There's some bad people that work here.
I have no idea what Nelly does in his free time. I am terrified of what's going on, like, in his crawl space.
He could cut you.
By the way, he said he pulled the tape. Let's listen.
Let's hear.
The keyword for this hour is Bob.
Yes!
Like the name Bob.
Oh, no.
No.
Yes, you did. You
Do
are
it again.
anti-Italian.
Do it again.
Racist.
The keyword for this hour is Bob.
Yep.
I went,
No,
Bob.
No. Hey, Nellie.
Bob.
Nellie.
There was a clear
Nellie.
Bob.
Nellie. The key word for all of you listening is supposed to be Bob. But because this man hates the Payton so much, hates him, he will do anything he can.
Hang on, let me try this again. Because I had
Say Bob.
There was a runway that I had to it though. I said
Say
the
Bob.
keyword is Bob.
I want you to say Bob into a microphone.
Bob.
All right, now Nellie, play what he said. Play what he said.
The keyword for this hour is Bob.
Say it into a microphone. Bob. Okay.
There was I was
Second dick shot.
I was leaving the runway. I was like gearing up the airplane. That's all it was.
Vic is a hypocrite. I'm sure he was trashing Payton when he was in New Orleans when Bountygate came out. Did I like Bountygate? No. Was I trashing Sean Payton? I said he's their problem. Was I happy when the Broncos signed Sean Payton as a coach? Recue the tape that day.
Hey guys.
Recue the tape. I was doing somersaults.
You want to talk about being a hypocrite? Did you guys? Your best guess, Vic. Maybe they weren't paid for it. Do you think the Orange Crush defense was out there to crack some skulls?
You know, this whole violence thing, paid players to... I get it. There's a line that you cross.
You shouldn't be paying guys to try and hurt people, but they try and hurt people every time they take the field.
I'm going to speak softly into this microphone for this, whoever wrote that in about hurting people. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you a little hint. And I want to ask you if you've ever played football, first of all. Have you ever played football, full uniform, at any level? Not flag football, not that trash, because that's not football. The intent of football, especially if you're a defensive player, the intent deep down is to hurt the person coming at you.
You don't think Hufanga's trying to hurt somebody when he hits him?
Now, you may say there's a proper way to do that. You may say, well, just bring the ball carrier to the ground. You may say all of that, and it's nice, and it's nice. Everybody's nice. But deep down, you want to knock the living crap out of that person to the point where that person will not get back up and finish the game. That's football.
Yeah.
Now, you may not understand it. You may not welcome that. You may think, oh, he's being dramatic. But I want all people who played football, especially on the defensive side, I want you to join the show, text in, call, whatever. Tell me if that's not what football really is. And it sounds barbaric, it sounds savage, but if you've ever played the game, that's what football is. What it is.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Still don't recognize the tone of Tulatero? Well, it's the favorite lottery app of many where you can participate in games like Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, Powerball. Download Tulatero, register with the code MAGIC, and with that code, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game. And guess what? Mega Millions tonight, the estimated jackpot, $285 million. Remember, download Tulatero, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC to try your luck. Tulatero, it's your lottery app. The keyword for this hour is Bob. Like the name Bob.
Are you anti-Italian again today?
I mean, I did say right afterwards, like the name Bob. There's some, I don't know what it is about the way that I speak.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes my D's sound like T's. I don't know what that is.
Let me read some of the text here to support what I was saying about Sean Payton and people calling me a hypocrite because I don't call him out for his days in New Orleans. And to one of the texters, I said, not only did I not call him out, I knew Sean Payton's resume. I knew what he was about. I read everything in his little Wikipedia history page. And guess what? I said, he's the perfect guy for this job.
Yeah.
Perfect guy. I was so happy when the Broncos made that hire. Perfect guy for the job.
Yep.
And I've said, and you've said, football's a violent game. And if you can't stand a coach who pushes the violent nature of the game, then I don't think you understand the game.
I just got a text.
You don't understand the game.
Just got a text from my boy Marcus Washington, former Buff that's listening.
Yeah.
As a DB, I tried to hit a wide receiver in their chest and come out the other side of their body.
100%. I can read text after text. Here's one right here, 6993. Vic is absolutely correct. I played junior high and high school football. Good players would play both ways, and the intent of a defensive player is putting a hit on someone, and that's it. Hitting them as hard as they can across the middle. That was football. That was football, and it remains football. And guess what? If you didn't have rules that they have to abide by, could you imagine these games being played out without penalties? Could you imagine the barbaric nature of the game if guys weren't penalized 15 yards for some of the things they want to do?
Well, it would look a lot like Deacon Jones, wouldn't it? I still remember there's some highlights from back in the day of guys like throwing their cleats in another dude's face mask. Like, it's a violent sport. I don't know what people are talking about. Whatever.
5725. Our sororities played football. And during the game, somehow a girl from another sorority broke her leg. Oops. We won.
It's hilarious. Hey, by the way.
Because you know what you people are? All those people chiming in because there's one after another. There's 100 texts right now. Over 100. You're real. And I like to say I'm real on the show. And anybody who runs from what football really is, and it will always remain this, and it's why I can't stand the flag football in the Olympics, because it's not football. It's not it. If you remove the physical intent in football, the physical intent to hurt the other person,
yeah,
and that's what it is.
The sport stops.
Then it's not the sport.
Yeah. By the way, Nuggets are back at it tonight against the best team in the East. Tune in for pregame of Nuggets Pistons at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law with tip-off just after 7. Just quickly here, I'll give you an update because I was following Katie Wingy on their travels here. Here's what she said at the end of the day.
What an
This
odyssey.
is right after they got here. Looks like a great movie, by the way, coming out. I can't wait. Odyssey?
Oh, with
Matt Damon.
Did you hear how
John
much
Bernthal.
weight he went on a 3-month fast?
Yeah. So here's what she said. Nuggets travel day from Memphis, delayed to the airport, arrived around 2 p.m. The plane was parked for the 48 hours of the storm, so it was frozen all around and to the ground. De-icing took close to 2 hours. They took off at 5:48 p.m. They arrived in Denver at 7, and once they touched down in Denver, they had 24 hours before tip-off for tonight's game against Detroit. This will be another game without Jokic, by the way. It looks like he's getting closer and closer to returning to the lineup. But with Aaron Gordon being out with another hamstring problem, guess what, Vic? You're back to 4 of your 5 starters being out of the lineup again tonight, and it'll be just Jamal Murray that will be on there. Now, I say 4 of your 5 starters out. I don't know if that includes you thinking Peyton Watson's going to be a part of that when everybody's healthy again. But for the opening day starting 5, 4 or 5 will be out again. And here's what's remarkable. During this run, like the Nuggets are 7-3 in their last 10 games. Mm-hmm. They're now tied, exact same record, number 2 seed in the Western Conference against San Antonio. If you gave me 1,000 guesses on what would happen in the month that Jokic is out of the lineup, this is not one of my options.
I don't disagree with you.
Not only do they not move, they actually improve to tie for second.
Listen to this. Of the last 10 games played, I look at the NBA season in a span of 10 games apiece. 10 games, 10 games. That's the way George Karl used to do it. Monthly, 10-game stretches, 10 games. Do you realize over the last 10 games, the Nuggets have the third best 10-game record in the NBA? Third best. Third! Let me repeat this. The best, Detroit, who they play tonight, 8-2. I looked at this last night. And the LA Clippers, 8-2, believe it or not, over the last 10. The Denver Nuggets, 7-3 over the last 10. All without, not just Jokic, because I've been slapping my hand about this. Not just Jokic. Jokic, Cam Johnson, Christian Brown. Many times it's Jonas Valanciunas.
Sometimes it's Jamal.
And sometimes it's Aaron Gordon.
And sometimes it's AG. Like, it's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Why?
And
so why do you think this is? Why is this happening?
You know what? First of all, what we said at the beginning of the season, that this is the deepest team that the Jokic-era Nuggets have ever had. That is true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
You've also gotten guys who have really stepped up and played well when they've gotten their moment in the spotlight, which I think is also impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also tell you this, and maybe this is something nobody wants to hear because you just want to give credit to the Nuggets, and you know what? You should. I think this is embarrassing for everybody else in the West. They had a month without the best player in the world on the Denver Nuggets, and Vic, nobody jumped them? No one?
Mm-hmm.
That's embarrassing for them. How the hell did they allow that?
Mm-hmm.
Think about how pissed you'd be if for a month the Thunder were without Shea and J-Dub and Chet Holmgren, and you take the pick of another guy, Dort, and you didn't gain any ground on the Thunder. Wouldn't that piss you off?
It would, yeah. Not only have they gained or maintained ground, but they are finding that the young players can play. They are actually enriching themselves at the same time.
Yeah.
Because the trade deadline, my friend, take a look at your trusty calendar. It's next week.
Is it next week?
I believe it's February the 5th. I believe. Take a good look. The 5th of February. I will be in San Francisco for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Super Bowl week. But trust me, on that day, on the 5th of February, the news will be NBA free agency. Now, I don't know what the Nuggets are going to do, the trade deadline, I should say, not free agency. I don't know if the Nuggets are going to do anything. But I just know this. They suddenly have a bunch of players who are tradable.
Yeah.
Who we didn't think would be tradable.
Are you looking to acquire?
I don't know, dude.
Or are you, like, good?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what they can do because of their financial restrictions. I mean, would they want to shed some salary if it's not, like, I'll give you this. If you know so-and-so are not going to be in your playoff rotation, because once the All-Star break comes, do you realize there's only like 30 games left? Less than that, I think.
Yeah.
Like the season is pretty much winding down.
Mm-hmm.
So if you know what your playoff rotation is going to be.
I just realized why it feels like this season has gone so fast. The Broncos have never made it this far.
You're exactly right. Because because the Broncos have carried you to late January.
Yeah.
And usually their season was done a month earlier. And
well, usually it was done like late November, right. And you're just waiting.
Because the Broncos carried you that far, now you're like, wait, you mean the NHL and the NBA seasons are more than half over?
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly what's
crazy.
happening. So all I'm saying is, if you know a player is not going to be in your rotation, and that player's got a price tag that you're not willing to carry into next season or the season after, wouldn't it make sense at this point?
Who are you talking about here?
Well, there's certain
Zeke?
players on this team that I don't know if they're going to be in the playoff rotation. Do you?
Look.
Do you think Zeke will be in the play? Do you think Zeke, Jalen Pickett, do you think these guys, Julian Strother, do you think they'll be in the playoff rotation?
No, not unless there's injury.
So if you're not in it and you have some opportunities there, maybe that's what you use this trade deadline for. Maybe not. Maybe they do nothing.
Look, if you're still looking to trade Zeke Najee, the stock's never been higher, right? For him. And it's not like he's played amazing, but he's played well enough that somebody would be like, yeah, I could take a flyer on him, something. I don't know.
I want you to look something up for me because I had this conversation with Chris Dempsey. And a lot of people are saying, well, Payton Watson, you got to re-sign him. You got to bring him back. Just, some people have suggested trade Cam Johnson. Now, I don't know what their intent is, what they
Can
plan
they
to
even do that?
Yeah, they could trade Cam. Sure they can.
Isn't there some rule about trading for somebody? There's a certain amount of time you have to wait to trade him?
That's passed.
It's gone? Okay.
Yeah. But I want you to look up Cam Johnson's salary real quick. Give me his numbers. Term, numbers, everything. And as soon as you come up with these numbers, I'm going to say something to you that may...
He signed a 4-year, $94.5 million deal. So
what's
what's
he at right
left on that is one more year. Next year will be $27 million, it looks like.
$27 million, 1 year. Okay. So that's what you would define as a tradable contract because the terms are ending after next year, correct?
I'm sorry, 22.5.
22.5. $22.5 million. So the terms are ending next year.
Yes.
What if I told you, and hear me out on this, $22.5 million contract per year. What if I told you that Payton Watson may have already priced himself out of that?
More than 22.5?
Yeah. What if I told you there's a team out there to say,
yeah,
screw it, we're going to pay 28?
If he's on the open market, he would absolutely get more than that.
He's going to be a restricted free agent. That means anybody can bid on him.
Yeah.
The Nuggets can match. But if he continues to play at this pace, that number goes up every game he plays.
Yeah. Yep. No, he's the curious case of Payton Watson and what to do with him moving forward. It's like, again, Vic, it's a short and long-term discussion. Short term, is he a starter now? Because I think he is.
Yeah.
I don't think you can look at the way that he played and be like, you don't deserve to be in the starting lineup. There's no way you can do that.
Now, it's great to have depth. Extreme depth is even better, right? Like Oklahoma City has extreme depth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go to the bottom of their lineup and those guys play.
Right.
So the Denver Nuggets have proven now, not only do they have depth, they've got extended depth.
Yep.
That's great to carry you through a regular season. It's awesome when you can go 7-3 in the last 10 games without your studs. It's awesome. However, it's almost wasteful in the playoffs where your rotation is 9 deep at the most. It's like, what do you do there?
Look, man, with the way that injuries have plagued this team once the postseason starts, not bad to have some reliable things that might not be in the totally healthy rotation.
By the way, I think it's good news to know that we haven't gotten a Shams Charania tweet about AG. I think that's good news because it means perhaps it's not as bad as it looked. Maybe it's manageable. Because usually you get one of 4 to 6 weeks, reassess depth. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
4 to 6 weeks. Let's wait. We didn't get one of those. Maybe they're keeping it closer to the vest on this one. I don't know.
He's had so many hamstring problems, man. So many.
And to be totally honest with you, I don't know what the fix is there.
I don't
Once
either.
you have muscle pulls, I don't know what you do to prevent muscle pulls. Because I think it just becomes part of who you are. I mean,
right.
Have you ever pulled a hamstring?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was 31 the first time I pulled a hamstring. And then it happened all the time.
It's brutal.
And then it just happens all the time. Hamstring, calf, calf, hamstring, hamstring. It happens all the time. And it's like, how do you get out of this cycle?
The second you think you're good, you're not good. I don't know. It sucks for him because he's been dealing with this for 2-3 years now. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Hey, if you're looking for something delicious for dinner, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. You can feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, in 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Back after this.
Vic Lombardi here. If you're watching online or on Altitude Television, you can see I am wearing my readers. And I have to hassle with these things all the time to read this commercial. Readers, bifocals. Well, for those of you who don't want to wear these anymore, I have a solution. It's called Refractive Lens Exchange from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. Vic Lombardi here. You're having trouble reading those menus, texting on your phone, all that stuff. This is the perfect time to do it without glasses, without contacts, without all of that business. Cudarelli Vision RLE. It's the permanent solution to spending your good active years without reading glasses. You'll never develop a cataract either. That's part of the procedure. I visited Dr. Cudarelli, and he told me, he's point blank about it. He said, listen, your eyes are going bad, but they're not bad enough just yet for RLE. He was pretty matter of fact. You have to wait a little bit. You'll get there, and then we'll fix you. So whether you need LASIK, EVO, ICL, or this, refractive lens exchange, trust Dr. Cudarelli to tell you which one is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. That's Cudarelli Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, or cataracts. That's coloradorle.com.
So, Vic, you brought something up after, it was yesterday, after the AFC Championship game and the way that it finished. Florio, Pro Football Talk, had this yesterday on Twitter. Everyone hates the idea of neutral site conference championship games until the fourth quarter of the Patriots-Broncos, which was unplayable and unwatchable. So he is saying that he thinks conference championship games should be neutral site to avoid weather. Insane. Now, I'm with you on this. Like, I think the weather part, and I know the football hardos out there are going to be like, that's what football is. You play in all types of weather.
We just did an entire segment being the hardo, the tough guy, right? We talked about how football is a violent sport. So I agree with that. I disagree with football has to be played in the elements to be football. Well, I don't.
Here's the problem. The problem is this. You have catered every single rule. You have quarterbacks making $60 million a year because you have made the pass game the most important detail in football. Mm-hmm. And then when weather eliminates that, it's becoming a different product you're watching.
You're playing the game with one arm tied behind your back. Again, I invite you to please watch the second half of Broncos and Patriots. As I did last night, I entered a torture chamber. I did it to myself. It was on NFL Network because I won't go to my DVR. I'm not that masochistic. But I did watch NFL Network because it was on.
Yep.
And I said, okay, I'm going to watch this again. I'm going to really detail where things went wrong, where things went south. I was there, and it looked bad. Watching it on television, trust me when I say this, is not nearly as bad as it was being there.
Really?
It's not.
Because it looked terrible on TV.
Being there, it was worse. When you went to the field level, Coach Sanford and I walked down to get ready for our live shot afterwards. We were at field level before we got out, and I'm looking out there and I'm saying, how do you even attempt a 5-yard pass?
Yeah.
You can't see 5 yards in front of you when you're going one direction because the snow is literally whipping in your face. So you eliminate one part of your offense. You can't throw the ball. Yeah. It's not possible.
I think the idea of a neutral site conference championship game is ridiculous because it's part of earning the 1 seed is you get to play at home until the Super Bowl. Like that you've earned the right now to have the home field advantage.
Yeah.
That would be eliminated if you did this.
Did you hear what Adam Troutman said? They're on the line of scrimmage lining up. He said they had trouble seeing the Patriots defenders in alignment, the safeties, because they're wearing white and the snow was coming down sideways and they couldn't even tell what alignment they were in at times.
I wonder if that affected Stidham's throw to Mims that eventually ended the game.
Yeah, that and the wind. It probably just sailed up on him.
Yeah.
You know, that's why it's just a crapshoot. I mean, you could have thrown it up for grabs every time. I mean, in hindsight, I kept saying, just give Cortland Sutton a 50-50 ball and let his size take over. I kept saying that, but how do you give somebody a 50-50 ball where you don't know where he is or you don't know where the ball's going to fly to?
Like, I'm trying to think of other sports if they just had weather elements that affected the game, if we think the same thing. Like, if just for some reason, inside Ball Arena, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals.
Rain.
Not even rain. Just a giant wind that you shoot a 3 and the ball moves 2 feet to the right.
Got to deal with it.
And we'd just be like, what? It's the elements. Everybody's got to deal with it. Do it.
Yeah, both teams got to deal with it.
Like, I just can't imagine that.
with rain.
You're so right. Think about any sport. In hockey, this is true. We hear about it all the time. Bad ice.
Mm-hmm.
Sloppy ice. So who does it hurt if you have a game with bad ice? Who does it hurt most?
The team with speed.
Exactly right. That's why we hear it all the time.
Yeah.
It's the team with speed, the team that can use the ice to their advantage. So if you slop up the ice, that's going to help a slower team. Right. You know, the other thing that happens in football that is very undervalued, Notre Dame was guilty of doing this, and I'll raise my hand. When they played USC back in the early 2000s, they let the grass grow to about 3 to 4 inches, like a deep U.S. Open rough.
Yeah.
Because that USC team had Reggie Bush. It had so much speed. They said, well, how do we counteract that? Let's play in the weeds.
How much did that matter? An extra couple inches.
I think it matters when you're trying to run. I think it matters. Yeah. So there are things you could do from a home field advantage, but you cannot tell me that playing in the snow, that specific snow, because there's different levels of snow. We saw in Chicago when it was really cold and there were flurries, you could still throw the ball.
Yeah.
We saw both teams throw the ball.
Right.
You could not throw the ball in these particular conditions.
Well,
so how is that, and as a viewer and as a fan, even if you went to the game, how is that entertaining you? Because it wasn't to me. It wasn't. It was crap.
I thought that forever. I mean, I know it's like the spectacle of a snow game looks really cool. It's not good for viewability, which is what matters. And this is why if I'm an owner, and this is why the Penners are doing this, Walton Penners, they're giving themselves the option, which I think is the proper way to do it. Because it's usually beautiful here. That's what's so funny about that game, Vic.
It's the warmest home schedule in the history of Denver Broncos football.
I mean, it was cold. I understand it was cold. But it wasn't crazy cold for January. Yeah. It was just January cold, but we've had 55 every day this winter.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe in fate?
Yeah.
Are you a fatalist?
Yes.
I think the older I get, the more fatalistic I become. And I look at the Broncos season, and I say to myself, because I said it on this show, I said the one thing the Broncos haven't done yet is they haven't proven they can play in the elements. Do you remember me saying that? Because I remember saying it. Does anybody remember me saying that? I said the only thing they haven't done is proven they can play in the elements.
I don't remember that.
Because every home game this year has been beautiful. The Green Bay game, for crying out loud, which was what? Was that a December game?
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
It was like mid-September weather.
Mm-hmm.
It was absolutely gorgeous in that stadium and on the field. So isn't it fatalistic to know that the most important game of the year, during the most important time of the game, when you needed to score, fate brought you the worst weather of the season?
Well, it's that on top of... It's funny. I actually went back and I started thinking about the things that we were talking about yesterday. It was weather, and it was Sean Payton's 4th and 1. Like, let's be honest. What did you in? It's not having Knicks. That was it.
And a run game, but a run game too. A run game.
But Vic.
But you led. But see, you led without Knicks. You led the game without Knicks. You were you still had a chance
for a minute.
But
yeah.
but you still see. This is where people are getting this wrong, in my opinion. If you had assured me a second half of good weather, of the weather we saw in the first half, I think it's a different result.
I don't know. I heard you talk about that. Sanford did too. That's a lot of assuming things.
It is.
That feels a lot like the Nuggets lost Game 7 to Minnesota. They would have been in the finals.
Okay.
It's like, all right, that's a big assumption.
Would you grant me this?
They'd have a better shot.
Would you grant me this? Do you think the Broncos would have a better shot at beating New England with good weather or playable weather or the slop we saw?
Well, yeah, better weather.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying. If you're one of those proponents of bad weather football and it being fun to watch, it depends on your perspective. It's fun if you have that kind of team. But if you don't have a four-wheel drive and you're driving around in a front-wheeled Nissan, maybe it's not so good.
I've just thought since that game was done, I mean, first of all, there's no question. There's no change in my mind on this, and I know this is an assumption too. You win that game with Knicks. I'm convinced of it. But for like when I heard Sanford say that if the weather didn't come in, that he thinks the Broncos would have won. You're eliminating like 2 straight quarters where it wasn't snowing and you didn't move the football.
You know, the other thing that really hit me hard after rewatching the game is how little, and this kid's only 23 years old. Man, when I found out he was 23 and Jim Nantz relayed the story that Drake May and his father attended Super Bowl 50 in Santa Clara. He was 13 years old at the time, and they attended that game. And to know that a 13-year-old was up there in the stands somewhere, and someday that 13-year-old would come down from the stands and beat the Broncos in the AFC title game, and look at now he's playing in Santa Clara. It's crazy stuff. It's fate. It's fate. But rewatching the game, he did nothing.
Nope.
He ran for a first down. He had that 28-yard scramble, and he had a flea flicker. And that's it.
Yeah.
You know what he did? He didn't turn over the ball. Jarrett Stidham turned it over.
They made sure at the end of the game he wasn't going.
Other than that, Jarrett Stidham had the best pass of the game.
Yeah.
Jarrett Stidham had a couple scrambles himself, right? But the one thing Jarrett Stidham did that Drake May did not, He turned it over. He gave the other team 7 points, essentially.
Yeah. Stidham was just,
Drake May did nothing to win that game.
Well, that's what's funny. I was bringing this up to Nelly earlier, that for all the talk about Sean Payton, for the people flying off the handle about him, had he not turned the ball over, and let's say that that's the difference, that the Broncos now win that game 7-3, right? That would be the score. Sean Payton and the fourth down decision now is a more moot point. That's just like, oh, yeah, I think you should have taken the points, but whatever, the Broncos won. And what's the flip side of that? Everybody is questioning Drake May. Everyone. Being like, hey, man, in that moment, you could only put up 3 points. Mm-hmm. You threw for 86 yards. Like, that's now the conversation surrounding it. But now he's going on to the Super Bowl and whatever. Things change. What is that? What is the old saying? History is written by the winners or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's kind of what it is.
Did you see what happened to poor Kurt Warner on X?
Mm-mm.
Kurt Warner issued a tweet saying he can't remember a worse offensive performance by a team that just won a Super Bowl berth than the Patriots. He said it was just...
He's right.
And just go back and read his tweet. I retweet. Take a look at the Boston fans. What they're doing to that poor guy.
But that's objectively true.
I know, but the Boston fans are special.
What are they trying to say?
They're special. Oh, another thing. I got to get DMac on there. DMac did a hit that he posted with a Boston, regional sports network where he got...
After the game?
No, he did it just yesterday, where the host thoroughly abused him, and he accepted it without any retort, and I was so disappointed in DMac.
How dare he?
The host was saying how your team sucks, Denver sucks, your program, your organization sucks, and he did nothing to retort those comments. DMac, you got to fix that.
Okay, let's try and find it. In the meantime, we have another keyword coming your way in 5 minutes. Stick around.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and your 820 keyword is Joe. Text Joe.
Here we go again.
Joe. What is it now? What?
I'm just tired of the anti-Italian, the fervent nature.
What's this one?
Well, it's the third most common name. Joseph. So first one was Mob. Now you're going with Joey.
Hang on a second. Are you having Italians taking credit for the name Joseph?
Oh, yeah, we brought that to earth.
Bible would beg to differ.
They took it from us.
I'm pretty sure.
Took what?
Italy wasn't a thing when some of those disciples were running around.
Oh, yeah, Joey was already there.
Oh, Joey Cold Cuts over there next to Joseph, the disciple. Anyway, Joe in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 gets you in the running for the Avs in Red Wings tickets on Monday. Papa Murphy's, the home of $10 Tuesdays, just $10 for any large pizza order at papamurphys.com. But that 820 keyword is Joe.
Joe, think about this. It doesn't take a detective to figure out. The first keyword was mob. The second one was
Bob.
Joey. This is ridiculous. What's next? Safe? What's next? Hair gel?
It's Rico case, actually. All right. So the Nuggets back in action tonight. Keep it right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 7 o'clock for that. Can I just quickly? Here's I know we're a couple weeks away from a Super Bowl, but can I say something that I think is remarkable? And there's two different perspectives on this. I'll take Sam Darnold's first. Did you know this is his fourth team in 4 years?
It's crazy, isn't it? So if you track his career, he's drafted by the Jets. He was seeing ghosts as a Jet. Remember that?
Yep.
Remember that was very well. Everybody understood. They shot that look of him on the sideline staring into the abyss, and you thought his career was over. Did everybody think that at the time?
He goes to Carolina in 2021, and he makes some starts. I'm trying to remember what happened.
Well, he didn't keep his job. That's what happened.
No, he didn't. So then he gets shipped off to San Francisco.
And I think that's where the rehab started.
It's always like the revival for somebody.
Funny?
Yeah.
The rehab started with Shanahan in San Francisco.
But he didn't play. He didn't play
but
in
he
San
got
Fran.
reps. He was at practice. He understood the system. He got a system in place to where I think that was his football rehab.
So then he goes to Minnesota.
Plays
If you remember, dude, he's had back-to-back 14-win seasons as a starting quarterback for two different teams.
Yeah.
In Minnesota, they're 14-2. They're playing the final game of the season against Detroit, who's also 14-2. Mm-hmm. If he wins that game, they're the 1 seed.
Yeah.
They lose the first game of the playoffs, and the Vikings go, hey, thanks for the fun. We're going with the young kid McCarthy. Have fun in Seattle. To only go, again, 14-win season, number 1 seed, now in the Super Bowl. It is a remarkable redemption story. Also, what the hell are you thinking if you're a Vikings fan right now? That you watch the guy.
I don't get it. You know why? Because in Minnesota, they give all the credit to their head coach for making Sam Darnold what he is. No, that was Sam Darnold.
Now, Sam Darnold, I'll tell you this, he knows how to pick them.
Mm-hmm.
What are two brilliant scenarios you can be in if you're a quarterback who's good but maybe not like elite level? I got an idea. Let's find two teams that have stellar defenses with weapons everywhere.
Yeah.
Think about it. Minnesota had Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, Jordan Addison, Aaron Jones, like a whole bunch of guys on offense with a great defense. Now he's in Seattle. Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker, JSN, Rashid Shaheed, Cooper Kupp, along with an amazing defense. Like surrounding yourself with great things. I think this is about fit. It's about sort of right place, right time, but capitalizing on an opportunity. I don't know if we've seen somebody have this level of success at that position from a wins-losses standpoint that's been passed on 4 times in 4 years.
Let me ask you a simple question. I still harbor ill will towards Seattle by the way they shook up the Broncos franchise Super Bowl 48. However, I can easily look past that.
I hope they win by 50.
I was going to ask you, is there anyone alive today listening to this radio show? And if you're a Boston fan, I ask you, why in the hell are you listening to this radio show?
Good question.
That's a great question. So, I'll ask you, is there anyone alive in this microphone? Is anybody alive? Is there anybody actually pulling for New England in this game? Is there a weirdo out there saying, well, it's always best when the AFC wins? You always want the team that beat your team. Is there anybody that weird and that unhinged to actually pull for New? Because I think it's the entire world against New England in this game. That's just my people think that. Is there anybody? Because I want Seattle to win by 100.
Yeah. By the way, I think they're gonna.
I want Seattle to win so badly that they actually, after Bad Bunny performs at halftime, he comes back out on stage and says, "Excuse me? The second half will not be played. They have forfeited the second." I want it that bad.
Somebody says, I'm a Niners fan. I hate the Seahawks, so I have to root for the Patriots, unfortunately.
No, well, then don't listen to this radio show. Nope, you're not allowed. Sorry. Hey, Nelly, scramble his...
I understand that, though. If it was Packers and Patriots, I think I'd have to begrudgingly root for New England. I'd have to.
Would you really?
I'd have to.
Okay, well then
What do you want me to do? Root for the Packers?
You're just not. You're not. The Broncos' blood does not flow in you. Anybody with Broncos blood flowing in them understands what I'm saying. There is zero true Bronco fandom out there that doesn't want New England to lose by 100. Are you with me on this, people? Come on, tell me I'm not alone here. I mean, I'm talking to look, I'm doing a show with a Lions fan and a Niners fan. I mean, where am I? What city do I live in?
Hey,
what is this?
Again, you don't question, my fandom and how it applies here. Okay? There's only one other team. I can't give it up. It's a family thing. It's family. Now, can I ask you one other question about Darnold, and then we can move on? He's had all the success the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. He's, I think, likely going to win a Super Bowl, and who knows, maybe Super Bowl MVP. What do you think of him?
He's a quiet dude.
Overall, as a quarterback, where would you stack him up?
Well, when you watch it and play, I'm watching some of the passes he made in that game. His delivery's so quick. See how quick he delivers the football?
He was awesome.
And did you see what he does that is, I don't think people talk about this much. He delivers it at the last possible second where he pays the price for the delivery.
He'll take the shot.
He gets roasted. That pass he had in the end zone, who did he throw it to? It was late in the game. He delivered, I think it was just a quick slant. It was a 25-yard route. The guy turned it into a post. Whoever he delivered that to, go back and look at the abuse Darnold took after delivering that ball.
Oh, Jake Bobo? Was it that one?
I think so.
Would you call him? Could you name 10 quarterbacks better than Sam Darnold, do you think, right now?
How would you describe?
You're starting a franchise. How many quarterbacks would you take before Sam Darnold? Despite the success. That's what I'm saying. It's really hard for him.
Yeah, that's, the way we rate quarterbacks these days. If you didn't know anything about Sam Darnold's history and all you knew was just the way he played this season and the way he delivers the ball, you'd say to yourself.
And last year.
Yeah, but if you erase the memory of Sam Darnold as a Jet.
I know.
Or as a
it's
Panther.
Tough to do.
Let's say you erase that and you say, all right, here's Sam Darnold. You would look at that and say, this dude is a player. Oh, typical. Only 90 minutes late to his own show today.
Huh. Let me explain to you. You are so predictable.
Is it 90 minutes or is it 91 minutes? What's the exact time?
I'm talking to Brendan McNicholas. I said, look, I'm finally going to get hooked up. And I go, I can't just come onto the show and say, hey, guys, and da-da-da-da. I go, when I log in, it's going to be an absolute S show. You wait and see. And sure enough, Vic, you never cease to disappoint me.
Well, I mean, for all of you, listen, if you're working in Denver today, just tell the boss, we're good. I'm going to show up 90 minutes late because Moser did it, and Moser gets away with it all the time, and that we don't need to be on time to work.
You know, my first job.
That's just, it's part of the business. It's part of what we do.
My first job, I worked at Walgreens. I was wearing the blue vest when I was 16 years old. I was behind the counter, and they said my shift started at 3.
Yeah,
I would very, very often walk in at 4:30, 4:35.
Yeah.
No
when I
big
grew
deal,
up, when I grew up working at Elitch's, I would show up when I wanted to.
Yeah.
And they'd say, you're late. I'd say, hey, there will come a time, guys, remember me, there will come a time where in the workplace you could show up 90 minutes late.
You'd be like this. You'd be like, well, nobody can run the log ride better than I can, so just take it when you get it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Moj, welcome to the show.
Hey, dudes, in all honesty, the bus couldn't get to it's all right. You don't
nobody
even care. I know
cares.
you don't even care.
Nobody cares.
You don't even I know you don't even give a stuff. I know.
So wait. You're 90 minutes late, and within 2 minutes and 15 seconds of you being on the air, you almost drop an S-bomb? Like, that's your introduction?
Yeah, I apologize for that. It was far too close. You know what that is? That was like a hot shot down the left field line that just barely misses the chalk.
Uh-huh.
That's what that was.
Okay, well, welcome to the show. Let's just get back into it.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. As I was logging in, I could hear you guys rambling and moaning and Vic screaming about Boston fans listening to the program, and I've got to agree with him. If you're listening going, I want the Patriots, what are you doing? I mean, thanks for hanging out with us. Maybe we entertain you or who knows what we do, but we ain't going to give you any love. Oh, no. And we're certainly not going to pick you to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, no. Pain is in the forecast.
Pain.
Hey, you want to hear something that's going to drive you crazy? Yeah. I don't know, and I love DMac. You guys know how much I respect him in this business. I think he's one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
But the fact that he tweeted this out yesterday for all to see.
Well, we got the audio.
This is him on some Boston. All right, it's a television/radio show like what we have. And the host said, hey, we had him on before the game. Let's get him on after the game. And one of these hosts, very much wired like me, just an obnoxious blank. And he keeps egging DMac on and just completely skewering him about his Bronco dumb. And I want you to listen to the way he treated DMac in our city. Listen to this.
We do appreciate you coming back with your tail tucked and your Red Sox outfit. I guess we'll forgive you for your transgressions, but remember, Broncos suck. Sean Payton sucks. Your whole franchise sucks.
Hold on a second.
Your city sucks. It all sucks.
Wow. Hold
all
on.
Of it. Hey, yeah, we'll send you some pics from the parade. Nah, probably not. Hey, man, good luck with the Denver omelet or whatever the hell you guys do out there. We'll see you never.
Go Sox, Darren.
See you, Darren.
Yay, go Sox, Darren. We can agree on something. Go Sox.
Turn it off. DMac, that is embarrassing.
That is really embarrassing.
Seriously. You are an embarrassment to this station.
You got to fight back.
I told him, please.
You got to fight back.
Get me on that show. I will do
let me
anything. Get me on
100%.
that man's show. That's
Please.
it? That's you just take it? That's it.
By the way, you couldn't pay, the price you would have to pay for me to live in Boston would be money. I'd have to be Bill freaking Gates to live in Boston.
It's actually a pretty cool city.
I don't care.
I had a job offer there once at WHDH Television. I went up there for the interview. I visited the town. It's a cool town. But Boston versus Denver in terms of livability? It ain't even close.
It's not even close.
It ain't even close.
No, it's not even in the same zip code. Nope. Hey, believe me, Brett, you're talking to a guy here. Look at my face.
Yeah.
My DNA is from Boston. You understand that, right? I've got blood running through these veins. Born in Boston. Long-time Boston. I mean, for God's sake, my eighth-grade grandfather, 2 of them fought in the Revolutionary War. You dig what I'm saying? Boston.
Yeah.
Screw them.
Did you just say my 8th-grade grandfather?
Two eighth-great-grandfathers.
Okay, I was going to say, usually in 8th grade, you have the same grandfather as all the other grades. Okay, so 8 greats. Gotcha.
Wait, today?
today. Mob.
303-504-0925. By the way, that keyword for this hour is Joe. So text Joe in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to go to the Avs and Red Wings on Monday. Again, there's a lot more audio I want to get to from some of these, I don't know what you call them, exit interviews or whatever it is, players leaving for the offseason, talking to the media one last time. A lot that I want to get to with that, especially with the plans on what should happen in the offseason. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. Again, the Nuggets are back at it tonight as they take on the number one team in the Eastern Conference, the Detroit Pistons. And just quickly, Vic, we'll get the keys to the game in like 15 minutes. But whenever I see number one team in the East, my BS antenna immediately goes up because I'm like, what does that mean? Does that mean the team's good?
Nuggets.
I'm telling you right
Nuggets
now.
beat the number 2 team in the East with half the team.
Give me some. Give me some, please. I'm begging you for a little what's-her-face. Airplane gal. I gotta have me some.
You can't be 90 minutes late and just start making requests, dude. Know your role. No, just take your punishment. Sit in that corner. You're 90 minutes late. You don't get to make requests. Thank you.
That's why Nelly's finger hovering over the dump button.
Damn, that hurts.
But
I mean, that's a brutal smackdown right there, Vic.
The Nuggets.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
there you go. There you go, Pistons.
Any team that's number one in the East, I just think that. Anyway, we'll get to this in just a little bit. Stick around.
Vic Lombardi here. Winter has finally arrived. We saw it over the weekend. Trust me, I felt it. If you think about upgrading or adding a fireplace, you got to go see my friends at Flatirons Fire, located off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. They specialize in fireplaces. Gas, electric, modern, classic, you name it. They do it the right way. They'll come over, set it up perfectly. They've got perfect people to set it up for you. They set up my sauna, and it was done so nicely. So right now, Altitude Sports listeners, you get a great deal. 10 to 15% off all fireplaces, product only. The discount varies by the brand, obviously. Stay warm, add style to your house. Get it done by the pros. FlatironsFire.com. Tell them Vic Lombardi sent you at FlatironsFire.com.
All right, Nuggets Pistons tonight. We'll give you keys to the game in just a second, but let's give a shout out to one of our boys here in Denver. What happened over the weekend? First of all, huge fan of this. I couldn't justify buying pay-per-view fights over and over and over again. And since the UFC has now moved to Paramount Plus, and you get it baked in with the package,
you don't have to play. You have to pay a premium fee or any of that nature. It's just in there.
Watching our boy Justin Gaethje take down Paddy Pimblett.
Yeah.
There's something about Gaethje, and for me, because I don't understand the artistry of the wrestling and stuff like that once they go to the ground, watching somebody who's just willing to stand up and just trade blows with somebody else, he's my favorite fighter to watch.
You know me. I was never that much into UFC like you were until I met Justin Gaethje.
And he's a cool guy.
And I got to meet him, and I got to hang with him a few times, and he reps Colorado. He still lives here. He trains here. All his friends here. He's a golf fanatic. He plays golf like every day when he's here in the summer.
Yeah.
I played in his golf tournament. When was it? Was it not this past year, the year before? I think perhaps. He's a great dude. Super great.
Just a good dude, an earnest man, and the way he exchanged punches with Paddy Pimblett, is that his name?
Pimblett.
Paddy
the Baddie.
Well, he wasn't so batty after that fight because this Paddy guy, he ate so many fists, I thought he was going to die.
Well, to his credit, I mean, for him not to get knocked out during that fight is crazy because Justin was just hammering him.
Holy moly.
But the thing I love about his style, and he did it in that fight too, usually you knock somebody to the ground, and Paddy went down multiple times. You try and hop on top of him, throw some hammer fists, whatever. He would knock him to the ground and stare at him and be like, get back up. There's more of these right hooks coming your way the second you get back to your feet. So shout out to Justin Gaethje. Hell of a fight. And if you wanted some sort of intro into this new sort of television deal that you have, it was a great fight to have. Now, couple of things. Did you guys happen to see Shedeur Sanders, the Pro Bowler?
I don't want to sound, and it's funny because I didn't want to comment on this.
It's not about Shedeur.
Yeah,
it's about the game. It's not about him.
I don't want to come off.
Because I know where you're going. It's going to sound insulting no matter what you say. Agreed.
I don't want to come off like I'm trying to insult Shedeur Sanders. I've wanted him to succeed in Cleveland. I wanted him to be the starter earlier in the season. I do. But the fact that we're awarding Pro Bowl spots to someone who played how many games? 5?
7.
And wasn't great in those 7.
What are we doing?
Well, and this is why this is not about Shedeur. If you guys remember a couple of years ago, Tyler Huntley was in the Pro Bowl.
What are we doing?
Vic, here's how it goes down. You ready? And I'm not trying to be flippant. He said he'll do it, and here's why. May is going to be in the Super Bowl. Herbert and Josh Allen, they're not playing. They're hurt. Mahomes hurt. Jones hurt. Nick's hurt. Trevor Lawrence said, I don't want to. So you just kind of go down the list until you find somebody who says, yeah, I'll do it. And if you have to
play
do that,
flag football?
Listen, again, I think it'll be fun for him. I mean, as a rookie, to be able to go and actually play and, get a free trip to, what is it, Orlando now? Maybe do some Disney, see some Mickey Mouse and out, yeah. But I think it's probably fun for him. But in terms of, quote, Pro Bowl, and I see the people are, and this is going to sound awful, but here I go. People are sending out the tweets, congratulations for a Pro Bowl season, for the Pro Bowl for Shedeur, and I'm like, dude, he's not a Pro Bowler. You know what I mean? He's not. We know he's not. They're finding somebody who will actually go and play. It's tough for everybody. I mean, it makes him look bad. But maybe he wants to go and have a good time. I don't blame him for that.
It's, again, forget the Shedeur aspect of it. It just kind of proves that, first of all, having Pro Bowl honors to your resume doesn't mean anything anymore. It used to mean a lot. If you were a Pro Bowler, it was a big deal. Secondly, I just wonder what the NFL wants to do. Maybe their answer is nothing. Because I know you guys see this. Every year that the Pro Bowl's on, we're like, geez, who cares about that? They still get 5 million viewers. It's the most watched thing on TV for the day.
It's an event. It's an event. I'll be going to the NBA All-Star game again this year. And the format, I'm still confused as to what it is and what it does. And the point
help me out is the Pro Bowl at the Super Bowl site?
Yes.
I apologize.
Yes.
Is it at?
It's at the site
So
now.
it's wherever the Super Bowl goes, the quote Pro Bowl goes and they play a flag game.
Yeah, but it's not about
Okay.
It used to be where you watch the game for the game. Now it's just it's an event, much like the NBA All-Star Game. It's an event. It's cool to go to the event to see these guys, but not necessarily to watch them compete because there is no competition in the game.
Yeah.
Now the 3-point challenge, by the way, the 3-time dunk champion Mac McClung said he's not doing it this year.
Oh wow, what a bummer.
So who is in the dunk contest? I don't know if they've even named it yet. Who is involved in the dunk contest? By the way, this week we will find out who the reserves are for the All-Star game. This is the week that we find out if Jamal Murray's in the game, and he will be.
How could he not be?
He will be.
If he's not, we riot.
Let me see here. No confirmed participants yet, but yes, Mac McClung said he won't do it. That's another one too.
I mean, he can't stay in the NBA. Why is he in the NBA All-Star game? Why is he in the dunk contest?
That's been my whole point. I'm like,
he can't stay playing in the NBA. And no offense, he's a 20 billion times better player than I'll ever be, but he's not an NBA player. It's like having a guy from the AHL come up and win the skills competition at the All-Star, the NHL stuff. You know what I mean? Or have some AAA guy come up and win the home run derby.
But that's not the point of this. The point of All-Star games and Pro Bowls and skills competitions is that you're supposed to watch the league's best do it. That's the whole appeal.
Right. They don't want to anymore. There's nothing in it for them anymore.
Anyway, 303-504-0925. We got a Nuggets game tonight against the Pistons, so
do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game. Nuggets and Pistons, 7 o'clock tip tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio. Vic?
Oh, sorry. I'm actually texting with Katie, who was stuck in Memphis for 3 days.
Oh. Do you have a key to tonight's game?
Yeah. Here's the key. The first game back after a road trip, go back and look at the Nuggets' schedule. The first game back after a road trip is always the toughest game. It just is. I don't know why. It just is. Hard to adapt, hard to get back into it. And if you consider that the Denver Nuggets were stuck on a tarmac in Memphis yesterday, stuck in their plane for I think 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
They didn't get home last night until after 7:30 p.m. I don't like the preparedness for this game tonight. And you're playing a Detroit team that's pretty darn good. So the key will be, man, hit the 3 ball. It's really one of those things that'll neutralize everything. You're not going to have Aaron Gordon. You're not going to have Joker. Jonas is a probable. Jamal's a probable. Those guys will play, but you're still not going to have Joker, Cam, Christian Brown, or Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Why do they make them stay on their airplane?
Well, you know how you've been in those situations before where you're ready to go, then they de-ice you, and then it freezes over. Then they have to de-ice you again, and then the runway's not ready. And it was just a crap show all day.
And Memphis is one of those cities, Vic, where
they
don't get a ton of snow and ice. Yeah, they don't get they don't get a ton of snow and ice, so they're not like here in Toronto. I'm guessing when we get to the airport, it'll be gone.
Yeah,
but there they're like, oh, dudes, man, you got a blowtorch in, you got a hair dryer to cool off this engine.
Anyway. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Wait, so what was the key again? What were the keys like?
Threes.
Just do stuff?
Hit threes.
Do stuff and hit threes. Wake up and hit threes. Wake up. Be awake. Okay?
Hey, Moshe, is this BS
hey, Brett.
that the rumor is that the Avs are sniffing around Evander Kane?
I have no idea if it's BS or not. I have no idea, number one.
How do you never have an idea when it comes to an Avalanche question?
Luke, do I have any idea when it comes to an Avalanche question, sniffing around potential trade? Do I have any clue? No. See, Luke says no. I don't know. I mean, I don't say, hey, Chris McFarland, who have you been on the phone with, man? You been talking to them Canuckers? Hey, you talk to them Columbus Blue Jacker? How do you say it? How would Hastings say Columbus?
Yeah, I don't like any of the different names that you're coming up with right now. They all sound really dangerous.
You talk to any of them that are Rangers out there in New York? I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Here's what he is. He's a big power forward who can fight and is tough and can do a little scoring still.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know what he's like in the room. I know he's had his fair share of issues over the years with various teams and ex-wives. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought process was that seems like an odd room fit. Now, I don't know what other teammates have thought about him in the past, like everybody.
Well, here's what I do know. Let me take you from the aspect of the Colorado Avalanche. Okay, Vic?
Yeah.
Pay attention, please.
Okay.
You do not come to this room. I don't care if you're Connor McPickles or Sidney McCrosby. You don't come to this room unless you're prepared to buy into the kind of the Avalanche point of view and mindset and the way to do things. And here's the thing. I can guarantee you they don't make a deal for anybody without understanding who that person is that player is as a person, where their mind is, and how they would fit in as a human. Because that for teams like this that are on the verge of winning, that's incredibly important. Now, if you have guys that don't necessarily, they don't sort of jive, but they've kind of come up together and they've been through everything together, that's one thing. But when you add an element that doesn't fit, and I don't know whether he would or wouldn't, but if you do, that's not what you want to do for a team that's ready to win.
You want to fit in.
Now I can't have Evander Kane on this team now for this reason. People are texting Kane on the text line, and I don't know if they're referring to me or Evander. So that's going to be a problem that I can't deal with.
That is a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. Hey, you talk to them Columbus Blue Jacker? How do you say it?
Can I answer? Can I answer a question that I want to be forthright and transparent on this? It's from the Twitch feed. Ruthless Quality asks, you would think that your company would want Altitude employees to be the ones breaking the big news about its teams. I still don't understand why Shams gets all the Nuggets news before the Altitude guys get the news. No, I want to answer this because it's very important.
Yeah, I want to answer it too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm answering the question.
Answer it.
No, go ahead.
I don't know what you're going to say, so I don't want to step on it.
Moser's been on for 25 minutes, and Vic has lost it already.
I like it.
I was in the middle of answering the question. He starts answering the question.
All right, go ahead.
Well, because I'm getting mad just like you do. Go ahead.
Pretty simple.
Before you start,
do we want to break the big stories? Do we want to break the big stories? Of course we do. Do I ask that question? Why aren't we given these big stories to break? Because the people who give the stories aren't the teams. The stories come from the agents. And Shams is wired into a lot of these agents. That's where most of the big stories come from. They represent the players. The agents have their network of information. That's where these stories mostly come from. Very rarely do they come from the teams. The teams are pretty quiet about stuff.
By the way, hockey doesn't have a Shams. You ever notice that? There's not really
they've got an.
Look, man, you get
they've got a Kevin Weeks. They've got got Elliot Friedman. They got EJ Radix. They got their Kevin Weeks. They got guys like that.
But all I'm saying, Moj, is I haven't heard any of those guys come up with what's ailing Landeskog right now either.
It's the same reason why Adam gets all the news in the NFL. Guess where he gets most of the news from?
Agents.
Yeah. And number two, Vic, and I apologize. Number two. I didn't mean to be on the show for 35 minutes and have your head fall off.
25.
It's not my.
Actually, you did it in 13.
Brett, I got on at 10:26. So just calm your
It's
jets.
8:30.
10:26 my.
I'm so
10:26
mad
my
now.
8:31. But there are things that we do know and do find out, and I would never ever tell you in a million years what that is. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Because it's not my place and it's not my job.
But it does bother me, though, if information gets out there and it comes from the team and the team chooses to give it to somebody else. I'm not going to lie to you. That ticks me off.
That's a torque off.
That
Correct.
ticks me off.
I'll tell you guys
that is
now,
a torque.
I'll make a promise. If I hear anything regarding the Avs, anything at all, I will spill my guts to all of you.
Just say it. Just say it.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Hey, this is that time of year. You don't want to mess around with stuff in your house, especially the heat, right? You go to the thermometer or thermostat. My God, I always get those two confused. Probably why I'm doing this commercial right now. Probably why I have to rely on the professionals. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They've got a deal going. $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection. It prevents breakdowns. So you don't have to worry in the middle of winter with your furnace not working. Don't get to that point. Make sure it's working properly. They've got that deal. $49 efficiency inspection. It ensures that your furnace is safe to run all winter. Leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment today. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
If you're looking for something delicious for dinner, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. I've been there, by the way. They are awesome wings. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. a lot of these players talking to the media as they're heading out into the offseason. One of them, Jonathan Cooper, almost spilled the beans on something.
Best DC I've had.
Hang on, one second. We'll restart it.
Best DC I've had, and he's. I'm happy that he's. I don't know exactly what to say because I don't know all that he said, but he's a great coach, and I'm happy to have him.
Sounds like Jonathan Cooper said, "I'm so happy he's coming back," and then stopped himself. So I think Vance Joseph is not going anywhere.
He revealed a lot in saying that.
Let's hear this one more time.
Best DC I've had, and he's. I'm happy that he's. I don't know exactly what to say because I don't know all that he said, but he's a great coach, and I'm happy to have him.
Can I give you some insight on something?
Go ahead.
I know for a fact that Vance Joseph is being considered for the Arizona coaching vacancy. And it's something that he's familiar with it because he worked there as a DC.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows
those J.J. Watt twilight years, right?
He brought Zach Gallen over.
Yeah.
And he knows people there. But there's a reason that job is not being it's not coveted, put it that way. There's a reason. Number one, you don't have a quarterback. You're stuck with the quarterback that they don't want. And number two, they just recycle coaches. They go through them. There's something going on up top.
Their ownership's not great. Yeah.
So
good.
So if you're Vance Joseph, you could take a coaching job again. You could be head coach. But is it right? Is it going to be a one and done again? Is it going to be one? Are you putting yourself in a situation where you're destined to fail, Moj? And that's what he's facing.
Well, here's the thing: is he doesn't have to take the job.
No, he doesn't.
He's I'm sure he's being paid handsomely by the Broncos,
Mm-hmm.
and is it better to go and be a head coach again as opposed to staying in a job that you, I'm sure, love, and your players love you, you make a good living, and you don't have to go there and get brain damage from a franchise that ain't going to win anyway. You know what I mean? Some guys would look at it as a stepping stone. Okay, great. I think Vance's next job, he wants to look at it as, I want to plant myself a little bit, and I want to win. Exactly.
There's always a danger in that way of thinking, though. Like, I think he's going to be fine because his defense is going to be good again next year. But there are some coordinators out there that's like, I don't want to take that job because that's not the right fit for me, thinking that I'll wait a year and then I'll get another job offer, and it never comes. The example is actually somebody who's coaching in Boulder right now.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Byron Leftwich took over as OC for the Bucks? That was during Tom Brady's run.
Uh-huh.
And he was offered jobs, and he's like, I don't like any of these. And he waited. Yeah. And then he didn't get an offer again.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got fired from Tampa. He was out for a couple of years from coaching altogether, and now he's at CU.
Too picky, maybe?
Could be. I'm just saying, if you're given this opportunity, everybody kind of assumes I'll get another shot. I don't know.
Here's the other thing you have to factor.
You know what? And maybe you won't, but don't put yourself in a position. He doesn't have to take the gig. So he's in a very good spot.
You said something that needs to be addressed. He's paid handsomely by the Broncos. Understand something. Coaches' salaries in the NFL, there's no salary cap there, brother.
Nope.
They're not beholden to a cap. And we know that Broncos ownership, they ain't afraid to spend money.
Mm-hmm.
You think these assistant coaches are making good money here?
Do you know what's really funny is that nobody considers this when you fire a head coach. They always look at the head coach's contract. They're like, man, that's a lot of money. I go, yeah, him and the coordinators and the assistant coaches and everybody else that's part of this staff, they have to pay out all of those guys cash.
How much do you think I have no idea how much Vance Joseph makes as a defensive coordinator, but like what's the going rate?
I can tell you for sure. I know one for sure. I know what Shermer was being paid here.
How do you know this? You don't even know what your insurance carrier is for your car. And how would you know this?
Yeah, I'll say it. So I was buying a new car, and the guy who was helping me at the place said, what do you do for work? And I said, I work on the radio station. He goes, oh, you work at 92.5? You listen to the show.
Thank you for listening.
It's funny. I just sold Pat Shermer a car not too long ago. He makes $3 million a year. And I was like, oh, I didn't know you could just say that to people. So he was making $3 million.
HIPAA, sucker.
Yeah.
Vic, I would I would estimate for Vance.
I don't think you're allowed. He wasn't allowed to tell me that, but
he's got heart disease.
I would estimate for Vance, it's somewhere between 2 and 3 is my guess. Probably in there. I think Vic Fangio makes north of that. I think Spagnuolo probably makes north of that.
I think Vic Fangio might be the highest paid assistant coach in the NFL.
He might be. He might be. So, I mean, if you're getting, let's say you're getting 3.5 as a coordinator, that's pretty damn good, dude.
You think?
And you're happy, and your players love you, and you got a kick-ass defense.
And you don't have to be the face of the team doing all those obligations every week. And that's what I'm saying. That's why there's no hurry for him to. He already did that. He knows what it is. Maybe he's enticed, but not sold.
Can I just, as an aside, why are we not allowed to know what coaches make? Why is that so taboo? We know the dollar figure. We know the year the contract ends. We know everything about every player. We know incentives in their contract.
Hey, what do you make?
I'm not a player.
Cool, Carl. You know what I'm going to do?
$50 an Arby's coupons.
I'm going to go to that car lot. I'm going to go to that car lot
spill the beans.
where you bought your
car. I am too.
I'm going to find out what you make.
We're going to the car lot.
Thing in the world. It was so weird. He just said it so willy-nilly, and I almost was like, bro, don't say that to anybody ever again. You're fired. But that was my insider. It was a car dealer.
Yeah. Makes $3 million.
Brett was in here last week. He had a kidney removed. Yeah, What? Oh, yeah. Took his kidney. No big.
Yeah, his cousin. I don't like him.
I'm just going to ask, who else in the public sphere have you gotten a car for, and what did they make?
Right.
Anyway, so, Moj, I did want to do this because I know yesterday was all Broncos. I want to get your thoughts on the Avs and their game from over the weekend here in just a second. But if you guys missed it, J.K. Dobbins said this on his way out, saying that he wanted to be a Bronco for life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Bronco. I'm a Bronco. I'm a Buckeye, and I'm a Bronco. I wasn't drafted here, but I do firmly believe that I'm a Bronco and love everyone here. I even love you guys. And sometimes that's hard because as I can recall at the beginning of, like in the summer, you guys were you were predicting like 700 yards for me rushing throughout the whole year. I got that in 10 weeks, almost 800. So it is hard to be, hard to like you guys, but I like you guys.
So he goes on to say he loves the ownership, and he said Sean Payton's his favorite coach he's ever played for. Now, here's what me and Vic were discussing earlier. I have no problem with bringing J.K. Dobbins back. I think he's a really effective running back when he's healthy. The only problem with him is that he just doesn't stay healthy. So you can do it. I would like for you to package that in with another running back, though, this offseason. And that could be, even if it's somebody in free agency, if you want like sort of a mid to late round draft pick, it's got to be something where you're buoying the opportunity of, and likelihood, I should say, that he's not going to play in a handful of games this year. But there's no doubt, guys, he was effective when he was healthy. The Broncos offense running the football was like a top 6-7 unit in the league by rushing yards when he was healthy for 10 weeks.
I like J.K. Dobbins. I think he's a good back. I do. He's a guy that I would like on my team. But, Brett, again, I'm going to go back and reiterate what you said and give you a few more examples here. 2020 in Baltimore, he played 15 games. Next year, he didn't play any games because of injury. Then he played 8. Then he played 1. Then he played 13 for the Chargers. Then he played 10 for the Broncos. Now, I know running backs get beat up, but you need to have a guy, if he's going to be a guy that you count on, he needs to play. And this was my hesitation when he came over from the Chargers. I'm like, God, he's got a history of injury. Well, Dre Greenlaw also history of injury, and he missed time this year, in and out. And I'm not badgering these guys because they're human bodies. They break down. It's a violent game. But if you have a history of things, then do you want to pour your hopes and prayers and expectations into just that one guy and not bring anybody else in or go, bring in additional, like you said, Brett, bring in additional guys to let's sort this thing out? Because if he's playing anywhere between 8 and 13 games a year, is that enough? That's the question you got to ask.
By the way, is Gabe Landeskog skating right now in front of you?
No, why?
Why am I?
Oh,
Pierre LeBrun literally this minute took a picture of Gabe Landeskog on the ice.
Well, we have our reporter there on the spot. Let's see what he sees.
If I hadn't broken my computer screen about a month and a half ago with a putter throw, I would absolutely throw this right through the screen and hit you in the face. The only way that I'm able to do this program is because I'm on the Maple Leafs rink. This is a giant complex. The Avs are catty corner to me about 200 yards that way.
Sorry, we've got it right here.
It's all right. Our Avs insider Pierre LeBrun
then
has
I'm
a
out.
picture of Gabe
I'm going to go watch
Landeskog on the
practice.
ice.
No, I'm out. Adios, amigos.
You're
Love
there.
you. Yep. You take care now.
He's there. And I got to see on my phone from Pierre LeBrun that Gabe Landeskog's on the ice when he's there.
You got him so bad.
I mean, Vic, what am I supposed to do? He's talking.
Oh, God.
He's talking. And I see this. I have notifications for Pierre. I see it. Gabe Landeskog on the ice here in Toronto. And I'm like,
yeah,
bro.
but you got a good story from Moser about the bus not getting to the rink on time.
So here's what Pierre LeBrun said. Somebody passed this to Moser. Avs captain Gabe Landeskog on the ice here in Toronto as he continues to work his way back from injury, hopefully in time for the Olympics for the Swedish captain. So there you go. He is skating and on the ice. So that's good news.
That's awesome news. Back to what you guys were discussing, and we'll get to that when Moser returns to the scene. That happened live on the show, by the way. We'll get to that.
I mean, he's staring at ice.
He's So we have, for those of you listening, we have Moser broadcasting from the ice rink in the press box. And we get a report from Pierre LeBrun that Gabriel Landeskog is on the ice skating.
Like, imagine this. If Bo Nix was out of that little scooter thing and he was getting a cup of coffee at this break room, and Adam Schefter has a picture of him getting the coffee in our break room, which is right through our window, and we didn't say a word.
We don't report it.
That's exactly what happened.
That's basically what Moser's doing right now.
You know
Your
what?
own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
My next update from Gabe Landeskog will come from a car dealer, okay? That's the next thing we're going to do. All right. Got another keyword coming here in just a few minutes.
Hey, Moser, get your butt back because I got to leave early. I'm going to the Broncos year-ender press conference. Boss wants me out of here at 9:35, so quit crying and get back on the show.
Your final keyword next.
Vic Lombardi here. If you're watching online or on Altitude Television, you can see I am wearing my readers. And I have to hassle with these things all the time to read this commercial. Readers, bifocals. Well, for those of you who don't want to wear these anymore, I have a solution. It's called Refractive Lens Exchange from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. Vic Lombardi here. You're having trouble reading those menus, texting on your phone, all that stuff. This is the perfect time to do it without glasses, without contacts, without all of that business. Cudarelli Vision RLE. It's the permanent solution to spending your good active years without reading glasses. You'll never develop a cataract either. That's part of the procedure. I visited Dr. Cudarelli, and he told me, point blank about it, he said, listen, your eyes are going bad, but they're not bad enough just yet for RLE. He was pretty matter of fact. You have to wait a little bit, you'll get there, and then we'll fix you. So whether you need LASIK, EVO, ICL, or this, refractive lens exchange, trust Dr. Cudarelli to tell you which one is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. That's Cudarelli Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, or cataracts. That's coloradorle.com.
By the way, is Gabe Landeskog skating right now in front of you?
No, why?
Why am I?
Oh,
Pierre LeBrun literally this minute took a picture of Gabe Landeskog on the ice.
Well, we have our reporter there on the spot. Let's see what he sees.
It is unbelievable. Your final keyword of the day. Try and get in the building for Avs and Red Wings next Monday.
What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you?
Your final keyword is Gordy. So text Gordy and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you can check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10, papamurphys.com. And one more time, your keyword for this hour is Gordy. We'll announce the winner at 9:55.
What do you want me to tell you?
Moj, I'll tell you what I want you to know.
Yeah, please. You know what, Vic? I've been waiting for this for so long. And today is finally the day. Mark it down. Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. I finally get to do what Vic tells me.
You are.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Without a doubt, the best play-by-play man in hockey I've ever heard. Mm-hmm. You're so good at what you do. Mm-hmm. You really are. You're top of the food chain. Mm-hmm. You've won awards.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
You've had people call you out as purely, you're brilliant. You're Einstein. Mm-hmm. And that's it. You are possibly the worst reporter of information when it comes to the Avalanche in the history of information.
I'm the worst reporter of information of all time. Well, I'll tell you what.
Ever since information has been doled out, ever since people exchanged information in the history of information, you might be the worst.
When cavemen were telling how to find the wild buffalo to each other, right?
Like, Moj, go buy a car and get a source.
Hold on a second. I was in the lobby of the hotel yesterday, and I went to take a leak, and Gabe was in there taking a leak. I'm sorry I didn't report on that. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have called up Vic Lombardi and said, hey, by the way, he's in urinal 6, and I'm in urinal 2, and this is a big deal.
So that's a good spread.
Somebody just sent me a photo of Gabe on the ice, which I tweeted as a trusty source. Yep. So we're ahead of you here.
That was me.
No, it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't. Nope.
Who was it?
That was the car guy.
It was a trusted source. That's all you need to know. And he can get you into a brand new Honda with no money down.
Perfect. That sounds great. I literally walked to the other side of the complex just to take a photo for you guys and send it to you. So there you go.
So, in all seriousness, what is this? Now that he's back on the ice.
Well, it means he's really tough, and it means he's back on the ice, and it's just all part of the process. I mean, same kind of thing with Joker. I mean, if Joker, takes some shoot around in the morning or whatever, and, but he's not ready to play yet, and who knows when he is going to be. Listen, I'm sure that the doctors are like, dude, you're alive. You're totally fine. It's just when can you, when is that tissue healed and when can you stand the pain is probably what it's all about. That's my guess. Hey, it's not like, hey, well, we're going to look at this broken bone and, it's almost fused, but give it another 2 weeks. Nothing like that,
I know that the actual game part of this we're pretty much done with, and we're moving to the offseason of what the Broncos need to do. But Kreckman and Lindahl were talking about the 4th and 1 call yesterday. Listen to this.
The Broncos this year had 14 4th and 2 or fewer opportunities in plus territory, in opponent's territory. Do you know how many field goals they attempted in that situation, Andy?
0.
4th and 1s, they turned 5 of the 7 into first downs.
Sure.
4th and 2, 7 attempts, not a single field goal, converted first downs on 4 of the 7. So in total, the Broncos had 14 fourth down attempts of 2 yards or less this year in opponent's territory. They did not attempt a single field goal. They converted 9 of those 14 into first downs.
Stop it.
One variable.
Stop it. I don't care about your Nate. I love you, but he's a numbers guy.
Go outside, nerd.
I don't care. How many of those have you completed with a backup quarterback in an AFC Championship game and a weather forecast that says it's going to snow and visibility is going? I don't care about your numbers.
No, that's the one though. Like I said this yesterday, if Bo Nix was under center, I don't think I'd have a problem with it.
No,
I really don't. It's that Jarrett Stidham was under center. If you had your starting quarterback and you make that same call,
you can't make mistakes.
You make that same call, I think I'm cool with you rolling the dice, but you didn't have him.
Those numbers that he relayed, all those numbers had one thing in common. What?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Yeah.
They also, I'm curious.
Stick 'em.
Where did all these take place, at what yard line, and how many of them resulted eventually in a field goal?
And how many of them were do-or-die situations with a game that you have to win?
I'm curious about that. I'm curious about how many of them eventually ended up with just a field goal, or how many times did they actually convert the 4th and 1 and 4th and 2, and then eventually punch that in for a touchdown? Look, give me those numbers, because that will tell me a little bit more, in addition to, the weather's moving in, and you're not going to be able to see crap.
I think I'm pretty fair about this, because I spent the first part of this show defending Sean Payton and said how he has breathed life into this organization, and, man, I love him as a coach. I really do. In that situation, I think he wants that one back, and I think we all know he wants that one back. And I'm one of the guys who, before the play was called, I've got proof. I put it on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Take the field goal.
Yeah.
I said it. This is not me going back and, I'm not playing the Tyler Plummus hindsight game here. I said it. Take the points. It's the AFC Championship. You have a backup quarterback. Take the points. So I'll be fair. There are times where, hell yeah, go for it. Hell yeah. There are times where I want them to go for it. That was not the time.
Let me ask you this.
You know what? Because if you go for it and you get it, then what? What if you fail?
You still got to go about 12 yards.
You still got to keep going, right? You got to keep going.
Let me ask you this, though. Sean Payton's had a lot of time to think about this. You mentioned the Wickersham piece yesterday where it's silent in there and he just goes, that 4th down. Do you think he's saying, that 4th down in a way of like, man, I just should have kicked? Or is he saying, that 4th down, I should have stuck with the run play?
Yes. He is, if anything, he's resolute. He's going to go for it because that's his personality, and I respect that. I do. The play call didn't work.
So you think he's upset that he switched the play?
He's upset that he got out-schemed.
Yeah.
He got out. They ran the defensive scheme that countered the play call he had.
So
That's it.
If he had a time machine,
they're playing chess, and he got.
If he had a time machine, he'd go back to that play,
100%,
and he would run the ball.
He's mad at himself because Mike Vrabel on that play beat him.
Yeah, Vic, you're right. He went back, he called a timeout, changed the play. And I think that's probably all that he regrets, not going for it even. He probably regrets that he changed the play, that he outsmarted himself.
Yep.
Because I think at some points, Brett, have you ever overthought something?
Yes.
Well, we do it on a golf course all the time, right?
Yes.
Oh, it's going to break.
All the time.
It's going to break. It's going to break.
Change your alignment, change your line.
Exactly right.
I mean, line up over, because your slice is so bad, Brett, you line up over the trees left, and then you even pull it into 3 fairways over. You know how that goes.
Leave it to Flax.
Been there.
Flax better.
Flax
better.
Flax has the best golf analogies. Vic says, sometimes in life, par is good enough to win. Sean went for the birdie, came up short. Par is good enough to win.
Oh,
Par
we're not giving Flax any credit on this show. No,
par was good enough to win that game. 10 points was 10 points did win the game.
Bogey was good enough to win that game.
Hey, 10 points won the game. If I told you 10 points wins the AFC Championship, you'd say what?
Yeah,
it'd make no
pretty
sense.
Pretty much.
Reminder: your keyword for this hour is Gordy. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Chance to win 2 tickets to the Avs and the Red Wings.
Before we go on, can I just ask a question out loud?
Yeah.
Because I have 2 people with 2 different thoughts on this, and I just want to see which one. 8200 says, really tired of Vic busting on Moj. Stop it. That's from Easy.
I completely agree.
9155,
That's a great call.
9155 says,
phrasing?
Vic blanking Moser just to blank in his mouth 2 seconds later is why I listen to this show. So which way do you guys want it?
Where's 82? Wait, let me see 8200. Hey, 8200, hang on a second.
So I'll do what I'll do what the listeners want. I swear, if you guys think I'm over the top and I'm too much, I will stop.
No, Easy. His name's Easy. I don't know if he's easy like your pops or just Easy. Mm-hmm. Hey, I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. Thanks for having my back. Don't worry, this ain't no problem. It's mostly an issue when I'm on the road and I'm a little bit late. I'm in the front of the Leafs rink and not the Avs rink. Yeah, I don't know how 90 minutes
all going to make this a better segment.
No, I was just going to say. I was just going to say, Moj, that clip right there. I think it's the wisest thing that's ever been said in our show, is that when you said, I don't see how insulting me is going to make this segment any better, and we said, it's the entire show. It's the foundation that this is built upon.
I'll be totally honest with you. If you
8,200, trust me, he's going to get his. He always does. Don't worry.
I'll make it very easy for you, 8,200. If they put me in an office after this, if they closed the door and said, no more insulting Moser, I wouldn't do the show anymore.
You'd quit.
Yeah, I'd quit. I'd quit the very next day. It's not fun then.
I'd quit too.
Yeah, it's not fun. Then what's the point? I don't want – I'm not a geek. I'm not going to sit here and just talk sports with geeks. Part of the allure of this show is to rip on Moser.
Brett, you had the best line ever in regards to Vic's opposable thumbs. What was it again, please?
Oh, they're inbred bunion thumbs.
Inbred bunion thumbs.
And I took it.
If I got an email from HR saying, listen, you could talk about Vic's thumbs, but you can't call them, quote, inbred bunion thumbs, I'd say I'm out.
I don't disagree with you.
I'm complete.
So,
show the camera your inbred bunion thumbs, please.
That's insane.
Okay, now it's insane
the
looking.
back of it is almost worse. We go back. Yeah, that's worse.
Yeah, now that looks like alien territory right there. So if they said that, I would say then right to jail. Then what are we even doing? Yeah. What are we doing? You want to put me on with a 12-year-old and we'll talk Dungeons and Dragons?
So speaking for all of us, here's my message to 8,100 who wants me to stop ripping on Moser. 8,100. 8,200. With all due respect. With all due respect. Shut the hell up.
I really don't give a
Let us worry about how this show sounds.
I mean, Brett, you're also the one where Vic was talking about stuff you do during a midlife crisis, and you said it's adorable. You think you're at midlife.
Yeah.
That was good.
That was really good.
That was
really good.
But
That's
if you
really
think,
good.
look, the average lifespan of a human in this country is like 78. That ain't 50. That's not midlife.
I know. But it's funny when you
Kaner,
said it.
think about it. You're getting close,
You're there.
bro.
No, I'm midlife.
No,
this is midlife.
You're there. Yeah, you're there.
When you said it, I laughed. But then later, it hit me when I was driving. I was hit me. I go, I'm gonna die.
You're on like the 16th fairway, buddy.
It's time. Let's get him to bed.
Here we go, Grandpa. Here we go. Here we go. Here you go.
So mean the way I said it. I just go, oh, by the way, it's adorable. You think you're midlife. Goodness. All right, so a couple more things.
But and I'm sorry, last to finish up on this. The fact that I finally, after years, broke my computer screen and had to go to Mike from Computers, Vic's cousin, to get it fixed.
At least you kept the money in the family.
Yeah. And I actually, he's like, it's only going to be this much. I'm like, here, take more. I mean, you put up with it. Thank you very much. I'm afraid to break it again, guys. I really am. I mean, it was a 1 in a million fluke thing, but I don't want to go through that again. I really don't.
By the way, textures, you're not exempt from this either. Just so you know.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do I have to go fire back at a texter because they rip me? It's just what guys do. I don't know what else to say. If you think I'm going to let me tell you something, and I have to have this argument with Shockey every day because he doesn't like me ripping texters. But if you think I'm going to let you take a shot at me without giving you one back, you're crazy.
What is this here, Nelly? What are we looking at?
That was the video of Moser breaking his computer screen.
Breaking the computer screen with the putter.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, this is how this show works, by the way. Lance, who is a very loyal listener to the show, said, I kind of need you guys busting up on Moser. My dog died this morning, and I need a pick-me-up.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry.
I am sorry to hear that, too. But the way this show works, all I wanted to do
by a car?
was I wanted Nelly to play Sweet Lucy. Jesus. First place my mind went was Sweet Lucy.
Yeah, you got to do it.
I'm sorry. Losing a dog is a brutal thing. It's terrible. But
except your
like
little
that?
yapper dog. That little yapper dog, that one needs to go, Brett.
I'm going to throw a party when that dog eventually. That dog, I'm telling you, Vic, we kept this dog alive to the tune of thousands of dollars years ago. And now, even my wife, which is the only reason that thing is still around, is looking at it like,
Brett,
you need to go.
Brett, I'm going to say something. I don't want to say it into an open microphone. But one of my dogs is having a surgical procedure today.
Oh, no.
And my wife told me how much it costs.
Oh, no.
Yep.
And I I can't even say it. I don't want to say it because I'm going to be cast as the bad guy, even though everybody, you see, you guys, because you're allowed to say it. I can't say it.
No, but that dog was at its financial limit years ago.
Like, you should have a number, right?
Yes.
There should be a number.
Yes.
Like, I'll take a number. Like, I told I should have a number. There's only so much that can be spent on keeping me around.
The doctor's like, Vic's got to have this procedure. You're like,
no.
His funds came up last year, so we're just going to let nature do its thing. Texture says 5 big boons for the dog.
Come on, man.
That said, Craig.
Well, and then there's one more.
Yes,
one more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over.
Oh, yes.
In our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
It's the most insane play-by-play I've ever heard.
Did we ever find out who those guys are? They were doing a high school game, right?
Yeah.
Did we ever find out who? Like, do these guys even have names?
Could you sneak a Sweet Lucy into the broadcast tomorrow?
I'll try.
That's asking a lot, though. Come on.
If things are going well,
you know what you can do.
If Manson blows somebody up, be like, gosh, it's just like that dog, Sweet Lucy.
Like that? Yeah. Manson ran over him like that?
Or if the game is over, if the Avs are up 6-1, and just like Sweet Lucy, this thing is over.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
So mean. Although, again, I know we've talked about this before. In fairness to that play-by-play guy, stop talking about your dead dogs when the game's on. What are we doing here?
I reckon.
Devin says, I'm into one of my dogs for about $12K.
Oh, boy.
Are you? Is that real? No way. My wife doesn't even tell me how much this thing costs. And I told her, do not tell me.
It's probably best that way.
No, because
probably best.
But the dog is 17 years old.
17?
Yes. Yes, the dog's 17 years old.
It's time, bro. It's time.
But I don't want to be that guy because I'm the mean guy.
No, 17 is time.
Dude, that's like putting 4 brand new tires on a 77 Chevy Chevette, bro. You just don't do it, bro.
Like your weekend at Bernie's, like with that dog now. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I guarantee you she would spend more on the number for the dog would be higher than the number for me.
1,000% correct. And by the way, as I told you before, don't ever date a horse chick. Do not ever do it. Ever.
She's getting surgery for a 17-year-old dog. Here's what she'd say about Vic. Vic, you're 55. I mean.
And I don't blame her. Actually, I'm 56.
You're 56, Vic. I mean, at some point.
I have no retort.
No. 303-504-0925. Just a little past midlife.
I got to go to the Broncos press conference.
Okay. You go talk to some Broncos. Got a fact checker and the winner of the pair of tickets to the Avs and Red Wings next.
Oh, yes.
In our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
We'll announce the winner of the Avs and Red Wings tickets in just a few minutes. Some breaking news from the NFL. Buffalo has found a coach.
Who is it?
Joe Brady is going back to Buffalo.
Really?
To coach Josh Allen.
Wow.
Josh
And
Allen.
he's a young guy, too, right? Isn't he a young guy?
I think he's my age. I think he's
young
like
guy.
36.
Yeah.
So if you remember, he was the quarterbacks coach and offensive coordinator in Buffalo the last few years, and now he's going to take over as head coach. And what it feels like to me is this is a lot of Josh Allen maybe saying, this is the guy I want in charge.
Right.
I don't know. But
I think he's from the Sean Payton coaching tree, if I'm not mistaken. I think
he coached for a couple years in New Orleans back in 17 and 18.
There you go. Yep.
But he was a really hot name because he went to LSU, and I think that was the Burrow year where their offense just exploded, and then he got an OC job, I believe, in Carolina, and he was seen as this like hotshot up-and-coming head coach candidate, and now he finally gets the opportunity. Yeah.
Good for him. I mean, again, if you're the Buffalo Bills, if Josh Allen wants a guy, I mean, you're gonna consult Josh Allen about this. What kind of offense do you want to run? What kind of coach, works best for you? They need to maximize the Josh Allen years the best they possibly can, because all of a sudden, Brett, you don't realize it, but you hit the age of 30 and time it's like Marissa Tomei and my cousin Vinny. Your biological clock is ticking,
So
it's crazy.
An update from
My biological clock is ticking like this.
update across the NFL.
Exactly.
These head coach openings. Here's what you got. Joe Brady is with the Bills as of 3 minutes ago. Mike McCarthy is with the Steelers, which we didn't talk much about because of the Broncos game, but
Isn't he from there?
I honestly don't know.
Mike McCarthy's a Pittsburgher.
That feels like just finding the steady guy who is at least going to be okay. Jesse Minter is taking over in Baltimore. John Harbaugh is obviously with the Giants. Kevin Stefanski's in Atlanta. Jeff Hafley is in Miami. And then...
Come on, man. I mean, the guy's 85
I'm never
years
gonna
old,
say
bro.
that guy's
Come
name
on, bro.
I'm
Bro,
never-
he's 85, bro.
I am never going
You
to
can't
say
do
that
that.
guy's name properly in my life, because all I'm going to think is that moment from Steven Ross.
John Eric, what's his name? John Eric, or no, you say Hafley.
No.
Okay.
Jeff Hafley. And the Titans got Robert Saleh. So the three that are left now is the Browns, the Cardinals, Cardinals, and Raiders, and I don't know which one of those you'd even consider a decent job.
Well, if you're Davis Webb and the Raiders are, and part owner Tom Brady is talking to you, would you? And you got the number one pick in the draft.
I don't care
in
about
Fernando.
Brady. Like, whatever. I mean, yeah, if you think Fernando Mendoza is going to be like the next huge wave of elite quarterbacks, then yeah, you'd find that a very attractive job. But still, the Raiders have hired and fired a coach every year for like the last 5 years, Moj.
I understand that.
Starting
Yeah,
with,
I understand.
mean, let's just go through it top of my head. It was Gruden, then it was McDaniels. McDaniels 1 year done. Then it was it Pierce after that, right?
Antonio Pierce.
1 year done. And then after that, was that just the last coach?
It was Pete Carroll.
before
I think it was Pete Carroll.
I thought there was
Yeah, I
one
think it was
more.
Pete Carroll.
I thought one more was in the middle that I might be missing.
Well, they had an interim.
Yeah,
they had
but
an interim
Rich
guy
Bisaccia
there.
that actually took him to the playoffs
Yep,
when he took over.
Bisaccia, right.
I feel like I'm missing somebody. Maybe I'm not.
No, it went this. It went Del Rio, Gruden, Bisaccia, McDaniels, Pierce, Carroll.
Okay, so I was right. But it's just when you're cycling through coaches that much, I mean,
Agreed.
Cardinals got bad ownership. The Browns are a mess. Like, those three jobs are just yuck. Yes, Mike.
I don't know who wants that. I don't know who wants that Cleveland job, but it seems, well, you got a Pro Bowl quarterback now. You might as well maybe reconsider some things.
Yeah, seriously, Moshe Stefanski developed Shedeur Sanders into a Pro Bowl quarterback, and it cost him his job. Trash organization.
I like Shedeur Sanders. I think he's uber talented. I hope he gets a shot. I really do. The Pro Bowl thing aside, we know it's silly. We know nobody else wanted the job. Nobody else wanted to go. But good for him. I think he'll have a good, fun time. But when I look on his Wikipedia page in 20 years and it says Pro Bowler, I'm going to be like, that year, that's pretty iffy. No offense.
Texter says Mendoza, Bowers, Genty, Crosby, and the third most cap space. Worst case, you get fired and get a free paycheck. I understand that all that looks great on paper. It's resulted in nothing. And by the way, I know they haven't had Mendoza yet. Here's another added part to that job. Moj, how does it sound taking the head coaching position of a team that finished dead last in the NFL, record-wise? That's why they have the number 1 overall pick. And you're in a division that features the 14-win Broncos, the perennial playoff team in the Chargers, and perennial Super Bowl contender Kansas City Chiefs.
It sounds like murderer's row.
Six times a year.
It sounds like not an enviable position.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, when you have that kind of talent and you're confident in your own abilities, can you get that team, back? Look, and the way I look at it, too, that in conjunction with what you just said, the ownership situation is tough, man. It really is. If I'm a Denver Broncos fan and I realize the ownership group that we have here and the commitment made to this team, I'm feeling really good. We haven't even talked about that. They lose the AFC title game, but they're going to be set up with their ownership group to be able to compete year after year after year. Now, it's up to the coaches and the players to do it. But as far as the ownership group is concerned, they're going to put them in a great, great position.
Well, listen to J.K. Dobbins talk about it.
So it starts with the ownership. They get us everything that we need to be successful here. It starts with the hyperbaric chamber. I was able to get back on the practice field 2.5 months. It's because they gave me everything I needed. There was things I would ask Mr. Penner, and he would get it to us. He would get it to me. Then, my man, Coach Sean Payton, I love him to death. He's one of my favorite coaches ever. It's been a great process with everyone here, and then the O-line and just everybody. The brothers, defense. I even felt like I was part of the defense, because they wanted me here. Coach VJ wanted me here. The defense wanted me here, probably more than the offense. It's just been a great time here in my short time, and I think that I'll be here. Hopefully I will, and I think I'm a Bronco for life.
I hope so. I hope that he is. I just wanted to be healthy, that's all. Just be healthy. I hope that he is too. Because he was effective when he played, Brett, effective enough in my book.
Yep.
Just I hope that he can stay healthy. His body keeps letting him down.
By the way, you missed this from earlier. Is one thing I was talking about, and we can get into this in more detail. We got a couple weeks before the Super Bowl. I think that the Sam Darnold story is nuts. Do you know he's played for 4 teams in the last 4 years?
Yep.
And now he's had back-to-back 14-win seasons with 2 different franchises?
Can you believe he'll be the first guy from his draft class to play in a Super Bowl? Look at those names. Look at the names in the Sam Darnold draft class.
Baker, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
But out of those names.
There was a suggestion, and I'm going to take this texter up on it. If I'm Vic and I got a 17-year-old dog, it's already on its last leg, no offense. And I love my animals. Every time I have to put a dog down, dude, I cry hard. I do, because I love my dogs.
It's brutal.
Really love them. It's incredibly brutal. But you know what you might want to do? You might want to embrace a new way of looking at things and just say, hey, Terry, rather than spend the money on the dog, why don't we, Nellie?
See, Moser, you're making a bad mistake here. Hang on. Cut. Whoa. You can't play this without doing the thing. You can't do
whether it's the dog or the cash that you're saving from not spending it on the dog, you take that bread and you go to Doris and you lay it down.
That down.
You have done this twice on days where you're not actually laying something down. You can't beat the themes. When I do Brady and his bets are coming after we sing the song. You can't wear this out without actually doing the bit. Figure it out.
I mean, yeah.
I I saw this, by the way. Is this true or is this just internet stuff? I didn't care to look this up, but a texter says Sam Darnold's grandfather is named Dick Hammer, and he was the Marlboro Man.
Yeah,
I saw
correct.
that. Is
He
that
was.
true?
He was one of the early Marlboro Men guys. Yeah.
Dick Hammer.
He looked like an absolute cowboy, dude. Everything you would think of a Marlboro Man, that's dude. Yep.
Hang on a second. Let me get another look at this. I mean, yeah, looks exactly like what you'd expect.
Yep, 100%.
What cigarettes have gotten very hipster now. Like you don't see people smoking cigarettes anymore. Like all the ad campaigns, that's him, right? That's perfect.
Yeah.
But if they were to run a Marlboro campaign now, I feel like you got to do it for some sort of like, some guy who's going to see an indie band. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
People don't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's good. It's a good thing. I don't know if vaping's any better or worse, whatever. But people don't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's hipsters and T. Willie. Only ones left.
T. Willie's single-handedly keeping.
Yes, he is.
He's keeping the industry alive.
Now,
man.
Now, if you're T. Willie, you don't smoke Marlboros. Insane prices.
Crazy. No, you got to
go for that lower shelf stuff, whatever it is, like towards the bottom.
Yeah, the one with like the I think American flag on it or something. Yeah.
I think they're called Wild Horse or something like that.
Yeah, whatever it takes, man. Tobacco. Hey,
you know what?
Wild Horse.
I mentioned earlier I worked at Walgreens when I was 16. There was a woman who came in every day and bought Virginia Slims, old lady, Virginia Slims, and what do they call them? The hundreds or the longer cigarettes, whatever those are. Hundreds?
Yeah, they were like toothpicks. They were like skinny toothpicks. Yeah.
And I was like, do you not want to buy like more than one at a time, or is this just your daily thing? You come and see me,
Probably
and I get you some Virginia Slims.
Just go see a nice young man, somebody to talk to, get some Virginia Slims.
I bet she thought it was hot. I bet that was it.
I don't think that's probably the case.
Yeah, maybe not.
Tell yourself that.
The winner of the pair of tickets to the Avs and the Red Wings is Aaron Schmidt.
Hey, way to
go, Aaron. Quick fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
And by the way, the keyword that Aaron used to win was Bob, not mob with an M, Vic. It wasn't an anti-Italian racist keyword. Let's see. Fact checker, Moj, rough day for you today, buddy. You were like 90 minutes late to your own show. Turned on your mic, immediately came within spitting distance of dropping an S-bomb, and then didn't tell us that Gabe Landeskog was skating on the ice. We had to see it reported from Pierre LeBrun up in wherever the hell Canada he is. So
I did send you a photo, did I not?
Tomorrow's the new day.
I sent you a photo.
Tomorrow's the new day.
It was a rough opening for you, though. Late, almost cursed 2 minutes in.
Do you know how bad the roads are here? Do you have any clue how much snow has dropped in this joint? You have no idea, do you? Nor do you care.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
You better.
We just ran the greatest race of my life. It was so much fun. I just love my teammates.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword is coming up in 15 minutes. Alex Ryanemi alongside the head coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass. The Broncos are having their year-end press conference today. And when I say today, I mean right now. Let's head out to Dove Valley.
I don't pay attention to all the criticism. I think if I paid attention to that, I don't know that we'd ever be in this position.
Coach, to your left, I know you say each year you start over, you've got to reset the board, but how can the success that you guys had this year, first division title in 10 years, help you as you move forward and kind of take that next step?
Yeah, but I love the question, but man, I will not use that word, take the next step. We go back to the start of the race. Like every 32 teams has to go back and go meet their parents, eat their oranges. That's really important. Now, we do that with more resources. We do that without dead cap. We do that with a foundation in place. We do that with optimism and confidence from the journey we've been on, and I think that's important.
Coach Middle, right here.
Yeah.
You talked about the dead cap. How beneficial will it be to move on from a significant amount of that dead cap moving forward to be able to continue?
I think, like in any case, if I said I'm going to give you $50,000 to decorate your home or $200,000. The home's going to look nicer, I think, if you're a decent shopper, if you have more money. I think the same takes place with our sport, and I'm proud of the way everyone else handled it and looked at developing young players and didn't use it as a built-in excuse. We can find those all the time. But I think it's significant, and it's still important. We evaluate wisely, we draft wisely, we make these decisions regarding free agency with well thought out plans, and we go from there.
Sean, just your impressions of how kind of Bo has handled the early days and weeks since his injury, and kind of what comes next for him.
He's doing well. He literally was just above us here. I asked him, what were you doing trying to get your scooter laps in? And so he's got X amount of time on the scooter, then it goes to the crutches, then it goes to the walking boot, so there's a process. You got to know him. He's fidgety to begin with, and so he might have been just getting his scooter lap centered, but he was up there, like in an area where I'm like he never would be in, department-wise. I think it's he's handling it like a pro. I'm sure there's disappointment, for him to have to watch. For any of our players that get injured and that are removed for a game or more than one game, I can think of Alex with his cancer. I can think of a number of guys, Dre, Greenlaw, having to sit. That's difficult. And, and it wasn't until 2011 when something like that, severely happened to me in the sideline of a game. And I was 9 weeks, now I was still at the games as the head coach, but you sit in that training room and you're there 3 times a day and you realize that the train keeps moving. Like there's a practice going on out there. I'm the head coach and I'm in here with a bag of ice on my knee and a plate and screws in my leg, and it just keeps moving and it keeps moving. And so the 2 things I learned from that, it gave me greater perspective for how a player feels. And when I had gotten there, Bill had told me, keep the training room at 67 degrees, no food, back then, no cell phones. It's different. But he didn't want it to be a place like a lounge. And so I did that. And, we were setting the early groundwork of the program there. And then, here it is 5 years later. I grabbed our trainer. I said, Scotty, it's colder than shit in here. He goes, this is the temperature you want it at. And I said, all right, do you have some blankets? We're going to leave it at the temperature. I think it's difficult, though. I think it's difficult to get as far as he brought us, and then maybe to see also one of his contemporaries, like someone in his draft class that he would have loved to have competed against, advance. It can be a tough game.
Hey, Sean, I know you made a crack about it after the Buffalo game, but is there any concern that Bo has had several ankle surgeries? And
no, and make understand that was in jest, and I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's my. I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's. I think what was found though, what was a condition that was like predisposed right at that they always find a little bit more when they go in, and it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So it wasn't because when you look at the play and you're trying to evaluate it, he said the doctor, operating surgeon, said that though this was going to happen sooner than later. Now you go about the rehab, proper orthotics, all those things. But he's been one of those players that I would say has been available. There were others in that draft class that weren't as available. So I think he'll. The rehab coming off of this will be strong, but the news that was something the way it was explained, that it was coming sooner than later. So he'll rehab his tail off and get ready, get back to being healthy. And I think for someone who runs with the ball, I think he's done a pretty good job of protecting himself. Not all the times, but for the most part, he's done a pretty good job of sliding and understanding playing for another day.
Sean, staff-wise at this point, are you thinking that you could lose Davis? And you were once a young coach with the Raiders involved. Like, what has it been like sort of watching him go through this process?
Just every year, you go through it. Davis, then you have Vance, and their team's inquiring about Leonard. It's part of the deal. You're supportive. I think it's always. Here's the difficult part. The difficult part is sitting on that competition committee, staff. And what's difficult is when it's taking place while you're still playing. And I think our guys have done a good job handling that, but it's still difficult, because preparing for one of those interviews requires time, like quite a bit of time. And then, preparing for an opponent in the playoffs requires every waking minute. And so, I don't know that I have the solution, but I think it's a challenge that we've battled as a league. But certainly supportive of those guys and I've said this, you want those guys. Joe Brady, I think, was named this morning. I hired him right out of college, so he's, proud of him. Just spoke to him, 2 days ago. You want to see guys that come in and work, that are part of your staff. You want to see them have success, not the other way around. And then we'll figure out when and if we lose a coach, what the plan is going to be. Well, it'd be a pain in the ass for him.
Yeah, Sean. Aside from the football type injuries, we're down in the league as far as getting weaker through injuries.
So we finished in the last 3 years.
Okay.
And this is I think it's important to bring up because I think Bo has done a great job. Second in the NFL over a 3-year span, first in the NFL in 23, second in the NFL 24, and again, so that those numbers are important because they validate the decisions in the offseason program.
Greenlaw was talking yesterday about how you.
I read.
Yeah, he practices a little tougher than Kyle does, which probably is a factor in callousing these guys. But how do you balance that? Do you talk?
I like how we balanced it right now, though. I mean, meaning if we're second in the NFL with fewest games missed, man, that's extremely important. Now, I think more importantly, all right, Dre, Cortland, Wednesday might be just a NIR rest day. I think I can be better in that area.
I was going to say keeping them fresh for a 20-game season now.
Yeah, but I think the ladder, we know what the ladder is. You guys saw the ladder in 22, where there's over 125 players. Over 125 players missed games because of injury, and no one played in the preseason. There weren't ever pads on. We're never doing that.
Coach, in the middle here, speaking of the differences between you got here and what you've done since you've been here. Before you got here, 8 straight losing seasons. Since you've been here, 5th most wins in the NFL. Has the turnaround happened quicker than you expected, and was it any surprise?
It's a good question. I think there are these moments where, like, all right, year one, and we suffer our 4th loss, giving up 70 points. All right, the moment has happened quicker than I expected at that moment, and then we bounce back. We're pushing for a playoff spot in that first year, close. We have a winnable game versus New England. We lose Vegas. And then I think last year was important, not only in the draft, the quarterback, but there were a number of things. I don't think you ever you just start working, and I don't know that you have this timetable. You just know that everyone else is going, and it's you kind of have these blinders on. You can't see the other 31. I say that, like the first year in New Orleans, we didn't win a preseason game. And I came into the locker room, I think after one of the preseason games, and I told Loomis, we're not going to win 3 games this year. I just was, and then you get going, and then and so you're not keeping track of eventually where you want to be, but you're certainly as a head coach, it's hard to say or gauge when you think that's going to happen. You just know it has to happen. It has to happen. Or there's going to be another introductory press conference and another navy blue suit. It has to happen. And then go make it happen.
Coach, how will you go about improving the run game?
Great question. I stepped into Zach's office yesterday. I said, look, there's probably a series of answers to that what we're doing. I feel like we're far enough along with the RPOs and some of that, but when we want to run it under center and control a game, we've been able to do it a few times, but not as much as I'd like, I think. And so that'll be an important study. With urgency, and then also with the runners who are we asked. I mean, losing J.K. Obviously is a tough loss. He brought a lot to the locker room, more than you would know, but that'll be one of the points of emphasis that I think that we research and look into heavily. I want to play from the gun, but I also will always want to play with a two-back or multiple tight end mindset. Have that flexibility, and it's a good question. I think it's one of the key things we have to do this offseason.
Sean, over here, for the record, I thought you were joking too.
All right.
Going into this offseason, you mentioned the drops, season-long problem with the receiver group. Is that going to be a position, an emphasis of need this offseason? You think upgrading that room of skill, talent, pass catchers?
Look, we've drafted to it, and I like who we've drafted to it. There were too many, even down the stretch, and so we'll look at the thing with the draft. Man, we've invested, and I like the players in that room. We've got speed, we've got size, we've got all the things I'm used to. You'd want to have in a good offense. But I think that there's a proper way to catch a football, and most of the times it's with your thumbs together, not the other way around. And the other way around, I'm serious, only exists when the ball's below your belly button. Even the deep balls should be caught, with your thumbs together. So we got to be better at that.
This is the live press conference, year-end press conference from Dove Valley. Sean Payton currently addressing the media. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your very first keyword is cash. That is C-A-S-H, cash. So text that with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter to win tickets for the Avs and the Red Wings next Monday. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays are your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. You can order online at papamurphys.com. Your keyword this hour is cash, C-A-S-H, cash. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55, and we'll react to the words of Sean Payton on the other side of this break. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you missed your first keyword, don't worry. You still have time to get it in. It's cash.
As in cash money, homie.
I was just about to say, Coach Sanford, would you like to speak on your show today? I know we went right to the Sean Payton year-end press conference.
Kind of a Sean Payton banger, to be honest. A masterclass.
We will get to the live comments of General Manager George Payton just moments from right now. But your first biggest takeaways from what you heard from Sean Payton, the funniest thing straight up was the jab at Nathaniel Hackett. I can't remember who asked the question, but it was regarding Greenlaw's comments about Sean Payton's hard practice structure and like hard training camp structure.
6 days on, 1 day off.
You go. You build callus.
And you know what? Good.
And Sean was ready for that. He goes, over the course of 2 years, we are second lowest in the NFL in terms of man games lost. And then he went, you know what happened in 2022? The Broncos missed 125 man games that year.
I have been a part of current head coaches in the state of Colorado looking back and saying, remember 2022? Because I was a part of the CU 2022, the 1-11 year. But you know what? Hey, the reality is that Sean Payton delivered the goods to get this franchise to a place where they are now a 15-game winner, including a playoff game victory. I loved the tone that Sean Payton had about some self-reflection himself.
It was confident and apologetic is a little bit like an undercut.
Accountability.
It was an accountable
and it wasn't accountability to the point of like self-deprecation where you lose your trust in the leader.
Right.
It was the right tone. I even think he had a little bit of fun with Luka, had a little bit of fun. You know, DMac asked a banger of a question about fixing the run game.
His answer about the run game was interesting because he went in on JK and essentially told you, he went, I talked to Zach yesterday, running backs coach. There's a series of answers. We're far enough along with the RPO and the zone read and bow. And this, I'm paraphrasing his comments here. What Sean said was that we want to run it under center. We've done it a few times, but not as much as the team wants to. And it's an important study with urgency and with personnel. And then he went in on going, losing JK was tough for me, and it was tough for the room. That's a big point of emphasis this offseason. I want to play from the gun, but we need a two-back and multi-tight end flexibility. When he mentioned JK by name, J.K. Dobbins going down with injury, that told me, dude, they're going to try and bring him back, and some other guys.
Yeah, it's almost as if Sean was listening to our take yesterday from the morning sprint. Sean Payton, Big 10 to noon guy, apparently. On 92.5, because we talked about it. You need a two-way tight end, a pass catcher and a run blocker.
The 2-1-3, great comment. That was a sincere version of Sean Payton.
That was real. It was authentic. It was my favorite version of Sean that I've personally ever seen. Now, there's some times during training camp that I think we get the authentic Sean Payton. There were a couple of pressers that I went to. I was like, you know what? A lot of times I talk into a mic about not liking this guy. And I'm actually in his presence right now as a football guy. I like this guy. There's times where he can become a little bristly. That you're like, gosh, really? Like he even kind of said it there at the beginning. I was rolling my eyes with with some of the early comments. But man, Sean Payton is here. Here's what I tell you. And George Payton's at the mic right now. I think we're going to go to it here pretty quickly. But what Sean Payton got in Denver is how you find success as a franchise. You give the power really to somebody who is competent football-wise.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. You still have 10 minutes to get this keyword in. It's cash, C-A-S-H, cash to 303-504-0925. You can win tickets to see the Avs take on the Red Wings next Monday. Let's head back to Dove Valley. General Manager George Payton addressing the media.
In Westlake, and I knew then we would be aligned in how we wanted to build this, and that's just continued to grow. And you know how much he loves the draft process, the personnel process, and not only does he love it, he's really good at it. I mean, he's really good. He knows what he wants. He articulates it well to all the scouts. So we all know what a Denver Bronco player at this position should look like. His staff is really good at it, and so We enjoy being around each other. Not always easy. It shouldn't be easy. Winning's not easy. But I just think it keeps getting stronger. I'm very fortunate to have him here with me.
George, when you get that close, people in the organization, do you personally, can you even watch the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think you do. I mean, right now I would say no, but when we get there, I mean, we love the game, and there's nothing like the Super Bowl, and so I think we watch it. We all, I've talked to a bunch of players yesterday, and there's a bunch of players waiting in my office right now, and a lot of them said they're not going to watch it, but I know we'll all watch it. We love this game, and it's too important, and you envision yourself being there one day, and that's what makes it special.
George, a couple of your young defensive rookies, we saw Q Robinson make an impact in the game, and then Jade as well. What just sort of is your impression of kind of how that came along this year?
All the rookies or just the defense?
Defensively.
Yeah, I think Jade, he played nickel, he played dime, he played little corner. You can see all the traits. He was good for us, probably not so good for him. He was drafted to maybe the deepest second, the corner back room in the league, and he made his mark. And he's just going to keep growing, keep getting better. Second round was RJ, but I'll stay with the defense. And then Savion Jones, again, we really like where he's going. We see the development in practice. I think he only played 33 snaps, but he had 4 or 5 pressures. He had a fumble recovery. We knew he'd be, a little development, but this guy's big, he's strong, he's athletic, he's going to be a player. And then Q, I mean, he may be have the most upside in our draft class, and you could see it the other day. I mean, he's long, he's athletic, he can run, really good in the run game. Just learning how to rush the passer, but has all the traits. And then you see what he does on special teams. So really encouraged with him, and I think that's all the defense guys, right, for that. And we have 2 college, free agent linebackers we like, Lavelle Bailey, who got a little taste, and then Jordan, Jordan Taylor, who was really good on special teams.
Yeah, George, you got 1 or 2 years of the lean times here, and we're big in the turnaround. What were some of the keys besides, the coach and quarterback, ownership? Besides those 3 things.
What else is there, Mike?
Anything, deeper dive into what?
No, I just think it's tough times. When you come in an organization, you don't have success right away. I think it's important to stay true to what got you here. Stay true to your process, and don't listen to all the outside stuff. And then encourage your staff to do the same, and just stay the course. Just keep going. Keep grinding. And we were fortunate, obviously, to have this ownership group, and then to hire Sean, and I think that turned it. And then obviously the quarterback and all the other things.
Hey, George, you got 2 big things going for you this year. You're out from under the dead cap charges from Russ, and that new facility. How is that going to facilitate free agent signings?
Yeah, I think players will want to come here for a number of reasons. I think number one is ownership. That's the number one, and you can see what they've done, what they're doing, what they continue to do, and all the resources and leadership they've shown. I think quarterback makes a big difference. Players wanting to come to the quarterback, and the fan base in Denver. I mean, people love it here, and I think that helps. And now we're playing at a high level, and again, it starts over. But I think players will want to be here.
George, you're on the clock with a rookie quarterback under that contract. Yeah. Getting this close, does that instill that sense of urgency? Like this is kind of that window. And how do you, in knowing Sean now, how do you think he'll deal with Sunday's disappointment as fuel, or because he's used the word regret?
Yeah, we've both been through this. This is my 3rd championship loss. He's been through it. He's had tough losses. You learn. You have to move forward. You look at the things that we did, all the positive things that we did, and you build on that. In regards to the quarterback, I don't think we're always going to push it, and we're going to push it this year. It's all these other teams are pushing it. They're hiring these, so we have to be on our game. We have to make really good decisions. We're going to be aggressive, and regardless of what, whose contract is what, I think it's really important. Now we're going to be sound and prudent with our decisions, and the good news is, we have some cap room. We have 5 picks in the first 4 rounds. We could get 2 compensatory, which would give us 9. So we just have, I always talk flexibility. We're going to have all sorts of flexibility.
Did this crystallize the goal that it's like Super Bowl bust now? It was easy to say that a few
We just we just stick to the process. I don't get too far ahead of it. Again, every year you start over and you build in a sense, and we're going to have to build in a sense, but we just need to get better than we were, and we'll just kind of stick with that.
George, that aggressiveness, retrospect, do you maybe regret kind of not making a bigger move for a wideout, for a skill guy at the deadline or midseason this year? And is that going to be something you look at pretty, as you mentioned, aggressively, this offseason?
No, I don't regret that. I mean, at the time we had we like our receiving group. I don't think our receiving group, held us back from this game. I don't look at it like that. We got some young receivers and Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin and Mimsy and Sut. I don't think that's the reason we didn't make the Super Bowl. I think those guys, in their own right, had good years. We had some injuries in the end that hurt us. Going back to Buffalo, we had 3 receivers. For the rest, I think from the second quarter on, that's tough. And then in this game, we had 4. We always look at everything. I don't think what was available, would have made much of a difference, for us. But I can't. What was your second question? That was it. We'll look at everything, every position. I appreciate that. Yeah.
George, you touched on it, but just hearing guys yesterday like Alex Singleton, J.K. Dobbins be very vocal about wanting to stay here. Do you like hearing that? Does that kind of help validate what you guys are building here?
You do. You want your players, to want to be here, that's for sure. And again, it starts at the top with the ownership and Sean and what we're building. And you look at, we get players who come from other places, and you look at our resources and the modalities and our our sports performance team, and it's an easy sell here. And then they look at the new facility. Obviously, there's going to be a new stadium down the road, but this ownership group is second to none.
George, going back to Bo Nix, what was your evaluation on how the surgery went in his health and his timetable? Do you see him doing any work in OTAs or so?
I mean, I think they said, close to May. I think he'll, I think he's going to be fine. I think Sean talked about that. He's going through it. I mean, he's in the building. He's working every day, and he'll be back. I'm not sure the exact date. We feel good about that.
George, you obviously got unrestricted free agents, but DMac is a restricted free agent.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's turned himself into the best players in the game.
Yeah.
Is he a extension candidate type, or what do you do when you have a guy he's in sort of a unique position, I guess?
Yeah, he's a restricted. Great story, DMac. We got him as a college free agent, and I remember his first year. We started him outside against the Chargers in the last game of the year, and I'm just like, oh man, he's 5'9". He's going to play outside against his receivers, and he played a great game, and you're like, wow, maybe we have something here. And then he's just gotten better, run game, pass game. We're going to work through that, as a staff, in that deep dive, and kind of go through that and just keep that in-house. Thank you.
Those are the comments of Broncos general manager George Payton as the Broncos are having their year-end press conference at Dove Valley, part of an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Before we hit a break, breaking news for the Colorado Avalanche. They have extended defenseman Sam Malinski to a 4-year, $19 million deal. It's worth $4.75 million annually against the cap. It includes a full no-trade clause in his first 2 years and a modified no-trade clause of 10 teams in year 3 and 6 teams in year 4. So once again, breaking news for the Avalanche, who will be back on the ice tomorrow against the Ottawa Senators. Sam Malinski re-signed, extended to a 4-year deal worth $4.75 million. That's the coach, Mike Sanford.
Well, hold on real quick.
I'm Alex Ryan.
What did Sam
holding on?
What did Sam get right there? Got some serious cash.
He did get some serious cash. It's our first keyword, cash.
Cash. Text it in.
C-A-S-H, cash to 303-504-0925, part of an Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. If you text that in with your first and last name, you will be entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche take on the Red Wings next Monday. One more time, cash. Avs extend Sam Malinski. Broncos wrapping things up at Dove Valley. The Nuggets are back at it tonight against the very best team in the Eastern Conference. Tune in for pregame of the Nuggets and Pistons at 6:30 p.m., powered by Ramos Law, with tip-off just after 7. Again, 6:30 pregame for the Nuggets and the Detroit Pistons. Nuggets back at home, back in action after a postponed game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Some crazy delayed flights, and like if you saw Katie Winge's Instagram story, like how the Nuggets got home was insane.
Was it all on snowmobiles, the entire team?
It was essentially, yeah. Rycroft in the Toronto and Avalanche game a couple of days ago on Sunday afternoon was talking about how instead of calling them snowmobiles in Canada, they call them ski-doos.
Yeah, that's a company.
Yeah, but like when I think of ski-doo, I think
lake
watercraft.
Correct.
Yes.
But the word ski probably more consistently is associated with snow.
Probably.
More.
Dude, I launched off of a jet ski, a ski-doo, in the Lake of the Ozarks with my then fiance, now wife, Kane.
Oh, I'm glad you guys made it.
On the back.
Okay.
And yes, what's your question?
You ever seen the Saturday Night Live skit of the one-upper? I was gonna one-up you. So
I'll
go
wait
ahead
for you to one up.
No, yeah, go ahead and
we
deliver
get
the
onto
goods.
this jet ski and Caitlin holds on to me and she goes, honey, like, please don't go crazy. Like, don't, whip figure eights and U-turns at 50 miles an hour. I was like, okay, I won't. I promise I won't. I was taking it easy for a while, and then I started, kind of feel myself. I was out there and the wind was in my hair, and I felt, powerful. Felt invincible. And at, 40 miles an hour, I try a hairpin turn.
Mm-hmm.
We both get launched off of this thing. Caitlin, still holding on to me, drags me off the ski-doo as inertia's whipping us around. And I land, I don't get hurt. I land with both butt cheeks square on my wife's head and shatter her sunglasses. She walks for the rest of the trip in the Lake of the Ozarks with 2 black eyes, no sunglasses, and needless to say, I wasn't touched for the rest of the vacation.
Have you guys had a remake of that? Have you guys recreated that exact scene? Kind of Ace Ventura slow motion style? Both butt cheeks? I mean, you don't have big butt cheeks.
No, I've got a taut rear end.
It's taut.
It's toned. Used to be larger when I was playing.
So I'm gonna one up you. Ski-doo.
Please do. Sorry, sea-doo. I'm hearing from other people sea-doo. It's not ski-doo.
Oh, yeah, we're dumb. Sea-doo, right? A 16-year-old bleached blonde tips version of me.
Heck yeah. Who was the dude, not Pete Blackburn, who was the guy on the CBS broadcast for the Broncos game?
Yeah, that guy. He's cool.
That dude, he had hair that was like it was
He's a slick back
tips.
guy. I was more of a spike up frosted tips. I was a Bo Nix. I was cosplaying Bo Nix before he was even alive. Evan Washburn. So, Raj, this is 16-year-old me, son of Notre Dame quarterback coach at the time, my dad, Mike Sanford Sr. Go to a Notre Dame boosters house on the lake up in Michigan, and they invited all of the coaches and their families. So quarterback coach's son, Mike Sanford, 16 years old, has his driver's license, offers to take all of the 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old children on Sea-Doo rides, one of which was 9-year-old daughter of Urban Meyer, the current wide receiver coach at Notre Dame. She ends up, trying to hold on. I do the exact same thing. Hairpin turn. She is not able to hold on for dear life.
But hold on to you.
And we are going as max speed, hairpin turn. And Urban Meyer's 9-year-old daughter she looks like a pebble that is skipped on a perfectly serene lake scene for about a quarter mile. I rally her back. She's not doing well. Signs of distress. I take her back to the dock. Urban's not happy.
It's a reason why you didn't get the OC job at Ohio State once upon a time.
I mean, I was offered it, but we avoided it. The conversation.
Squished his daughter's face with my ass.
And Gigi Meyer goes to the emergency room to be checked for internal bleeding.
Oh my God. Good.
No wonder I'm not in college football anymore.
George and Sean Payton met the media today for the Broncos postseason wrap-up presser. Here's what Sean had to say about his starting quarterback's foot.
What was found, though, what was a condition that was like predisposed right at that, they always find a little bit more when they go in, and it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So it wasn't, because when you look at the play and you're trying to evaluate it, he said, the doctor, operating surgeon, said that though this was going to happen sooner than later. Now you go about the rehab, proper orthotics, all those things.
It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. Bo was already injured. And what that tells me is Bo was having off-season surgery, whether he had a fracture in his foot in that game and missed the AFC title game or not. He was going to miss time. There was surgery coming. Now, the question is, was there hardware? Is there hardware in that right ankle, that right foot?
That would be my guess.
Prior to this surgery.
That would be my guess. And there have, since Bo Nix has played so many games. Like, think about this. The amount of football contests that Bo Nix played in college at the quarterback position, mind you, as a dual threat athlete that ran the football with frequency, especially at Auburn, a little bit at Oregon, and then again for the Denver Broncos. He's played in high leverage, highly physical contests, frankly, his entire career, right? We've all heard little things about, cleanup procedures in the offseason, right? And this does happen with frequency with, frankly, every athlete. Every team has, you're just waiting to get your labrum fixed. You're waiting to get your, hey, I've got some hardware, it needs to be modified, or there might be a little scar tissue that's formed around the hardware. Or there might be some type of loose bone spur as a result of a previous procedure. That's what I'm guessing was the case with Bo Nix. And I'm guessing that they were monitoring that. And also, I'm also guessing that Sean Payton had to make the decision of not utilizing one of his quarterback's best traits of runner in the quarterback designed run game for a 17-game regular season. And remember what I did every week? Especially like that Jacksonville Jaguars game where you had empty calories inside the red zone and I'm yelling at the clouds. Well, maybe, just maybe, everybody in that building knew that Bo Nix was playing on borrowed time, which is, frankly, all the more interesting, all the more impressive for what Bo Nix was able to accomplish in his sophomore year as a Denver Broncos starter.
The hope was that borrowed time ended 2 weeks from now. That was what the hope was. And it just so happens on a nothing burger play. A quarterback keeper to the left side, little crack pull, as you always call it, Coach. It was the play that ended up going 18 yards against the Giants. Now it went -2 yards in the divisional round. Didn't do anything for you.
And the irony is it was non-contact. Make no mistake about it. Bo was going down because there was nowhere to go. And you were just, at that point in time, you were trying to exhaust clock and not run out of bounds, right? Because you wanted to kick the game-winning field goal, not get the ball back to Josh Allen, and that you were trying to get closer.
You were trying to get a couple of yards. Right? You were trying to do exactly what Jarrett Stidham couldn't prior to the Will Lutz 54-yard attempt, which was get 2 yards, get 3 yards, something like that. You don't need a first. You don't need a big chunk. Stidham lost yardage. Bo did too in that scenario.
The good news is, even if there may or may not have been, say, previous injury history going into this year, maybe the injury was sustained this year, but it wasn't complete fracture. It was holding on for dear life, right? And a lot of this does happen to coincide with this new surgery over the last decade called the tightrope surgery, right? Where you're essentially taking the bone, taking the ligament, and you are wrapping them with essentially like a twine. That's what you're doing. It's crazy. You can have those types of procedures and sometimes even play on them, but when it's coming down to the bone holding on to said ligament, a lot of times it's just a matter of time before it pulls it off. And that's what happened.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan on the Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you're looking for something delicious for dinner tonight, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. That is gfhwings.com. More reaction to Sean Payton's postseason presser. Also, breaking news for the Avalanche. They'll be back on the ice tomorrow against the Ottawa Senators. They extend defenseman Sam Malinski to a 4-year deal worth $4.75 million on an average annual basis. The Nuggets are back in town to take on the very best in the Eastern Conference. That's the Detroit Pistons. Your pregame show can be heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 6:30 p.m.
Now, I think more importantly, all right, Dre, Cortland, Wednesday might be just a NIR rest day. I think I can be better in that area.
I was going to say keeping them fresh for a 20-game season now.
Yeah, but I think the ladder, we know what the ladder is. You guys saw the ladder in 22, where there's over 125 players. Over 125 players missed games because of injury, and no one played in the preseason. There weren't ever pads on. We're never doing that.
Holy smokes, do
Where you
I
at, Nate?
love a Sean Payton, Nathaniel Hackett.
It's the best.
It's not even a ricochet. Like, a ricochet shot is accidentally hitting someone. He took the shotgun and walked through the house trying to find Nathaniel Hackett. He opened up doors. He ripped off bed sheets, and then he finally found him cowering in the side and went, "You ready to go outside, old yeller?"
Tell you what, man, Sean Payton, so right in bringing up, even if Dre Greenlaw mentioned that, hey, man, this isn't Kyle Shanahan, because guess who Kyle Shanahan is closely linked with from a tree standpoint? It's Nathaniel Hackett, man. Those guys are all that kind of the new. They got cool, expensive sneakers, and they wear awesome joggers.
Don't play your dudes in the preseason. However, like, it's worked for Sean McVay. And Sean McVay is a don't play dudes in preseason guy.
I have a Sean McVay is a little bit more Gruden
than Kyle Shanahan is?
Yes.
Unpack that for me then.
First off, you ever heard Sean McVay talk? He sounds like refined John Gruden.
Yeah, there's some meathead in there.
Yes.
There is some meathead in Sean McVay.
And that Sean McVay, his entry into the National Football League was he was the drawer, the guy that drew all the plays on a computer that John Gruden was coming up with left and right? That's the biggest influence for Sean McVay. Therefore, Sean McVay, I would even say there's a little bit more of a physical brand of football with the Rams organization. And I'm not saying that the 49ers are a finesse outfit. They're not. But I think that Sean McVay finds himself as a young kind of Kyle Shanahan tree guy that airs a little bit more towards Gruden, airs a little bit more towards Sean Payton, which is we're going to build that callus. We're going to build up that scar tissue, right? And frankly, like, that's where I find myself. I am a guy that likes physical football practices. I like building my team up for the moment when it is hard. I think it's also, you can't train soft and then expect to play hard. That's a mindset that I have. Now, strangely, Kyle Shanahan doesn't do that. What is the one thing that we talked about all season long?
All season long, it's been multiple years in San Francisco.
5 years.
They can't stay healthy.
And that's the Hackett. Hackett took the Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur model. Oh, by the way, what happened with the Green Bay freaking Packers this year with health-wise? Tucker Kraft, Christian Watson, Micah Parsons. I mean, it's everywhere. Sean Payton pulled all the right strings in terms of training camp, in terms of the season. The only complaint I have, and Sean was I thought he was very honest, and he took accountability, is how can you get this run game to where it needs to be? Because frankly, if you're going to play this good a defense, and if you're going to have a quarterback that is really good, really tough, but not exactly Tom Brady in his prime as a passer, not exactly Patrick Mahomes as a pure passer, you're going to have to run the football. You're going to have to run the football when the weather sucks. You're going to have to run the football in the 20th week of the season to get to the dang Super Bowl. And that's the one thing that Sean Payton, as a whole, has established a physical football team. But it hasn't yet been a physical, reliant upon the ability to run the ball. And the current build of the Broncos, very different than the Sean Payton New Orleans Saints. They could outscore their problems. They were the Avs of 2023 and 24.
Sure, yeah,
right?
Great point.
Is that sustainable? No, that's why I think Sean's been okay with bolstering the defensive side of the ball with personnel and throwing money at that side of the ball. But you got to do it in the run game too if you want to win a Super Bowl.
This offseason, I think it's very clear, just listening to what the coach said was it's going to be figure out the run game, maybe try and figure out what's going on at inside linebacker because, Alex Singleton is a free agent. I thought it was very refreshing to hear Sean Payton take accountability for the lack of the run game. Now, he did lean on JK got hurt, and that was my guy. It was so very clear that he went, dude got hurt, therefore I'm not going to run the football anymore. He took accountability for that.
You know what Sean needs, man? It's like the guy it's like the single guy that goes out to the bar. He needs his wingman. He needs the guy that's probably either engaged or married for him to be able to shoot his shot. That's Sean. Sean won't shoot his shot at the bar unless he's got his wingman. And J.K. freaking Dobbins was his wingman. So you got to go out and find one. I think it's Breece Hall. I think it's perfect because Breece Hall is going to command some money, rightfully so.
He's a bigger back.
He's a bigger back.
He's almost 6 foot, 215.
And he's a guy that can dot the Q, man. He can be right behind him under center. And I think J.K. can too. The problem is, and J.K. talked about this yesterday.
When are you dotting your Qs?
Like, so you would draw a dot for where the tailback is lined directly behind the Q.
I thought you were talking about letters. I was like, what type of Qs are you drawing? You dot I's, man.
It's a football term. So you say like, hey, he's lined up in the dot.
So it's Q, and then you just have a running back who's the dot.
The dot that's lined up directly.
We have a dot in hockey. Dot is like the low blocker, low glove shot that goes in off the post. Block dot.
I like that.
Yeah, it's not bad. So the dot.
It's under center football.
Under center football is like X in lacrosse behind the net.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. We're getting somewhere here. I just thought that someone taught you out there in California how to draw Qs really weird.
No.
Or just your brain is going, Qs have dots in them now.
Sean needs his wingman. He needs the guy. And we talked about it yesterday ad nauseum. And today was a little bit of proof that Sean looks at the ground game almost more from a personnel standpoint at the running back position than he does the scheme.
Philosophy.
The philosophy. It's like, do I have the guy? No? All right, cool. I'm going to go do this very differently.
And he is typically a coach that needs multiple running backs. We went over his stars that he had in the 5 seasons in New Orleans in which he was a top 10 rushing outfit. And he had stars. He had Mark Ingram's. He certainly had Alvin Kamara's. But on the other side of that, there were Mike Bell's. There were the Reggie Bushes, who was part of a two-headed monster when Ingram was there. He needs to have multiple running backs, which is the reason why I think they find a way to bring J.K. Dobbins back. Dobbins isn't due a pay increase. Right? Like the reason why you could get J.K. Dobbins on what was it, a 1 year, $2-ish million deal. I don't have Spot Track, but I think it's right around 2. Dobbins ain't getting a pay increase. He was really good for those 10 games. And he told the media yesterday, you guys thought I was going to get 700 yards in 16. I got it in 10. He's not due a pay increase because the one thing we knew about J.K. Dobbins came true. You don't get a lot of money because you don't play a full season. You could get him back for kind of the same deal. You probably have to move money out, or you might have to worry about Singleton not coming back. Are you able to keep, was it Sternad, who's also, is Sternad or Ellis the free agent?
Ellis has got, he's in the same class as Bo Nix.
Okay, so Sternad's the free agent that you have to worry about bringing back. Maybe you lose one of those guys and you try and supplement that through draft.
Sternad is, he's a guy that I think you can get on a team-friendly deal. Because frankly, he was a special teamer 2 years ago.
The reason why I say this is because you need to find a way to get probably $11 million for Breece Hall.
10,
11.
Yep. Here's what I love about Breece. You realize that he's been available 17 games, 16 games, 16 games in the 3 years that he's been the relied upon primary starter for the New York Jets.
Love that.
Do you realize that he has never carried the football more than 245 times in a season? Tread on the tires still.
Therefore, tread on the tires, but you also need another back.
True.
You need RJ and you need JK. A running back room of Breece Hall, JK Dobbins, and RJ Harvey makes me really excited. That makes it move. That makes it tingle a little bit.
Yep.
That's Sean's wingman. Mm-hmm. Wingmen.
Yep.
You want to give him one wingman? Give him 3.
That's a 6 to noon proposition in a hurry right there now.
The other thing that he took accountability for, which we heard when JK bounced back, was I build calluses for a reason. We're not doing the Nathaniel Hackett thing. He also took accountability for I have to pinpoint the players and the veterans that don't need to be out there all the time. I need to pinpoint Cortland Sutton and Dre Greenlaw. I need to pinpoint J.K. Dobbins. I need to pinpoint I don't know, like if you bring Alex Singleton back, is he one of those dudes coming off of a tumultuous personal year with him battling cancer? And I know it's not, soft tissue injury, but I'm sure that doesn't help you stay healthy. He has to pinpoint those players where you go, we're going to rely upon the young dudes, upon the new guys, upon the guys who are typically healthy. If you get a Breece Hall who plays 16, 17 games a year, you get to be out there every practice. These other dudes might not.
Do you think J.K. Dobbins, hearing his comments yesterday, loving the community here in Denver, meaning like community of like the football team, the culture, do you believe that J.K. Dobbins would take a semi-team friendly deal? Or is he a player that has to be forced to take a team friendly deal because the open market's not going to be kind to a player that has never truly played an entire season?
I think it would be just as kind to him as it was last year. Guaranteed at signing $2 million. His cap hit was just over 2. His base was 1.3. You got a signing bonus. Maybe you could up the signing bonus a little bit for him, like guarantee him more money right at the top. But like he's not due to make more money. He is who he is. And the running back classes, it's questionable, but it's not questionable to the point where I don't want to say deserves, where he gets either multi-year or he like doubles his cap hit from 2 to 4. Like, I don't think you don't have to twist his arm to do it. Give him kind of the same deal. You give him 2.5.
J.K. Dobbins, since his rookie season in Baltimore, 2020, total games played in a season: 8, 1, 13, and 10, and he missed the entire 2021 season with injury.
The reason why I say the running back free agent market isn't going to be big is because I don't believe Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne, or like Dowdle come to market. I think all 3 of those players are back with their team. I think Breece Hall is a legit chance you could get him.
Because they got to rebuild everything.
And I think Breece just wants to get the hell out of there. Like, why would Kenneth Walker leave the Seahawks? Why would Travis Etienne, after the year that they just had in Jacksonville, why would he leave the Jags? Rico Dowdle finally looks at Carolina and goes, this is a team that could compete in this crappy division in the South, right?
Plus, he's from South Carolina, too. He's a Carolina guy.
So, man, I don't know. I think you can get him back for right around the same, which is the reason why I invite J.K. Dobbins back with the caveat that you go get the dude. You find a way to go get Breece. Breece Hall's the man.
How does that work, though, a backfield with those 3? In terms of distribution of reps and carries, like, is it, okay, all right, here's the model. This is something that I learned when I was working as a young offensive coordinator. Brian Harsin was the head coach. He had studied kind of the roster construction of Oregon when Chip Kelly was the head coach there. And they were there was the cat's meow of college football roster construction at the time. And he talked about the running back room this way: your 1 and your 3 should be synonymous. So your number 1 back and your number 3 back should essentially be the same guy, but the 1's going to carry the load more. Your 3 is very capable of doing the same things, whether it be pass protection, whether it be running inside zone and power and duo.
Show me J.K. Dobbins.
And then your number 2, the term that they use, your number 2 should be the duck. The duck is the gadget guy. You
mean R.J. Harvey in the pass game?
The route side of the backfield guy. And so, yeah, I mean, that would be an unbelievable construction, but is that too much investment in one position? High second round draft pick, R.J. Harvey, $2+ million number 3.
I don't care about the investment via the draft. I care about the money. And the money for R.J. Harvey is hardly anything.
Correct.
R.J. Harvey's cap hit this coming season is 1.6. His cap hit in 2027 is $2 million. His cap hit in the final year of his rookie deal is 2.3. I do not care about the investment made in the draft. I care about the cash. So if you're signing Breece Hall, I'm going to go higher. I'm going to say Breece Hall costs you 11. Your running back room for your 3 backs is $15 million.
Pretty expensive.
It's expensive. But what did we say? Where does the investment need to be for the Broncos? In the running game. I'm okay with that, man. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Make sure you guys stay tuned. On the other side of the break, we'll give you guys your next keyword to get inside the building for the Avalanche and the Red Wings. More reaction to Sean Payton and George Payton's postseason presser here on Altitude 92.5. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your 1120 keyword is now. N-O-W, now. Text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. You'll be entered to win tickets to the Avs and the Red Wings coming up on next Monday. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. You can order at papamurphys.com. This keyword is now.
As in, when does Russell Wilson's cap money become available?
Not necessarily now, but now.
Yes. As in, when should the Denver Broncos re-sign John Franklin Myers? Raj?
Whoa, hold on. I know we're doing a bit here, but we just talked about trying to find money to sign Breece Hall, and I think the Jonathan Franklin Myers money is that money. So I don't know if I can tell you now.
When to start putting together a plan to get the best running back room in football?
Right now!
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 Text the word now, N-O-W, to 303-504-0925, because you get a chance to watch the Avs play who?
The Red Wings. The heck of a game, man.
February 2nd.
A little home and home between the Avs and Wings. They'll play 2 nights prior at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit.
That was a little shimmy right there. A little home and home.
Shimmy. Our 2 words were cash at the beginning. That has now gone away. Mm-hmm. Your current one is now. Mm-hmm. So typically we get a theme. Cash and now. Are we talking like I have a structured settlement and I need cash now? Call JG Wentworth, 877-CASH now.
Goodness gracious.
877-CASH now.
You're so close.
Well, I don't know what the theme is because that's not it. And it's bothering me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to noodle through KJ's NFL notes. Let's get to it.
Flings it now for Burakovsky. Receives it on the backhand. Backdoor. Score! It's JT Comfer again!
Oh, my God!
It's a redial. Go JT Comfer. 877 goals now. His second power play goal of the game.
JT Comfer is now a member of the Detroit Red Wings, and that was the goal. I'm so upset. I'm so upset with myself. I should have known that. I was there. I had the jingle.
Gosh, I miss Connor McGahee. I need to go see him.
Son of a gun.
I need to go February 2nd. I need to get to an Avs game. I miss getting to Ball Arena.
Speaking of the Avs, right before we get to NFL notes, we're going to go through the best sound cuts from Sean and George Payton's pressers here. Breaking news happened about a half hour ago. Sam Malinski has been extended to a 4-year deal worth $4.75 million AAV. That's average annual value. So 4 years, $19 million for the young defenseman. He'll be signed through his age 30 season.
Timeline-wise, when did Sam Malinski get this new 4-year contract?
Now?
Now!
He got it now!
He just got it!
That's your keyword, KJ.
He got cash!
Let's get into NFL notes. Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through KJ's NFL notes, the very best and biggest stories from the gridiron. Today, the Broncos had their end-of-year press conference with head coach Sean Payton and general manager George Payton. KJ, what were the biggest moments?
Well, the first moment was, as we've talked about pretty much the last week or so, Bo Nix and his ankle injury. And obviously, as Sean reported, surgery went well. But nonetheless, there was some further discoveries that was found by the team that performed the surgery, and here's Sean Payton kind of detailing that.
What was found, though, what was a condition that was like predisposed right at that they always find a little bit more when they go in, and it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So it wasn't because when you look at the play and you're trying to evaluate it. He said, the doctor, operating surgeon, said that this was going to happen sooner than later. Now you go about the rehab, proper orthotics, all those things.
He was having surgery regardless.
It was going to be a postseason surgery. It probably was hanging on by a thread. You probably could have lost Bo any time in the last 8 to 10 weeks of the season. I'm
Really
guessing.
good point.
Which does lead me to believe that Sean was play calling around the knowledge that Bo couldn't be a 8 to 10 carry a game guy for a 17-game season at this stage. Now, the good news is this doesn't appear to be a condition that will carry on and become a future concern at all, which is great news.
You know what it also is? The second half of that game, if it was a matter of when and not if, Bo plays in that AFC Championship game and this thing is deteriorating and it's eventually going to need some sort of reconstruction or surgery to make it better. I know it's been a lot of ifs, ands, and buts over the past couple of days. The chances of him injuring it in that AFC title game are probably through the roof.
Oh, it's freezing cold.
So, like, if he didn't get injured in the divisional game, it was probably happening against the Pats, too. And then you're taking Jarrett Stidham to take... Jarrett Stidham's taking on the Seahawks. Oh, no.
You know what, though? It wouldn't have been snowy.
It wouldn't have been snowing because it doesn't... you know what? Santa Clara doesn't see a lot of snow,
Not a
does
ton.
it? Not a
bunch.
ton.
Not a lot of ice storms.
Nope.
Nope.
KJ, what's next?
And it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So
Sean Payton talked about, obviously, some of the deficiencies you guys kind of highlighted there in the running game this season. And he was less than impressed after J.K. Dobbins went down. And here's Sean kind of just detailing some of his thoughts in regards to how he plans to improve the running game, what he wants to do to strengthen it moving forward, and how he's actually going to go about doing just that.
Coach, how will you go about improving the run game?
great question. I stepped into Zach's office yesterday. I said, look, there's probably a series of answers to that. What we're doing, I feel like we're far enough along with the RPOs and some of that, but when we want to run it under center and control a game, we've been able to do it a few times, but not as much as I'd like, I think. And so that'll be an important study with urgency and then also with the runners who are we asked. You know, I mean, losing J.K. Obviously is a tough loss. He brought a lot to the locker room, more than you would know. But that'll be one of the points of emphasis that I think that we research and look into heavily. I want to play from the gun, but I also will always want to play with a two-back or multiple tight end mindset. You know, have that flexibility, and it's a good question. I think it's one of the key things that we have to do this offseason.
Overthecap.com has a breakdown of positional spending by year. In 2025, your most expensive running back room in total, not just the top two, not just the top three guys. The Colts clocked in at $19 million. The Texans at 15.8. Lions at 15.6. Packers 15.1. Patriots 13.8. Niners 13.7. You have to go all the way down to 28 to find the Broncos at $5.6 million going into next year. Now, this is prior to anyone being signed. The Broncos have the least amount of money in the NFL allocated to their running back room at $1.6 million.
You get what you pay for, Raj, and I'm going to probably guess that wide receiver and tight end, while not at 28, well, it might be a tight end. It's probably going to be in the bottom half of the NFL.
Broncos, again, this is 26. Just, we know that there's going to be signings to be had. Going into 26, they are 24th in the NFL in wide receiver spend. This past year, in terms of wide receiver spend, they were 32. 21st in the league. Tight ends, they were kind of in the middle of the pack.
Interesting. Well, because Evan Ingram was a bigger contract than you think, right? That was Evan Ingram was interesting. There were some sound bites from yesterday's locker room clean out of Evan Ingram.
16th for tight ends.
And it seemed like Evan Ingram loves Denver, loves the team, loves Sean. Frustrated with his ability to have more impact on the game in terms of how he was utilized in the game plan week in, week out. This was Evan Ingram yesterday, just as a quick little note that talking about his role with the Broncos and maybe some of the frustrations.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of out of my control. I do think there is opportunities in this offense, and I do think that the tight end position can bring a lot more than it did this year, honestly. Even speaking for the other guys in the room, there's a lot more that we honestly could have helped with. But at the end of the day, like I said, what we're asked to do, we have to focus on that, and that's what we did to the highest level. Trout to Nate, Big Dog, when he came in and got his chance, we all just committed to what we were asked to do. Because at the end of the day, man, we had a great team. We had something going. We were winning games, and at that point, it's like, what can we do to continue this? And that's what we're asked to do. And so I do think, this offseason, I know the coaches will look at things, as players, we're always going to look at improve, look at the film. I think we keep doing that at a high level. I think the opportunities will come, and we'll seize those just like we did with the ones we did.
When you watched Evan Ingram play this year, 303-504-0925, I want you to text in. Did you see a player that looked like he was not athletic? Did you see a player that looked like the actual play, not the stats? Don't look at this through a fantasy football lens. Did you see a player that looked very similarly like a Marvin Mims that for whatever reason just wasn't a part of the plans week in, week out, and that could potentially get better?
Sure, but it also didn't feel like when he had the ball in his hands, there were game-breaking plays. And when Mims gets the ball in his hand, you go, oh, there's something electric about to happen. Now, it could be a 2-yard wide receiver screen, but he has the ability, and obviously we saw with Stidham and the Mims connection, he has the ability to break a game open, to get behind someone. He made 2 plays. The 2 biggest plays in the postseason were made by Marvin Mims. The 52-yard reception, and then the play that he gets behind. It was the one that they ran on Pat Surtain for an entire week prior to the divisional round. And PS2 goes, if you don't run that in a game, you guys are a bunch of idiots. He gets behind the defense. A flag gets thrown. You win the game. You go to the AFC Championship.
I see Reggie here say the dude is a freak. Why did he not get the ball? And then I also see he looked like he was stuck in the mud. So Broncos country, it's almost a little bit like my own mind. Part of me is saying, okay, Evan Ingram's best years are behind him. But then part of me is like, did we even really get a chance to see what he was capable of doing in 2026 and 25? Not really.
Avs Ticket Tuesday, your keyword this hour is now, N-O-W, like the CDs you used to buy at Sam Goody.
Yeah.
Now
that's what I call music.
Yeah, there we go, baby. That's VH1. That's VH1's. That's what I call music.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Different?
Oh. Now was
similar?
Now was the annual CD that came out with like 18 songs on it. That were like all the American Top 40 hits.
Sure it wasn't called Now That's What I Call Music?
VH1's Now That's What I Call Music. They're very similar.
They weren't friends.
But they're different.
They weren't besties.
I'm sure there was a lot of crossover on the lists. KJ, give me one more.
And it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So
I agree with that statement because it was only a matter of when the money would come off of the books for the Broncos. Here's Sean Payton talking about what can you do or what will the Broncos look to do with a little less dead cap moving forward.
I think, like in any case, if I said I'm going to give you $50,000 to decorate your home or $200,000, the home's going to look nicer. I think if you're a decent shopper, if you have more money. I think the same takes place with our sport. I'm proud of the way everyone else handled it and looked at developing young players and didn't use it as a built-in excuse. We can find those all the time. So, but I think it's significant and it's still important. We evaluate wisely.
I'm the big dumb idiot. I'm DeVito from Matilda. I'm smart. You're dumb.
Wait, no.
I'm big, you're little.
No, you're dumb. I'm smart.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that DeVito thought he was the smart one, and he's trying to tell Matilda that I'm smart and you're dumb.
Don't tell people that you're smart when clearly you're not.
I know, I screwed it up.
So you're dumb. And who? Where did I spend majority of my childhood?
In the 90s.
Yeah.
I was still a kid.
And?
You're correct.
Yep.
You're the smart one.
Mm-hmm.
It was, now that's what I call music, is the CD.
The CD that had 18 songs, the bangers of the year. And then what was the show called?
I love the blank. I love the 80s. I love the 90s. I love the 2000s. I'm DeVito. I'm the idiot.
What do you always call your brain? Is like mush or pea brain, or you have a couple different things.
Squirrel brain. The gray matter, the CTE.
Gray matter. Yes,
the gray matter.
Gray matter. That's it.
Russ's money coming off the books is everything.
When?
Now.
Now.
It comes off the books now.
And you can also get your Avs tickets on an Avs Ticket Tuesday just by texting now, as in now that's what I call music, to 303-504-0925. Get them on now.
You get to use that money to go out and buy some toys. Just like Coach Payton said, if I give you $200,000 to redo your house over 50, you're typically going to buy better, smarter, nicer looking things. The quarterback room is 7th in the NFL or next year. The Saints, Steelers, Vikings, Giants, Commanders, then the Broncos.
How is the Broncos 7th with Russ Wilson coming off the books?
$8 million for Jarrett Stidham, $5 million for Bo Nix.
$8 million?
Only the Colts, Commanders, Giants, Vikings, Steelers, and Saints have less money on the books for their quarterbacks going into 2026.
Simple economics. And I know I was the guy that was fired up about Stiddy City, and all of us were, and we're going to open up our own Stiddy bars and all the cool things that we're going to do. Jarrett Stidham at $8 million versus the value of how badly we all wanted J.K. Dobbins on the field for this team at $2 million. Tell me that Jarrett Stidham is $6+ million more valuable than a bell cow running back. That's insane.
Stidham's dead cap this year would be 3.5. If he were to be cut, 3.5 million. Something to think about.
I went from saying he's going to be an NFL starter and you're going to get a first round pick to saying, give me Sam Ehlinger.
Oh, have the turntables have turned.
I want Sam Ehlinger and I want our quarterback group to be the lowest in the NFL.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Hand it off to PhD at noon. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
do you maybe regret kind of not making a bigger move for a wideout for a skill guy at the deadline or midseason this year? And is that going to be something you look at pretty, as you mentioned, aggressively, this offseason?
No, I don't regret that. I mean, at the time we had we like our receiving group. I don't think our receiving group, held us back from this game. I don't look at it like that. We got some young receivers and Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin and Mimsy and Sut. I don't think that's the reason we didn't make the Super Bowl. I think those guys, in their own right, had good years. We had some injuries in the end that hurt us. Going back to Buffalo, we had 3 receivers. For the rest, I think from the second quarter on, that's tough. And then in this game, we had 4.
Not regretting taking a big swing at free agent wide receivers last offseason, but the Broncos they're going to have money to go out and spend. And George Payton did say, we're going to be aggressive in this offseason. It was a really good point. I think Cliffs was the one who was asking Sean Payton about the long-term health of his players as it pertains to practicing hard. And he went, well, you have to plan for 20-game seasons now. Which, over the course of the last 10 years, I know everyone says, hey, our goal is to win the Super Bowl. Of course, the last decade, man, you were planning for 17 games at the very most. You're now expected to, after having a 1 seed and doing this with all of the Russell Wilson money tying you down, you're now expected to get to an AFC championship. That is where the goalposts have moved. Win a game, now win an AFC championship.
Yeah, you get your quarterback now healthy. And not in his sophomore year anymore, his junior year. And it's been the perfect trajectory of improvement. Year 1, by far outperform where you were drafted and certainly the expectations. Get to a playoff game.
Absolutely.
Year 2, way outperform, especially in end-of-game closer role moments as the starting quarterback in the regular season for Bo Nix.
Yes, outperform team expectations and in 2 areas, close games and game-winning drives, which are very important. I wouldn't say he outperformed his fantasy stat sexy numbers projection.
We hate people who love to shove their index finger 3 inches up their nose.
That is true. That's true.
We like
winners.
Football games.
You like winners.
Won by a team that you support.
And you didn't have your winner in the AFC Championship game, and look what happened.
You lost. But guess what you did get? In terms of the trajectory of the franchise, which is going to concurrently live with the trajectory of your quarterback.
Yeah, the arrow is firmly up.
You won a playoff game. You clinched home field advantage. You were the 1 seed. And you actually took down, in a duel, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, current quarterback on planet Earth in Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. You did that. So now what's next? Keep that arrow going in the right direction. Somehow, some way, whether the regular season is the same or not, you get back to the AFC Championship. Hopefully you host it.
Oh, I don't need 14 wins in the regular season next year. I would like a 1 seed, don't get me wrong.
I'll take 13.
Sure, I'll take 13's probably enough to get you a 1 seed.
13's pretty you see the schedule.
That's a lot of wins, dude.
Do you see the schedule next year?
Yeah, it's harder.
It's not good.
It's tougher.
It's a little different.
That's what happens when you're the number 1 seed. It gets tougher.
When you don't know we don't know the dates, right? We don't know the dates of when you play the Chiefs.
Correct. That doesn't come out until closer to the draft.
Can we open with the Chiefs?
Yeah, I want both Chiefs games to come before Halloween.
First 5 weeks. Let's go back
to
back.
Both Chiefs games before Thanksgiving.
Can we organize the Chiefs home and away? Just just you come to us, we'll come to you.
Do what the Chargers did, essentially. I need to see everyone in the division first 3 weeks of the year.
Yeah, because Herbert's still probably is his hamburger helper hand back? Probably.
I'm sure Madison Beer's doing some massaging on that hand.
How about really none of the AFC West quarterbacks essentially finish the season for any of their franchises? Like healthy or
it's
Justin
the
Herbert.
Worst for Geno Smith.
Oh, gosh.
Geno Smith leaves a team and they trounce their way to the Super Bowl.
Did you see Menikheim's tweet that's now the Frozen Takes Exposed tweet of all? The minute they moved on from Geno Smith, apparently she's a big Geno Smith stan, They said this is going to end awful for the Seahawks, and there is no way they can upgrade the position.
Seahawks get Sam Darnold. They, again, wallop the NFC en route to the Super Bowl. Now, the game was closer score-wise against the Rams, but that felt like it was in control for Seattle the entire time. And they obviously, they beat San Francisco by 35 in that divisional round game. And then, you know the team that he goes to? Well, the Raiders, they're now picking number 1 overall. Geno Smith's down bad.
Or Mark Davis, you pumpkin pie-haired cutted freak, was playing 4D chess and knew he was going to get Fernando Mendoza with the first pick overall. He just wanted to suck for a year. Just add another year of suck to a lot of years of sucking the Raiders have had. Isn't it great to know that your Broncos franchise, and today was a good reminder, hearing confident Sean in his press conference to wrap up the season, hearing very accountable Sean for what the things that he knows the team needs to get better at, he needs to get better at. Accountability for the play call on 4th down and 1. Not making it about shame on me, I am the worst thing ever. No, I'm actually really good. We won 15 games in a franchise that hasn't done that all that often in the last 10 years, if ever. Have the Broncos, how many times have the Broncos won 15 games in their storied franchise? Probably 3 times?
Oh, combined between the regular season and postseason? It's probably happened more than 3 times.
You think so?
Yeah. It's probably, I'm going to guess 5. I don't know off the top of my head.
But either way, you did something that isn't normal. Winning 15 contests, 14 regular season games, and a playoff game as the number 1 seed. Man, I'm excited because you took the next right step in a forward direction way over where the Raiders are at. They have been just mired in nothingness. You took the next right step over the Chiefs. That was a big one. You got them to not win the dang division for the first time in a decade. And then the Chargers, well, they fired their offensive coordinator and lost their D coordinator. Got Mike McDaniel. Seems kind of cool. See how that ends up. It'll be fun for a while, and then Jim Harbaugh and him are going to not get along too well. That's just my prediction.
How long does that last?
1
Again,
year.
you're talking from a place of experience that not many people can into a microphone, of being the offensive play caller or the guy that is responsible for the quarterback under Jim Harbaugh.
And would you say like I am showy and kind of goofy and silly and hipstery on the level of Mike McDaniel? Do you think I am, Raj?
No. But you are, compared to Jim Harbaugh, you're a loose cannon.
A little, yes. Well, Jim's the ultimate loose cannon, just in his own,
in a completely different way.
Very different way. I don't see that lasting longer than a year. The Broncos are in a good place, man. I didn't know how I would feel when you lost that game at home, chance to go to the Super Bowl, about the future. Because I had that feeling, man, I don't know if you're going to get back to this spot again.
It's tough to, dude. It's tough to.
But after hearing Sean Payton, man, I still am good with the deal that we made. Glenn, what's my guy, Glenn?
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell. He's going to play Sean Payton's character.
Are we getting Sydney Sweeney?
Yep, Skylene, played by Sydney Sweeney. And it's going to be awesome.
KJ says, 5 times, including this year, 5 seasons of 15 or more. So I was right on my guess. That's going to do it for us today. For Coach Sanford and KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emy. Our winner for our Avs Ticket Tuesday is Lance Singleton. Lance, congratulations, man. You're going to go see the Avs take on the Red Wings on Monday. If you guys didn't win with us or with MLK, you can win with PhD over the next 3 hours.
And Lance, while you're at it, invite your nephew, Alex. Take him to the Avs game. He'll have a great time.
I didn't know they were family.
They're probably not.
They're probably
I was just
not.
having some fun, Raj.
Talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Love you. Bye.
Love you more.
Oh, of course, it's sunny and beautiful and winter warm and gorgeous. I'm walking in today, Tyler. I'm just like, couldn't have this a couple days ago, huh? Just the way it goes. Then
Today's gorgeous?
Oh, I think today's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a little chilly out there again. Yesterday was
Chilly?
gorgeous. Yesterday was gorgeous.
Chilly?
Yeah.
I'm going to be careful how I use the word chilly after
Well,
Sunday.
I mean, it's not we don't have frozen temps like we used to have.
This is a historic day today. Do you realize, Scott, you and I haven't been in the same studio since before Christmas? Swear to God, between vacations, your travel,
radio studio,
sickness. No, we haven't been like
radio.
Radio. Yeah, we've been in the post game.
Pressers.
Yeah, the Nuggets, but we haven't done like this right here.
Miss me?
A little bit. What do you got going on? First of all, welcome back, it's Tyler. We need to get the. We'll have plenty of time with George Payton and Sean Payton. Oh, what in the world?
Trains, planes, and automobiles,
what
baby.
What was going on with the Nuggets travel?
This has been, before yesterday, one of the weirdest travel years I've been around. We've documented some of it, right?
It's one thing after another.
Yeah. Well, I checked out of the room, got down to the lobby, 11:15 yesterday, Central Time, which has been 10:15 here.
Let's just start. You spent 3 nights in Memphis and no basketball.
Yeah, we flew there after the game Friday to beat the Storm Saturday, which we did because we landed, everything was fine.
Perfect.
And we're picking up bags. All of a sudden, the snow and wind start coming.
All right, you got it.
So we're doing the snow and wind. Get to the arena, everything's cool. Or not the arena, but get to the hotel.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning Saturday, get off all day Saturday. Storm. Basically, Beale, we went down. There was one restaurant open in Beale. We walked 2 or 3 blocks down to Beale. There was
like snow.
Like snow.
Okay.
Yeah. Snow. But it's also Memphis snow. I mean, the whole Beale Street. If Beale Street was in Boulder or Denver or anywhere else, I mean, it's like Aspen. Every bar would have been open.
Okay.
Everything.
But it's shut down.
I mean, shut down except for Blue City Cafe.
All right, thank God for them.
Thank for them. Had some ribs and some catfish and baked beans.
Good.
That was Saturday night. Woke up Sunday, and I guess it kept snowing. Wasn't like nasty, but it snowed. Probably had 5 inches.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Plenty.
So
real
I
snow.
got my bags packed. Hadn't got ready to dress because the bags usually come about an hour and a half before we got to get to the bus.
Okay.
So I got the bags packed. Was in my underwear. Going to get dressed. Literally 2 seconds. Get a text. Hey, don't bring your bags down. Buses can't get out, nor can the equipment truck.
Okay.
And then another hour goes by. Now it's good. Now we're like 2 hours for the game. Hey, blah, blah, blah. And then say, game's been postponed.
Amazing.
So now it's like, 12:30, 1 o'clock on a Sunday. And I'm like, well, Broncos.
Watch the game.
We get to watch the Broncos game.
How about that?
That's
Did you guys
gonna be
get
good.
together or just stay in your own rooms?
They had a little bar upstairs that was completely closed at the hotel that they opened up.
Oh, that's cool.
And somehow somebody had food. So I had some barbecue. We watched the Broncos game. I actually watched the first half in my room, went up there the second half, got a little barbecue.
Who's the we? Who's watching the game?
All Nuggets coaches, handful of players.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Staff, all the Nuggets staff,
All right.
and everybody up there.
Bruce Brown there rooting on the Patriots?
Bruce Brown came. I saw Bruce for the second game. I did not see him for the first game.
Mm-hmm.
He was happy, though.
My bad.
Yeah. So went down, baby bing, after the game. Went in the room for a little bit. Kind of watched most of the first half in my room. And then they said, hey, we got some burgers up here now. Well, right back up there. And then I watched the second half of the Rams
And the
game.
plan is to leave in the morning.
We ended up leaving in the morning. 11:30 bus.
Okay.
Downstairs at 11:15. Got on the bus. Was actually on the bus. Hey, it's going to be postponed 11:45. Okay, we're good. Hey, it's going to be at least 12. This is like 11:30 still. It's going to be at least 12. So we went back inside and said the thing.
Yeah.
Called back to the buses at 1 o'clock.
Oh, my God.
So an hour and a half after we're supposed to leave.
Just get on the stupid bus.
Yikes.
Now we get the bus to the thing. And have you ever been on a bus that slides? That's kind of interesting. But
sounds
that's kind of
scary.
A little fishtelling.
Oh, jeez.
Get to the airport. Well, there's nobody there to let us into the tarmac because they charter, right? They fly to the tarmac.
Okay, so you're in a private jet area.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Sit there on the bus at the gate for about an hour.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Get there, finally get everything straight, and get on the thing. Bing, 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 bong. Get on the plane.
Okay.
It's probably 2:30. Talk to you guys, yeah, because I'd been on the plane for 20 minutes when I talked to you guys.
We thought you were in the air.
Yeah, that was about 1:20 here.
We just figured you were in the air.
So I got on the plane about 2, and then you guys called about 2:20.
I thought you were flying.
And no, we're sitting on the plane. The plane sat there. I guess it was a plane we flew in, so I guess everything froze over. They're sticking hoses in the engine. They got these big those hoses. They're sitting hoses on the engine.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they have taken care of all of that before they put you guys on the plane?
Because honestly,
they're probably
when we drove around to get to where the plane was parked, the Memphis airport looked like an apocalyptic movie. There was nothing.
The airport probably wouldn't let them. I mean, that's probably just air traffic control that they won't let planes even try to de-ice unless they've been boarded and prepared.
I mean, there was. We drove. It was like whoa, 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 whoa. That was like High Plains Drifter or something.
At what point are you getting a little freaked out?
I don't care.
All right.
I think I might have been taking a sign from God by now. Been like, you know what? God is telling us we are not supposed to get on this plane today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He'll be telling me that if that happens, so I'll be okay.
Okay.
So anyway, we sat on the plane, talked to you guys. We thought we were going to leave any minute now.
Yes.
Then they couldn't get the stairs, the back of the truck that's on the stairs. Got stuck. He couldn't get out.
Can't get the stairs off.
Couldn't get the stairs off.
It's a little embarrassing.
And then we left that open. Then they said, well, we can't get the engine started because they're still locked up
Wait,
and frozen.
Did the stairs get frozen to the plane?
No, I don't. I just think the guy in his little truck just was stuck.
He's just stupid.
But then once they kind of got away, they go, we can't get the engine started anyway. We need to heat these engines up. Now they got blowers and fans in there. Boom, boom, boom. Now they finally get it. We get it started. Hey, here we go. Got de-ice. Longest de-ice I've ever seen. It's so frozen up, one de-icer can't do it. And they had ice all through the engines and everything else. Had to bring a second de-icer in.
Holy cow.
Long story short, so I was on the air at 2:20 my time, 1:20 your time. We took off about 6 o'clock.
That is when you sent us a text after our show was over.
Yeah.
Saying we're still on the tarmac.
Yeah.
That was like in another world.
Yeah.
So you finally took off. So you were sitting on the tarmac for at least 4 hours.
I think we took off. We started rolling at 5:50.
Dude.
That time.
Dude, how are you doing in the chairs and the seats? And are you stretching?
You're like
what are
moving,
you
you're
doing?
Stretching, you're eating, you're binging. I fell asleep.
Oh, that's kind of good.
Asleep,
Then.
snored, woke myself up, scared the hell out of me. It's one because I never sleep already sitting up.
You're in the air. You're hours and hours late. How was the flight itself?
Flight was
once you got going.
Yeah, flight was easy. Once you get in and bing,
All
slept
right.
again, getting landed, whatever. And I think I ended up getting home 8:05.
Holy cow.
8:10.
So the Nuggets did not arrive. They got a game tonight at 7.
Right.
So they've been home for less than 24 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now they haven't played in like 5 days or
Well, you got a whole
whatever,
extra day of Murray because he didn't play in that Milwaukee game.
Yeah.
That they won. Undefeated road trip.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, when is Giannis going to just leave this team? Like, he's probably had it with these guys.
Seems like it.
Well, why would
He's
he
also
want
got
to
a back
stay?
half too.
Yeah.
But anyway, and the good thing is, I text you guys. The good thing is, everybody's worried about will Joker get the 65 games?
Well,
Well, guess
helps,
what?
I guess, right?
He just got a game back. So,
Okay, that's one.
That's one. That's good.
And then you're working tonight.
Then we got a game tonight. Then we got a game. What is tonight? Tonight's Tuesday. Then we got 3 games in 4 nights. We got Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. 3 and 4, 4 and 6.
Holy cow.
4 games and they're going to play 4 games between now and Sunday.
Was Joker on this trip?
He was.
So he's sitting there dealing with all this crap too.
He's dealing with
how do the big guys? How do you big guys deal with like that? That's got to be the worst on you dudes.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think he was doing what is the thing Russell said? I was going to have a joke.
High knees on the plane.
He was doing high knees, and can I say? I got to say this. One of our crew. I ain't gonna get a name. I won't give you his name, but I'll give you his nickname, Boots. I'm watching. We're in one of the 3 or 4 hours we're sitting there. He gets up out of his seat, starts doing lunges and squats right by his seat, and I'm like, Russell Wilson. Now, who says Russell Wilson couldn't have done it? I'm watching a TV crew guy do lunges and squats right there by his seat.
That's fantastic.
No, it was crazy. It was great, but whatever.
Does something like this, let me ask a weird question here. Does something like this bond a team together?
Well,
does going through crap like this have somewhat of a positive, like we just did all this together?
Maybe. I mean, Tyler could tell you misery does love company, right? It's something, but I think they'd rather have been home about 3 o'clock and in beds and play with their kids and, so on and so forth. But
yeah, I don't think there's a huge positive out of it, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Was there anybody who's getting claustrophobic?
No,
was there anybody
maybe.
Was no panic attacks?
Yeah. Yeah, he'd probably be the closest.
Was the booze flowing the whole time, or no booze?
No, no one had planned it. I mean, everything was closed in Memphis, so you couldn't stock up. So there was no booze.
I don't know. Yeah, the plane has no booze on it? Nothing. No. Holy cow. Yeah.
2 DUIs from people after they've landed.
Yeah,
I think
I've heard those stories, unfortunately.
Kind of stopped the boozy tracks. But
well, we're glad you're back. And we have Nuggets action tonight. We actually have Avs tickets that we're giving away for an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We'll have that coming up. And we'll get into George Payton and Sean Payton.
What are you so down for?
I'm not down. I'm good. Your story is unreal. I'm dazzled by the travel.
Yeah. Then you get 4 games in 6 nights, and guess what? Go back on the road for 3 more games.
All-Star break can't come. Well, there's only 6 games left before the All-Star break, right?
Is it 6 or 7?
Is it 7?
I thought they played 3
not
games.
Did you do that on purpose?
We got Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday home, and then we go Wednesday, Chicago.
Oh, we can look this up.
Friday, New York.
It's not a mystery.
Yikes.
Sunday somewhere else.
Boys. It's 6 or 7.
6 or 7. Well, glad you're back. Glad everybody made it home all right. Your back hurting you? You wearing some
My
sort
back is killing me all of a sudden.
I bet.
Well, you were just on a plane for
Well, on the plane, then my bed at home is just
jacked up.
Yeah, the warden.
Damn. Are you all right?
No.
You ready to talk about Sean Payton and George Payton? Your Denver Broncos?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I thought Sean was actually all right today. Well, I'll be curious to get all your feedback.
He cost him a game, so might as well.
Yeah, he knows that, by the way. He knows
I wondered
that.
about that.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? I said it'd be interesting to see him in a couple months in Coeur d'Alene and get his honest opinion on what he really regretted. We already found out, and it's exactly what I thought.
You are correct, and we'll hear that coming up next, plus your keyword for your Avs Ticket Tuesday here on PhD. All right, I got all sorts of stuff for you. George Payton is so boring, but we'll get to, or not get to that coming up. Sean's not, though. Sean's interesting. But first, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. It's powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Text Tarmac. I think Kevin's having a little fun with you here today, Scott. Text Tarmac with your first and last name, 303-504-0925.
Is this an Avs giveaway? Or?
This is an Avs giveaway for the Avs Red Wings next Monday. Remember when that was a thing? Avs Red Wings? Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays are your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. The keyword is Tarmac. The winner will be announced at 2:55 today. So there you go. Tarmac. We'll see how many people do not know how to spell Tarmac. Sean Payton today. Okay. So first of all, what's going on over there at the facility is, let's just start there. It is mind-blowing what's happening with this facility and what they're building. And boy, oh boy, it looks close to being done.
Well, yeah, the old place, the one that they're in right now, it's about to get torn down.
You know, it's funny. I've never really thought of the old place as really that small.
It's small.
But when you look at it size-wise compared to the new facility, it looks tiny.
I mean, to be clear, the new facility is a monstrosity. That's not like normal for NFL facilities. That's absolutely, I would imagine, going to be the biggest facility in the NFL. But in comparison, like the current one, in comparison to almost every other facility in the NFL, it is small.
Yeah, well, those days are done, and that bad boy is just going to be knocked to the ground relatively shortly. And that's going to be the new hill for the fans and all of that. Now you can sort of see, okay, I can see where that all works. So you just start there. So the press conference itself, it used to be in the big team room. Well, now they're just doing everything like in the atrium. So it's just Sean that pulls up, and then George, and Greg Penner, I think, is going to talk tomorrow or the next day or something like that. I'm not exactly sure why they didn't just do everybody on the same day. But Sean was very reflective, guys. Like, he wasn't angry. He wasn't bitter at people. He was joking around just appropriately, you know. I think it's sticking with him. So if you want Sean to feel the pain a little bit,
an offensive genius wants to score more than 7 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, I do not think he regrets the decision to go for it on fourth down.
No, this is interesting, and I'm glad that we got this today because I thought we might go a couple months before we really got like the true, honest opinion. Yesterday, I brought it up, said, you know, if you could talk to Sean and Coeur d'Alene and a couple months into the offseason, a couple lattes in, and you said, what do you really regret? Do you regret going for it on fourth down, or do you just simply regret the play call? And I always thought he was going to say the play call, but this one came out a lot quicker than I thought it was going to.
Here we go.
I don't know which is the greater regret. The decision is certainly the play call. I think probably what irks me more is the call more than the decision. It's still early in the game now, you know, and we knew there was going to be flurries. Well, we have a new feel for flurries here, you know, or what can change at the base of a mountain. But that, there are those moments where you wish you had back.
It's the play call.
Yep.
It's not the decision.
It's not the decision, and you're asking a leopard to change the spots, right? Like, you're asking the same coach that won a Super Bowl by coming out with an onside kick at the second half to change his spots, to go away from being the aggressive dude that has brought him here. We talk about Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell keeps getting brought up over the last 24, 48 hours. It's all over my Twitter. Like, Dan Campbell's in the NFL. You look at all these coaches, they're all going for it on fourth down. Who you think Dan Campbell learned from? Dan Campbell learned from his mentor, Sean Payton. That's where Dan Campbell got that entire philosophy, right? So if you're asking Sean, do you regret staying true to your DNA? He's not going to regret that. He's going to regret having a bad play call that the Patriots scouted out and had the perfect defense called to defend it.
Play call stunk. And again, I'll say this kind of facetiously because I didn't get to vent yesterday like you all. Don't call yourself an offensive genius if that's your play call. You can regret all you want to do, but that's your play call. I still say this, and Tyler's absolutely right. That's not been the MO of Sean Payton. But that being said, it's also not the MO of Sean Payton having to play a AFC Championship game with a backup quarterback whose nickname through 18 weekends was Stinkum. So there's that. And a chance to go up 10-0, in hindsight. And you're right. I think he probably doesn't regret it. Play call was horrible. But 10-0 sure would have looked good at the end of the game, wouldn't it?
I think they would have won the game.
It in theory would have gotten you to overtime, right? And we have no
At
idea.
the worst.
We have no idea what the heck was going to happen after that, and maybe neither team ever scores, and maybe we're still playing that football game. But in theory, it would have gotten you there. Everybody talks about the weather changing, and that's a fair argument. Like, I'm probably in the small minority that understands the mindset of going for it on that fourth down. I'm probably in the small minority that's even willing to admit that I probably would have made the same decision. It might have been an incorrect decision, but I probably would have made the same decision. But one of the best arguments for people that are saying you should have taken the points is saying, well, did you not know the weather was on the horizon? Did you not know we only had about 15 more minutes of good football? And you'd say, okay, if you knew that, you take the 3 points, you go up 10. And I would say, hey, man, we got about 15 more minutes of football left. This could be my last chance to score a touchdown the remainder of the game. And if I've got one more chance at this, I'm going to go for it while I've got decent weather.
I listen, that is wonderful if Bo Nix is your quarterback.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Well, that's where it comes down to the play call, right?
I mean, what are we doing
because
here?
Scott, you can still go for it on fourth down, and you don't have to worry about Jarrett Stidham being your quarterback. You know what you can do? You can call it QB sneak, and if you don't trust Jarrett Stidham to run the QB sneak, you can bring Adam Troutman in, let him run a tight end tush push. You can hand the ball off. There's a million things that you could have done that doesn't put the ball in your backup quarterback's hands. It was just a singular yard that you needed. That's where I keep coming down to. Like, it's just a yard. It's a yard, and if we can't get a yard, you probably don't deserve to win the game anyways.
Well, the longer part of that quote that we didn't play that's fine. Sean was like sort of saying, man, back in the day, we could ask for a measurement. And he goes, not only would you get the measurement and know exactly how far, but that would give you extra time. Like Sean did say today.
Why?
And they called the timeout.
One of the two games, the official that they go back to, and I don't know if it was on Fox or if it was on CBS, which one?
CBS.
One of the two games, said in the old days we'd had a measurement on this play, which would have been a whole lot better. And I don't disagree with that too. Now you've got it. You see exactly where it's at. And it was even on May's first down on the tush push he had, that the up above camera looks like he's short, by 2.5 feet.
Right.
But down there they say, oh, no, inconclusive evidence. Well, okay. But anyway, it'd been nice to have the old technology. Imagine old technology. Might have been a nice play in there.
I got it, but it's kind of a weird thing, man. I mean, just figure this out, man. I get you. In the old days, you'd have more time and all, but you did call a timeout. Not only did he call a timeout, he kind of forgot after the game that he was the one that called the timeout. I mean, it was all...
Dude, getting extra time... I've seen a guy do this in the NBA. It was years ago. With now you guys seen it, blood timeouts, right? If a guy's bleeding, automatic official timeout, go over there, get it done. I seen a guy going... Pick a scab.
Pick it at it.
All of a sudden, he's going like that. Guess what you just got?
Timeout.
You just got an extra timeout because guess what? The trainer's going to dab the blood up.
Sean was asked about. Sean is getting killed, by the way. I mean, he is getting crushed by even people who are pals with Sean are giving him a hard time. So this past 48 hours, it ain't been easy.
I don't pay attention to all the criticism. I think if I paid attention to that, I don't know that we'd ever be in this position.
Okay.
So the amount of criticism that he's receiving is actually pretty amazing to me. It is. Like I get it. Two things can be true. You can be grateful that Sean Payton is the head coach of the Broncos, and you can also say Sean Payton lost the game, and those don't have to be independent statements. They can live within the same world. But it does blow my mind right now how quickly it feels like people are turning on this man. Like turning on this man. Like wanting to run this man out of town, turning on this guy, taking away play calling duties. Scott's been on that all year long. whether it's play calling duties, head coach, whatever. I'm like, is this how quickly we forget as a fan base what we just came from?
But I'm being
consistent. Give this man his flowers.
So you're saying there's a whole bunch of people jumped over on Scott's float?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that makes you smart.
No, you know what it just means? It means I'm observant and not shaded by colored glasses.
You've been saying it all year long. I'll give you credit for that.
They did it in this game too. They had to take a timeout in the first half and second half because the plays were getting in slow again.
Mm-hmm.
They would have one more timeout been nice at the end of the game. They took 2 timeouts, first half, second half, because the plays couldn't get in time.
The dude ain't perfect. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. But I do find it amazing that we just got to an AFC Championship game and we've got a huge contingency of this fan base right now that's already done with this guy. Really?
Listen, I've given him.
I'm not accusing you of that, Scott.
Yeah, I've given him his flowers too because listen, I think what he handled in the middle of the year when they had the 2-game road trip going to London, the minute come back short week play. I thought he was a mental genius as far as how he handled his team. I think I've been questioning his play calling all year long. I called it last year. And every time I ask this question, I go, why is he considered this offensive genius? I've not seen it this year. I didn't see it last year. They averaged 17 points a game last year, right? Or 19. 23 this year. Bottom third. I haven't seen the offensive genius in either he's not an offensive genius or Bo Nix ain't what everybody's trying to prop him up to be because you're still in the bottom third of scoring. Where's the offensive genius? Offensive genius had a rollout on 4th and 1 with 3 defenders. I mean, it wasn't to quote LeBron, how many defenders read that play for New England? Not 1, not 2, not 3. I mean, they crushed that play.
Yeah, and you know what? And maybe we could separate 2 things here. Maybe we could separate the offensive genius thing, although I happen to think Sean Payton is a very talented play caller. I really do. But if the genius thing is something that people get hung up on and it drives you nuts, okay, fine. Maybe you could separate the offensive genius part from the dude's a damn good head coach of the Denver Broncos.
I have no problem with that.
Right? And if you want to have a little beef with the play calling, fine. But this whole idea that Sean's not the right man for the job, give me a freaking break.
All right, the
Let
big
him call the coach to coaches. I'll be good with that.
The run game, pretty obviously
non-existent.
Well, okay.
Because again, who also said RJ Harvey could not go between the tackles?
Here we go.
How will you go about improving the run game?
Great question. I stepped into Zach's office yesterday. I said, look, there's probably a series of answers to that. I feel like we're far enough along with the RPOs and some of that. But when we want to run it under center and control a game, we've been able to do it a few times, but not as much as I'd like. That'll be one of the points of emphasis that I think that we research and look into heavily. I want to play from the gun, but I also will always want to play with a 2-back or multiple tight end mindset. Have that flexibility, and I think it's one of the key things we have to do this offseason.
Zach, by the way, is his data analytics guy. That's one of the dudes he actually ended up leaning on quite a bit for stuff. So,
hold on. I think he was talking about Zach Strief, the offensive line coach.
Oh, okay. All right. You could be right about that.
He's talking to one of them 2 Zachs.
Well, he's talking about the running game. I'd imagine he was talking about the offensive line coach.
You could be right. You're probably right.
It could have been Zach Braniff.
What do you think about that answer?
Zach Brown was in town.
What do you think about that answer?
Zach Bryan?
What do I think about the answer?
I mean, he's saying that's it. That's their focus in the offseason. He's saying that.
Good. I mean, that was our focus in the offseason last year.
Yeah. Well, it felt
like observant.
It felt like it was their focus in the offseason last year as well.
Was it though when they drafted Jahdae Barron? Was it?
Well, I'll tell you this. They committed to a new style of running the football in the offseason to try to fix their problems. They tried to commit to becoming a wide zone running team, and they weren't overly successful at that, and they defaulted back to being a duo team when it really came down to it, and that's fine. But I do think that they attempted to change some things in the offseason to fix that problem, yeah. And you know what? I would make an argument. They were pretty successful with it until J.K. Dobbins got hurt. J.K. Dobbins had 700 yards in 10 games. J.K. Dobbins was a top 5 rusher in the NFL when J.K. Dobbins was healthy. The Denver Broncos rushing attack
but I
was
heard
a top
you guys
5 unit.
on one of the Instagram shorts that you guys put up from the show, bring J.K. back and all that. But again, you can't rely on him.
J.K. was actually pretty interesting yesterday. Like, I think it was Keeler. And he was like, go ahead, you can tell me. You can tell I get hurt too much. Yeah, you can say it. Go ahead. What are your doubts? All right, go ahead. We should find that, Chris, if you got it somewhere.
You're always getting hurt every year?
J.K. was just like, yeah, you can say what your doubts are. And he was like nailing it. Like J.K. was absolutely positively nailing what the doubts are.
Yeah.
And it was pretty funny. And it was a little awkward, but he was right. You get hurt. He wanted to say too. He said that, Tyler, by the way. He was like, dude, I had like 800 yards in 10 games.
There you go.
Like, because it's like, well, a bigger back. I can do both. That's his point. But he brought up the concerns are, can you stay healthy?
I think it's actually going to work out great for the Broncos. The fact that J.K. got hurt, you should want J.K. Dobbins back on this team. And you should be able to get J.K. Dobbins back on this team because he's not going to be able to command a high salary because of his injuries. So I think it actually works out best case scenario. We should get him back for the same contract we're paying him now of like $2 million a year.
And again, I love R.J. Harvey in the passing game. I mean, I think he is a weapon. But when he had to play on a third down in the first half because it was no snow. And I'm watching in the thing with one of the coaches who's a giant Bronco fan, and he runs right into the pile, and the cutback lane is right there to his left. He cuts back to the lane. He's got 4 or 5 yards in the first down, and he runs right in the back of these guys. I'm like, Dobbins sees that, and maybe that's just years of experience and whatever. But I mean, I hate Harvey running between the tackles. I know he had 2 9-yard gains, great, and when he does get that first burst, if there's a hole there. He can make a 3-yard gain go 9, but dude, he just does not read holes at all.
All right, our keyword for the Avs Ticket Tuesday is tarmac. You have a few more minutes to get it in for this hour. 303-504-0925. Brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Find out why Sean said this.
Understand that was in jest, and I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's my. I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's.
Find out why Sean's going to try to stop being funny and what that was in reference to coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With the new year comes the chance to make real positive change in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, well, perhaps you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's nobody better to resolving this issue, and you can take control of your ED and get your life back. It's a new year. Make that resolution to treat your ED. Put this phone number in your phone, 720-440-7900. Make an appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, they have success rates well over 90%. And some treatments can have you last an hour or more. How about that? You get that test dose, you got a T and a PSA test, you get medical consultation, and you go from there. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So change your life in a positive direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Okay, it's PhD on 92.5. More of Sean Payton and George Payton. Let's see here. What do we got? Let's hear a little Sean.
I think you always have, even in those other games, I think it's important. I told our players, man, you cannot. We're in this industry. You're gonna get punched and have some tough losses. That happened 2 years ago in Kansas City, or a year and a half ago, and then we responded. You referenced a few games that were, holy cow, difficult, but that can't discourage you from coming back, or you're never gonna, taste it.
All right, this is kind of interesting. Well, first of all, there's that, right? Like, you got to figure out how to lose, right? It's going to happen. But then he did say something kind of interesting. When I remember about the Nuggets, and maybe the Avs to a degree, and even John Elway, I remember John talking about this. Like, you have to learn how to win on different levels. Like, there's this, and you remember that whole thing, Scott? You can't skip a step. You got to take all the steps.
Everybody needs their heart broken at least once.
Okay, but Sean kind of approached it a little differently. Like, he doesn't like that concept.
How can the success that you guys had this year, first division title in 10 years, help you as you move forward and kind of take that next step?
I love the question, but man, I will not use that word, take the next step. We go back to the start of the race. Like, every 32 teams has to go back and go meet their parents, eat their oranges, and get ready to start again. That's really important. Now, we do that with more resources. We do that without dead cap. We do that with a foundation in place. We do that with optimism and confidence from the journey we've been on. And I think that's important.
Okay. So is he saying, forget about that next step? Forget about that? That doesn't matter?
That's not how I took it. How I took it is football is not linear, and we cannot make an expectation amongst this team that because we did X, Y, and Z in 2025, because we made it to the AFC Championship game, that we could just assume we're going to take the next step and make it to the Super Bowl because, this season was special. And that is a scary reality that Sean is aware of as much as anybody else. Bo Nix, people are making this assumption, well, in year one with Bo Nix, we made the playoffs. In year two, we made an AFC Championship game. So year three, we should be in a Super Bowl, right? Well,
yeah.
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson,
Dan Marino.
These guys are all chasing these things. So what Sean Payton is saying is, no, just because we did this year, we got to go back to the basics and do it all again.
There is something about learned experiences, though, that can help you along the way. As he said, you've got a better base. I think you both would agree with that. Their baseline is higher than it was 2 years ago. As far as talent, as far as cap, as he mentioned in there, your baseline just moved up a little higher than it was 2 years ago. Well, part of that is because of the success you've done. But listen, it doesn't matter. New England's going to the Super Bowl. They won 16 games this year. They won 4 last season. What experience they got?
Right.
They won 4 games last year.
Well, that's where I was going to go. Is the NFL just different because of turnover, free agent? Listen, I'll tell you this. In every other sport, the building blocks do matter. I swear to God. I mean, there are just some basketball teams that have no shot. None. Zero. And they might not have a shot for many years. Who knows when the Rockies are going to be competitive again? But you got to build it way up. Is football just inherently different? Is it just like
the California Angels had 2 of the best stars in the world at one time on their roster, and they couldn't get to the postseason?
Yeah, so is football just one of these weird sports where it's just different?
No.
You don't think so?
No. Here's what football is. That I think is the same as basketball and the same with hockey. Again, baseball's that's a different animal.
Baseball's brutal.
Soccer might be the same thing on a premier level.
Okay.
You better have a great coach, and you better have multiple stars. And let's look at the Broncos. Are you willing to call Bo Nix a star?
Absolutely.
Who's after that then?
On the Broncos?
Star.
I don't know.
On the offense.
How you're defining it. We have 2 all-pros on the offensive line. We have 2 first-team All-Pros.
So you call them stars. They're stars.
Well, you're first-team All-Pro.
And
yeah,
how many,
I'd call those stars.
How many offensive players score? How many offensive linemen score?
Well, all right, that's a different question.
It's great. That's what a star is in the NFL. That's what a star is in the NBA. That's what a star is on the soccer pitch. You better have dudes that can move the ball and get it going and put it in the net or put it in over the goal
They don't
line.
have anybody like that.
They don't have anybody.
That is true.
That's their biggest issue.
That's what Garrett Bowles said also.
He did.
Garrett Bowles analyzed the team pretty well. You know, we got a great defense. We got a pretty good offense. We got a great offensive line. But we got to add some playmakers.
Yeah, they don't have playmakers. Listen, when Denver finally won that thing, the Nuggets, you had two dudes making plays, and you had 4 or 5 guys that were playing above their level, right? The Avs, when they won it, dude, you had all sorts of dudes making plays, and that's why they end up winning it. If Bo Nix is if he's a playmaker, and listen, how many come from behind wins he had this year? 7? Playmaker. Who else? Who else, when you needed to play last game, made a play?
I mean, the closest guy you probably had was J.K. Dobbins.
Well, but he didn't play. So in this last game,
Court wasn't there really. I mean, he's good. Court's good, but there were too many drops, including Cortland. Evan Engram was like Tyler. I don't know how you'd even describe his year.
I would say he had a disappointing season.
He wasn't special.
Yeah. You know, going back to the building blocks conversation, it's not saying that experience doesn't matter. Of course, experience is a good thing. The closer you can get to this thing, the more you've been through some of the trials, the tribulations. You know what the game day experience feels like. All those things are good. But here's why I would argue it's less important in football than other sports. Number one, there's no other sport that has got the roster turnover that the NFL does every single year.
Right.
Okay. So we're talking about an insane amount of bodies that are going to come and go and are going to be a part of this team next year that had nothing to do with last year's team.
So you better identify your core and hold on.
Sure. And then compound the fact that your roster is going to look radically different next season with the fact that no other sport, no other professional league deals with significant injuries to their stars the way that the NFL does. So when you combine a new roster with all the injuries that come on any given season, just the NFL it's just not played in a linear trajectory.
Yeah.
Unless you're New England and have Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Well, you would hope the Broncos are back, right? But look at the Lions. Lions are playing in the NFC Championship one year, and they're out of the playoffs the next. They're losing coordinators that are good coaches, and the Broncos are expected, according to Adam Schefter, to lose Jim Leonard. He is expected to be the next defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. That's coming out just a couple minutes ago.
That's all right.
Which is not a surprise.
No, that's all right. Good for him.
I think it's a deeper indication that VJ is going to be here. He ain't getting any of those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be back next year. I think if VJ wasn't going to be around, I think Leonard would have got the Denver job. So I think that's an indication that that's happening and not happening at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge deal. Obviously, Jim Leonard's a good football coach that is well respected, and he's getting a promotion for a reason. But you are retaining, in all likelihood, your defensive coordinator, and it's always a good sign when you've got coaches that are getting hired off your team. I mean, Davis Webb, he's still got a chance at the Raiders job. It still feels insane to me. The more I think about it, it's like, actually, the idea of hiring Davis Webb is one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life. You know, it honestly would be one of the most meteoric rises in the history of the NFL.
Feels like he's got a shot.
He does. I'm not discounting
it's crazy.
That. But even if you lost a guy like Davis Webb, as much as I'd like to retain him, you're just losing a position, coach. It's not the end of the world. That's all you're losing in Jim Leonard. It's not the end of the world.
Let me give you this moment. Go ahead.
I was saying McVay had a pretty meteoric rise too, though.
There's young guys that get jobs.
But McVay at least went through the proper channels. He coached as a young man for probably 6 to 7 years before he got a position coach.
Because he couldn't play.
Okay, fine. But then he became a position coach. He became a tight ends coach. Then he became an offensive coordinator, and then he became a head coach. Like
that's actually of those seats just like 1 year too, wasn't it?
I think it was 2. I think it was 2 years. Yeah.
It was a quick rise.
It was a quick rise.
But there was a progression of things.
Yes.
But
it wasn't like
still,
Davis
it's
Webb.
still a quick rise, and still, I would argue, maybe the best coach in the league.
It was pretty funny. So let me give you this sequence. So there was Arnie Stapleton, who's great, goes to Sean, hey, I know it was a crack, but are you concerned with Bo Nix' repetitive injury on his ankle? Because Sean joked that had he known Bo had ankle injuries in the past, he wouldn't have drafted him. It clearly was a joke, but of course it went over like a lead balloon. So Arnie follows up today and goes, listen, I know it was a crack, but are you concerned about it? And Sean's response was,
understand, that was in jest, and I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's my, I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's,
So he says that, and then he points at Luka Evans. Like, right? I'm going to try to stop being funny. The next question is a question about Davis Webb leaving, and if he's going to go to the Raiders, and what would that be like if Davis Webb was with the Raiders?
well, it'd be a pain in the ass for him.
I like Starkey Sean. Starkey Sean's the best Sean, by the way.
So, like he says, I got to stop being funny. And then the next question is...
Well, it'd be a pain
But see,
in the ass
there
for
he's
him.
trying to be snarky, and he was funny. So maybe he just needs to go for snark.
Yeah, Starkey Sean's the best Sean.
It'd be a pain in the ass for him. It's pretty funny.
But he could also mean on a whole bunch of different levels. Not just that he's going to play, the AFC West and the Broncos twice, but he's going to the Raiders.
Yeah, I think if snarky Sean is different than Sean trying to be funny.
Yeah.
He should stop. More snark.
Yeah, more snark,
is good.
less trying to be funny.
Okay. There was another interesting interaction, and Drake Greenlaw had really interesting comments yesterday about the difference in practice. Sean acknowledged this today, and he took a shot at Nathaniel Hackett all at the same time. This was maybe...
Snark at the best.
This was pretty good, and you'll hear it coming up next.
All right, guys. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Hey, it's PhD here on 92.5. Let me get into some of the Dre Greenlaw stuff. This was pretty interesting. Well, first of all, what kind of season would you say Dre Greenlaw had?
Disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, injury plagued is how I describe it. Injury plagued. If you want to take that to disappointing because he wasn't on the field, then yeah, injury plagued, disappointing season.
All right, here is Dre Greenlaw, and he's comparing and contrasting Sean Payton's way of being and Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, they're just two different personality coaches, you know. Sean's old school, you know, you're going to do 6 days on, 1 day off, and I mean, he got his way of doing things. You're going to be practicing 3 hours on Wednesday, 3 hours on Friday, and I mean, Shanahan, he's complete opposite. You know, he's more of he wants you fresh, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's just two completely different mindsets, and they both have their way of doing things, and it's for good reasons too. So, but, you know, just having that understanding of things, understanding of the defense, I mean, that was, you know, like freaking Spanish when I first saw it. I thought I was like, you know, knew exactly how, you know, just defense, you know, and then you go into a completely different defense that you've never seen before, and yeah, so I mean, it was just ups and downs the whole season, but you know, I feel comfortable about, you know, the growth that I did make, and yeah, and the steps that I did take. So, I mean, I'm gonna be excited this off season just to, you know, pick it back up on that.
All right, what do you take away from that?
Well, it's a player kind of, very rarely do you hear a player admit that Sean Payton's coaching style is a grind publicly. And that's what you just heard. Sean Payton's a grind. Now, these are things we've all heard privately a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've talked to players on this team that have told me over and over, yeah, man, it's tough. Playing for Sean Payton is a grind. There's no victory Mondays. There's no days off. It doesn't matter how big of a win it is.
That's true.
We are going to work 6 out of 7 days of the week.
Yeah.
And when we're out there on the field, we're going to use the maximum allotted time that is allowed to us by the CBA.
That's very true.
All these things are things that are okay as long as you're winning football games, because winning football games covers up complaints, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's a grind. And I do think that Sean Payton has a coaching style that he's never going to veer from, but he needs to be careful because it's not the norm in the NFL these days. And other players are coming from different places that they're like, hey, man, we get out of the building at 2 o'clock. At week 14, we're out of there at 2 o'clock. We haven't put pads on since week 13, since week 12.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I'm coming over here and this feels like a grind. As long as you're winning games, it's cool. But as soon as you stop, the grind becomes a problem.
Okay. All right.
I'll tell you this. One thing he could very simply fix, because I don't actually expect Sean Payton to change the way that he practices. He's been doing this too long. It's what he knows. It's what he believes, right? So he's not going to change that.
Nope.
One thing he can and he should fix, give the boys a victory Monday. If they win a big game, and I'm not even saying you got to do it for every game. Mm-hmm. Shanahan would give us every game we won victory Monday. You're out of the building. What I mean by that is you don't have to show up for work on Monday, right? Every game we got that. Sean doesn't have to do that for every game if he just can't get himself to do it. But give them some breaks throughout the season here, man, because the season is a grind and working 6 out of 7 days. And it's really 7 out of 7 days, because that one day on Tuesday that's your off day, guess what you're doing? You're in the building getting rehab work done and all that. So that's one thing that he could fix without giving up his practice time.
All right, well, he kind of went back and forth with Kliss, and there is a shot at Nathaniel Hackett at the end.
Greenlaw was talking yesterday about how you
I read.
Yeah, he practiced a little tougher than Kyle does, which probably is a factor in callousing these guys. But how do you balance that? Do you talk
I like how we balanced it right now, though. I mean, meaning if we're second in the NFL with fewest games missed, man, that's extremely important. Now, I think more importantly, all right, Dre, Cortland, Wednesday might be just a NIR rest day. I think I can be better in that area.
I was going to say keeping them fresh for 20-game season now.
Yeah, but I think the ladder, we know what the ladder is. You guys saw the ladder in 22, where there's over 125 players over 125 players missed games because of injury, and no one played in the preseason. There weren't ever pads on. Yeah, we're never doing that.
So that's a shot right there at Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
That was about as light of a preseason of the 30-something, 40-something I've been to since 94. I've been going to training camps every year since 94. Missed a couple of COVID years. That was about as light a training camp as I ever seen.
Listen, man, what do I know? I know nothing. I just watch this stuff. It's coming from Tyler and other ex-players that were watching that training camp that were like, this is dumb.
Yeah, it wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. But I'll say this about Sean Payton's training camp itself. Now, I'm not in the building for the meetings. I'm not in the building to see what time they're getting out of there, all those sorts of things. Sean Payton's training camp practices actually did not feel like that big of a grind. I think he actually grinds harder in the regular season than he does in training camp because you guys were out there. I mean, those practices didn't seem absurd to me.
Yeah, you're probably right. They weren't Nathaniel Hackett's practices either. And don't forget, that was one of the things that Payton ripped on Hackett about. Remember that when they had to come play the Jets and we were all, yelling about Nathaniel Hackett and coming back here and Sean Payton and blah, 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 blah. I mean, that was one of the first. I mean, Sean's had several things that he said that have come back to sort of haunt him, and that we perceived as one of them. But Sean was right about it. Sean was right about Nathaniel Hackett. He was. He wasn't a good coach. He wasn't doing things the right way. Sean's pointing out, hey, I got you, Dre, and maybe it feels like a grind, but we had the second fewest games missed in the NFL this year. I mean, they're taking that as a significant point of pride.
As they should. I mean, sometimes I wonder how much pride a team really should take in those things because it just seems so coincidental. Can you really influence who gets injured in the NFL, or is it just the luck of the draw?
Listen, Nuggets lose Nikola Jokic for 12 games. Significant?
Well, yes, although they do have a winning record during that time.
They've been playing well.
Yeah.
But you lose.
But of course, yes.
Zeke Najee for 12 games.
Who would notice?
Yeah. You lose your number one running back for 8 games.
Okay.
Pretty significant.
They did. J.K. Dobbins.
Was it not significant that they lost Dobbins this year?
It's
so it's not just
at the end in the AFC Championship game. It felt pretty significant.
It's not just the bodies you lose; it's what bodies you lose. Right,
for sure.
Losing your backup center,
losing J.K. Dobbins hurt,
but losing J.K. Dobbins hurt. I would say losing Greenlaw for as many games you lost him probably affects you a little bit. Although the defense was solid all year.
You know what though, Justin Cernod, that dude filled in, played really well. Justin was honest, and I've actually talked to Justin about this personally. He got a tough draw. He's come in and played really, really good football when he's been asked to, but then he's playing behind Dre Greenlaw. So when Dre comes back, it's like, well, it doesn't really matter what I do. It doesn't matter how well I play. When Dre comes back, it's his spot, and I go back to being a backup, even though I was balling out there.
Meanwhile, Dre Greenlaw's a little confused and maybe not playing. Cernod's not confused. He understands the system.
Well, Justin was pretty honest yesterday, and Justin's not going to command some huge salary anywhere, but I think he'll get a chance to play football. And he did say the odds of him coming back to Denver are pretty low unless it's in a starter's role because he knows, hey, I want to play ball. I've proven to myself I could be a starter in this league, and it's just not going to happen here in Denver.
Well, Greenlaw's coming back. Ain't no doubt about that.
Is Singleton for sure coming back?
Well, he's a free agent. I think that they need to prioritize him. Fan base seems to undervalue Alex Singleton. I really value Alex Singleton.
I will be stunned if they don't give him a pretty decent deal to be back here. He is the heart and soul of that team. He's a team captain. He plays great. Why wouldn't you back up the Brinks truck a little bit for Alex Singleton? What would the reason be? Do you know that he had arranged an Airbnb? He's from California. He had it all set up there in Santa Clara. He was ready to go. He was joking about, I want some of that Russ Cap money, the $35 million. He's a good dude. He's a fun guy. Another guy who got a lot of praise today was J.K. Dobbins. Like, George Payton praised him. Sean Payton praised him. And you know why? Because that dude is a vibes locker room guy. Like, he is Mr. Positive. And even the interaction he had yesterday was pretty funny with the reporters.
You tell me what you think we need. Healthy you'd be good. I think so, too. Big bag could be good. Big bag? I think I could do both, though. Don't you think that? I don't know. You could doubt me a little bit. You can tell me, nah, I don't think so. You'd be like, you get hurt. You can say,
That's pretty funny.
It is pretty funny.
I've actually never heard an athlete bring out, like, what the criticisms of him would be to the reporters that theoretically would make those criticisms, and do so in kind of a, fun sort of way.
Yeah.
But he's kind of right.
Well, JK's just a loud, boisterous dude. That's who he is. We saw it at training camp, man. That guy is fun. He's contagious. He's got an energy that is good for the offense.
Because I said a vet minimum yesterday, and it's funny, just upon reflection and hearing what people say about him. You know what? Screw that. Give him a little bit more money, man. Bring JK back here. I don't really see the downside as long as you go and try to shore up that room other ways too. Your other guys can't beat Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin if you're going to go with R.J. Harvey as well. You know what I'm saying?
Jaleel McLaughlin became as important of running back for you at the end of the year, and he was a healthy scratch for the first 8 games, something like that? Mm-hmm. 7 of the first 8 games?
Yeah, but the truth is him and Bidet and maybe to a lesser degree R.J. Harvey, but between him and Bidet, they really didn't do much of anything. Really.
Here's the tough reality with Jaleel, and I'm a huge Jaleel fan. You shouldn't be relying on guys like Jaleel. And you really, in a perfect world, your running back room would not have space for either Tyler Bidet or Jaleel McLaughlin. And I like Jaleel, and I say that with respect.
Well, Sean said the number one priority was going to be working on the running game. He said that today. Okay, we'll take his word for it. There were questions about receivers dropping balls and making that room better. All right, well, you got to figure that out. That probably is a big place to go in free agency, because these receivers tend to be available in free agency, and receivers tend to, and they get paid, but there tends to be quite a few of them out there, and we'll have to take a peek at that. And let's get into the offseason itself, because what do you do in terms of building a team when you're building for a championship compared to just, we're developing and trying to get into the playoffs? We'll hear from George Payton on that coming up. All right, let me give you some George Payton here, boys. George Payton is he's George Payton. You know, he's the dude that gets the trains to run on time, doesn't he? He just is. George, good old George. I got the his free agency and draft. Maybe I should go over this before I go through some of the things that he said today. Trent Sherfield. You guys can give me your thoughts on the following guys. What do you think of him? Trent Sherfield.
Training camp darling. Was a stud. We had the conversation. Why does he look like a stud absolutely everywhere he goes in training camp, and then he disappears?
Did you see that he was on the Patriots practice squad and he was waived off the practice squad the day before the game?
I did.
Tough league. Talanoa Hufanga. Nope.
The best free agent pickup they had this year.
Agree?
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, a combination of health, ability, stayed on the field. Talanoa Hufanga was an A++.
Okay. Dre Greenlaw.
Incomplete. Too many injuries.
Agreed.
He only played
overall,
like 7 or 8 games, didn't he?
Overall, a disappointing season. Barely was healthy. When he got healthy, he got himself suspended again. Missed the game for suspension on top of injuries. And I think Dre Greenlaw, I know Dre Greenlaw's a dog, but can he get on the football field or not?
Evan Engram.
F.
Wow. Why an F?
Didn't do anything.
F. Wow. Okay.
I give Evan Engram a C. And the only reason why it's even a C is because what your expectations were based off what Sean told us, right? Our expectations for Evan Engram were really, really high this year. Because we were told he was going to be a joker. He was going to be the utility knife. He was going to be the dude that comes in and changes this offense. But if we would have just gotten Evan Engram as a dude that's in year 11 or 12 as a tight end and had realistic expectations of what you were going to get out of that, you got realistic production out of a dude that's in year 11 or 12 in the NFL. You got a dude that produced for about 500 yards. You got a dude that gave you 4 or 5 moments throughout the season. If your expectation is joker, F. If your expectation is just a dude that can contribute in year 11 or 12, I give it a C.
My expectation, not just joker, because I never liked that term, but finally a productive tight end that's going to dominate for him in a position with a quarterback that's going to be perfect to using. And they didn't use him. I don't think both threw it to him until like the 4th game.
Okay. Engram was pretty frustrated. You could tell he was frustrated yesterday. Did
he even get did he catch any passes in that game?
I think he did. I think he got 1, maybe. Did he get 2? There's a little bit going on there, not much. Okay, the draft picks. Now, all right, let me ask you guys this. Are you drafting differently if you know you're in a championship window aside from a developmental window?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So
if you're in a championship window, you are filling holes. If you are in a developmental window, you're drafting to develop.
do you think the Broncos surprised even themselves how good they actually were? And if they had a feeling they were going to be this good, they would have drafted differently last year?
Yeah, and I guess the name that comes up, obviously, is your first rounder, and Jahdae Barron.
Yes.
If you knew that you were going to make it to an AFC championship game this year, would you have drafted a playmaker on offense? And the answer is probably yes. I think you probably would have done that. Barron felt like a luxury selection that was going to develop over the long term when you had to make a decision on Riley Moss or some of these other guys.
All right, so what grade? I guess we'll grade this as a draft pick for this year, not as the player themselves, unless you want to do it the other way. But Jahdae Barron, what would you grade that draft pick? I'm looking at this from a George Payton lens more so than the player themselves, from what George Payton needed to do.
I would probably say C+, B-, somewhere in there. I think he had passing grades. There was a couple games.
Now, keep in mind, he played 5 snaps on Sunday. 5.
I don't care.
It was the AFC Championship game.
Are we looking at just pure numbers, or are we looking at? I think for a guy coming into a backfield that's pretty much set, I thought he did okay. I don't think he was special, but I thought he was okay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no way to have this conversation without having two conversations at the same time because it's the only way to do it fairly. So you gotta evaluate Jahdae Barron as a football player, and I would say as a football player, in year one as a rookie, B-. He was a first rounder. It wasn't special, but he did contribute. He was out there, and he also was not a liability. When he was on the field, he was not a liability. So the football player, I'll give it B-. The selection, I'll give it a C.
Yeah.
Because the selection just didn't make sense at the time, and especially consider we made it to the AFC Championship game, we really could have used some help on offense.
That's for sure. R.J. Harvey.
Gosh. Passing game, A.
He did have like 12 touchdowns.
Running game, C.
B-.
B-.
Solid football player. It's you and I disagree on R.J. Harvey. I think I disagree with both of you, actually. Scott, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think I know where you stand on R.J. Harvey. And I think in the big picture, that was actually a pretty productive rookie year. It was.
In the big picture, you're right.
That was a productive rookie season.
The bigger mistake was probably not balancing it out one way or the other, and probably was impacted heavily by J.K. Dobbins being hurt. Maybe that would have worked out better top to bottom.
Maybe. It might have kept him fresher.
Yeah, because now you're leaning on him when you didn't expect to lean on him.
I don't think he's a lean on. As a rookie, he was not a lean on number one back. But I tell you what, in the passing game, I'm going to stand on this hill. He is fabulous out of the backfield receiving.
What's the best way to compliment him next year?
I don't know.
It's a really tough decision because here's the problem, and I'm in the camp that I want to bring J.K. Dobbins back, all right? I do want to do that, but here's what I want to admit with that. Here's the problem, here's the flaw with bringing J.K. Dobbins back. Not only is it the money and the injury concern, but if you bring J.K. Dobbins back, there's a strong temptation to say, we're good. We're good. When J.K. is healthy, this guy's a dog, and it doesn't make sense to invest in another running back when we've got a young player behind him in R.J. Harvey that can fill in, right? That's the temptation, and it probably would be a mistake that's going to catch up to you if you don't continue to invest in that room by re-signing J.K.
Pat Bryant.
For where he was drafted, I thought he was a pretty good receiver. I think he's got a chance to be good, but then the injuries late kind of piled up into bad time.
A-. Pat Bryant has been great. He was great in the passing game. He was great in the running game. He really earned my respect.
Better blocker than you realized.
He really earned my respect in the running game. He's a willing participant, and he's an effective participant as a blocking wide receiver.
Yeah.
Q Robinson.
He had a sack last game.
He did. He had a pretty impactful play, actually.
He's
Number
an
51.
interesting guy. Again, a lot of depth around him, but he and another guy that was a preseason shine, right? He was a preseason star.
I think there's a lot of good upside to Q Robinson.
I do too. I like him.
Yeah, but what's the evaluation? Are we evaluating based off production? Because if we're evaluating based off production, it's like a C.
Yeah, but you know, it's funny. I
Yeah.
should quantify this with what round they win in. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have different expectations for your guy in the first and second round than guys in the fifth and sixth round. And now we're getting to that fifth, sixth, seventh round sort of guy.
I thought for where he was drafted, I would have liked to see him play more early, but again, another guy that was inactive for most of the season, wasn't he?
Yeah, the vast majority. As was Savion Jones. He's the next one. And Caleb Lohner just never got into a game. So, I mean, we'll see. I guess they have more hopes than Savion Jones.
Well, listen, as Lohner gets in the game and actually plays and contributes, then that'll be an A for where he was drafted.
I think if Caleb Lohner gets into an NFL game,
Caleb Lohner's never going to play in the NFL.
It would be a miracle. That's what. Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Tyler beat me to the punch, but yes.
If he ever got in a game and was a contributor, then it'd be an A.
I think, but Tyler's point and my point too. If the dude ever dresses for a game, period.
We'll see.
He got close with the last game of the season. He got activated.
Well, yeah, but that was a little.
Because your free agent guy wasn't doing anything.
Nah, they just gave him that to give him a little more money. Just a pat on the back. Way to go, dude. Like that was what that was.
I bet they
all
like
about.
him.
He's still on the team. And then Jeremy Crawshaw.
A.
Yeah, A+.
I give him an A+. Yeah. Hey, we're all. The dude was nails. And he had a terrible training camp.
He was the best rookie of the season.
He was the best overall rookie of the year. All right, here's a little Sean Payton. George Payton. Sorry, my bad. George Payton saying, He was asked if there was a little too much pressure with Sean Payton saying this was a Super Bowl team.
He puts it out there, and he's it's a little different than me, but that's Sean, and that's everywhere he's been, and typically he backs it up. And the players, I think, they feed off that, and they feed off the energy. He's a great motivator, and I think the whole building feeds off it. The confidence is, we haven't won here in a long time, so to have someone come in and say, we're going to do this, and he just says that. He says that to us every day. I mean, and shoot, you start believing it.
Do you?
Yeah, I think they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that team was believing in that.
It's good to have that guy. That's our leader. That's our coach. He keeps saying it. We believe him.
I've never had a coach do that publicly. I've had every coach do that privately. But what Sean did publicly,
put it out there.
It was different. And I'm not going to lie. At first, it made me uncomfortable. I didn't like it at the beginning.
He was doing it on Sunday. I mean, he was doing it after the game was over with Seth Wickersham. He was saying, I can't believe we lost that game. All right, here's do you have enough playmaking ability at wide receiver and running back?
Again, we'll do a deep dive. I like our young players. I like our young receivers, and I think we drafted 3, and you got Court and Little Jordan. We got a good mix of players, and but we're always looking to add. We're always looking to improve at every position. Running back, we'll do the same. I like the young backs we have. J.K. was a big hit here. And that was a big loss, for our team and our offense and just his leadership that he showed. So we'll look at everything. I think we have some young talent. And if we can add, we will. And if we can upgrade, we will, certainly.
What's the give me the young talent again. Pat Bryant and
Troy Franklin. Mims. Is Mims still young talent or not?
Where was Franklin the last?
Well, he was hurt. He had a hamstring. Well, he played. He got a hamstring injury.
He got hurt last week.
Yeah,
and
Bills.
Missed this game.
Yeah. I thought Troy Franklin had a pretty good year overall.
Yeah. It was okay. Yeah.
Other young talent running back, Tyler Bidet? Jaleel? What are we talking about?
Well, RJ Harvey is a young talent.
Yeah, okay.
You may or may not believe that he's going to materialize as a running back. If I just separated, if I just said RJ Harvey is going to be a productive running back on this football team, but he'll never be a number 1 running back, would you have an issue with that?
No.
Okay. But if I said RJ Harvey has got the ability to be a number 1 running back, you would have an issue with that.
Yeah, I'd have to question it.
Okay, well, fine. You know what? You could still be a talented football player and be a productive member of this team.
Good teams have talent. Good teams have talent.
Yes.
Right? Good teams have talent. And sometimes it takes an injury or this or that to show. Listen, RJ Harvey, Steve Sewell, would you call him a number 1 running back in his time with the Broncos?
No.
Went to 3 Super Bowls.
He did.
Pretty good out of the backfield, wasn't he?
He did.
All around grit.
So how are the Broncos going to fix this issue?
Well, RJ Harvey to me is Steve Sewell.
All right. Well, who was the bigger back for that team? Who complimented Steve Sewell?
Oh, that one guy. Famous. Otis Armstrong and
Otis Armstrong.
Was it somebody like that?
Olandis Gary?
No, not for Steve Sewell.
Steve Sewell? I don't know, man. I don't know. But you've got to compliment it somehow. Well, we'll get some more of George Payton in a second. A reminder, today is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Delays, DELAYS, 303-504-0925. Your first and last name, you're entered for tickets for the Avs and Red Wings next Monday. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large piece is just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. The keyword is delays. We'll announce the winner here at 2:55. Did you think, let me ask you an honest question. Did you think at this time, because we're going to go into year 4 of George Payton and Sean Payton, did you think these two dudes would be together going into a 4th year?
I did not, no. I thought after year 1, you were probably going to see a separation between the two Paytons.
Okay.
Sammy Winder.
Good old Sammy Winder. How do you think this relationship's working with these two?
Good. George Payton knows how to fall in line.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's it? George Payton knows how to blend in.
Listen, I'm not trying to say that disrespectfully to George, because I think George is talented at what he does. I think he's a good scout. He's made a lot of good decisions for this organization, a couple bad ones, but he's made a lot of really good decisions for this organization.
Yeah.
But the thing that he's done wisest is he's realized I am not the alpha of this football team, and if I want to protect my job security. I need to fit in.
Here's what he said.
All I know is he managed that Russell Wilson cap pretty good, didn't he?
Yeah, he created it. He did both.
He mustered through it.
I guess.
Don't go that way. Don't go there. He created it,
dude.
You were jumping the bandwagon when they signed him. You got to pay him. You got to pay him. And now, why would you do that?
Well, it was a mistake. I can make mistakes too. I was wrong. You were right. You were the voice of caution. I was not. I was like, pay him. What are we doing here? Commit to him. The whole thing.
So they did, and new ownership said, go ahead. And guess what? They went, all right, we got to get out of here.
You wouldn't have had to do it if you just drafted a quarterback instead of Pat Surtain, but that's neither here nor there. Here is George on his relationship with Sean.
I think it's been good. It keeps growing. I mean, it's been outstanding. I think we met in our interview. I think he refers to that interview, in Westlake, and I knew then we would be aligned in how we wanted to build this, and that's just continued to grow. And how much he loves the draft process, the personnel process, and not only does he love it, he's really good at it. I mean, he's really good. He knows what he wants. He articulates it well to all the scouts. So we all know what a Denver Bronco player at this position should look like. His staff is really good at it, and so we enjoy being around each other. Not always easy. It shouldn't be easy. Winning's not easy, but I just think it keeps getting stronger. I'm very fortunate to have him here with me.
Let me just say what he said that I find brilliant, because I had a great conversation within this past year with the front office guy talking about their responsibilities with a coach. You may disagree on a coach. I like this guy, but a coach has a style, especially football, probably more so than any other sport. And what he say that Sean has an idea of what a Denver Bronco looks like at this position. Might not be the best running back that you could get, or this guy here. I like this guy. He runs a 4.3 or blah, 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 blah. Sean likes these kind of guys. And now to work with that coach with what they need is smart. We've seen the issues in this town on multiple sports of general managers not giving. There was a general manager in the Nuggets years and years ago said, listen, I'm just going to get you the best player. You got to figure a way to coach them. That's the dumbest thing in the world. You're not building any culture there. That's stupid. That's like, okay, this guy, he 38-inch vertical, 220 and 4.3. We didn't fit what we want to do. So I think that answer is brilliant, and I do agree with Tyler that Sean probably won that thing, but I will say this. Pinner also slapped Sean Payton down a few years ago.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And said, no, you guys are working together.
Yes.
You guys are on this together.
George is the right type of guy to get along,
but that's the right mindset. This is how he envisions the type of player I need.
I also want to be clear that I'm not trying to take a shot at George Payton. I think he's good. He's been really, really good for this organization. And if you could forgive him of a big mistake or two, and they were big, look at the way he's recovered. That counts just as much.
Yeah, I think he's leaned into the desires of his coaches and to meld together.
Now you got a coach. But what if he leaned into Hackett?
The problem with Hackett, it's a good question. The problem with Hackett is Hackett was brought in for the express reason they were trying to get Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And when they didn't get Aaron Rodgers, they panicked. And then they tried to sell us that Russell Wilson was like what they were really after, and nobody's buying that. I mean, that was obviously not the plan. So we really don't know what it would have been like had they got Hackett with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I don't think it really would have worked because I don't think Hackett was really ready for prime time and Rodgers is Rodgers. But you know what? It would have made sense. We would have understood what they were trying to do.
I promise you it wouldn't have been what it was.
It wouldn't have been. You're right.
No,
you are correct. You are correct. It would have been better. All right, last one. And this is about just having a Super Bowl mentality.
We just we just stick to the process. I don't get too far ahead of it. Again, every year you start over and you build in a sense, and we're going to have to build in a sense. But we just need to get better than we were, and we'll just kind of stick with that.
All right, the bottom line and the big question after today, when you look at everything in total, Sean Payton made a terrible mistake either on the play call or the decision to go for it. It seemed to cost him the game. George Payton has more ups than downs. It's not perfect, but more positives than negatives. Do you guys think they have what's in place to make a Super Bowl championship run next year?
No.
Really?
As it stands today,
Golly,
hold
really?
on. Let me ask you a question. Like,
okay,
I'm not sure I understand the question. Like, are you saying to run it back with the squad that they got, or
no? That this is the right combination: coach, GM, owner, quarterback. I mean, I get it. They have to reset. Sean Payton said we got to give everybody orange slices and start all over again.
Let me give you my biggest concern. Okay, my biggest concern is that this offense is not set up to win a championship, and this offense is not set up to win a championship because we don't have a playmaker. Now, here's why this remains a big concern. You say, okay, well, let's solve the problem in the offseason.
Yeah,
it might not be that simple. You're drafted number 30. Getting a playmaker in the draft is not going to be that simple. Not a dynamic one. Not a day one impact, game-changing playmaker. You're probably not going to get that in the draft. So you're going to either have to do that via trade or you're going to have to do that via free agency. I've not dug into free agency to see what wide receivers are going to be available. Let's do that ASAP. But it's not that simple to just solve that problem. So to answer your question, are they capable of winning a championship today? No, but they're capable of having a great year.
Scott, you just were adamant, no. My answer is definitely yes. Like, I think they're set up beautifully because they're going to have so much more available cap space. The draft, you're right. I don't know. You're drafting 30. Hopefully you can get somebody who can play, right? Or maybe a trade out. That's probably George Payton's thing. I'm not holding my breath at 30. But, I mean, there are good players at 30. There are impactful players at 30. Why were you so quick just to say no like that, Scott?
We just got beaten in the AFC Championship. Why would a loser in the AFC Championship be built for a Super Bowl next year?
Because you got the right GM, you got the right coach, you got the right owner.
You GM and coach ain't throwing no footballs around.
You got the right quarterback. Do we not have the right quarterback?
I'm liking this kid from North Dakota State.
The Senior Bowl is fascinating. All right, no dumb questions. With the most amazing thing of the entire weekend, and that
Cole Payton.
No, nothing.
He might be ready at 30.
Stick around. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You guys are going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. I think relationships matter in life. That's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford. Every time I need a new vehicle, I've done it over 5 times. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. Same thing is going to happen to you. And it's one-stop shopping at Phil Long. You don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So if you're looking for a new vehicle, they got it. If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, they got it. The vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices. Phil Long Ford also has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let him know that your friend Tyler sent you out over. Check him out online at phillongford.com.
All right, it's time for No Dumb Questions. 303-504-0925. No dumb question.
Okay.
Was the Alex Honnold climbing the skyscraper thing?
Oh my gosh. I watched it live. Did you watch it live?
Of course, every single second. Well, first of all, what'd you just think of it?
Well, hold
then
on.
the question is this really a sport?
Okay, I got really lucky because I didn't know anything about the skyscraper thing until just a couple days ago.
Okay.
And I just randomly happened to watch Free Solo, which I suppose was not so random because it popped up on my Netflix algorithm like 2 weeks ago.
That would make sense.
Which, of course, they were preemptively doing that because of what was coming. But I was like, you know what? I'll check this out. So I just randomly watched Free Solo a couple weeks ago.
Which is great.
And so when I turned on the skyscraper thing, I was like, oh my God, it's that dude again. Like I thought after he climbed El Capitan or whatever it was, like it was like, oh, I don't have to do this anymore. I've done the best of the best. I don't have to try to commit suicide anymore. Well, then I see him climbing this skyscraper. It was freaking captivating. Like this dude is
an
idiot. His girlfriend's an idiot. They're all
Sonny?
They're all idiots. The Netflix somehow. Gosh, what if this dude actually did die during that? What if he did die?
They would have had to show it. There's no other option. He either does it or he dies. That's it.
The confidence
two
that
options.
man has, and like his heart rate is like zero.
Yeah,
You know, like he's
it's-
climbing
it's-
that thing. His heart rate's at zero.
It's amazing. Okay, is that a sport?
Yeah.
They're athletic as heck.
Oh, his athleticism is not to be questioned, obviously. My God. No speed, though. It's
Someone on
weird.
the text line says it was not exciting at all because the guy never even slipped. What, do you want to see the dude die?
My palms were sweaty, Mom spaghetti. I swear to God. And I know a lot about this guy. A lot. I've done deep dives into Alex Honnold.
For some reason, I was like, okay, when he's climbing the corners and he's climbing up the windows and all
Right.
that. But when he had to go to that overhang thing,
Right.
that silver looking semicolon or whatever that thing was,
The dragons or
yeah,
whatever they call them.
when he had to go to that and he's hanging by it, that got me. That got me big time.
Yeah, because he has to jump a little bit.
Yeah.
Now he is a taller dude, and if you ever saw his hands, they are he's just got big features, period. So he's the right body size to do this in the beginning. But the mentality to be able to do it. All right. Is Alex Honnold the most remarkable athlete in the world?
Well, I didn't know his name, so how can he be the most?
Well, you know it now. And so you never saw Free Solo?
No, I ain't going to watch that.
Why?
Because I ain't going to watch anybody that's going to die.
He's not going to die. You know he lives.
Well, good news. He didn't die.
Yeah, it's spoiler.
No, I won't watch it.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, okay.
So that just stuff freaks you out.
Yeah, I don't like
to the degree that you just can't even consume it or watch it or pay attention
Yeah, I
to
don't
it.
I don't need to see I don't want to see a guy. I don't like watching guys free dive with great white sharks either.
Okay, but does it change anything in your mind to know this guy really is an expert at this stuff? He's the most proficient guy in the world at it.
Well, good for him. Retire that way.
I don't know, in terms of best athlete in the world, that whole thing, but I'll tell you this. He probably has got the best, what do you even call it? Like to be able to control your heart rate the way that he does. He's probably got the best control over his emotions, his heart rate of any athlete that's ever lived.
Yeah, his composure.
That's the word. Thank you.
Is based on, thousands and thousands of hours of work doing this, though. This isn't something he just came up with. It's been thousands and thousands. It's been a lifetime of working on this stuff.
Yeah, it was wild. That was probably one of the most wild things I've ever watched in my life.
So I'm a big...
you talk about the Evel Knievel stuff back in the day. No, that was nothing.
Well, actually, the Evel Knievel stuff was kind of interesting because the technology wasn't even close to catch. What Evel Knievel was doing was actually insane.
That's probably true, relevant to the times.
Yes. Yes, there's no safety. He's on a big, heavy motorcycle. They're guessing on everything and just doing it. Evel Knievel was nuts, and so was his kid. They both did Robbie Knievel. That was insane. Now guys have these motorcycles. They do that stuff, and it's like you don't even blink at it.
But what now? Like, you climbed El Capitan, you climbed the skyscraper in Taiwan. Now what?
Well, he actually didn't even get paid that much money for it. That was kind of the story afterwards. He got like $500,000 for it.
No freaking way.
Yeah.
For what, this Netflix thing?
Yep.
No way.
Look it up. Look it up. He was
how many hours it taking?
I mean, that dude.
90 minutes.
Oh, that's pretty good.
101 flights, and then the sphere and all the sort of thing. Yeah. 90 minutes.
$500,000 for 90 minutes?
Wait. What's his name again? Alex what?
Alex Honnold. Honnold. The guy is fascinating. I'm amazed that you guys don't know more about this dude.
No, I don't.
He's one of my favorite guys out there. He's incredible.
Yeah.
But I know this guy. I've watched all his videos. I've seen the movies. I know a ton about him. And I was petrified for him on this climb. I really was. I just was like, wow, this is. Well, I was anxious the entire time watching
You know what part made me the most anxious? When he got to the the overlook part where all the people are inside the windows and they're all looking at him. I'm like, no,
don't distract
go
them.
away. Like, you've got like an announcer who's like laughing and giggling, like, oh, I wonder if he's gonna slip right now. Like, get these people out of the window.
And you know there were some TV execs open.
That he falls?
Yeah.
Do you know who the TV announcer was? The guy? It was Seth Rollins from the WWE.
Yeah.
By the way, they're trying to do. This is really interesting.
If that dude only made $500,000 for that, that was the biggest hose job of all time.
That's what he said. But then he said, "Listen, if I probably would have done it for free if I got a permit to do it, because this is illegal. You can't just climb up buildings and stuff. There are guys who have done this crap and have been arrested a bunch of times. But it was one of the more insane things. All right, how about this for no dumb question? Was that the most insane thing you've ever seen on live TV?
No, I didn't watch it live.
Live TV was it the most insane thing? You didn't watch it. I get it.
I have no
Did you
interest in
stay away from it, or did you just don't have any interest?
My family watched it, but I didn't even know it was on.
Okay. So what'd your family think?
Same thing. You'd either
the Warden and Junior Warden probably were blown away by it, right?
Yeah, palms are sweating. I'm like thinking, if he falls, would I want my kid watching that?
That's a interesting decision.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have let her watch it. If
I watched it with my daughter, about the same age as yours, a little bit older.
What were the comments?
Yeah, I watched it with my 7th grader. She was all in. We never could find something that we mutually want to watch TV together about. I mean, she was all in on that.
Because you realize he could die at any moment.
But she was convinced. She's like, they're safety nets. They're just not showing it. I'm like, no, there are not safety nets there.
Not.
She's like, yes, they are. They've got green screens. They can make it look like there's no safety nets. She was convinced that there was no chance they would allow him to actually do that.
Yeah. She's a smart girl because that actually makes sense. But there were no safety nets, and you just got to dig into who did she watch Free Solo?
No.
Well, we'll have her watch Free Solo.
I didn't like fall.
Dude, I'll give you a funny video real quick. Last one on this. People have been going to the building and trying to get up the first 10 feet and failing miserably. Like, they can't just get up to start the climb. There's multiple videos of people just trying to, get up 10 feet. Can't do it. It's hard to get up the first 10 feet.
Yeah.
I thought it was an insane TV thing to keep it real, okay? And I'm a big fan of his, but I thought the whole thing, I did think the whole thing of being live would have created kind of weird pressure because it got delayed by a day. I don't know if you know that or not.
When you watch Free Solo, he made it clear, like, the one thing that he did not like was cameras.
Correct.
That like he's like, I'll do this any day on my own.
Right.
But having a camera there changes everything for me.
Right.
I don't like having to perform for the camera.
Yes.
And then he went from that in El Capitan, where that was controlled, where he was doing it on his own pace. He chose the day, all those sorts of things.
Yes.
To doing this with hundreds of cameras.
Right. A lot more pressure.
Yeah.
Like a lot more, we got to go now. We got to do this now. Like, and they did delay it because it was supposed to go Friday, but it rained and they pushed it back a day. But that, again, it told me, like, oh, man, maybe there's too much pressure to do this. Like, these are circumstances, to your point, where he doesn't normally participate in. But you know what? Maybe the climb was really easy for him. Maybe it was like absurdly easy, so he just agreed to do it because it just wasn't that big of a deal for him, which again feels insane. All right, there you go. No dumb questions. We come back with the big question of the day. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here, and improving your health may be one of your big resolutions. But when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping, or seeing progress in the gym, it's not happening. Staying committed, well, it can be tough. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can take heed and help with that resolution because these symptoms are often just signs of low T. So if you're in your mid-20s or 30s, you start losing that T, you just feel like, what's going on here? Again, just contact my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can take the low T quiz on the website. It's 10 questions, yes or no. It just takes a couple of minutes, and there you go. Don't go another year with low T. Most men wait that amount of time. You don't need to do it. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Big question of the day, boys, is simply this. Your takeaways from George Payton and Sean Payton. What do you think was the most significant thing that they discussed, and did they answer the questions that you had about this team?
You know, and if this is not the answer you're looking for, but I guess one of my bigger takeaways was we're kind of a boring franchise, you know, which is a great thing. Your head coach just got up there. Your GM just got up there. We don't have any fancy lines that we're talking about. We didn't have a Bills owner go out there and put his foot in his mouth. Like there's no real drama is my point, right? So like we've got some takeaways here. Obviously, Sean's got some regrets about his call on fourth down. That continues to be the biggest topic that will be discussed from now until next season. And Sean Payton's going to have to live with that and lose sleep over it for all of the offseason. That's the biggest topic. But my takeaway is we're pretty stable.
Yeah, I mean, can you get past that mistake? Is it relatively easy to get past that and look at the season in total?
Yeah, because this situation will come up again. It may come up in week 1. It may come up in week 19, 20. I mean, this ain't going to be the last time he's going to have a decision. What decision he'll change is, if he's true to his word, he'll still go for it on 4th and 1. But what he may change is the play he's going to run.
He'll never throw the ball again.
Again, like I said.
I think you would with Bo. I do.
Oh, man, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe out of a shotgun with some different type of formation moving.
This is a tough one.
You got a backup quarterback. That's the only reason.
You got a backup quarterback.
Backup quarterback, you got a chance to go up 10-0. What a great boost for the team.
When you guys were watching the game in Memphis, well, I guess it happened early and you're in your room, but what was your initial feeling?
But first, do you go for it? Do you go for it?
What was your feeling? What were you saying? What were you saying either in your head or out loud?
Well, I'd like to. They didn't do a good job showing exactly how far it was. Was it a long one? Was it closer to 2? Was it closer to half a yard?
I guess I'm not entirely sure, but
it seemed like it was a full yard.
I think it was a good full yard. I don't think it was inches. I think it was a full yard. 3 feet.
Yeah. Well, you got 2 guards that are supposed to be all world, right? One of them's pro or all pro. Sure seemed like a power run behind that big old guy.
I tell you what, man.
Forget the power run. I mean, we're mad about the pass play, and the reason why we're mad about the play that was called is because it was the most elementary short yardage play that every team in the NFL runs. It's not a bad football play. That play is ran by 32 teams in the NFL, and every team in the NFL has run it 5 to 10 times already this season in short yardage situations. The problem with it is, number one, it is a bit elementary in terms of, like, it's a foundational building block short yardage play. And number two, the bigger problem were our own tendencies that the Patriots were able to scout it out and call the perfect defense, knowing what we were going to call there, right?
I'd like to go back to that whole series. Go back to the whole series when it's 1st and 10.
Okay.
And what was the first down plays? Because wasn't one of their plays, didn't they lose 2 yards on one of the plays?
Well, the only one I really remember off the top of my head is the 3rd down scramble that we scrambled for 6 or 7 yards and ended up a yard short.
Right. I know that one. I can look it up for you if you want, if you give me a second. But yeah, that was in the second quarter. Right.
Let me ask you another question, just to help me with the context of this.
Yeah.
Was this how many series after our scoring possession in the first period was this?
Well, it was the first.
I feel like it was like the next one.
It was the Broncos had the ball 7 plays and they punted. Then the Patriots had 3 and out for -5.
So I'm just talking about our offensive possessions.
It was our
second
one, 2, 3, 4th offensive possession.
So it was the second one after the touchdown.
I'm asking after the touchdown.
Second one
after the touchdown.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point with that
I got it here now.
is you've got to also keep in context here. We just had a lot of success and it was really easy. We just took a deep shot down the field. We connected with Marvin Mims. We called, by the way, the same concept. You know what our scoring play was? The same concept that we called on that short yardage. A fake 19 keep right. That's the exact same concept that worked on the scoring play. Sean's head, he's like, wow, this has been good. This has been easy. I'm going to call a play that I just had success with.
So the old Abe Lincoln fooled me once, shame on you, fooled me twice.
Yeah.
Shame on me, and they were fooled twice.
Correct.
Well, it was interesting. So the game starts with 2 3-and-outs, both teams 3-and-out. Okay, so it's a push, right? Then the second drive from the Broncos is brilliant. 5 plays, big throw to Mims, touchdown to Sutton. Like, wow, this is incredible. 6 plays by the Patriots, but that's a punt. Your next drive by the Broncos, listen, it didn't amount to many yards, 22 yards, but it was 7 plays and shoot up 4 minutes. All right, well, I mean, that's something. It's not the worst thing in the world. The Patriots go 3-and-out. So the Patriots in 3 drives, fellas, had 12 plays. They had 2 3-and-outs in a 6-play drive that went nowhere. And then on the drive we're talking about, guys, 11 plays. 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Like, you are kicking their ass right now.
Yes. So take points.
Yes.
No.
Well,
no.
I say
guys,
yes.
Hold on.
Take points.
You guys are saying opposite things. First you're saying we're kicking ass.
Yes.
Everything is working.
Yes.
Everything is working. My mindset, everything is freaking working. I got 1 yard. It's 1 stinking yard, and everything is working right now. We're kicking their ass.
Yes.
Let's go, boys. Let's put our foot on their throat. Let's take the kill shot.
I mean, it's you're kicking ass, meaning
Nobody's mindset. If everything is working, nobody's mindset is going to go passive.
All right, well, I don't know. I think
if things are not working, you would go passive.
I think it's aggressive to say we're kicking your ass. We'll get these 3 points. We're going to stop you next drive, and we're going to continue to kick your ass again.
10-0. We'll go to 17.
Well, yeah, it's about to be 17-0.
That's not the mindset of a play caller, dude.
All right,
that is not the mindset. A play caller that is having success, he's looking at 1 yard like this is nothing.
Here's the irony. The Patriots didn't come back and get that turnover the next drive. They didn't. They were 6 plays and a punt. And then the Broncos, it's just all the momentum. You could feel it in the stadium was just like, bah. But it's not like the Broncos defense didn't stop them. They did. They did stop them. They got the ball back. And then it was the fumble and the touchdown after that. And the game had just turned on its head. But if it was 10-0, I don't know, man. I guess we see it a little bit differently. I think if it's 10-0, you are still kicking their ass. You're getting that ball back.
Was the fumble play on the same 4th down type play except the other side?
What do you mean 4th down?
The fourth one that they didn't get. The fourth one that they didn't get was the fumble, the same type of play.
No.
To the other side.
No. The fumble was just a straight drop back pass.
Yeah, it was 3rd and
he tried to run out of the box.
It was
he started drifting backwards and he drifted to the left a little bit, but it was just a drop back. It was a 2-jet drop back pass.
It was 3rd and 4, and had they connected on that pass, they would have picked up 30, 40 yards. It was going to be a huge play.
Yeah, that's right.
Or are you? I know you and Jace Daniel went back and forth on this.
It's just wrong. Tyler Bidet was never an option. He was in pass protection.
Who was the target supposed to be?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the progression on.
It wasn't a screen. That's your point.
But it was not a design screen to Bidet. Absolutely not. If that was a screen to Bidet, you would have seen your left guard on the kick out. You would have seen your center running the alley and your right guard hitting the rat peel. All 3 of those guys were in full-time protection.
Okay.
What Tyler Bidet did was he did 2-jet protection, which means we've got a slide going to the left. As a running back, my first responsibility is A-gap. I'm going to check the A-gap, which he did. Nobody comes in the A-gap. Now I'm going to scan backside. If nobody comes backside, I'm going to chip to the tackle. I'm going to give chip presence. And then I'm going to be a very late release option for a total check down. So he did it actually perfectly as designed. And then because he had to go for that chip help, now he actually did start to go into his very late release. But by that point, it was too little too late.
So the target on that theoretically would have been...
I don't know who the target was, but it was not Bidet.
What should Stidham have done on that play? So he shouldn't have been drifted back that far. He should have planted his foot and either stepped up or done something.
Yes.
Right? Or when he pumped the ball, just let go of it dirty.
I mean,
then and there.
He had 3 options. Number one, he couldn't really stay in the pocket because you had 2 offensive linemen get beat. So there's a reason why he was drifting. He wasn't drifting just to drift. He was drifting because he had 2 guys coming up the gut that he had to get away from.
His powers got killed on that.
So at that point, his options are run, get the hell out of Dodge, 2, dirt this football, or 3, take the intentional grounding and throw the ball out of bounds.
Right. Don't fumble it. Whatever. Just
Don't
kill the play one way or the other.
Don't do one of your two-handed chest passes in a game.
Yeah, he did that twice.
Yeah.
I know.
That was the sure sign of a quarterback that was panicking.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you
That was a sure
then.
sign of Stinkum entered the building.
Bigger
Is
turning.
Stinkum on this team next year?
Yes.
He's under contract. They love him. They love him.
Still?
Yeah, oh yeah. For his role and what he does and what he brings to the room. I don't know, man. Did they like him more than Ellinger? Actually, I don't know that. I do not know because they like Ellinger quite a bit too. I mean, that'll be somewhat interesting. I don't know. Are you really going to get any kind of trade value for Jarrett Stidham?
Jarrett Stidham just started his last game in the NFL.
Oh,
probably not.
I don't know. I mean, Jarrett Stidham's going to play another 7, maybe 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, look
league.
how long Simeon played.
Would that his last chance to ever compete for a starting job?
Oh man, I don't think anybody's gonna like roll the bones that he might be a starter. I see where you're going there. Yeah, I mean, he didn't.
He certified himself as a backup quarterback.
Tyler had made a point like, "Hey man, this could change your life. This could be a $30 million day for you," and it wasn't that. It was not that. You see this kid on Saturday Night Live? Yeah, they made fun of him. They were like, "Hey, we got a fan here." He's like, "I'm the starting quarterback."
That was before the game, though.
Sure you are. Well, it was on Saturday night.
They weren't making fun of him because of the performance.
No, they nailed it, though, unfortunately. Listen, he didn't have a great game. He made one good throw outside.
Great throw.
He made a great throw to Mims. He missed a lot of other throws, though. I mean,
He also, let's be honest, he had some wide receivers drop footballs that he catch the football.
Yeah, you're right about that, too.
Like, Cortland's got to catch the ball. I know it's not an easy catch.
Yeah,
got to catch the ball.
Yeah,
Jordan Humphrey in the fourth quarter, and the weather's bad. I got it. Weather's bad.
Humphrey's got to catch.
We got to win a freaking football game.
Yeah, you're right.
You got to catch the ball.
Because there's some Humphreys you cut, or then he wasn't on your team to start the season.
Dude,
Right,
he was on the Giants when you beat the Giants.
Yeah,
catching passes.
Yeah.
No, I mean, to think that we have the right receiver depth is a joke. To think we have the right.
So the answer is no, they can't win a championship.
No. But here we go. Like, this is where you take that $35 million, and we should go through the list of available free agent wide receivers. You're about to overpay for somebody in free agency. Who do you want? Because that's what free agency is.
I got the list right here.
All right, we can go over it. We got Let's Football Go coming up next. Well, I'll get to the latest and greatest in football here in a second, but it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your 220 keyword is grounded. Text grounded and your full name to 303-504-0925 for tickets for the Avs taking on the Red Wings next Monday. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza is just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. The keyword again is grounded. We'll announce our winner coming up here in about a half hour. All right, first story. Let's go. Bo Nix, in terms of his injury and where he's at.
He's doing well. He literally was just above us here. I asked him, what were you doing trying to get your scooter laps in? He's handling it like a pro. Man, I'm sure there's disappointment. I think it's difficult as far as he brought us, and then maybe to see also one of his contemporaries, like someone in his draft class that he would have loved to have competed against, advance. It can be a tough game.
Sean Payton would also say about his ankle condition, we found out it was predisposed. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. When you look at the play you're trying to evaluate, the operating surgeon said this was going to happen sooner than later. Now you go about the rehab, proper orthodontics, and Arnie Stapleton said, how concerned are you about this?
Understand that was in jest, and I'm going to stop trying to be funny. I'm going to stop trying to be funny.
The joke was I wouldn't have drafted him had I known, but here we do find out that this was going to happen one way or another. This was something that was rattling around. My question to you guys is, how concerned are you that he is predisposed to maybe further injuries after this on that ankle?
So the predisposed, does that mean it's predisposed to happen this time? Or once you get it fixed and screws and plates and everything in there, that it's now taken care of?
Well, I would almost take that backwards. Like, to say that this was going to happen, it was just a matter of time. I'm like, was there already some plates in there? Was there already some screws in there?
Well, he had surgery previous on the ankle.
Was it that ankle?
I believe
so.
I
thought it was and you might be right. I thought it was the other one. But yeah, when I heard that, Scott, I'm like, gosh, to say it was a matter of time, like, I don't really know to say you're going to break your bone. How would you know that that's a matter of time? Bottom line is, I don't love the way it sounds. For the longevity of Bo Nix's health as a quarterback in the NFL, I don't love hearing that it was a matter of time until his bone was going to break.
We have seen a couple of other guys. I'm thinking of Jake Butt specifically. You're okay physically until a certain point of your life, and then you're never going to get healthy. And sadly, because Jake's a great guy, that ended Jake Butt's career here with the Broncos. That is a little concerning, don't you think? That we've got some sort of condition that could sort of happen over and over. And part of my head is, Peter Forsberg was here last week for the reunion, the 2001 reunion. He was like, I still play in a men's league. He goes, my foot still doesn't feel good in a hockey skate. He plays anyways because he's not playing that intensely. But you know what I'm saying? Like, his foot injury, Scott has never gotten better. Forsberg, for the rest of his life.
And that pretty much, for the most part, ended his career.
There's no doubt it ended his career. No doubt it ended his career.
He had another 5-8 years probably.
So let's go deeper, and not trying to be like raising the radar. I'm not trying to make everybody hyperventilate here. But what has made Bo Nix more or less a pretty dang good quarterback? It's DMac's favorite trait of all time. He can run around.
He can run around.
It's DMac's favorite way to describe a quarterback.
He can run around.
He can run around, except for Drake May couldn't run around, apparently.
Yeah, he could run around just fine.
Turns out. His mobility is a huge, huge part of his game. And I would say all this stuff is adding up to, wow, is this going to take away what he does best?
Without Bo's ability to run around, that saves you sacks. That picks you up first downs. That converts in the red zone. Like, I heard Bowlesy talk about, hey, man, we were the best offensive line, this, that, the other thing. And it's like, if you're really the best offensive line, shouldn't you be able to run the ball a little bit better? And listen, I understand what the numbers say, but how much of those numbers, Tyler, were improved because Bo Nix could, run around.
Bo played into it. Bo was a huge part of the offensive line's success. The offensive line was really good. The offensive line also got exposed in the biggest game of the year against the Patriots. So all those things are true.
All right, concern level 10 being freaking out, 1, no big deal. Where is your Bo Nix ankle recurring injury pucker factor?
Drew Alar, second round.
Come on, what?
So you're pretty high. Your pucker factor's pretty high.
Drew Alar.
You're drafted a quarterback in the second round.
Second round.
Yeah. That's where your pucker factor is?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'd say it's like a 7. I mean,
pretty high.
We've got habitual injuries of the ankles. This is no longer like we're getting dangerously close to J.K. Dobbins territory, except for J.K.'s have been more one-offs. J.K.'s injuries have been here. They've been there. It's been a knee. It's been a hamstring. It's been an ankle. When you start getting habitual injuries on the same spot of your body, that doesn't ever get better.
It was a little weird today to hear this was going to happen one way or the other. That was a little like,
So, seriously, do you not draft a quarterback this year somewhere?
You being serious?
I'm being serious. Da, 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 da.
You do not.
I hit the music for
you.
you.
Not.
I hit the music for you.
We're going
I mean, Scott brought the first mock draft up.
We're doing mock drafts.
Drew Alar, Penn State, 6'5".
I'll tell you this.
225.
I am not against drafting quarterbacks 5th round or deeper every year. It's a position worth having depth. That is, to me, around those rounds are all about developmental. I don't think the first 3 rounds are developmental. I think those are guys who got to play. But if you want to draft a quarterback and put him on your practice squad or whatever every single year, Scott, you don't have to twist my arm to do that. You do not have to twist my arm. It's fine. So I'm fine with it.
Since you don't want a 2nd or 3rd rounder, is that what you're telling me?
I would never, ever, under any circumstance, draft a quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round.
You get down to 30 and Mendoza's still on the board. You draft him?
A 30 for Fernando Mendoza.
And he's still there?
Sure.
Okay.
I can't wait till I grow 5 inches and I can dunk.
Ty Simpson's available at number 30. You draft him?
No. 1st and 2nd and 3rd rounds are for players.
Players
that are going to play.
You're just being weird. What are we doing?
No, I'm just asking if Ty Simpson's around at number 30.
What are we doing?
Do you draft him?
No. You don't draft a quarterback in the 1st round, and I could say that all at the same time. Say I'm concerned about whether it's going to affect Bo Nix's long-term health. But I mean, look, you're in a window right now.
You're in a window,
and you've got to capitalize.
Well, we just learned
that
when that window gets shut a little bit, your backup window pane's got a hole in it.
Yeah, it was a little weird to hear.
That's also true of every team except for Nick Foles in
and
like the history of the NFL.
49ers didn't
All
struggle.
right, fine. Maybe you could find 3 of them. I don't know. But I mean, every team in the NFL, if you get to your backup quarterback, season's over, boys.
Most likely right.
All right, so you'd have no problem grabbing Cole Payton in the 5th round.
No, not at all. But that's consistent. I would take a quarterback if you want to in the 5th round or deeper every single year. It's a smart. You've got to think about it as a room. Like, you don't have 4 stars in the room, but you got different people to do different things. Somebody's got to make the oatmeal.
What pick was draft? What draft class was?
I don't think the room matters.
I do. I think the room is really important. I mean,
if you lose your starter, it's game over, buddy. It doesn't matter who you got in your room.
You can't completely give up.
DMac, I mean, you don't need 4 dudes in a quarterback room. Like, what are you talking about? The room?
I think the room, Davis Webb, Sam Ellinger, Jarrett Stidham,
if you're including
Bo Nix,
the coach in the room.
Yeah,
sure.
everybody. It's the room itself. The room to me matters. You spend a lot of time together. You got to develop together. You got to get along together.
One of those guys to be able to play a little.
You need them to play to the degree that they're valued at.
Who's the 49ers room? Because you like Brock Purdy for what, 7?
I have no idea who's in that room.
7 games,
What do you
6
mean?
games?
That's the easiest room of all time. I mean, that's Mac Jones.
Oh, Mac Jones is there.
That's who's that room.
That's a great backup. I'd love to have Mac Jones as a backup. That'd be amazing. Dude got the Patriots to a playoffs.
Does Mac Jones start somewhere or get a chance to this year?
I think Mac Jones could absolutely start for a couple of teams. No doubt about it.
Mm-hmm. That dude looked good this year.
All right, next story. Go ahead, Chris. New coach for the Buffalo Bills is Joe Brady. So they promote their offensive coordinator. How do you think Joe Brady's going to do as the new head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
Every Buffalo Bills fan I heard screaming at the end of the season was their offense sucked.
Yeah, let's talk about Bills' logic here for a second. Hey, we're upset that Josh Allen continues to have early exits in the playoffs. Let's fire our coach. Okay, that makes sense. Let's solve the problem by promoting the play caller that we're frustrated has had early exits for our quarterback that apparently is going to overcome this as long as we promote the play caller. Yeah, dumb. Joe Brady, I actually tend to like, but the whole process that went into firing the coach to promote from within, that don't make sense to me.
I think it's the most like Bills thing to do. It's so small-minded. I'm not surprised by it. We talked about that. We said, hey, it's going to be Brian Daboll or it's going to be Joe Brady. They're not going to think progressively or new. And frankly, I really don't know what the change is going to be. And we'll see. I mean, I assume Tyler, he'll call the plays too. I assume he'll sort of just keep going, doing what he's doing like Sean Payton. I really don't know why things are going to change for the Buffalo Bills. I think they're going to be really good and be disappointing in the playoffs again. I don't know why it changes.
By the way, can I go backward just a little bit?
Sure.
On Cole Payton? According to an AFC scout, tell me which AFC scout this comes from.
Okay.
He was finally healthy this year prior to that game in the playoffs. I actually liked his film quite a bit. We thought he was more of a Taysom Hill type with the ability to do more than just pass it around.
That sounds fun.
Wonder what AFC scout said that. A Taysom Hill type.
Well, who likes Taysom Hill? I'll tell you this. If you're going to get some sort of 5th, 6th round quarterback, you may as well get somebody who can run with the ball. Seriously. Like,
they can run around.
Because they can run around. You nailed it once again.
Cole Payton's going to be a Bronco.
Next story there. Chris, go ahead. Mike McCarthy said, sure, why not, when it comes to having Aaron Rodgers back. Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers. Do you see that magic happening in Pittsburgh?
I bet they have a conversation.
I bet he comes back.
He may now. Maybe that's why they hired McCarthy.
It's perfect for Aaron Rodgers. Mike McCarthy is an old school guy. Aaron Rodgers is an old guy. Like, this is like the most perfect fit for Rodgers to come back with
They won a Super Bowl together.
It makes a ton of sense to me. I mean, I don't think it makes a ton of sense, period, for the Steelers, but this is the Steelers. This is what they do.
Despite what DMac would tell you about Aaron Rodgers had a good year.
Yes, he did.
I mean, DMac will make it sound like Aaron Rodgers was hot garbage throughout the season, and that just couldn't be further from the truth. The dude threw for 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Like, he was not a bad quarterback. It probably will be your best option to win now if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's what you're trying to do, is to bring Aaron Rodgers back.
I think they'll do exactly what they did last year, somehow stumble to the first round of the playoffs and get their doors blown off. And because that's the Steelers' way. That is what they have absolutely mastered. All right, last story. Here we go. Jim Leonard, according to Adam Schefter, is expected to be a leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator for the Bills. So hasn't taken the job yet, but he's a front runner. Is this an indication that VJ will be back as the Broncos defensive coordinator, and this ain't the year for VJ to be a head coach?
Probably. Yeah, probably. But if you're Jim Leonard, you take the first opportunity that comes, whether that's the Broncos or whether that's outside the organization. You're just trying to get a promotion.
Mm-hmm.
So if something gets offered to you, you take it. It doesn't have to mean that Vance Joseph is out of the running with the Cardinals, but probably.
Scotty?
Yeah, I don't think they lose a coach this year, other than Leonard.
Who, the Broncos?
Yeah.
Oh, Davis Webb's gone.
For sure he's already gone?
I don't know, man. He is so hot right now. It's like, it seems ridiculous he doesn't get like either a head coaching or maybe an OC job. Don't forget, Sean Payton was asked about Davis Webb going to the Raiders.
Well, it'd be a pain in the ass for him.
There you go. I think Davis Webb, Tyler, is going to be gone.
Where?
Somewhere. He'll be an OC or a head coach. I don't know, man. He's on his second interview today with the Raiders. Second interview.
Well, he also had 2 with the Bills.
Okay. Well, that would be perfect. He would
it's over.
What's that?
That's over.
Who's the OC?
Well, it's going to be Joe Brady.
Oh, okay, fine. But he could easily be like that sort of Joe Lombardi OC.
Yeah, but that's not a real promotion. That's a fake promotion.
Well, I mean,
you're not calling plays. That's a fake promotion.
I gotcha, but the title would be different. He'd be working with Josh Allen, who he's buddies with. He loves. I mean, you don't see that possibly happening? Joe Brady brings in Davis Webb to sort of learn under and whatever and work with Josh Allen?
No, I don't. I think Joe Brady will bring one of his own guys because he's already got a system, unless he's got some connection to Davis Webb that I'm unaware of.
Well, Josh Allen has a connection to Davis Webb, and Josh Allen was part of the hiring process for Joe Brady.
Yeah, but it's Joe's system.
I don't know, man. If you don't think Davis Webb is going anywhere, it seems that the vibe is that he's gone.
I think it might be Raiders or bust. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me.
All right. Well, we'll hopefully see how it feels.
Can I throw one out there to you?
Sure.
What does Stefanski going to Atlanta do with Kirk Cousins?
I think Kirk's a starting quarterback. Right. I don't know. I mean, did you see Kirk on the side? Did you see your buddy?
I did see Kirk.
Did you see him? Like, did you?
I was. I walked up right next to the stage that was outside the south stands.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Kirk was up there, and I was like a casual fan. I was jumping up and down. I'm like, Kirk, hey, look over here, Kirk, I'm over here.
Did you really?
I did.
That's a ride.
I texted him, and then I was looking to see if he'd look at his phone.
Oh, that's funny.
And he passed the test because he didn't look at the phone.
He was focused.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to do just fine in that TV career, by the way. He's a good-looking dude. He knows what he's talking about. He's a quarterback. But right now, is Penix even going to be healthy? I don't know. Or even if he is he really a better option than Kirk Cousins?
Well, the Stefanski puts in the offense he has as OC in Minnesota.
That would be such a Stefanski thing, though, after what he just went through in Cleveland. If you put Penix on the bench to play Kirk Cousins.
Oh, my
gosh.
Well, why would Stefanski want to play Penix more than Kirk Cousins?
Well, here's the whole thing.
If you're Stefanski.
In that quarterback show with Kirk Cousins, he was talking about going to Atlanta, how all the verbiage changed and how it was hard for him to pick it up. Well, he's probably going to go back to verbiage that he knows, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He may be able to pick it up better than Penix.
Of course he's going to pick it up better than Penix. I mean, duh. How much is Kirk getting paid next year?
A lot?
35,
all
38.
of it?
Right? Like, all right, I think the better question is, how is he not the starting quarterback for Stefanski? Like, why would it be any different? Why would they hire Stefanski in the first place if they didn't intend to really kind of see it through with Cousins?
That's weird.
Well, that's why you fire a GM and a coach. That both lost their jobs. I mean, because they didn't have a good plan in the first place. And this is what this is why jobs become available, because you got to pick up the hard garbage. By the way, I'll say this about the Nuggets, by the way. Say this about the Nuggets. It's been pretty quiet behind the scenes with their operation, hasn't it? Don't really have a lot of drama going on.
No.
Those guys are quiet. I see them every game, both of them, every single game. Wallace and Tenzer, I see them every game.
Every scout and all the ownership was in town last week.
It's just very quiet. It's just everything seems, I mean, it's been a weird year, no doubt about it. But boy, is it just kind of a, you know what I'm saying? I haven't heard boo from behind the scenes. Have you?
No.
Okay. All right. You. I'll just leave you alone.
Why are you on the show?
Just leave you alone. Seriously. Hey, if you're looking for something delicious for dinner, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. It's PhD on 92.5. Tonight, the Nuggets are back at it against the. God, is Detroit number 1 in the East? Are they? Oh my God, what a turnaround they've had. Cade Cunningham and All-Star Cade Cunningham. So here we go. Nice test for the Nuggets, who have had a lot of time off. You can hear that. The pregame starts at 6:30 tonight. It's powered by Ramos Law, with the tip-off just after 7 o'clock. And then your Avalanche get to it again, I think, on Wednesday against Ottawa, I believe. They're doing that Canadian thing. Good games tonight, huh, Scott? We got of course we don't have you. Yeah, we'll figure out all the details here in a second.
Nuggets
we'll
are nice and rested, kind
yes.
of.
I think the Nuggets are pretty well rested. They haven't played in forever. They've been sitting on planes.
That's exhausting, though.
I don't know.
I know you'll belittle that, but that is exhausting.
No, I know travel like that is exhausting. It's there's a difference when everything is super smooth.
I'm sorry.
It's super smooth. That's my sound effect.
Did you
for super
check
smooth.
in from the porta potty?
Just quickly. It was a quick visit. Boy, it really shows Dan Tanner's maybe more valuable around here than we thought.
Got me?
Hey, Scott, there you are. There you are, buddy.
Hey, Detroit's really good.
Yeah, talk to us.
Bernie Biggerstaff Jr., or not? It's not Bernie Jr. What is? Anyway, it's a Biggerstaff.
Bernie?
Well, no, his grandson.
Jordan?
No.
Jordan used to work here. It's a Biggerstaff. I know.
Yeah. Anyway, who's a great coach.
Okay.
Took Cleveland from crap and made them good, but Mitchell didn't like him because he was too hard on him. So they fired him. Cleveland was great last year, but you see what they're doing this year.
Yeah.
He took over Detroit, who was a perennial lottery team. That's how they got Cade Cunningham.
Yeah.
And took them from a lottery team to 44 wins last year, and this year they've already got 33 wins this year and number 1 in the East. He is a fabulous head coach.
What were all the Nuggets doing with all this crazy time off? What was going on with this?
A whole lot of boo-ray.
We were sitting on an airplane and sitting in hotel rooms is what we were doing.
Yeah, what do you do when you're sitting in those rooms?
Well, what I'm doing is I'm sitting there, I'm taking a nap, I'm doom scrolling Instagram, I'm taking a nap, I'm watching football, I'm taking a nap, I'm going down and working out, taking a nap.
Sounds like a pretty good life.
Well,
that does not sound like bad.
You know what? I didn't mind it for a day or so. But after a while, you're like, okay. And then you sit around so much, your back hurts, and it just gets messy.
All right, well, okay. So you excited for tonight?
I'm excited for tonight. Really good team coming in. I think we're a game closer to seeing Nikola Jokic.
When's he come back?
Gosh, I don't know. What was it? At one time, it was after All-Star break, and then we're hearing maybe at the end of the month.
Well, they got 9 games. We got 9 games before the All-Star break. What do you want to see with this team? Well, tonight would be a hell of a win, by the way, wouldn't it?
Shams put out some.
If you were to win tonight's game, it's a great win.
That'd be a great win. What do you got, Tyler?
Shams put out something that Nikola is currently in the ramp-up phase of his return-to-play process, and he'll be evaluated in about a week.
Oh. Well, there'll be 3 games in the next 4 days.
Yeah, 4 in the next 6.
So that's okay. So that's -4 for the Joker. There's only 9 games left. I mean, that's good news whenever he can come back, but that puts him outside of January. That means he will not be back by the end of January.
Well, he's missed 15 games.
Well, that's at least 4 more. There's 19.
Well, what is it? The 65, right?
That's so he'd be at 64 there. The most he could play is 64.
Yeah.
No, 63. Sorry, 63.
Yeah, all I know is every guy that you start to see out on the floor more and more, then you all of a sudden start to see come back. And we saw him out on the floor in Milwaukee, working out. And you saw him on the floor. What was the game before we went to Milwaukee?
Oh my God, dude! Seriously, I have no idea.
But you saw him out on the floor. God, where were we?
You were east.
Washington.
Yep, there you go.
Saw him working out in Washington. Saw him working out in Milwaukee. And I think that's good when you talk about ramping up and everything. So would it surprise me if all of a sudden at the end of this week you're seeing Nikola Jokic? It would not surprise me.
We got some other little news for you. Yes, Andy. Hi.
Well, I mean, real quick, I was watching NBA Today, and Shams said they're going to reevaluate him in a week, and that he will likely miss the 3 games he's got left before he's ineligible for the postseason's awards. Did you say that while I was walking in?
We literally were saying that as you were walking in.
All good.
That's good.
So I was listening up until the
You
parking
were
lot.
walking.
By the way, half your stuff is still back here. Do you want your jacket and your?
Yeah,
your...
we'll come get it.
All right.
All right, it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Some other little news here. Not so little. Sam Malinski signs a 4-year extension.
Sam Mayday Malinski. You like that? That's what Nate calls him. Do you
That's
like
a good
that
one.
for
That's a
Mayday
good one.
Malone?
That's a good one.
He doesn't know that. I think Scotty
Smash.
probably does.
Well, that's a Cheers thing.
I know.
Oh, that's right. Mayday Malone. That's right.
So
Why would you assume I don't know that?
Because you're young and you don't watch a lot of TV.
Yeah, that was actually right.
Yeah, I knew.
Could you tell us anything about the TV show Cheers?
It was in a bar that you went in through like back alley stairs down. You went down and then
It
there
wasn't
were like,
back alley. Melville's was up
but
top.
it was like
a fancy restaurant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you had to go down.
back
But it wasn't a
alley
back
vibe.
alley. Don't make
Yeah,
it sound
you
like
had
it's
to go down the
some-
stairs
in
in the back
speakeasy.
alley. You had to knock on the door 3 times and say the code word is red.
No, you just had to yell Norm when you walked in.
It's
that
the
was
red
it.
clam chowder.
Then you had to wear a coat to go up to Melville's.
Yeah.
Give us 3 characters from Cheers.
Yeah, I can't.
Really? We just said 2.
Yeah, I can't.
You can't even give us Woody Harrelson's Woody?
I can't.
Okay.
Ask me one more time. See if it changes. Maybe for the 10th time,
You don't
I'll
know
change
Coach?
my answer.
You don't know Coach? Huh?
Did you ever
Henry
see the TV
Pantuso?
series Kramer?
Huh?
Kramer?
That was a spinoff from
Lilith?
Everybody's yelling.
Wait, do you know your Seinfeld?
God, that's a good point. Kramer was a whole spin-off.
Wait, hold on a second. Do you know your Seinfeld?
Not particularly well.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I enjoy
Comedy.
Seinfeld.
We got to get out of the comedy genre.
How many Green Lantern actors can you name? Yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't you a comic book nerd?
No, not really.
I thought you were.
I mean, I'll go watch a comic book movie, as does all of America.
No.
Yeah.
It's a little tired.
How you doing today, Andy?
Dude, I'm good, I guess. Yeah, I'm good.
You feeling all right? What'd you make of the press conference there? The Payton and Payton.
Well,
George Payton had a little joke. Somebody was like, hey, Sean said you spelled your name wrong. And he goes, all my life I wanted a Y. I was like, all right, that's kind of funny.
Look, George Payton's got jokes. Do you want the honest answer? You want to know why I wasn't out there? I had to do a mammoth conference
what?
call. We do
How
a
they
production
doing?
call.
They playing the Leather Roughnecks or they
Listen,
playing the
we're crushing everybody.
The Scallywags?
If
Who are they
you
playing?
bothered to care about other sports, you know we're on a 4-game streak since we acquired GU star Jack Hanna from the Vegas Desert Dogs.
I know nothing about
We're
it.
2 goals better than we were prior to the acquisition. We got a new guy named Andrew Q who's tearing it up. The offense is amazing. It's unreal. And I got yelled at by people for not saying Oshawa right. Apparently, it's Oshawa.
Who'd you get yelled at for
that's
that?
ayahuasca to you.
By the guy, some dude at ESPN. You didn't say it right. Wow, thanks for telling me 3 days later, bro. And by the way, I didn't even know there was an Oshawa until the damn team moved to said city.
Can you
Listen,
believe
I would just like to tell you guys that you're all a bunch of dummies because it was Frazier, not Kramer.
Oh, you're right. What was Kramer? Kramer was from
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
There was no Kramer. Why wasn't there a Kramer spinoff? There should have been a Kramer
Yeah, I
spinoff.
think there was a stand-up routine that kind of.
Yeah, but that happened way after the show was done.
What you know about that?
Bothersome facts.
What you know about that, Willis?
Seinfeld was a spinoff on Saturday Night Live, or
can't even
Friday
do that
night,
right.
Fridays.
It's what you talking about,
I
Willis.
know.
Frazier, that's right.
Andy can't hear Scott because you won't put your
No,
headphones on.
I can. I got him right
He's
here.
Scott's talking to you. You're missing
I know.
all the.
I'm literally pulling a Scotty and listening to it this way.
Well, he's talking to you. You're not even responding.
Because I'm giving him a hard time for not knowing about the gooch and what are you talking about, Willis?
Hey, we got
Go
plenty-
ahead. Sorry, go
That's
ahead.
a dirty word.
He was lying to you.
Yeah.
He was lying to you.
We got plenty of time to learn about the Outlaws now, or the Bandits, or the
better
Mammoth.
get it
Did you
right. They
guys
get
see,
really mad when you cross them over.
Man United fired their coach, and they got 2 big wins in the Premier League.
Oh,
really?
Well, there it is.
Let's dig into that one.
Beating
now,
Arsenal this week.
How does that? Well, that's not good.
Look, I'll be serious with you for a second. It is bothersome, and I think you even had whispered stuff. I think Sanford had said a little something. Leggy's told me. A lot of people seem to know that this ankle thing was a bit of a concern, and now they're talking about the surgeon saying it was going to happen sooner than later.
What do you think about that?
I don't love it. Why? I mean, what? You
no,
know?
That's weird. I've never heard of somebody saying a broken bone was an inevitability. Like it was a matter of time until you broke your bone. I've heard that with like ligaments. I've heard that with things in your knee, whatever.
If you got osteoporosis,
I was going to say, is it time to Got Milk with Bo? Do we need to get him a milk sponsorship?
But here's what I really want. This is what I wonder. If it was a matter of time, was there already some sort of hardware in there? Was there a loose screw? Was there a plate that didn't get screwed in right? I don't know.
It's a great question. I don't know, Tyler. I just don't. All I know is, because, look, I saw your tweet. You had your tweet last week saying he didn't love the timeline when we got the initial whispers of how long he was going to be out. And you quote tweeted the tweet and said, this is weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't think I like this.
No.
And now the guy comes out today and says, yeah, I was going to do this sooner rather than later.
So the bigger concern is long-term. What has made Bo Nix a pretty good quarterback? Well, his mobility has been a huge part of it. So if he loses that over time, what does Bo Nix become?
Scott wants to draft a quarterback in the second round.
Drew Alar.
Man. You know what's so funny?
If not the fifth round, you're going to go to North Dakota
Hey,
State.
25 wins in 2 years. 25 wins in 2 years was fun. Moving on.
Hey,
next.
Nate, you guys got to listen. Nate's got some breaking news about your boy Diego Pavia.
Really? I was just looking at him in the Senior
5'8",
Bowl.
not 5'9".
He's not 6'0". Oh, you got no idea how much Nate takes offense to you lying. If you're 5'10", say you're 5'10", is what Nate says. So he's not even 5'10", he's 5'8"?
No, he's 5'9". Yeah, I thought he was 5'9" and some change.
Okay, I don't know.
But he was listed at 6 foot.
All I know is that I watched. Oh yeah, they listed him at 6 foot at Vanderbilt, and apparently nobody tested it.
And he's 5'9"?
Yeah. And you know what's funny? Again, I switched through all the ESPN channels during the day, like they're my daytime soaps. Yeah. So I guess technically it was NFL Network. I came across Senior Bowl practice without meaning to, and there he was out there, and I was like, man, that dude looks small. And I didn't know all this was going on.
Man, that is a stretch.
Because he was next to this Baylor quarterback. Like the Baylor quarterback's shoulder pads were at the top of his head.
Listen, I am not caught up in the draft world yet, so forgive me for this. But
I know. I was thinking how nice is it that we're not all locked in on this.
Where is he projected to get drafted?
I don't know.
5th or 6th round or something?
Who knows? Dude, it's a terrible year for quarterbacks.
Wow, that's everybody's. Okay, you
just whatever.
Okay, I'm telling Kevin.
I got it.
Thank you, buddy.
I got it. I got you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
sure that should be good for the germs on those covers.
Or the floor is clean.
Yeah.
Nate did ask Leggy yesterday who you got at the 30th pick for the Broncos.
Nice.
So I don't know. God,
inside offensive lineman.
You know how many draft shows I did during the Manning era? You were there with Al.
Yeah.
Where we were like, we'll even see if they pick. I remember getting all fired up about Doug Martin from Boise State because I heard how much they like him. And then they traded out of the round in order to go get Derek Wolfe. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, we just did this whole show for nothing.
During the Manning era, I nailed it because I got Sylvester Williams. I got
how about
it.
that?
Well, I've got to give myself a little kudos because when you're figuring out the first pick at 26 or 27, it's tricky waters. That's what our draft coverage used to be.
Oh, I'm telling you, we ought to have a contest.
Well, Bolsey was.
You can nail it. That was the only one. Yeah, that was the one that
was the
chalk.
Easiest prediction of all time.
That was a 20th chalk.
But
that?
The context of that one was we had to get a left tackle. There were only 2 tackles in the entire draft.
Correct.
Ryan Ramczyk and Garrett Bowles.
Correct.
And Garrett was considered far and away the most athletic of the 2 at the time. Then it looked like Ryan was going to have twice the career of Garrett's at the beginning.
Right.
And he did. And then Garrett all of a sudden is turned into a Ring of Famer.
Keep going. Who drafted Ramczyk?
Sean Payton of all people, right?
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
That's right. Congratulations to Tanya Atwood. She won those Avs Red Wings tickets, and you guys will have keywords and more pairs of tickets to give away.
All right, talk to Nate. Talk to Nate about his, I got to tell you, he's the king of the Don't Lie About Your Height fan club.
What's that all about?
If Nate was George Payton, if it's Nate Payton,
with a Y
Diego
or without
Pavia
a Y.
is off the board for lying about his height. He's
lying.
done. The name is in the trash.
Who's lying about his height? Is it he that's lying or the school that's lying?
Well, dude, that's a pretty big lie.
It's a huge
He's
difference.
5'9" versus 6 foot. I mean, come on.
That's ridiculous.
He clearly signed off on it. At no point did he raise his little hand and say, hey, guys, I'm not actually 6 feet tall. No, he's a fraud.
Hey, what's his hand size? Did we get that today? Or
Did he have the risers and the shoes so nobody noticed on the field?
Yeah, exactly.
Did he have platform cleats
He's
like
wearing
Gene
lips.
Simmons just making it happen?
Did you guys ever go to the Senior Bowl?
Hell no.
No.
We went one time. It was fun as hell, man.
Which one was it?
year
Was
was it?
the
Was it Josh Allen
2018?
year?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It was that year. It was great. The Broncos were the coaches.
Allen? That's literally when that's from.
Josh Allen was there, and Baker Mayfield was there, and
they
Mike
drafted
White,
Bradley Chubb.
and they drafted Bradley Chubb.
And
That was
yet,
a terrible mistake.
You guys realize the first one to get to the Super Bowl from that class is one Samuel Darnold.
How about that? That's crazy, right? But that class overall is unbelievable. I mean, 5 out of the 6, or 4 out of the 5 rather, have been highly impactful in the NFL.
Did you
Highly
guys,
impactful.
by the way, realize, speaking of Sam Darnold going to the Super Bowl, Sam Darnold is the first USC quarterback to ever start a Super Bowl?
Shut up. Is that true?
Who are the others that we should be surprised by?
I kid you not.
Like, all right.
Carson Palmer's a bit of a surprise.
That's a good one.
Because he was good with
That's
the
a good one.
Bengals
Who
before
else?
he got his knee blown
That's a good
up.
one. Who else?
And here's the thing.
Matt Leinart?
USC has produced more NFL starting quarterbacks than any other college.
Oh, that's a good factor.
And
right
yet
there.
Darnold is the first to make it to start in the Super Bowl.
That's a wild little fact right there. That's a good one.
Backups have won Super Bowl rings before, and obviously a ton of USC dudes have won rings before. But no, and you're right about that. Like Rob Hurdle, Mike Ray, Rob Johnson, Matt Castle, Matt Leinart, they were all backups. Mark Sanchez, 2 AFC championship games.
I got to interrupt you. I apologize.
Yeah, we've got breaking news.
Ooh.
Let Spring hit the sounder.
Rodney Peete.
The Broncos have fired Joe Lombardi.
What? What? His boy. His
How about
boy.
that? From
Okay.
Ian Rappaport.
Okay, here's the question. Okay.
Wow, Joe Lombardi. Oh,
Okay.
my God. Davis Webb.
Davis Webb
That's
play
what
caller?
I'm going to say. Is this all of a sudden?
They're going to elevate Davis Webb to be the play
Are
caller?
they about to dump a bunch of money on him to make sure he doesn't leave?
So he doesn't take the Raiders gig?
It's got to be.
I already got booked on a radio interview tomorrow in Vegas because they assume Davis Webb is getting hired tomorrow. They think it's going down.
God, how could he turn that down? How much money are you going to give him to? Are you? Look, man, this is shocking. This is Sean's guy.
That's Sean's guy.
Sean's guy that just accepts the role too, right?
That's got to be a Bo Nix, Davis Webb, we got to keep him sort of deal.
So Joe Lombardi was sitting today across from the
Gotta
Bobs.
be. What else would it be?
Getting asked,
What exactly do you do here?
what would you say you do around here?
Is this a reduce your staff kind of thing?
Well,
we got a lot of coaches,
It's got to be a Davis Webb deal.
It's got to be a Davis Webb deal, but seriously, if you're Greg Penner and you're looking at that guy's salary, you're going, what does this guy do?
Well, okay.
We got to have other people that do this,
kinda,
right?
What week was it where he just kind of admitted at his presser that, yeah, I mean, Sean's kind of
Dude,
doing everything. I'm just kind of here.
I wonder if
and I'm
Sean,
paraphrasing.
I wonder if Sean's giving up the play calling duties too.
Wow, do you think so? Because he did talk about in his presser, he laments the play call.
Yep.
At 4th and 1.
Is he ready to become a CEO vibes head coach?
I think so.
When I think cool, good vibes, I think Sean Payton.
Because why would Davis Webb take this job if he doesn't
fingers.
if he doesn't get the play calling responsibilities?
It's a great question.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense.
Would you take the head coach anyway, though? Or does even Davis Webb know
Actually,
maybe I need a little more time?
Yes, I think for Davis Webb, this is gold.
He could look at it and he
But
could
only
say,
if I'm calling plays.
No, you're right.
Only
You're
if
right.
I'm calling plays.
Raiders
You're
are
right,
a
T-Mac.
dumpster fire, even if it is Tom Brady. They cycle through coaches
I'm
constantly.
boys with Bo.
I don't trust they're going to do this thing correctly.
I wonder if the Bills are sniffing around him to be the OC now that Brady has the head coaching job.
That's another good call, too.
Yeah.
Because remember, there was a lot of whispers about that
because
last
he's
week.
boys with
He's
Josh
tight
Allen.
with Allen.
Yep. And this is the
his
Broncos.
other guy, Daboll's now in Tennessee, so he won't be going. For those that missed that, Tennessee made Daboll the OC today.
Wow, so Sean has to cut the head off one of his best friends.
See ya.
Holy cow.
But DMac, I think you're
Damn.
right. I think the play calling thing's got to come with it, or at least
Yes.
he gets some hand in the play calling, right?
This is Sean Payton sort of admitting, because, the big takeaway today was what are we doing with the running game? And that's the best. And we got to focus on that.
And he said he was talking to Streif about it. He didn't say a thing about talking to Joe Lombardi about it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, But see, the other thing I found interesting is, and we talked about it at the end of the game. We didn't really get into this too much, but because the game was going the way the game was going. But again, Stiddy looked frustrated with how long it was taking. And you know what Leggy told us yesterday?
Sean's probably coming to Jesus here.
You know what Leggy told us yesterday? Leggy said, and maybe I wonder if Sean figured this out. Leggy said the reason why the fourth down play didn't work was Daboll knew from the personnel grouping what they were going to try to do.
Vrabel.
He switched, or Vrabel switched to zone, which blew the play up. The pick play they tried to run to free it up didn't work.
I don't know if you caught what Sean said today, too. He goes, hey, back in the day, they used to measure, and that gave you more time to, think about things.
Well, he called a timeout.
And he called a timeout.
He called a timeout.
But calling a timeout probably allowed Variable to read him like a book.
Yes.
And it made it too obvious that he's obviously overthinking this.
Based on personnel, because they were in 11 with 3 wide receivers.
He probably telegraphed what it was. And if you listen to Sean carefully today, he really doesn't doubt the decision.
Yeah.
He doubts the play call.
He hates the play call,
and
which
now
is
Joe Lombardi's
I
fired.
agree with him. Yeah.
Well, I think the decision
Joe
was stupid
Lombardi
too,
didn't make the decision.
No. But they're making the decision because this is how you listen. We're making a leap here about Davis Webb. That is not official
we don't
news.
know. We're just
do not
connecting
know.
We don't know. We just Joe Lombardi though. We all agree Joe Lombardi leaving is shocking. Shocking. That's his guy.
It's the only reason it's not shocking is if it's because of Davis Webb.
It's also
because of his relationship with Bo and everything else.
Here's the part of it that's surprising to me is that they're firing Joe Lombardi.
Yeah, the word firing is what's thrown out.
I'm
trying to pull
what,
that tweet
Joe's
up,
supposed to
but-
walk off the plank himself?
No,
Kliss says it is a firing.
Wouldn't it be really easy to just say Davis Webb is going to be my offensive coordinator and Joe, you can be the offensive quality control run game coordinator and give him some golden parachute gig?
Somebody's got to eat it for one of the worst decisions in Broncos history.
And so it's Joe Lombardi,
wow.
the guy that didn't make the decision.
By the way, yeah, and you know what? It was Rappaport of all people that broke it. It looks like. Yeah, it was.
Read
Rappaport.
into it, Andy. What does it mean that it was Rappaport?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Not a Pelissero.
No, I just think it's interesting that a national guy.
Well, Pelissero's a George Payton guy.
Yes.
Pelissero's a George Payton guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Because they were together in Minnesota.
Correct.
So maybe Pelissero handed it to Rappaport to cover some tracks, but I don't know. Just the term fired is just surprising. Because again, you could have just said he decided to
scram.
He resigned. There's a number of ways
Do you guys
to make
think-
it seem
They
less
had
harsh.
to be
but-
thinking, what the hell does this guy do? He didn't call plays. He talks to the media once a week. You ever listen to him? He didn't say a thing.
All right, I'll ask you.
You're right.
DMac, do you think, I don't think Greg Penner cares about the size of the coaching staff. This had to be a Sean Payton decision, didn't it? Or do you think Greg Penner?
No, well, here's what Greg does the best. Greg is the Bobs to Nate's Office Space reference. He's the guy that's going to sit in the room and say, okay, why did this happen? What is going on here? Why are things going the way they're going? You have to explain yourself to Greg Penner. And yes, you do have to justify your job. And Greg Penner is going to logically ask, why is Davis Webb so hot? And why are we about to lose this guy when so many other people want him?
When we got a guy that,
And
again,
we got
mid-season
Joe-
kind of told
right.
me he
So
doesn't do a lot.
We got a guy in Davis Webb who Joe Lombardi ain't interviewing for jobs, boys.
No.
So we got this guy who everybody wants, who's best friends with Bo Nix, and then we got Joe Lombardi.
I got a good quarterback room. Why am I messing with this?
Well, I mean, if you're Greg Penner, aren't you asking those very logical questions?
Well, okay. So now let's take the next leap in all of this, okay?
Let's just go leaping off everything.
Let's do some
Put on
jumps.
the squirrel suit and go jumping through the canyon.
Sean Payton's not getting any younger.
I was just thinking the same thing.
He's got 2 years left on
He's
his
got
deal.
2 years left on his contract. If Greg Penner, if the wealthiest owner in North American sports went to Davis Webb and said, we will make you the offensive coordinator right now,
Hang in
and
there.
you are the head coach in waiting.
Because you know what Sean Payton does? While he's a great coach, he grinds everybody's gears and
man.
stresses everybody out. And that's more or less what Dre Greenlaw was saying.
Yep.
And Sean Payton admitted today, I got to give guys like Greenlaw and Cortland Sutton Wednesdays off. He said that today.
Yeah.
Like, Sean was actually pretty honest and vulnerable today, to be honest with you.
Well, then you know what? Maybe his meeting with the Bobs was pretty interesting yesterday,
Well,
too.
he has to
because,
explain his decision, doesn't he?
Well, and I'll tell you this. Not only that, to your point, I'll go one better. I think, and I said this on the air to you yesterday, I agree with you. I think Davis Webb keeps a measure of calmer waters in there. I think he's I've said it a number of times, he's extremely important as the wall between Bo and Don't let Bo and Sean have to work together straight up. That thing,
right?
One will kill the other, and I don't know which it'll be first.
Now this was,
but I would also say this real quick. I think Vance Joseph is also very important to keep those waters calm.
Yeah,
frankly,
I think
because Sean is an old school, intense grinder that a lot of these younger players ain't used to.
I think they're making Sean an executive today. I think
a good
Sean's
call.
becoming an executive.
CEO guy.
Yep.
Well, again, when you're late in the game, again,
Things are taking time.
When Greg Penner has watched multiple quarterbacks now, not just Bo, but now it's Stiddy too, get a little frustrated with get the damn people in here you want to run this play. I'm sure Greg noticed that.
By the way,
I'm sure that didn't go on.
I'm glad you brought that up because on the interception that ended the game, the reason why they had to rush that play is because the Broncos had late substitutions and it allowed the Patriots, Vrabel, smartly put the two fattest, slowest guys, interior linemen on the field
to let the clock run. Because it's not their problem,
right?
And for those who don't know the rule, real quick, if you sub, the other team gets enough time to sub. And so what DMac's describing,
Ref sat
you
on the
put
ball.
the slow guy. You see more in college than in the pros. But he played at the college way where he put his 2 new fat defensive tackles in there, and it's the Broncos' problem that the play clock's ticking down, not the defense.
Right, it wasn't put in for their defense; it was their slowness from the sideline to the middle of the field.
Okay, so
how about that?
And they're just moving.
Let's reset. If you're just joining us, Joe Lombardi, Broncos offensive coordinator, fired. Capital F. That was the word that was given down via the report from Ian Rappaport. We are now speculating that Davis Webb will be elevated to the offensive coordinator position, perhaps the play caller position, and we're even going so far as to acknowledge the possibility that Greg Penner is going to look at Davis Webb and say, you are a hot head coaching candidate right now. You're in my building. I'm not going to be dumb enough to let you walk away. You think in Baltimore, by the way, you think they're happy that Mike McDonald is coaching the Seahawks in the Super Bowl?
That's a great call.
Yeah. And
great call.
Just fired. And that's why they went and got Minter, because it was like, well, he's kind of like him.
He's as close as we're going to get right
but
now.
They wish they had Mike McDonald standing around right now.
I got to admit, though, for Sean Payton to fire one of his boys.
I know, right? That's what's so
Wow.
shocking about this. This guy's followed him everywhere and has never had a problem just being
Cold
whatever
biz.
he is entitled.
Yep.
Ooh.
Cold biz. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're reacting to the news of the firing of Joe Lombardi and what it means for the future of Denver's offensive play calling. And let's be honest, the organizational hierarchy moving forward. Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, yeah, it is in Avalanche Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. You text in your keyword to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win tickets. You guys, K&L heads know how this works. This is what we do every single day, every single Tuesday, every single Thursday. We're telling you about it all the time. We're giving you tickets. We want you going to games, and you want to go to this Avalanche Red Wings game coming up here next Monday. Your keyword this hour, Andy, Eureka.
Never mind.
Eureka.
Yeah, I had a body part I thought you might. Yeah, you got it. You got there. Good enough.
Imika Egbegbu.
Uh-huh. Doc, I got a problem with my Egbigbu.
With my Eureka.
Text Eureka with your first and last name, Eureka, Eureka, to 303-504-0925 to enter for tickets for Avs Red Wings next Monday. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays. Your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online, papamurphys.com. The keyword Eureka. Text that to 303-504-0925. Winner will be announced at 5:55. Good luck. News coming down just about, 15 minutes ago. The Broncos have fired, repeat, fired, offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi. He gone. He's out. He is no longer going to be employed by the Denver Broncos. Okay. What exactly does that all mean? Andy, let's start the... I'm not going to call it wild speculation. It's kind of simple connecting of the dots.
Yeah.
Okay?
I would say it's responsible speculation.
The Broncos have currently a quarterback's coach on staff who has done 2 head coaching interviews since the loss on Sunday. He talked to the Bills. Ultimately, the Bills went with Joe Brady. And he interviewed with the Raiders in person. Now, again, for what it's worth, I was texted earlier today by a very connected Raiders reporter that booked me on a show in Vegas tomorrow under the assumption they were going to hire Davis Webb. So, is Davis Webb getting the OC/play calling bump? That's a whole other conversation.
Sure.
But is he getting that promotion here in Denver with perhaps even the possibility of head coach in waiting kind of status with 2 years remaining on Sean Payton's deal? Could Greg Penner have looked at it and said, I have one of the hottest coaching candidates in the NFL in my room. I don't want to let him leave, just like Baltimore had happened with Mike McDonald, who has now taken Seattle to the Super Bowl. You think Steve Bisciotti's thrilled about that? No, he probably wishes he would have promoted McDonald 3 years ago and canned Harbaugh then. So now Greg Penner could look at it and say, I've got a talented and well-sought-after individual inside my building. I've got to keep him around. That's one possibility, Andy. Here's the other one. The other possibility is simply, maybe Webb's going to take the Raider job, and then Zach Strief can be promoted, as Sean Payton expressed his frustration with the run game today and specifically mentioned that he talked to Zach Strief about it.
Great question.
Yeah.
I stepped into Zach's office yesterday. I said, look, there's probably a series of answers to that what we're doing. I feel like we're far enough along with the RPOs and some of that, but when we want to run it under center and control a game, we've been able to do it a few times, but not as much as I'd like, I think, and so that'll be an important study, and with urgency and then also with the runners who are we asked. Losing J.K. Obviously is a tough loss. He brought a lot to the locker room, more than you would know. But that'll be one of the points of emphasis that I think that we research and look into heavily. I want to play from the gun, but I also will always want to play with a two-back or multiple tight end mindset. Have that flexibility, and it's a good question. I think it's one of the key things we have to do this offseason.
All right.
That certainly would suggest a favorable view of Zach Strief, who's been with Sean Payton for a long time.
But I mean, look, at the end of the day, Sean was still calling these plays. What we got to get to the bottom of is Davis Webb going to become a new play caller? And like you said, maybe he still leaves the building, and this just makes Zach Strief the offensive coordinator.
I mean, it's very possible. Like think about that part of it, okay? If you're Davis Webb, there is the thing where if he is going to get hired by the Raiders, he is being identified by the most championship-winning quarterback of all time.
Yeah, as a good guy.
That he's good at what you do. And I'm willing to bet you, Andy, that's quite flattering.
Also, I would point this out. And I'm trying to get to the Ian Rappaport article to tell me if he's got any insight as to what this means for, the moving parts of the coaching carousel. But, we're talking about what we assume was a meeting between Penner and Sean, because I assume they have it every year. I don't think this was just a this year thing.
I think they talk regularly.
I would agree. Yeah. And I know we're all hyper-focused on the 4th and 1 because, again, it was something that was brought up at the press conference today. Sean admitted he hates the play. He hated the play call. He stood by his decision. He hated the play call. Which a lot of people weren't in love with the play call. Again, there were a number of times, as we pointed out last segment, where the shifting of the personnel caused the clock to go down. Stidham got tired of it. Bo certainly, you could see on the field, Bo was frustrated with it.
For the record, I love going for it on 4th and 1. I hated the play call.
Yeah, with your backup quarterback, it's fine. We don't need to rehash that because
nobody's mad at Vrabel for doing it.
I would ask you this. Vrabel had his starting quarterback. He did not have his backup quarterback.
He converted.
He converted.
Yeah, he converted.
It sounds like the line out of anyway.
Everybody kills Dan Campbell because Josh Reynolds dropped a ball, but Dan Campbell's converted a lot of 4th downs.
That's fine, but this is what happens when you do it in a big moment, and again, we can continue to talk about it. Your offensive line sucked and didn't move anybody most of the day. So why you thought you were going to get a full yard, I don't know. But here's the deal.
It's a yard.
Yeah, you didn't get it. You had a lot of time. They didn't have a problem getting 6 yards. You couldn't get 1.
It's a yard.
But this goes to the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
This may not be about just Sunday. Let's forget Sunday for a minute. This plays into a discussion you and I were going to have anyway.
Yeah.
How often was this offense tough to watch? How often did this offense go multiple quarters without getting a first down, Nate? How often? I mean, there were a lot of exciting moments and comebacks. In a way, a lot of this season at times is like the Tebow year on steroids, right? Where the Giants game, you have the most incredible comeback in NFL history from all those points. I couldn't believe you did it. You all of a sudden found this gear that we didn't know you had, and you went into it against the Eagles. But how many times during the year could your offense not pick up a simple first down sometimes?
You know what's funny, Andy, is I'm looking at the schedule right now. And this year was so goofy. All right, you start 1 and 2. All right?
Yep.
You blow out Cincinnati with Jake Browning at quarterback. No one's impressed. All right?
But even then, you had a first half of up and down.
You go to Philly, and you have one of the signature wins of the season.
But you sucked for the whole first half, pretty much.
First 3 quarters.
Yeah.
4th quarter, you find your way. Then you go to London and score 13 points.
Yes.
Okay?
Against a bad Jets team.
Going, what the hell is going on? All right? Then you come back home, you're getting blown out by the Giants, and then you have the miracle of miracles, 4th quarters, and the Giants completely wet themselves. The week following that, you blow out Dallas, and it's like, oh, okay, offense is finding its rhythm. 5 consecutive pretty good quarters of football. You remember what happened after that? 18 points in a win at Houston without C.J. Stroud, 10 points in a home win against the Raiders in a nationally televised game, which America wanted to stab themselves in the eyes. 22 points against Kansas City, not wowing anybody there. You barely sneak by the Manders in Washington.
And that was thanks to a Nick Benito tip pass at the end of the game.
You played fine against the Raiders. You played great against the Packers. And then your offense went back to be butt the rest of the way in the regular season until you have a good offensive game against Buffalo. But then it all disappears. Bo Nix is injured in weather conditions and New England's defense and all of that. If you spend $4.5 billion on a property, boy, you sure would like to have fun watching it, wouldn't you?
Sure.
To your point, Andy, I'm pretty sure Greg Penner and Kerry and Condi spent a lot of time this year feeling exactly the same way that Broncos fans did, of just, this is rough.
Yeah.
Watching this offense.
Because, you bring up the good offensive performance against Buffalo, but even that was clunking along. Like, again, Bo just turns something on in the fourth quarter and magic happens.
Yeah.
But what is going on in, like, the second and the third quarters sometimes where you're not even picking up first downs?
Yeah, you're just stringing together 3-and-outs, and Jeremy Crawshaw's third in the NFL in total punts.
And to your point yesterday, again, we can all hyper-focus on the fourth down. Let's say you do. Here's the other thing. Let's say you do kick the field goal. You could have still been tied 10. I'm listening to Spring and Berto on the way home last night. Spring kept saying, how do you think overtime would have gone? None of us know. Neither offense could do anything at that point, really. Right, but I would have put money that New England had a little bit more going at that point than Denver did.
I would have leaned New England only because they could kind of run the ball.
Yeah, because Drake May kept taking just running on you and finding a way to make it count for more than what your runs did.
Yeah.
But, again, and this has been a couple of years. Remember last year the offense, I would wonder the meeting with the Bobs, again, what did Sean tell Greg would improve this year when he got done last year that maybe didn't improve that led to some of this? And by the way, a real quick tweet from Mike Kliss, just, one of the Bronco insiders, he just tweeted this, that you have to wonder if a promotion for Davis Webb is an enticement to stay as a factor here. So we're not the only one thinking it. A guy inside the Broncos is also thinking it. And who knows if that's an educated think.
Also,
there.
when Mike is speculating out loud,
you kind of wonder.
He does not do so
without a little background.
No, I certainly wouldn't think so. This move screams we're trying to keep Davis Webb in the building.
Yeah, and again,
man, he's the belle of the ball right now, isn't he?
You'd have to think a bigger role though, as the OC would have to come along with this.
Okay, so along those lines, all right, let's weigh this from Davis Webb's perspective. Okay, if indeed that's what's happening, which we are speculating that it is, that the firing of Joe Lombardi today as the Broncos offensive coordinator is a attempt at inducing Davis Webb to not take the Raiders head coaching job and to stay here as the offensive coordinator of the Broncos. All right, if you're Davis Webb, you have an opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL at age, what is he, 31?
Yeah, young.
Okay.
Let me look.
It's pretty good. That's good work if you can get it. Okay. You get to do so living in a nice warm place. None of your games are going to end up looking like the AFC Championship game did. Weather doesn't do that inside Allegiant Stadium. You get to work for Tom Brady. You have the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Who looks like it's going to be Fernando Mendoza.
You're taking Fernando Mendoza.
By the way, he is 31. You're right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're taking Fernando Mendoza, so you are able to, with a number 1 overall pick, get your own, ball of clay and mold it however you may like. You're also going to look at it and go, Raiders fire coaches all the time. Is this really a good move for me? On the other side, you have the Walton Penner Group opening a brand new, beautiful facility for you to be able to work in next year. You're working for Sean Payton on a Hall of Fame trajectory, who is a coach that really likes you, kind of handpicked you.
Now, he may like you a little less after today, but he does like you.
That's possible. Good quote from Sean earlier today. If Davis is the coach of the Raiders, he'll have a tough time a couple of times a year. Like that from Sean. That was good. That was salty. But also, if I was Davis Webb, I would look at the Broncos and I would say, cool. I need to be the play caller.
Yep.
And I need to be the head coach in waiting. I don't know if Greg Penner can give him both those things. I have no idea.
But I think the play caller would be a real good start because, again, he needs to call plays.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's weird because he's already the bell of the ball.
Because if he goes to the Raiders, he's the play caller.
Well, listen, he'll be the new Ben Johnson if he actually gets to be the play caller here too.
Yeah.
He'll be the guy that gets to pick his job, and then maybe Ben Johnson's another name that Greg Penner's thinking of.
Sure.
In this move. By the way, I did pull up the Ian Rappaport article. It does say Lombardi's dismissal comes as Broncos QB coach Davis Webb is recorded for a number of head coaching jobs around the league. So again, another
everyone's
mention
connecting these dots.
This is and it does say in the article that Pelissero was part of this report. So I wonder what George Payton has told Pelissero about the inner workings of this thing.
Sure. Okay. So here's the other part of it, Andy. If Davis Webb says, you know what, I just want the Raider job now. I want to go live in Vegas. That sounds cool. I want to go to Benihana with Mark Davis. That's what I want to do. Okay. I like having a boss who has the same last name as my first name, and I want to be there. Okay. Then, if you're the Broncos, is that just simply a Zach Strief promotion, or do the Broncos then go into the OC market? Problem is, these dudes are getting snatched up all over the place right now.
Yeah.
And then you're still a Sean Payton play-calling offense, and it almost doesn't matter who your offensive coordinator is, kind of like it didn't with Joe Lombardi.
Look, here's the other thing, and I don't know, maybe I'm putting too much on what Greg Penner saw, but it just feels like for this kind of thing to happen, for Sean Payton to let go of one of his longtime guys, it feels like Penner has to have some involvement in this somehow.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm staying on this track. When Bo looked the best, they were more in the hurry-up, quick-pace, college-style offense, right? And again, I don't doubt that Greg knows how important Bo is to the room, or Davis Webb is to the room and the locker room, the whole deal.
Sure. Hands-on owner.
And look, you know what? I would also say this. Not only did I just put out that maybe this has been coming for a while because of how the whole season went offensively, not just one play on Sunday, they've also known for 2 weeks since the playoffs started and the coaching hiring carousel began. I wonder, they must have been prepared, and maybe they're even surprised at how much traction Davis Webb has gotten. And I'm sure Greg Penner's been thinking for a couple weeks, I'm not letting this guy go. And now today's the day as he's actually officially in the mood to be hired that maybe they're taking action.
Andy, this is – I made the point before about Brady liking Davis Webb. That's not just going to impact Davis Webb, and that's not just going to impact the Raiders. Greg Penner is also, I say this all the time, these owners, they're just rich football fans.
Yeah.
That's really all they are. If Greg Penner is looking at this situation and going, Tom Brady likes Davis Webb, Tom Brady's hot for Davis Webb, well then I should probably be hot for Davis Webb too.
Do you think, well, and listen.
And guess what? I got a bigger checkbook
For
than Tom Brady's
those that
boss.
missed it, by the way, Joe Brady's the Bills' new head coach.
Yep.
Feels like a move almost handpicked by Josh Allen. Coaches,
Yeah,
or owners listen to quarterbacks. And if you need any bigger example, it happened here in Denver when Pat Bowlen picked John Elway over Dan Reeves, who was the most successful coach in franchise history at the time.
Yep.
Is there a chance Bo Nix and their interactions on Sunday,
He wheeled in
maybe
and said,
mentioned a little something about how much I really would hate to lose Davis Webb? And oh, by the way, let me give you a couple reasons why.
Okay. Along those lines, Andy.
By the way, Eureka is your keyword.
Yes.
It's the window's closing. Get in there, Eureka.
Yeah, Eureka. Okay. Hold on.
Eureka, we've had a great idea there, Nate. What thought did that just trigger?
Hold on. Okay, something you just said right there, though. Okay? Hold on.
He's looking.
I'm looking at the cut.
He's dancing around.
Okay. Okay, cut 7.
Okay.
Yeah. Spring, pull up Sean Payton cut 7. Okay, I'll be honest. I had something else going this morning during the press conference, so I only read the transcript. So I'm just matching this up. Play cut 7 really, really quickly, okay? We're going to be late. That's okay. Because Andy just said something very interesting about Bo Nix's possible involvement in this decision.
He's doing well. He literally was just above us here. I asked him, what were you doing trying to get your scooter laps in? So he's got X amount of time on the scooter, then it goes to the crutches, then it goes to the walking boot, so there's a process. You got to know him. He's fidgety to begin with. He might have been just getting his scooter laps in, but he was up there. He's handling it like a pro. Man, I'm sure there's disappointment. I think it's difficult as far as he brought us, and then maybe to see also one of his contemporaries, like someone in his draft class that he would have loved to have competed against, advance. It can be a tough game.
So he's just upstairs wheeling around today.
Yeah, he's around the facility.
Yeah.
He's doing things.
Mm-hmm.
He was around the facility Sunday. Now, again, was he in the owner's box?
I think
we got such a weird shot of him.
Yeah, I think he was up top.
Okay. Second row?
May not be the first rows where the owners hang out. They might not be handicapped accessible.
Right.
So he could have been stuck upstairs.
And they also said the seating chart's the seating chart.
Yes.
Which we never got that shot.
We did.
Oh, we did?
Oh, we did.
Darn it. See, that's what doing the watch party might have hurt me.
And the seating chart was as expected.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing got changed, and Bo didn't remove anybody from their seat.
So Bo Nix upstairs wheeling around. Maybe he wheeled himself into Greg's office and simply said,
we got to keep my guy.
Yeah. I don't want to lose this guy. I like this guy. This guy makes it so this is all tolerable for me.
Well, and listen, again, I don't know if this is all just a today development, folks. I mean, this has been going on all year. Greg, I think, reads the room incredibly well. It's one of the reasons why they're all successful in business.
He may not have, to your point from before, Andy, he may have underestimated what Davis Webb's head coaching prospects would be on the market.
Probably, if I were him, I would have thought probably another year for the head coach stuff.
Right. And instead,
he's blown up.
It's getting hot and heavy.
Because everybody wants an OC. And they all want offensive guys.
Kreckman, Lindahl, Joe Lombardi fired. What's next for the Broncos offensive coaching staff? We're kicking it around here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Stunning news today in Denver, Andy. I'm seeing Lombardi got fired. Who's going to fill the role with Brett and Moser in the morning? This is stunning news.
Yeah, it's it's a sad day.
Yeah. You know what? One too many angry emails sent to management.
Well, he did snatch.
I'm so mad now.
He did snatch a hat off a Patriot fan's head the other day during our postgame show.
Clearly an HR violation.
Now, it was a stupid hat, and he did the right thing. But apparently...
Let's be honest. Lombardi's been towing the line for years.
Yeah.
And today the axe finally fell. Too bad, Lombardi.
You never wake up and think you're going to lose a Lombardi.
No. And yet, Lombardi fired today.
Although they did lose a Lombardi on Sunday. Or at least a shot
that they did.
At a Lombardi.
So is that the second lost Lombardi
There's a
this
lot
week?
of lost Lombardis going off on this week. I don't want to hear the name Lombardi anymore.
Correction, it was actually Joe Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi,
that was the Lombardi. Okay.
But when you're talking to the altitude folks, we need clarification.
God, I was really enjoying not having Vic as a coworker there for a minute too.
Wow. Dang. Sheesh.
That was nice. That was a lovely respite. It was a good vacation for all of us.
Does Vic reach out to Joe and say, look, come over to the mom's casa.
It's tough.
And let's, she'll make the fajoule and...
There's some manicotti.
Yeah, we'll help you out.
With the ricotta.
I mean,
Hey,
Vic...
you ever get hit in the little dingy?
Doesn't he has lunch there like every Tuesday or Wednesday, doesn't he?
That sounds about right.
Tomorrow's Wednesday. Invite Joe over for lunch before
invite
he heads
Joe.
out of town.
Exactly. You're the sports paisan. Have
beautiful baby boy.
The sports paisan.
Have him
I like
come
that.
by.
I like that.
Yeah. You can do that. Vic Lombardi was not fired. Joe
To be
Lombardi
clear,
was fired. Mm-hmm. Although again, could be coming any day now. So, Andy, Joe Lombardi out. Davis Webb not yet the Raiders head coach. Ooh, man, think of the old Mike Shanahan days. This is good for a Bronco Raider rivalry if Greg Penner can convince Davis Webb to stay. Hell, it's good for a Bronco Raider rivalry if Davis Webb leaves.
Either way,
that part of it gets a little bit better. A rivalry that has otherwise been moribund in recent years suddenly gets compelling again.
Yeah, man, I keep trying to think of ways you keep Davis Webb here, and play calling's got to be a part of it. As you brought up,
head coach in waiting.
Yeah, but so I'll ask you this though: do you want your first head coaching job to be in a division that Broncos are back, Chargers are looking real good, and the Chiefs have Mahomes for at least another decade? While you try to hope that you can coach. Now, look, you probably believe in yourself, so maybe you take the shot. But
I mean, Andy, like we've lived through a time when it was like, hey, Mahomes and Herbert and hey, Pete Carroll now with the Raiders, and guess what? The Broncos are in the AFC Championship.
Yeah,
the AFC West is not as impossible as it looks.
Well, fair enough.
Can be done, and Davis Webb's already been part of an operation that did it.
I would say that. You got a pretty good running back prospect and a good tight end.
You do. Got to draft an offensive
line.
Possibly
go with that guy.
I mean, they're years away. And again, you're counting on one of the most volatile ownership groups, families, whatever you want to call it.
By the way, you know what's wild about the Raiders? I learned this a couple weeks ago when we were talking about them. Do you realize that they have one of the biggest dead cap numbers in the league and yet still have some of the most cap room? I don't know how the two go together.
How?
They have like $100 million in cap room with a $40 million dead hitting money.
That's
how the hell did you marry those two?
Are they like still paying Derek Carr?
Probably.
That's probably
and
what
his
it
baby.
Is.
At this point, it's just his baby.
It's just a floating head.
How old is the kid now? Do you think?
With the big head?
Yeah, his giant baby, as you like to say. When was that?
Derek Carr's
was that
giant
2019
baby,
when you and I got together and
it was
the Hard Knocks?
That was
Gruden.
Yeah, that was knock on wood if you're with me.
So it's at least 7 years.
Yeah.
He's at least 8 years old.
Oh,
I assume.
easily. No, that by now that kid's head is like the size of Bruce Bochy's.
Well, he was the size of a 3-year-old, and I think he was 1.
Yeah, that kid. By now, that kid is the size of Barry Bonds.
San Francisco genre, not
You're
Pirates.
Right, exactly.
His head was never Barry Bonds Pirates era big.
No, that kid was born with a bigger head than Barry Bonds Pirates era.
The wife had to go C-section. They were like, listen, we've taken x-rays.
They couldn't find.
That kid's got to come out via C-section.
They couldn't find that Pirates, what was it, the pillbox hat or whatever? They couldn't find one in his size.
Yeah,
the moment he was born, it was uncomfortable for everybody. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, Derek Carr had a baby, and the baby had the biggest head we've ever seen.
He was a very cute kid, but it was a huge melon.
Yeah, and it's really, ultimately, I think that was like my only takeaway from that season of Hard Knocks.
Well, because the head was, then we had the sagas of Antonio Brown and his helmet of all things. A lot of head talk.
Jonathan Abram couldn't pronounce, he said Salmon.
Salmon.
Yeah, that happened that season too. Actually, maybe I'm giving it short shrift. Maybe that was a good season of Hard Knocks.
Oh, it was better than some of the other ones we've gotten since.
Without a doubt.
There's some personality to it, that's for sure. And then we all just followed Antonio Brown in his cryogenically, what was it, the cryo chamber burned feet or whatever?
It was like
and then
he had tortilla chips of dead skin coming off of his feet.
Yeah. Yeah, that was gross. And then we had his kid going, hey, where's Big Ben? We like Big Ben. He's like, we hate Big Ben. Okay.
Broncos don't have any of those issues at all, so keep Davis Webb around. Keep him in the building.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, what happens from here? Chad Brown's going to weigh in. We're expecting Jeff Legwold sometime.
He just landed in Mobile, so I'm sure he's
on his way to the Senior Bowl to look down at Diego Pavia.
By the way, it looked like they got a lot of ice out there. I'm seeing videos from Dallas of cars just doing skating routines down hills, but I think Mobile's okay.
Nuggets and the Pistons tonight. Berto's got your pregame at 6:30. We'll get your tip-off at 7 o'clock here
and we
on
got
Altitude.
Another keyword, Nate.
We got a keyword coming your way. It's let's see what else is happening here today, Andy. Oh, if you're looking for something delicious for dinner,
I am.
Check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com.
You know, if they want to bring some by, no one's going to be mad at you.
Hey,
we like a wing.
We like a Golden Flame.
Tommy like wingy.
Also, Golden Flame, you got to open a location in Golden. You got to have a Golden Flame.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Something to consider.
Just
branding advice.
Automatic marketing out of Nate Kreckman.
There you go.
I'm sure that's why they signed up for this, so I could
weigh
tell
in.
them where to open the next store.
I'm here to help. Come open a new location on my side of town. I'll stop by. I'll eat wings all the time. Kreckman and Lindahl. Chad Brown next. Hey, you dealing with any car trouble here in the new year? I know some people that are dealing with some car trouble. Well, I have a solution to their problems. The February 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, which opens next week over at Roller Auction. Guys, for almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the best place to find Colorado City, County, and fleet vehicles and equipment. If you are looking for well-maintained used vehicles and equipment, this is the public online auction for you. SUVs, sedans, pickups, utility trucks, vans, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. It is a massive auction. It's all online. And you can bid at roller.bid, but you got to sign up to bid first. You do that at roller.bid/altitude. Roller.bid/altitude. Sign up now, and you're entered to win tickets for February 11th, the Nuggets and the Grizzlies. The Nuggets and Grizzlies, you can be there in a catered suite. Just sign up to bid. Roller.bid/altitude. Let's go right to the Ramos Law Hotline. We welcome in the All-Pro Chad Brown here. Super Bowl matchup is all set. Chad's Seattle Seahawks getting ready to take on Chad's New England Patriots, while Chad's Pittsburgh Steelers just hired a new coach. We have a lot to ask Chad Brown about. But, Chad, we start in this space right here. News of the day. The Broncos have fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi. He was not the play caller, but he is a longtime Sean Payton confidant. We're obviously speculating that this is a Davis Webb-related move. As you've been sitting and processing this information, what's your read of what is going on with the Broncos hierarchy?
I think this is a Davis Webb-related move. Let's give him a promotion. Let's give him a bump in salary. And I think as a coach, you are forced to make these moves, as difficult as they may be. You talked about the long-time relationship between Sean and Joe, and these are difficult things. I've heard coaches talk about these for years. If I don't give this other guy a promotion, he's going to leave, and then I don't get a chance to utilize his expertise. So Sean Payton, this is the issue when you are a successful team. Your coaching staff will be poached. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think this is the only coaching move that will happen. I know Jim Leonard is still up for some jobs. I know Vance Joseph is still up for some jobs. So we will see how this coaching staff shakes out, but this is probably just the first of what could end up being a couple more moves.
Yeah, but Chad, don't you also think, Nate and I talked about this, when you look at the balance of the season, okay, and I don't think this is about one play or any of that stuff, balance of the season, and we've talked to you a number of times, Bo Nix did some magical things in the fourth quarter. Oftentimes it was hurry up and this and that and the other stuff. We saw Jared Stidham get a little frustrated at points in the game of why is it taking so long for personnel and so on and so forth to get in here. Could this also be about that, hey, we've got to evolve a little bit around things around here? Do you think Sean Payton needs to, I know he's kind of used to doing things a certain way, but I'd love to know if Greg Penner and Sean sat down and he said, some of the old school ways maybe ain't getting it done offensively for the last 2 years now.
I think that's a great point. And going back to Russell Wilson and play calls coming in late, we thought it was a Russell Wilson issue, or at least that was how it was portrayed to us. And now maybe it turns out this is a longstanding Sean Payton thing, because we've seen play calls coming late in the conversation. And even this last week with losing track of, you called the timeout, man. They didn't call it. You called it. So maybe it's to surround him with folks who are a little bit quicker. I'm 55 years old. I'm just not as sharp as I was 10 years ago. I'm not as quick.
I refuse to believe that, Chad. Refuse to believe it.
I appreciate the kind words, and maybe it's probably more denial for yourself, because I don't think you're too far behind me. But there's certain realities to life. And if you pop on a Sean Payton post-game clip or post-practice clip from 15 years ago, he was certainly quicker with the tongue and a little bit sharper with the tongue. Now he takes a little bit more pauses and takes him a while to get his words out. And that's not a negative. It's just the facts of life. So to bring in somebody else, or to give that responsibility to someone else to be that voice in Sean Payton's ear, maybe it is time for Davis Webb to be that guy. And then I think every once in a while, I've heard Bill Cowher talk about this recently. You've got to shake up your staff. When things don't work the way you want them to work, you're obviously not going to change yourself. So you got to look around the staff and go, what would be the biggest move I can make that would give me the tangible results while still keeping the continuity of my staff together?
That's a really good point that you make right there. Like, this is also one of those situations where Sean Payton's not going to fire himself, quite obviously, but also, like, if the people above you are expressing dissatisfaction, it's also a self-preservation move of just like, okay, I'm going to get rid of that guy. Now, I think there's other external factors in this thing, most notably how hot a coaching candidate Davis Webb is, but also, like, this is a form of coach survival in a brutal, cutthroat business like the NFL. Chad, let's now talk about, if you're Davis Webb, what do you need to hear from the Broncos to make you say, I'm willing to pass on a potential head coaching opportunity with the Raiders?
Well, as Sean Payton has talked about, there's probably about 12 teams every year that have an opportunity to compete for a Super Bowl because of ownership. And so that's, less than half the league has a realistic shot based on the folks upstairs making the decision and writing the checks. The Broncos clearly have a group and had one in the Bolin family who knows how to be successful, how to write those checks, how to empower the people without overstepping and being in draft meetings and being up in play calling meetings. So for Davis Webb, hey man, you can take one of these awful jobs out there with an awful owner and hey, just walk down the hall and talk to Vance Joseph what it's like to take a job, heck, even with a proud organization like the Broncos when the ownership was in question, when the front office was in question. Vance Joseph didn't get to hire all the coaches that he wanted.
Nope.
He didn't even get to play all the people that he wanted on the football field. So Davis Webb, do you want that to be your reality? Where you grind 80 hours a week, you don't get home until midnight every night, you see your kids for 30 minutes on Sunday or on Thursday, and you don't even get to make all the decisions, and you become the scapegoat for a terrible organization? Or do you want to stay here, be offensive coordinator, make a couple $1,000,000, the financial future's pretty well taken care of once we get this done, and possibly, if things go well after a year or two, you could gain the trust and become the head coach in waiting when Sean Payton walks away.
All right, we got it. We got a lot that we're grinding to, so we got to get to some other stuff. I got to let you have a chance to weigh in on the 4th and 1 call. Sean said today he doesn't regret the decision; he regrets the play call. Chad, Nate is aggressive and loves the decision. Nobody loved the play call. How about we go there? I am more, you've got your backup quarterback in there, A, so I would have kicked the field goal, and B, your offensive line hadn't moved anybody all day. So even if you wanted to run it, I didn't see them moving anybody for a yard. What did you think of the decision on 4th and 1? Would you have taken the points there?
Today's NFL going for it on 4th down, whether it's a punting situation or a field goal situation, that's just what coaches do. But I think the smart coaches, rather than being aggressive all the time, like Dan Campbell, recognize that there's a certain situational element to this thing. And the weather, maybe the incoming weather is a factor. To your point, how well is your offensive line blocking? How well are we running the football? Have we run a similar play before? So the situation for me, and that was the wrong call in that situation. Take the points with the incoming weather. That points were probably not going to be likely in the second half. To your point, the offensive line wasn't doing great. Also, you ran a similar play that you scored a touchdown on. I got to believe the Patriots and Mike Vrabel went to the sideline and talked about it and talked about what everyone's assignments were and what the possible play that could look like that would also be. So you gave the opponent a bit of a heads up. So I didn't like the play decision. I didn't like the play call. And then obviously the execution on the play was terrible. So you failed on all 3 accounts.
Did you guys happen to see, by the way, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later, but Seth Wickersham's article today at ESPN, Seth was in the office with Sean Payton a week ago last Sunday during the Bears-Rams game, and Ben Johnson went for it on a 4th down, did not get it. I'm going to read this directly from the piece. Payton saw the Bears line up on offense, and he squinted. Kick it, he said. On the play, Caleb Williams was intercepted, costing Chicago 3 points, the difference in the final score. Payton said, quote, "Why are coaches not kicking field goals?" Close quote. Sean Payton himself is ripping coaches for not kicking field goals, and then when he got in that situation, he had play-calling adrenaline, and he put his foot on the gas. Chad, what is it that happens to coaches in that moment that they lose sight of something that was a previously held opinion?
I'll go to a quote from Ocean's 11, and I'm probably going to have to more paraphrase it than quote it, but they were talking about the big whales at the table. And if they walk away with their winnings, rather than thinking about what they got in hand, they're thinking about all the money that they're losing. Mm-hmm. These aggressive play callers think about those extra points they're giving up by not going for the touchdown.
Sean was thinking about 14-0.
Yeah, rather than the 3 points that you literally have in hand.
Yeah.
And so viewing the game as I do through a linebacker lens and through a defensive lens, take the points, fellas. Take the points. particularly as well as the Broncos defense was playing. The chance that the Patriots, as poor as Drake May was playing, were going to turn this game into a 20-point game, it just simply didn't exist, particularly with the weather coming in. So that decision was wrong in multiple ways.
All right, what do you think of this matchup? It's interesting. I don't know how bad that Drake May shoulder injury is. He kind of pushed it aside today, said it wasn't a big deal, but I got to be honest with you, man. Drake's had a really good year, as you know, Chad, but my gosh, he got choppy feet in the pocket. Clearly the pass rush affected him. That Seattle defense is probably going to come with even more of the funk. What do you think of this matchup? Are the Patriots a little bit of an underdog in your mind, or how do you like this one?
I think the Patriots have to be an underdog based on the offensive performance the last 2 weeks by them. Drake May's been sacked 15 times in 3 playoff games. So that ain't good. And as a rookie quarterback, I don't think he has necessarily another page in his mind to turn to on how to deal with the pressure. That's something you typically learn in the offseason. And you don't pick it up in 2 weeks before the Super Bowl. Having said all that, it's Josh McDaniels. It's Mike Vrabel, 2 coaches who are raised in a system where we don't have a system. Our system is to find a way to kick your butt. And so their ability to come out with something unusual, to do something that's maybe not conventional wisdom, to get Drake May in this offense going and maybe comfortable, or just try to do as they did in the second half of the game against the Broncos. You know what? Let's take the air out of the ball. Let's shorten this game. Let's go on a 9-minute and 31-second drive to make this game as short as possible. We could see that in the Super Bowl where they give Ramondre Stevens 30-plus carries, and he doesn't even get to 100 yards. The only point is to shorten the game, chew up the clock, and wear down the defense, not necessarily go out and score touchdowns. So those 2 guys, I had a lot of trust in their ability to manufacture a win as they did Sunday against the Broncos.
Hey, man, Drake May's 3-0 in the playoffs against the Chargers, the Texans, and the Broncos.
Pretty good defenses there.
That's 3 of the best in the entire NFL. He's Chad Brown, everybody. Chad, excellent work. We'll talk to you next week previewing the Super Bowl.
See you guys. Have a good one.
All right, Chad Brown with us right there. We'll take a break. When we come back, we go to Mobile. Jeff Legwold of ESPN is going to join us, reacting to the firing of Joe Lombardi, what it means for the Broncos going forward, plus your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday to win Avalanche and Red Wings tickets. So you'll get that next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your energy levels, and of course, that can be connected to your testosterone levels. Have you ever wondered, are you dealing with low testosterone? If you have, check things like, how good is my sleep? How good are my workouts? Where's my libido at lately? Do I wake up and kind of lose energy real quickly and then think about wanting a nap? Dealing with brain fog, maybe even sometimes depression can be loosely linked to this. So if you're dealing with any of these symptoms, you want to go get your T levels checked because you've heard so much about it, and get the energy back, get the drive back, get the gains in the gym back, then it's time to go talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's real easy to get on in there. Your first visit's going to be a very simple task. They draw your blood over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll have your results in 30 minutes. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and then you can talk about the decision to maybe or maybe not start on testosterone and what it can do for you and how it can help out. The cost of that visit is $99, but if you decide to start testosterone treatment that day of your visit, then it is free. So go on in there and have a conversation with them, and they can do more than testosterone. I've told you they've been helping me with the GLP-1 shots. I've lost a lot of weight thanks to it. And they've got they've got peptide treatments. They've got stuff to really help you get your body back in the shape that you want it to be in. So go and have a discussion with them. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great new revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, let's do it. First off, your keyword this hour is Dyson. Text Dyson to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered for tickets to Avalanche Red Wings next Monday. Check out $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. The keyword is Dyson. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. This is for Avalanche Red Wings tickets on Monday. Jeff Legwold, Joe Lombardi was shown the door today. What does it all mean?
Means the head coach wasn't happy, still not happy about the offense, and I think a move was coming. Whether it was going to be Lombardi or someone else, but it was very telling that I even heard before I had left for Mobile that Sean was already making the rounds in the building, including to Zach Strief's office, the assistant head coach, offensive line coach, run game coordinator, and had already had we need to fix this, we need to get started on that. And that was yesterday. So, the surprising part of it is that Lombardi has been with him so long.
Yeah.
Pete Carmichael, Joe Lombardi, Lombardi's got 15 seasons with Sean Payton, and that's, I'm sure that was an uncomfortable meeting for both guys in some fashion, but 15 years is a long time to be on two staffs in 3 different stints for Joe Lombardi. But you had to know that, in this day and age in the NFL, somebody's taking the fall. And when you only have 32 yards and a half of a playoff game and you lose a Super Bowl trip in a year, you think you had a team good enough to win the Super Bowl, as the head coach did. I think, a move was coming, and this is pretty significant, and be very intriguing now to see how they're going to do a full search. This isn't just going to be, hey, promote from within. He might end up doing that, but they're going to do a full search to fill this job.
So this is not connected directly to Davis Webb and the interest in him?
I was told, or I've asked around as soon as I hit the ground here in Mobile, that this was going to be done no matter if Davis Webb had interviewed for another job or not. If this is outside of that, irregardless, as it were. Which, I mean, my understanding, look, could always turn out to be different, but my understanding is right now it's going to be a full search to find somebody.
Okay, but, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Nate. Help me out here, Jeff. What was Joe's role that role is just fall guy right now? Because it feels like Sean is the OC. He's the play caller. He does all that. So why is Joe Lombardi the guy that needed to be the dude switched up?
Well, the head coach can't be Andy in every meeting. You're the head coach. You've got other things to do. So, Davis Webb's with the quarterbacks day to day. Joe Lombardi handles a lot of the offensive team meetings during the game planning portion of the program each week. So, he's got a significant role during the week. Yes, it is correct. He ain't calling plays on game day because no one else is. But he is one of the voices on the headset with Sean during games. And this is obviously, to me, there's something about the mechanics of how they were game planning and how that message was getting conveyed to the players, in terms of how they then executed the plan that Sean Payton didn't like. And again, this is a guy that's been with him 15 years, a trusted voice. And this is the position as it stands, as long as Sean's calling plays, it's a Monday through Saturday position. You got a lot of work in the game planning. When you put the third down plan together, the red zone plan, all of that stuff you're a conduit from Sean and, to some of the other coaches and the players as well, in a lot of ways. So it does not include play calling, which could influence, who would want the job, who would take the job, but it is a significant part of how they do business each week.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN is with us again. Jeff alluding to this being a open position with a league-wide search by the Broncos. This isn't just a rote Davis Webb promotion move. So with that, and it could be. He very well could be the guy.
Yeah. But let's not forget Pat Sullivan's hanging out there too. Remember that? Isn't Pat Sullivan out there? His guy from Detroit.
No, I mean, he's going to have. He's got somebody in mind. There's no question. He doesn't do this without the who would I hire part of the component. And certainly if Davis doesn't get a head coaching job, he's in the mix. And he already promoted Zach Strief to assistant head coach. So he believes in what he's doing. And how he does it. So.
Yeah, no, Leggy, like he mentioned Zach Strief specifically today at his press conference talking about improving the run game. So that's interesting to note. That said, Leggy, what are you hearing right now from your sources from league circles about Davis Webb's prospects as the next head coach of the Raiders?
Man, and people think he's got a real shot. And, and interesting, it could be, most people think it's down to a former Broncos assistant and a current Broncos assistant. So Clint Kubiak, in the mix too. So intriguing two guys who haven't been head coaches before are up for the gig and are young and up and coming, but you can tell what they're looking for with the first pick really tells you who the first pick of the draft will be when April rolls around.
All right, Jeff. I don't know. Let's just go to the Hall of Fame question. I've got so many questions, but again, I feel like we got to wait and let the story play out a little bit. Bill Belichick, not a first ballot Hall of Famer. What happened there in your mind?
Well, I haven't. That's not something we get into before the announcement. If you're on the committee.
Oh, you're not allowed to talk about it?
I mean, I don't know the results. I did not see the results. We don't hear the results. Now he may have been informed.
Schefter tweeted it. That's why I'm throwing it at you.
No,
you guys,
I know, but if you're on the committee, you basically agree you're not going to talk about who did. But the people who didn't make it are informed, and it's kind of up to them what they want to do with it. The Hall asks that they don't reveal, but obviously someone revealed. So,
all right, Jeff Legwold sticking to protocol.
Damn it,
as we know that he would.
We knew. I didn't know you couldn't talk about that because I guess we've never really had anybody not make it and tell everybody like this before then. So this must have been a Belichick leak.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it would come. I mean, I will say that this isn't, if all of this is the case, that it's not an indication of his Hall of Fame worthiness. It's how the voting works now. It's going to be a lot harder.
Well, yeah, because Holmgren didn't get in last year, right?
It's going to be a lot harder for coaches and seniors to get in. And it's just the way it is now. Like it takes very little for candidates to split votes and take each other out of because back in the day, we just voted yes or no on each of those candidates individually, and it's not the case anymore. So they can take each other out, and it only takes a few ballots to turn somebody away now.
Jeff Legwold is our guest, joining us from Mobile, site of the Senior Bowl. Leggy traveling today and instantly jumping on Zoom with the Kreckman and Lindahl show here today. And Jeff, we greatly appreciate that. I want to ask you about a piece that was written on your very outlet, on ESPN.com. Seth Wickersham, who, by the way, along with Don Van Natta, reported the Belichick didn't get into the Hall of Fame news today. But Seth Wickersham, Leggy, was granted access to Sean Payton and his game planning for the AFC Championship game. He was with him in the office last Sunday night. He was with him in the office after the game this previous Sunday. Boy, a lot of access for a reporter, and Seth's a pro. We've had him on the show. He's very connected. He's very respected, obviously. But man, that's that kind of access and that kind of insight into game planning and play calling. What was Sean Payton trying to make happen there?
I'm not sure. Maybe they got a project in the works down the road or something.
Sean did say he's going to write a book, right?
I don't know if he's really going to do it. I mean, he's got a couple books out there already.
Yeah. Would he ask you?
No, he would not.
Goes look at that. He with just the dead look on his face. Go no.
Sean Payton with Jeff Legwold and Luca Evans.
Hey, listen, I don't think Jeff would agree. Just because, hey, who knows if Jeff wants to do it?
There's. I don't think Sean can afford you, Leggy.
Yeah, that is true. I'm so big money.
Have you ever written a book? Seriously, have you ever written a book? Did I miss this part of your career?
No, I've never written people are trying to get me to write the Jeffy's Nutty Stories of the NFL book.
Little Timmy the Sports Writer?
Timmy the Sports Writer. You already got the title.
Chronicles of Little Timmy the Sports Writer. And some folks have said that there's probably a story or two that would be fun for people to read in there, but that's not something I can barely do my job at this point, let alone write a book.
Yeah, no, Jeff, you have a top 100 to produce, and obviously,
and Nate's going to be on you about it till May 20, whatever.
Yeah, as you know, it's the only thing that I care about now. So your top 100 work, it begins in earnest tomorrow at the Senior Bowl. Andy and I were watching practice earlier. Our buddy Luke Altmaier was throwing behind receivers. It's already happening out there, Leggy.
I actually made a little bit of that practice before I heard a coaching move had been made.
And then suddenly you had a deadline, didn't you?
So Jeffy and his laptop had to adjourn themselves from the practice.
Is there a number 30 pick on the field right now there, Jeff? I mean, just give us the glance over. Is there a tight end at 30? Is there a running back at 30? I mean, what we got?
There's an awful lot of really good defenders on the field.
Now, see, Jeffy, I can't. I mean, come on, little Timmy. Can you find a different thing to write about?
I'll try and find you some skill position guys here the next 3 days or so.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to you again coming up on Friday, unless the Broncos fire somebody else tomorrow.
Yeah, we may talk to you tomorrow. I mean, who knows?
In which case you're going to be back on the show.
Yeah, and then you'll miss that practice too, and we won't find out who the hell we're drafting at 30.
So, it will take a lot to get me out of the stadium tomorrow. That'll take a much bigger swing.
In some form or fashion, the top 100 has to get done.
Yeah, well, you're damn right it does.
That's
Nate
right.
needs it a week early.
It will, and I have done this in the past. Like one year back when we could watch, I think this is like my 30th Senior Bowl, but back in the day, we could stand. There's so few people covered it. You could stand right in the drills. So of course I was right in the drills. But I once wrote a story on the bench.
Wow!
From one of the teams.
Well, one of the NFL Network camera guys got blasted. They were doing the running backs blocking the linebacker drill, and they got a little too close, and a dude went. You saw the numbers right to the camera lens.
I almost got legged whipped in the one-on-ones one year. They used to, back in the day, way back, they used to have the Friday practice at Fairhope High School, which is about a half hour from Mobile. And they always, because they had to get the field ready at the stadium for the game. So they would have Friday's practice out at a local high school. So you had the NFL draft's best players practicing at Fairhope High School in Fairhope, Alabama. And I used to be able to get right in the drills. I almost got killed like 8 times at Fairhope.
You got any good coaching stories? Like, you always got some nutty coaching story. Did you got any safe for radio coaching stories from that thing, or?
There's not much safe for radio for the Senior Bowl, my friend.
You know what, though, Jeff? Actually, here's a name that I got to ask you about now, because you're talking about watching football practice. According to reports, the Bo Nix to Frank Crum touchdown play was a suggestion from former Broncos passing game coordinator turned Lions offensive coordinator turned fired John Morton, Johnny Moe, and he was back at the Broncos facility. And again, he was consulting ahead of the divisional round playoff game against the Bills. Is John Morton a name we should be thinking about right now, potentially?
Yeah, that's who I meant instead of Sullivan. That was the guy I was thinking of.
Okay.
I mean, always, if you've worked with Sean in the past and you know how he functions and everything, you're going to be in the mix. But yeah, Johnny Moe was visiting. He was just hanging out at practice.
Yeah.
And it was a play the Lions had actually run at some point.
They ran it with Ben Johnson. They didn't run it with Johnny Moe. It was something that Johnny Moe had lifted from Ben Johnson.
Yeah. And that they didn't get to it, or, it just didn't come up. Most coaches will have a whole box on the play sheet, marked specials. Usually they're marked special. And those are the kinds of plays that are in the specials box. And a lot of years you don't get to any of them just because it doesn't pop up the right way. Like when, the Patriots run a flea flicker in the snow, that's in the specials box on their play sheet. So, but every coach has got about 6 or 7 on every play sheet for every game.
Well, here we have a run the ball section, and it doesn't look like we ever get to that ever either. So no matter how many notes are on the back of the menu card.
I have seen some play sheets from Sean Payton, and there is a lot of run boxes with a lot of plays in there, but I'm not sure how many they're getting to.
Yeah, they're collecting
Do
dust.
they need to switch sides of the page maybe to get called? Would that help? Is he just like a left reader instead of a right reader? I mean, what?
I'm not sure.
Like he's reading Chinese?
No, I'm just saying that Leggy said
They're
if
not
they're
running
all on the right side, maybe move them to the left and a few will get called. I don't know.
You're very deep today with the left brain, right brain.
It just is what it is. It just is what it is, Leggy.
All
I
right.
don't know. And you come in again, you're popping balloons and full searches. We want Webb as the play caller. We need the sexy. This is radio. You come in here with your logic and your sense, and you're ruining it all. And you got no. And again, I asked you about the 30th pick, and it's another damn defensive thing. I don't want to hear any of this, Leggy. Why do we have you on? Goodbye, Leggy. Enjoy the wings at Hooters.
There he goes. That's Jeff Legwold. That's the end of that interview. Also, he wouldn't talk Hall of Fame.
I love Leggy. I feel bad. I didn't know Leggy couldn't talk. I feel really bad. He's one of my best friends, and I feel like I screwed him.
There he goes, everybody. That's Jeff Legwold of ESPN. John Morton, Johnny Moe.
Is he related to Craig?
Good question. I don't know the answer.
You don't know the lineage. You don't know the Morton family. How about the Morton Salt Company?
Is
he really? He's got to be either related to a famous Bronco quarterback or the Salt people,
or he's from Big Salt Money.
That's right.
I have no idea on that one either. I know he has 2 daughters, Tierney and Sage, according to his Wikipedia page.
Well, see, that would make sense. There's sage and salt. That all goes together. I don't know where the Tierney came from, but
they're spices. Yes.
Is Tierney a spice?
Sure. Not that I'm aware of, but I'll go digging through the aisle tomorrow at Safeway for you.
Oh, you're going tomorrow?
Why not?
You kind of switched spots.
I might need some Tierney. I don't know.
Hey, did the grape cops at King Supers catch up with you?
Oh, no,
so now you got to go to the other spot?
No, I'm doing great. It's not Andy, trust. Actually, let me tell you something weird that happened to me the other day at the grocery store.
Okay.
I got another produce anecdote for you. So I'm wrapping up. I'm about to leave the produce department, okay? And I happen to look over and I saw a fruit I didn't recognize by the bananas. You know what it was? A papaya.
Yeah, was it all like...
You ever seen a papaya?
I feel like I have, but give me, what does it look like? Is it the weird red thing?
No, it was green. It's really big and got like kind of a rough green sort of shell on it. And so I walked over to this papaya and I was like, I don't know anything about papayas. So I did the thing I do. I went to give it a little squeeze.
You gave it a feel.
I don't know how old this papaya was. My thumb went right through the thing.
Well,
just
that's what you get for copping feels in the.
A gentle touch. Nothing but gentle touch.
All right.
The thing was rotten.
All right.
It was a rotten papaya.
Well, I guess I'll have to look.
Sweet band name, Rotten
God,
Papaya.
the way this could go. So if we were on Sirius right
Again,
now,
Andy. That was the sound it made as my thumb went into the papaya. I had to walk over to the coffee shop at the Starbucks to get a napkin. I had to alert the produce stocker. Got a bad papaya, guy.
And you showed him your thumb?
Look at his thumb.
Hey, you see this right here? That's your papaya.
Anyway, that's my papaya story.
And then the guy asked you, why were you feeling the papaya?
The very pants I was set to return.
Then the Safeway cop showed up and had to take you up to the room.
I'm getting grilled.
Just getting grilled over your papaya.
You haven't been in the Tierney section, have you? Your keyword is Dyson. Text Dyson to 303.
They got any Tierney in that Asian spice company that DMac does?
303-504-0925. Text Dyson to 303-504-0925. And you are entered to win tickets to Avs Red Wings on Monday. Beware the rotten papaya. Keep it here. Nuggets are back at it tonight against the best team in the East. Tune in for pregame Nuggets Pistons at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law with a tip-off just after 7 o'clock. Hey, Andy, one nice thing about the game getting iced out or snowed out or whatever it was on Sunday against Memphis, Nuggets haven't played since Friday.
Yeah.
I mean,
now, I don't,
a lot of time sitting around a hotel.
they were in the lobby yesterday.
Yeah, they got
forever.
They got some rest.
Let's hope. Yeah, man. Do you
They
do
didn't
the
play.
high,
They didn't play a game.
do you do high knees around the hotel if that happens?
I think the Nuggets have better sense than that.
Who would have been high knee guy? I don't think any of them would
on the Denver Nuggets?
I don't think there is one.
No, I mean, if there's a try-hard guy, it's definitely Spencer Jones. But I think even he has the sense to know that is a stupid thing to do.
You don't think Hunter Tyson isn't high-kneed it around there?
No. I think Hunter's a chill bro. I could see that out of him.
Who's the other Jones? Isn't there a second Jones?
There's a Curtis Jones.
Curtis Jones.
Yeah.
Was he a high-kneed it? He got in for a few minutes a couple games ago, right?
He did. He's been seeing the court. Nuggets are 9-5 without the services of Nikola Jokic. Joker not back yet. Interesting report today from Shams on NBA Today on ESPN. Roll it, Spring.
And I'm told the Denver Nuggets will reevaluate Nikola Jokic in about a week. He is making great progress. He's in the ramp-up phase of his return-to-play process. But this is the Denver Nuggets team, as well as Nikola Jokic, that are partnering and working together on weighing the team's long-term health and success over the course of the entire season, more than just him being eligible for postseason awards like MVP and All-NBA. So potentially forfeiting that as part of keeping him ready for the entire season and not just back and then missing more time. This is a Nuggets team that's played so well without him, keeping their heads well above water. They're 9-5 without Jokic since he went down a month ago. A year ago, they were 4-8 without Nikola Jokic. They were third in the Western Conference when Jokic got hurt. They remain third in the Western Conference now as Jokic does near close toward a return.
Andy, to Sham's point right there, I want to add some further context to that. Yes, they're 9-5 in the 14 games without Nikola Jokic. Here's one more note to put on that, courtesy of Dan Hyatt. Jokic got hurt on December 29th. The Nuggets were 22-10. They were 5.5 back of Oklahoma City in the West. Today, January 27th, going into tonight's game against the Pistons, the Nuggets are 31-15. They are 5.5 games back of Oklahoma City. They have not lost any ground in the Western Conference at all without the best player in the world on the court.
Which I never would have guessed. It's crazy.
Honestly, Andy, think about this. If someone had come to us and just, let's say there's a world where Jokic doesn't hyperextend his knee, and somebody just said to us, hey, Nuggets are going to go 9-5 over the next 14, you know what we would have said? Yeah, it sounds about right.
Right.
Yeah. That's basically the clip that they're currently playing at. Yeah, that sounds about right. So they haven't even lost a step in the standings without Joker, which is absolutely massive and allows them the opportunity to have patience with getting him back. They don't need to be in a hurry at all right now. The rest of the West is banged up also. Jamal Murray has played out of his mind. Payton Watson has been great, missing 4 starters, and this team continues to be doing just fine. Now, we know the schedule is going to get tougher in the next week, but again, Andy, you've done well enough that you've afforded yourself every opportunity to be as patient as humanly possible. And the other thing is the MVP and All-NBA stuff. It doesn't matter in the slightest bit. Joker's just trying to win a title.
No, you want to get a title, especially while you have this deep a team, because nobody knows what next year holds. You know, I'm enjoying having Valanciunas around. We'll see if he feels the same and wants to stick around. So I'm looking at the schedule since that Heat game when he went down. They then played the Raptors, the Cavaliers, the Nets, Sixers, Celtics, the Bucks, the Hawks, the Pelicans, Mavericks, Hornets, Wizards again, Lakers, and now here we are.
Yep.
Bucks last game. Now Grizzlies postponed and they played Detroit. So here's the thing. A lot of the names in there were easier Eastern Conference teams. Now, I am glad that they've afforded themselves and won enough games to buy themselves the capital, put a little money in the bank there that they can continue to kind of slow play with Joker if they want to. But you kind of laid this out the other day, which is why I put it on my radar. You play the Pistons tonight, Play the Nets, not the toughest thing. I know where are the Clippers at?
Clippers are
I know
good.
the Clippers were struggling, but they're back
Clippers
again,
are good.
right?
Yeah.
Clippers, Thunders, Pistons in Detroit. You got the Knicks. And the Bulls. Are the Bulls good yet or no?
No.
Okay. The Bulls
they beat the Nuggets earlier this year.
They did, but they want to tease a come up, and then they kind of always slide back down. But again, you got the Grizzlies, you got the Clippers, you got that game to make. You got a more Western Conference team. Like the schedule gets heavy of teams you're going to want to beat, right? So even though I believe they're going to slow play it, it still behooves you to get the MVP
for the
back.
sake of tiebreakers. Of course, for the sake of tiebreakers and everything else, you want to get him back as quickly as you possibly can. But again, they don't have to rush this thing,
which is good because it sure felt like, especially as other guys dropped around him, Val goes out like the very next game.
Looked like it was going to be dire.
Kidding me?
Aaron Gordon is now out with a hamstring injury. I mean, a part of this too, Andy, is you rush him back now, and he's in a starting lineup that's
not whole
and unfamiliar to him. Okay, so like again, is that putting more stress than on a player coming off of what's really been the most significant injury of his NBA career?
Sure.
You don't have to do that right now.
You don't want this thing somehow popping up or look, all guys will tell you. I know Ed McCaffrey told me about this specifically, and what Joker has is not as extreme as McCaffrey's broken leg. TD talked a little bit about it, but athletes will tell you they come off an injury like that, you run different. You kind of favor the leg a little bit so you feel right again.
You don't want to hurt something else.
Yeah, you don't want a hamstring or a calf or something stupid for him.
Yeah,
because like you said, you rushed it back.
So looking at the schedule right now, I mean, if they're talking about reevaluating in a week, it's possible he could play a week from today against these very same Pistons in Detroit. They get a game at the Garden. Which would be the second night of a back-to-back against the Knicks, and then a Saturday, February 7th affair in Chicago. Boy, those people are going to want Jokic to play.
That's always Serbian Heritage Night, isn't it?
That's right. They do Serbian Heritage Night, and he's an icon.
He's a big part of that Serbian Heritage Night.
Bulls fans like Nikola Jokic more than any of the Bulls. I promise you that.
True. You're right. You're right.
We'll take a break. When we come back, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got coaching hires, we've got Hall of Fame news, and we have got Joe Lombardi fired today as offensive coordinator of the Broncos. What does it all mean? We're talking about that next. Your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up at 5:20. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And obviously, we begin local with the dismissal of Joe Lombardi as the Broncos offensive coordinator and what it all means. Spring, do the live read.
Yeah, celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's on Tuesdays only. Get any large pizza for just $10. Order online right now at papamurphys.com. Joe Lombardi, the Broncos' often talked about offensive coordinator.
Often, all the time.
Was fired today. The reports are that this is independent of Davis Webb and what's going on with him. They're going to have a full search for a new OC.
And they got to do the Rooney Rule. I mean, there's a process here that is in place. So, Andy, as we discussed earlier in the show, is this simply a rubber stamp to promote Davis Webb and keep him, out of the Raiders' grimy little fingers? According to our conversation with Jeff Legwold, it doesn't sound like that's automatically what this is.
Could be the route.
Could be that Davis Webb becomes the Broncos offensive coordinator, that he gets that promotion. It's also possible he could be the next head coach of the Raiders. We do not know. You certainly have to think that Zach Strief is a candidate for this position. John Morton, who served as the offensive coordinator of the Lions this past year, former Broncos passing game coordinator, who was back working in a consulting role with the team ahead of the divisional round and working with the team for the postseason. You certainly have to think he is a candidate as well. Andy, it's also very possible that Greg Penner could look at Sean Payton and say, stop just hiring your own disciples. I want an outside voice inside this building. I want a different perspective on our play calling.
Yeah.
That's a possibility as well.
As Chad Brown pointed out, and I didn't really think about it, because I don't think this is just because of what happened the last couple of weeks. I think this is a season-long thing. Let's go back to our conversation in the first hour you and I talked about, and you pointed out all the games as we went through the schedule where the offense had its struggle at times. And getting play calls in late, something that did affect things. You pointed it out aptly on the interception. They got the personnel in late. Stidham gets frustrated by the clock. He throws one up. That ends up being the end of the game, where he just basically threw up the moon ball. It was picked off by Gonzalez, and frankly, Mims never even turned around to see it. There could be a you need more voices in the room kind of thing. And let's throw out the example. You and I talked about it in break, where all Greg Penner has to do is look at the NFC North, where all of a sudden, Ben Johnson, the hottest play caller of the last 2 years, leaves Detroit, goes to Chicago. Chicago makes the playoffs and moves on to the. Did they make the NFC? No, they were a game away from the NFC Championship. But Detroit didn't even make the playoffs. And does that affect Greg Penner's decision making of, look, I'm not letting that happen here?
I think even more pressing is Mike McDonald leaving Baltimore.
Sure.
He's coaching the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. They just fired John Harbaugh. Steve Bisciotti hires Jesse Minter because he's trying to get the guy that most reminds him of Mike McDonald when he had Mike McDonald. This is what we were speculating about earlier in the show. Is it possible that Greg Penner sees Davis Webb, hot coaching candidate, potentially making a jump from quarterbacks coach to the next head coach of the Raiders, and could he look at him and say, I'm not letting you walk out the door. My head coach has 2 years left on his deal. Here is a new title. Here is a new salary.
New paycheck.
And here is an opportunity, whether it's in writing or just a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, for you to be the next head coach of the Denver Broncos.
Well, I also know this. You know how I would say that Bo's probably made it known to a few people how look, Davis Webb's a younger guy. You pointed out earlier, 31 years old. That's an older offensive coaching staff. I think Webb is an important bridge between the two, the QB and the coaching staff.
Yeah, I don't think that that's out of question. I mean, honestly, I think people look at the hiring of Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh and go, the hell are you guys doing?
You need to go draft a young quarterback. Boy, would Rodgers and McCarthy work together? I didn't even think about that. But those two, they would not get back together, would they?
Maybe they're desperate enough. I have no idea.
Sorry.
By the way, here's just a quick note on that hire that I heard earlier today that blew my mind. Do you know Mike McCarthy is 5 years younger than Bill Cowher?
No, I would not have thought that.
Wouldn't have thought that. He is. And he's now the head coach of the Steelers, an organization that has completely gone outside of their own profile for when it's time to hire a coach. Maybe he works great there.
Maybe he does.
Maybe. He wins. He does win.
Okay, but again,
he's also always had Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers or Dak Prescott.
Well, and you're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And you're not getting Fernando Mendoza. So what are you doing at quarterback? And everybody said Rodgers may return. But didn't Rodgers did we hear the stories that Rodgers thought he was kind of an idiot?
Hated him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least according to the reports that we saw, he used to openly mock him around the building. I have no idea how that's all going to go. Again, strange bedfellows when you're old and desperate.
Yeah,
I
don't think Rodgers will have a ton of other suitors, so maybe that's just what it is. But
a lot going on right there. Let's keep this conversation going with Sean and George Payton, the two Paytons, no relation, talking to the media today.
High five. Let's hear from George Payton. He was asked, does he think that the Broncos have enough playmaking ability at wide receiver, running back, perhaps tight end? Are they going to address that in the offseason?
Again, we'll do a deep dive. I like our young players. I like our young receivers, and I think we drafted 3. And you got Court and Little Jordan. We got a good mix of players, and but we're always looking to add. We're always looking to improve at every position. Running back, we'll do the same. I like the young backs we have. J.K. was a big hit here, and that was a big loss, for our team and our offense, and just his leadership that he showed. So we'll look at everything. I think we have some young talent, and if we can add, we will, and if we can upgrade, we will, certainly.
All right.
They're going to, okay?
Yeah, you better.
You can list the name of from the Russell Wilson School of Question Answering and list everybody that you like right there, but this team needs an infusion of talent and speed. God, Garrett Bowles wouldn't stop talking about playmakers
You need
yesterday.
a playmaker. You need a closer. You
need speed.
You do. And look, I hope JK's back, but that can't be it. You need a whole new – you need at least 2 more running backs. If you keep Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, you still need 2 more running backs. I'm sorry.
There was also one name in there. Did you catch?
Yeah,
I
was annoyed it was even mentioned, and it was funny how he said it.
One particular guy. What was that?
You got Court and Little Jordan. We got a.
Yeah, we don't need to have Little Jordan. Little Jordan went on your team half the year. Why does Little Jordan need to be here?
I thought he was Lil. Why is he
Lil?
Is George Payton? Is he? He called him Little.
He might have called him Little John once upon a time.
He's Lil.
Lil
Jordan.
Lil John.
George Payton is not up on the Lil fad.
He likes
apparently.
He likes to
An
enunciate
enunciation.
all the consonants,
even if they're not in the word. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Sean Payton was asked this today about Bo Nix's fractured, broken ankle, something he said after the Buffalo game.
Hey, Sean, I know you made a crack about it after the Buffalo game, but is there any concern that Bo has had several ankle surgeries? And
no, and make understand that was in jest, and I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's my. I'm going to stop trying to be funny. That's. I think what was found though, what was a condition that was like predisposed right at that they always find a little bit more when they go in, and it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. So it wasn't, because when you look at the play and you're trying to evaluate it, he said, the doctor, operating surgeon said that though this was going to happen sooner than later.
All right, Andy, this is a second consecutive offseason with ankle surgery.
Yeah.
For Bo Nix. And to hear Sean say it, it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when.
That came from the surgeon.
A condition that was predisposed is what he said right there. Okay, Andy, look, professional football players, they're all Frankensteins. All right, their bodies are all just kind of patched and sewn together. That's a part of it. But Bo Nix's mobility is still his greatest strength as a football player in terms of traits, and he's predisposed to an ankle injury, and he's had ankle surgeries in 2 off seasons in a row, plus I believe he had one in college as well. Should we be concerned?
Yeah, I don't know that you can just brush it aside.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it is the injury that cost you having him available for the AFC Championship.
Right.
So I can't just dismiss it because, quite honestly, Nate, I don't know about you. I didn't say it much during the week because, look, weird things happen. When you really go back to the play he got hurt on, that looked like a run-in-the-mill tackle.
It didn't look like
it
much
did not
happened.
look like a violent hit that
I
would
agree.
have snapped a bone in your ankle.
Yeah, and it didn't look super awkward or anything else like that. That's typically, it's like, maybe the foot plants, a cleat gets stuck or whatever it is, and then boom, you get hit. That's typically that's at least more common than, again, that play. Maybe I just didn't see a close enough replay. I didn't see anything that looked like that.
Right, I'm with you. That's why when they kept showing the play he actually hurt himself on, I'm like, that can't be it. I literally thought when he kneeled down, maybe Powers stepped on him when they tried to reset the ball.
Yeah.
Based on not only Sean's description, but everybody kept saying, here's the play. Like a guy grabbed his ankle, they both went down, and then he hops up and runs, and then we find out that the bone's broken. So, yes, listen, this is a guy that in 2 years, if not after next year, you're going to have to make a decision. Am I handing you maybe near $60 million a year by the time we get to that point for the going rate for a starting quarterback, especially one that's won as much as he has? And George Payton talked today about you judge quarterbacks off winning. You're going to have to be sure he's going to hold up and be available in the biggest games.
The ankle situation will be a factor in that decision. Spring.
High five. Today, it was revealed that Bill Belichick will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer in his first year of eligibility. He fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Stunning news that Belichick's not getting in. Andy, the six-time championship head coach Bill Belichick will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Don Van Natta and Seth Wickersham of ESPN.com reporting this news that Belichick did not qualify for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Why did this happen, Andy?
I think it's because, there's younger voters on I ask Leggy about some of this stuff all the time. How does this player, that player? And Leggy's told me that there are younger voters starting to enter the pool. And so because of that, they may not remember some of this greatness. They may not care. It's been a while since Belichick won.
They've seen 6
Sure, they
trophies.
have, but that doesn't,
yeah.
I don't know that they value it the same way. There's the Spygate. The Spygate's the big one, right? And I also just think the timing's it's not the best timing for the guy. He just went to college and it was a disaster.
Yep.
He's, whether it's
become a
fair
punchline.
or not, he's dating a 22 or 23-year-old who's running his life.
He's become a punchline.
Yeah, and it's a little, and on top of it, I do think the younger voters think, Tom Brady left. Tom Brady leaves and you can't win games anymore. You hired, who was it? Joe. You hired all these weird people. Who was the guy?
Joe Judge?
Joe Judge to be the OC.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Right.
What are you doing?
The end was so weird and bad with Bell. And here's what's funny about this, okay? Didn't it take Terrell Owens 3 years to get in?
Yeah.
Okay, Andy, you watch Terrell Owens play football. I watch Terrell Owens play football. To me, oftentimes, Hall of Famer is really simple. It's just a yes or no question. Was Terrell Owens a Hall of Famer? God, yes.
Yeah, I told you before, Ed McCaffrey, I was doing a show with at the time when he was passed over the first time, couldn't be more offended as a fellow receiver that guy was not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He's one of the greatest to ever do it. He was unbelievable. Okay, like in my opinion, top 5 wide receiver of all time, Terrell Owens, and he didn't get in until the third time. Why? Because of shenanigans. I think that's what's happening with Belichick.
I agree.
Andy, he's unquestioned the greatest head coach in NFL history. Shenanigans, man. His life's a mess.
And you're not letting Patriot staff in to scout your guys.
Right.
You've now had a public war with Robert Kraft.
Every
Brady
headline
left.
about you was weird.
Yeah, Brady left and won one.
Brady left and won.
Had success, and you didn't.
And Brady left and you torpedoed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had no plan as for what was next.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll get into the Hall of Fame, of course, and it's a no-brainer that Bill Belichick goes into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But I think all of those reasons are why this happened.
But doesn't this also now force Mike Shanahan to probably wait another year as soon, because we know Bill will go in before him.
Yep.
I hate it, but he will.
But he will. He won 3 times as many Super Bowls as Mike Shanahan did. That's the way that it's supposed to work. It's crazy that he's not going in. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's wrap up on 3 coaching notes. You can react to what you would like. Joe Brady, the Bills' OC, is now their head coach. He replaces
Josh Allen did an extensive coaching search and decided Joe Brady would be his head coach.
Yeah, that was a Josh Allen hire.
Yeah.
Andy, there's also the possibility that Davis Webb
could go be OC there.
Could say, well, I like Joe Brady and Josh Allen's my best friend. I could go work there and I don't have to hang out with Sean Payton anymore.
But do you think I will say this. I would assume Davis Webb doesn't leave unless he gets to call plays, and I wonder if Joe Brady continues to call plays.
Excellent point. Go ahead, Spring.
Brian Daboll is your new offensive coordinator for the Titans.
Yeah, what? The two guys that failed in New York in Robert Saleh and Brian Daboll are now on the same staff in Tennessee? What are we doing?
You know, I have very little faith in Saleh. I think Daboll's a really good OC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll trust you there. And I do know, I'll give you this. He loved Cam Ward. He wanted the Giants to trade up and get Cam Ward, and they just didn't do it.
Yeah. So Daboll is the OC to me. That's a good hire for Tennessee. And finally, Spring.
All right, this is the most important one because Chargers media availability is about to be fantastic.
And about 9 hours every week.
Mike McDaniel talked for 40 minutes today.
Hell yeah.
He was introduced as the new Chargers OC. He was asked how he's going to gel with Jim Harbaugh.
How do you feel like your guys' personalities are going to match?
I feel like the same guy. He's just taller. You know, that's the only way that you'll. No, I think that's the cool thing is, like everybody else, I think we're excited for that because I think one thing we share is that Jim has never patterned himself after somebody. He's his own person. And I would say, hopefully
true.
I would be described in a similar fashion. So, who knows? I might be 100% Dockers coach. The options are unlimited. But he's already tried to get me on transition lenses, but I've held off. I'm not 50 yet.
This is going to get, if nothing else, it should be a good time.
I'm going to love this.
I hope they lose so we can see how weird it all really gets. You know what I mean? That has nothing even to do with the division stuff. I just want to see how they both would handle that.
He's a good player.
Dude, who's weirder? Who do you lose track of what the hell it is they're talking about first, Harbaugh or McDaniel?
Great question.
I mean,
how do they maintain? Here's what's weird about it though is like maybe perhaps like everyone else is confused, but if the two of them get in the room together, they get on whatever
they just know
weird, bizarre mind meld, looking at each other through their respective glasses.
How sick of both of them might Justin Herbert get? Does he ask for a trade because he can't handle his coaches anymore?
Along those lines, what kind of pressure is on McDaniel? Like if he comes in and if they have health on their offensive line, and we know the kind of expectations for Justin Herbert, the traits that he has that he has never lived up to. Like, what kind of pressure is on McDaniel?
I think it's massive. Help me out. I don't know why his name's slipping my mind. Who's the coordinator? The Chiefs had their OC that coached in Chicago and then went back there. Matt Nagy. Have you ever heard from him again? McDaniel has to do again. Remember, Matt Nagy went back to KC.
Is back in KC.
And didn't get him another coaching job. I think he's off. They got rid of him for Bieniemy.
Yeah, where is
So McDaniel, if he
Nagy
ever wants
now?
another shot again, he needs to make it work with Justin Herbert, who some think could be Hall of Fame caliber.
Here's the other part of it. If Herbert doesn't take the next step with McDaniel,
well, you're going to start wondering about Herbert, too.
You really are.
Because, look, I'm telling you, guys at Oregon told me all the time, because I was with CU during the Herbert phase, they always said something's just missing. And I could never get them to exactly say what something was.
I would say so far it's the winning.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like the leadership. It's the bonding in the locker room in a way.
It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your 520 keyword is Hoover. Text
All
Hoover.
right. We've had 3 vacuums.
And your full name to 303-504-0925 to enter for tickets to Avs Red Wings next Monday. It's all brought Hoover is
Don't worry
your
about
keyword.
the other 2. They won't get you in. But
Hoover.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone Eureka, Dyson, and Hoover.
But you only need to text Hoover right now. Do not worry about the window is closed for the computer to recognize the other one.
Hoover.
Are they all made in Detroit? I'm trying to figure out the connection. Or did he just feel like
Andy,
the Red Wings suck?
What's the chant?
All right.
Papa Murphy's is the home of $10 Tuesdays. Just $10 for any large pizza. Order at papamurphys.com. Your 520 keyword is Hoover.
Hoover.
Text it to 303-504-0925 right now. Kreckman and Lindahl, we revisit wild Broncos coaching staff speculation next. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Avs will be back in action tomorrow against Ottawa. But you could be there on Monday night when the Avalanche take on Detroit. Next Monday, your keyword right now to text in to 303-504-0925 is Hoover. Text Hoover and your full name to 303-504-0925. You're entered for tickets for Avs Red Wings next Monday. It's all brought to you by Papa Murphy's, the home of $10 Tuesdays. Just $10 for any large pizza. Order at papamurphys.com. Again, the keyword right now is Hoover. Hoover.
Hoover.
All right, Andy, let's recap the day. We came in here. We had a lot of silliness planned. And then Joe Lombardi got fired.
Yeah,
that broke basically 3 minutes into our show. The Broncos moving on from their offensive coordinator. By the way, additional information here, according to every single guy with a Twitter handle that covers the Broncos, Sean Payton also fired wide receivers coach Kerry Colbert and quarterbacks coach Addison Lynch.
Yeah.
Kerry and Addison were dispatched today along with Joe Lombardi.
Yep.
Yes. So a few assistant coaches getting moved. Wide receivers coach, I understand, because the drops were a massive issue for this team, Andy. Cornerbacks coach Addison Lynch.
Kind of surprised me because I thought that secondary was pretty good, but I thought you had a good point that I'll let you make about why.
Was he the guy that kept telling Riley Moss to grab everybody?
Well,
if so,
a lot of DPIs.
Probably should be let go.
You know, you know how it is at the positions, though. It is about flow. Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay.
When it comes to Kerry Colbert, is that a position where we've seen a lot of guys kind of develop and flourish? I'm not sure I'd say yes. Cortland Sutton was an established product when you got here. And
the Marvin Mims thing, to me, they're all individual circumstances, right? Marvin Mims, you don't
use him enough.
They don't play him enough.
And Troy Franklin is just kind of the arrow's up, but then there's a lot of, I don't know, is it Kerry Colbert's fault the guy drops passes? I don't know.
So on Troy Franklin, Andy, year number 1, 28 catches, 263 yards, 2 tutties. Year number 2, 65 catches, 709 yards, 6 tutties.
You doubled production. That should be a feather in his cap, you would think.
Yeah, that is certainly very good. I thought Pat Bryant got even better as the season went along.
But did he? Pat Bryant flashed a lot in camp. And I feel like he just got more opportunities to show it as the season went along. But you're probably right.
Perhaps, but he also earned it.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought Bryant had a good year. Honestly,
no, I do too.
I'm very pleased with Pat Bryant. But I would also say this, I can like the receivers that they have while also saying, yeah, but they need somebody better, man. That's and what's weird about it is I like these players. I just don't necessarily like them at the pecking order.
Right.
That they're at.
Cortland needs to be your dominant 2. You need a number 1. You need a yard after catch number 1. Cortland, to me, Cortland's the physical mismatch. To me, how about I put it this way? If Cortland's playing the role of DT, which he's not DT, but let's just put it in that simple parlance, you need Emmanuel Sanders, dude. You need somebody else that is like the other skill set. And remember, Emmanuel was great at yards after catch as well. He was great at tough catches. He was a stretch the field guy when you needed it to be. They just don't have a yin and a yang. And Troy, again,
7 catches on 14 targets for 70 yards in the playoffs. Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, because who else were teams worried about? They could totally roll coverage his way, and I'm not sure that's what happened or not, but
200-yard games.
Seriously, dude.
This year.
Seriously.
And he's a good player. He's a Pro Bowler. He's a deserved Pro Bowler. I think Cortland Sutton is a really good NFL wide receiver, but I'll just go back to you changed the channel after the Broncos game on Sunday, and you're watching
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, JSN and Puka, and you're like, they don't have that guy.
No. But now listen, to your point, I think that Marvin Mims could give you some of the, I saw a play highlighted yesterday, breaking down the Seattle game where JSN goes into the backfield like Marvin Mims has, like 2-back set, if you will, and he was the guy on the left side, ran a route, quick move. They totally lost him in coverage. He's wide open for a touchdown. It's like Marvin Mims could totally give you that route.
Yeah, he was wide open on that play. I don't know how the Rams had that coverage bust. Plus, he had the touchdown. I mean, again, just he's special. And I don't think the Broncos have a wide receiver that is special. I think Courtland Sutton is really good, but he's not special. And Bo Nix needs better skill position talent around him. He's a good quarterback, but like elevate the thing around him. His offensive line is very good. His receivers, mid. His tight ends, again, it was
non-existent.
It was another year of mediocre to bad tight end production out of Denver, even with Evan Engram in there. And your running game was good when J.K. Dobbins was there, and it disappeared once he was out. I mean, really that simple. Like, there's no oversimplification of that. You can look at a direct line of demarcation in the season that you lose J.K. Dobbins and you don't have any kind of consistent run game. These are all a part of why Joe Lombardi got shown the door. So now here's the next question. Who should be the offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos? The simple logic here, and maybe it's too simple, is quarterbacks coach Davis Webb would be a perfect candidate to be the Broncos offensive coordinator. He is already in the building, and he could naturally take the next step in his coaching progression and move into an offensive coordinator role with an organization that likes him, with a quarterback that likes him, and you can keep him here in the building. But, Andy, I don't think it's that simple. There's a lot of other stuff to it. The biggest piece of stuff being, is Davis Webb going to take a non-play calling OC job here in Denver because pigs will fly, most likely, before Sean Payton gives up that job?
Yeah, that is that. Well, and not only, I think a lot of people feel in a lot of ways, like, I don't mind Sean weighing in and telling Davis where he'd like to go, but I think you need to let the guy be the OC in full. I'd be curious to see what it would be like to let plays get in quicker. I mean, how many times did Sean lament calls this year? Happened a couple of times. And again, you could see it over there, whether it's late getting the personnel groupings in or him. He admitted he's not spitting the play. He said it before the Bills game. He doesn't spit the play call out as quickly as he wants sometimes. These are Sean Payton's own admittance. He admits this. So if that's the case, Chad Brown talked about it at 4:00. Go back, listen to the interview on the podcast. He had said that you need to be able to maybe let somebody else have a crack at it. But again, I think Sean, when asked about it by DMac earlier in the year, remember, Sean said it's really, the play calling is one of the things he enjoys about the job. To your point, I don't know if he'll ever give that up. He may give up the job before the play call.
Bo Nix being from Oregon, would he want Davis Webb to get a quack at it?
Okay. Yes.
Yes, he would.
It's on brand for the show, so good for you. We haven't had a good Nate Kreckman dad joke in a bit.
Thank you.
So good.
Let's.
Yeah. What else you want to do?
Let's listen to a cut today from Sean Payton talking about the Oregon Duck, Bo Nix, right there, and again, like an interesting comment that Sean made in relation to, or in the context of this news that happened today. Listen closely to when he says where Bo Nix was today at the facility.
He's doing well. He literally was just above us here. I asked him, what were you doing trying to get your scooter laps in? And so he's got X amount of time on the scooter. Then it goes to the crutches, then it goes to the walking boot, so there's a process. You got to know him. He's fidgety to begin with, and so he might have been just getting his scooter lap centered, but he was up there, like in an area where I'm like, he never would be in department-wise.
An area he would never be in department-wise.
Would that be Greg Penner's office? Would that be the area he's never in? Now, again, we're back to speculating, so who
This
knows?
is wild speculation.
Thank you. There you go, Spring. Nice. Good pull.
But if Sean Payton is on his scooter,
No,
or excuse me, Bo Nix is on his
Well,
scooter.
I hope Sean's. Could you see Sean? Hey, let me have a run at that thing.
Honestly, I could see Sean Payton on a Lime scooter going full John Elway. Sure.
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it.
Uh-huh. But Bo Nix is on his scooter. I don't know if he could have been in the marketing department for all.
Yeah, we don't know.
We have no idea. But
for the fun of the show,
yes,
he was near the Penner
department
office.
wise.
Yes,
he could have been in there going, "You're going to let Davis Webb walk out the door to be the head coach of the Raiders?" I'm seeing all these reports that Davis Webb very well could be getting the Raider job. Like that's Bo Nix could have been sitting there going, "You can't let this guy leave. This guy's too good of a coach. If I'm the face of the franchise, if I'm the future of this organization, that's the guy that I want in the building. That's the guy that's my buffer from Sean Payton." And perhaps Greg Penner heard all of that, and having just watched Jared Stidham score 7 points and lose a playoff game, thinking to himself, well, the value of Bo Nix cannot be overlooked right now. I know what I have got in this guy. Therefore, I can't let Bo Nix be unhappy. I've got to keep Davis Webb around. And in that case, you could look at him and simply say, all right, you are now the offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos. And along with that, Davis Webb, impressive coach, garnering all these head coaching opportunities at the age of 31, despite never having coached at the coordinator level. You are the Denver Broncos head coach in waiting.
And I liked how you put it earlier, even if it's just a wink, wink.
Right.
You know, I don't know why I gave you. I can wink.
I mean, Andy, there's a chance that Davis Webb, maybe Greg Penner views Davis Webb as his 15-year head coach. What Sean was in New Orleans, what Belichick, not non-Hall of Famer Belichick, was in New England, what Tomlin was in Pittsburgh, what Harbaugh was in Baltimore, that Davis Webb at the age of 31, that's my long-term prospect for this organization. Maybe he views it that way. Or maybe he looks at it and he says, yeah, Davis Webb is fine. If he can get a better opportunity elsewhere, he should take it. And Sean, who do you like?
Okay, I got a cut I want to play from J.K. Dobbins, but we got to get you the reminder. Hoover, right, is the
Hoover.
keyword?
Your keyword is Hoover. On an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, text Hoover to 303-504-0925.
This is for the game against the Red Wings. We've had 3 vacuum brands.
Red Wings suck.
And I put it all together finally. Okay, I'll tell you what. So here's why I want to play this cut from J.K. Dobbins, okay? And I'll
He's
relate
a
it
Bronco
back to
for
what
life?
we just talked about. Well, he did say that. Here's what J.K. Dobbins said yesterday about this ownership group whenever you request something that you say you need.
What are the things about this organization that make you want to stay here?
Yeah, so it starts with the ownership. They get us everything that we need to be successful here. And it starts with, like, the hyperbaric chamber. Like, I was able to get back on the practice field 2.5 months, right? Where'd he go? He left. But I think he said 2.5 months. And it's because they gave me everything I needed. Like, there was things I would ask Mr. Penner, and he would get it to us. He would get it to me. And then, like, my man, Coach Sean Payton, I love him to death. Like, he's one of my favorite coaches ever. And then Coach Lou Ayeni, too. It's been a great process with everyone here. And then the O-line and just, like, everybody. The brothers, like, defense. I even felt like I was part of the defense, like, because they wanted me here. Coach VJ wanted me here. The defense wanted me here, probably more than the offense. And so it's just been a great time here in my short time. And I think that I'll be here.
We can kill it for the sake of time.
Point taken.
He talked about the hyperbaric chamber that Greg Penner wasn't afraid to get him to recover.
Yeah.
Again, he said, if we go to the owner and we tell him we need something, they get it here.
And
well, if Bo is saying, I need my guy Davis Webb to stick around, is that not the ultimate thing you try to keep around for the guy? It's not as easy as buying a hyperbaric chamber. I get it. But
you want your quarterback to be pleased. You want him to be happy. You want him to need every tool at his disposal to reach his ceiling. It makes sense. It's a good connection. Absolutely. So is Davis Webb going to be here? Or quite simply, again, are the Broncos just going to look at it and say, and again, according to Jeff Legwold, league-wide search, Rooney Rule, they got to do the whole thing. They're going to take interviews, all of that.
And look, Davis Webb may just say, I got to take my head coaching shot now. I love you guys, but sorry. And
Right.
maybe he does leave.
So
for Vegas or any other place.
Could it be former Lions offensive coordinator John Morton?
Johnny Mo.
Could it be current Broncos offensive line coach Zach Strief
But
and
he's
assistant
the assistant
head coach?
right? So he's probably good.
I mean, if he could be an offensive coordinator, I think that gets you closer to being a head coach. If that's something Zach Strief wants to do.
That's what he wants to deal with.
Every football coach does. They want that salary. So let's find out what happens with the Raiders. And let's find out if Davis Webb is going to be the next head coach of the Raiders. That's the biggest question here in all of this. We'll announce a winner coming up at 5:55 of the Avalanche Red Wings tickets. Nuggets and, speaking of Denver and Detroit, Nuggets and Pistons tonight over there at Ball Arena. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, this is, I think, a critical moment for the Denver Broncos.
I would agree.
This is an opportunity for you as the Broncos to say, we're going to set up what the next phase of this era of Bronco football is going to look like. And the Broncos have an opportunity to have this offensive coordinator position in the hands of somebody with a real track toward being the next head coach of this team, with Sean Payton not getting any younger. Davis Webb makes all the sense in the world. You're the offensive coordinator. You're the play caller. You're the head coach in waiting. Here's a nice pay raise. Boom. The Broncos could do that and give Bo Nix what he wants and or needs, and that could be the next phase of this thing. Because a part of it, Andy, is like, you got to remember, and we saw it in 2015, great defenses don't last forever.
No.
If you can get your quarterback to the next level, the likelihood of you winning year in and year out is much, much higher if you have an outstanding quarterback. Quarterback play doesn't have as much variance. And Josh Allen is good every year. Hell, Mahomes was good this year. He just didn't have anything good going on around him. But quarterback play, you can pretty much hang your hat on. Defensive play, year to year, it's tough to replicate it. I think the Broncos defense is going to be very good next year. Will it be as good as this season? Will it be as good as last year? That's tough to do. It's just there's not a real track record of it in the NFL. This is an opportunity for the Broncos really to either give themselves the next step, which is Davis Webb, or for the Broncos to double down on the Sean Payton era.
Yeah, and look, man, honestly, you got to keep modern around, I think.
I agree.
You need to not, like, even Sean Payton is not the same coach he was. Like, listen, I guess I'll just go back to yesterday's conversation with Jeff Legwold to help make my point. The NFL's seen enough of Sean Payton that Leggy was clear about it, and I've seen some other articles kind of make the point too. Chad suggested that, I thought, in his own way, that Vrabel saw the personnel grouping, knew what he wanted to do out of that thing. They'd already watched it on the iPad. They were ready for what Sean's going to do. So, again, Sean needs he needs somebody to help him evolve the offense and take some of the predictability out of it, right? And again, I think it's important you have a younger set of eyes and continue to stay in touch with. I'm not saying Sean has to revamp everything. He doesn't. He's been successful.
Yeah.
But you do want someone keeping you in touch with the modern techniques like a doctor. Every great surgeon can't be performing surgeries the way he did 10 years ago as things change and evolve. The game of football is the same way.
Like a surgeon. I got it's our first Weird Al reference in a while. I've got a tweet here from Adam Schefter. Text from an NFL executive. The 10-plus people that didn't vote for Bill Belichick should be exposed. WTF, this is crazy. Close quote. Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame.
Well, and you know what? Leggy couldn't talk about it. I didn't know quite what he was saying. Mike Kliss did tweet this to shed some light on it. He says Belichick not getting elected is mostly because of the relatively new Hall of Fame voting system where voters can only vote for 3 of 5 finalists from coach, contributor, and 3 senior players. So it was Belichick, Kraft, Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, L.C. Greenwood, and it causes a split vote. All 5 should get in. It's submitted by the subcommittees. Holmgren didn't get in as a lone coach finalist last year because of this same thing, and Mike Shanahan will face this challenge that could forever be a split vote system.